Chapter 1. In the spacious yet orderly living room, a 15 or 16-year-old boy furrowed his brows as he leaned against the sofa. I made up my mind. I've already submitted my application to the school. Even if you, Dad, refuse to pay for my tuition, I won't be taking the high school entrance exam. I might as well drop out and wash dishes in a restaurant on the street. Standing opposite the boy was a stern-looking man, his graying hair at the temples indicating that he was no longer young. The man stared at the boy for a moment, then sighed deeply, sitting beside him and saying, "Whatever you choose to do, your father will support you. However, I must make it clear, your life is your own, and you must never let the desire to rebel against me lead you to regret for a lifetime." The boy cast his eyes downward, and as he caught a glimpse of the deep lines etched across his father's forehead, the usually sharp-tongued youth felt as though his voice had been stifled. All the questions and sarcastic remarks he had prepared to unleash upon the man became lodged in his throat. He had always imagined that this man, who seemed to spend every waking hour in the laboratory, was a paragon of strength and resolve, yet it turned out he was merely human. However, in his rebellious phase, he was unwilling to yield, letting out a cold snort to express his discontent. "I've transferred the tuition to you, and I've also sent next month's living expenses," the man said, looking down at his phone. The culinary school was a vocational institution that did not require exam. Students could join classes at any time after enrollment. However, those who joined midway often found the experience more challenging. Upon hearing this, the boy erupted with fury. "Next month's living expenses. Are you so eager for me to leave immediately? Or do you plan on not returning home for the entire month? It's precisely because you spend all your time in the laboratory that no one knew when your mother had a heart attack. If it weren't for Aunt Wong coming to cook, by the time you returned, her body would have likely begun to decompose. And now it's happening again, though. You want to come home next time to find your son lying lifeless on the floor?" The man was taken aback, a look of helplessness quickly crossing his face, but the boy did not grant him the opportunity to explain. He leaped off the sofa and dashed up the stairs, slamming his bedroom door with a resounding bang. Liang awoke with a start in the pitch-black room. After groping around his pillow, he discovered that his phone had died, and the earphones were still jammed in his ears, the cords twisted around his neck several times. No wonder he felt as though he couldn't breathe just moments ago. Indeed, Liang adamantly refused to admit that the true source of his suffocation was the dream he had just experienced, featuring his father, whom he had scarcely seen over the past decade. Liang struggled with insomnia, relying on soothing music to fall asleep each night. Now that he was awake, any semblance of sleepiness had vanished. He sat up, turned on the bedside lamp, and plugged his phone into the charger. 3:45 in the morning. In the northern winter, there were still over 3 hours left until dawn broke. Leaning against the headboard, Liang furrowed his brow, forcing himself to recite recipes repeatedly, lest his thoughts drift to inappropriate places. Yet, even in the presence of his father, the recipe's sole means of concentration proved to be of little effect. Gradually, he found himself unable to suppress thoughts of that man. It had been nearly 20 years since their argument in the dream, and while perhaps his decision to enroll in culinary school had indeed stemmed from a desire to defy his father, he was now certain of his profound love for his craft. Over 2 decades ago, when Liang moved out of his family home, he had unilaterally engaged in a battle of wills with his father. Throughout these years, he had persevered through sheer determination, vowing to demonstrate that his choice was not a mere whim. Once dawn arrived, and he obtained his advanced technician certification from the Culinary Association, he would be able to return home with his head held high. With this thought in mind, a smile crept across Liang's lips, a sense of urgency stirring within him. Yet, whether his eagerness stemmed from the desire to claim the long-awaited certificate or to provide himself with a sense of closure was a question he could not even answer himself. Chapter 2. Before dawn had broken, Liang had already prepared himself. He donned a pristine white shirt, impeccably pressed with no creases, paired with deep black suit trousers, and finished it off with a blue-striped tie. Looking in the mirror at his well-dressed and tall figure, Liang felt a sense of satisfaction as he smiled slightly. Though he was no longer young and still single, he had always taken great care of his physique. As a chef, he often stood in the kitchen for an entire day, flipping pans and chopping vegetables. If his health faltered, he would not be able to endure the demands of the job. Just as Liang was about to step out, a call came in from the Culinary Association. "Yes, I'm just about to leave. Don't worry, I won't be late." After receiving his certification and awards, driving his small car along the highway, Liang inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety, a sensation of palpitations he had never experienced before exploding in his chest, quickly spreading a tingling numbness throughout his limbs. Liang was bewildered. Ever since his mother's untimely passing, his father had been particularly concerned about the possibility of him inheriting heart disease. No matter how busy he was, he always took a few days each year to bring Liang to the hospital for a thorough checkup. However, since moving out, this routine had devolved into annual reminders sent via text message. The pain made it difficult for Liang to breathe. He lived in a remote area, and at this hour, there were not many cars on the road. Yet, if he couldn't break in time while still conscious, the consequences would be dire. In a daze, Liang found himself regretting that he should have listened to his father's advice, that he shouldn't have merely given perfunctory responses each time before letting the conversation die. The strength in his feet and hands gradually waned, and Liang struggled to keep his eyes open, only able to perceive elongated beams of light stretching before him. He heard a violent crash, followed by the blaring of sirens, and in that moment, Liang finally lost consciousness. In his last thoughts, he wondered if he were to truly die this time. When would his father find out? Liang was roused by the incessant chirping of birds, his head throbbing and his body aching. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and a vast expanse of green stretched before him, the end of which he could not discern. Before he could grasp where he was, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his waist. In the next instant, he found himself tumbling to the ground. "Ah!" Liang cried out while clutching his legs, simultaneously feeling fortunate that the ground was cushioned with a thick layer of grass. Otherwise, his frail body would surely have suffered fractures. It turned out he had been caught on a tree branch. Liang looked up to see a fresh break on a branch 2 meters above him, and he thought to himself, "Wait a minute." His pupils dilated, and his still dazed mind suddenly cleared. He was on the highway in the city, where a heart attack had led to a car accident. How did he end up hanging from a tree? Could it be that he was in the underworld? Recalling the overwhelming sensation of suffocation before his death, Liang hurriedly pressed his hand against his left chest. Wait, where were his clothes? Why was his upper body bare? Looking down, he realized that he was completely naked. At that moment, his stomach let out a loud growl. Damn! Liang cursed under his breath, certain that his father was still unaware of his death and had failed to burn even a piece of paper for him. He had never worried about money in life, and now, in death, he found himself in such a dire predicament. Bare and famished, it was utterly pathetic. Struggling to rise, Liang tore off 2 large leaves from nearby plants and awkwardly covered his essential parts. Then, clutching his empty stomach, he limped deeper into the forest. Why would a ghost still feel hunger? Liang thought in despair. Chapter 3. During the vivacious and spirited days of his adolescence, Liang was solely focused on opposing the old man. However, after embarking on the path of a chef, he found himself navigating the challenges with relative ease. Despite his advancing age, his life experiences remained rather shallow. In the depths of the damp and humid forest, where mosquitoes incessantly feasted upon him, Liang had not ventured far before realizing he had yet to find even a morsel to eat. All the while feeling his strength wane significantly at this juncture, a dawning comprehension settled upon him. It appeared he was not yet dead. If his conjecture held true, he must have encountered the absurdity of borrowing a corpse to return to life. The body he now inhabited was considerably frilier, and where well-defined abdominal muscles should have been, there were only protruding ribs. Coupled with the increasingly loud rumblings of his stomach, Liang began to suspect that this body's former owner may have perished from starvation. Driven by sheer willpower, he pressed onward, straining his eyes to identify the surrounding flora. Given his current physical state, he deduced that a vegetarian diet would be the most pragmatic choice. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a small patch of plants strikingly reminiscent of wheat. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he dashed toward it. Thanks to his father's influence, Yin Liang, though uninterested in agriculture, had absorbed knowledge of various plants. The specimens before him, adorned with ears, bore an uncanny resemblance to wheat. But upon closer inspection, they turned out to be barley. Barley, one of humanity's ancient crops, had once been regarded as a staple food for a time in history. However, due to its inferior taste and limited nutritional value, it gradually succumbed to the tides of time. That it seemed that the old man had brought barley into the laboratory in pursuit of evolving wheat through hybridization. Yet in that moment, Yin Liang could not afford to be choosy. He plucked an ear, stripped it of its husk, and began to knead it in his palm until round, plump barley grains emerged. Unable to contain himself, he hastily tossed a few into his mouth. The taste was both bitter and astringent, accompanied by a gritty texture that made him grimace. A chef's DNA is inscribed with a singular tenet: never neglect your own palate. However, Yin Liang possessed no tools, not even a lighter, and in such a remote forest, he dared not ignite a fire. Thus, he could only grimace and chew on the raw grains, perhaps due to the pristine ecological conditions of this area. The barley ears were remarkably large. After enduring hunger for an extended period, Yin Liang gradually gnawed through 10 or so ears, finally feeling satiated. Leaning against a tree trunk, he took a moment to rest, contemplating the importance of not wasting food. The memory of near starvation lingered too vividly in his mind. As luck would have it, the large leaves encircling his waist had begun to wilt, prompting Yin Liang to rise and seek out similar foliage. He selected the two most robust leaves and skillfully wrapped them around himself, tearing the remaining ones into squares to serve as packaging for the barley grains. This body of Yin Liang's was woefully inadequate. By the time he finished preparing the small quantity of barley, he was oblivious to the passage of time, and darkness had already descended around him. At that moment, a wave of panic surged through him that he possessed nothing. How was he to spend a night in the wilderness? Even if he managed to avoid freezing, a larger wild beast could easily make a meal of him. As if to corroborate his fears, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the forest, sending birds scattering in a flurry. Yin Liang's lips turned pale, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. Was he truly destined to become a lion's prey right after satisfying his hunger? Chapter for having lived in the bustling metropolis. Yin Liang had never encountered such a scene and was nearly paralyzed with fear. All he could hear were the roars of a lion, but he was unable to discern the precise location of the beast. So he held his breath and concealed himself behind a massive tree. As for why he did not climb the tree, its girth was at least sufficient for a person to embrace, and he found it utterly impossible to wrap his arms around it. Moments slipped by, and the roars gradually diminished. However, before he could exhale in relief, the sound of rapid hoofbeats drew near, seemingly right behind him. Yin Liang's legs grew weak, and mechanically turning his head, he beheld a youth of about 17 or 18 years standing before him, head tilted in curiosity, with a group of formidable lions crouched behind. "Which tribe are you from? The sky is darkening, and what are you doing alone in the woods? It is perilous here." Wild beasts frequently roamed. He swallowed hard, weakly extending a finger to gesture behind him. The youth, puzzled, turned to look, casually scanning the lion group before glancing around, asking in confusion, "What is it?" Yin Liang. After staring at him for some time, the youth seemed to finally grasp Yin Liang's meaning, exhaling in relief. "You aren't referring to them, are you? I belong to my tribe, so you needn't worry." Tribe? The term seemed to have only graced Yin Liang's history textbook in middle school. What kind of extraordinary place had he stumbled into? "Which tribe do you belong to? Are you alone? You should return before dark," the youth urged again. Yin Liang looked at him, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be advised on safety by someone nearly 20 years his junior. Yet, the youth was the only human he had encountered, and Yin Liang was reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. "I have no tribe, nor can I leave. Can you take me with you?" Yin Liang said, his eyes downcast, voice tinged with helplessness. The youth frowned at his words. "How can you have no tribe? Is it due to the recent earthquake?" "Earthquake? I suppose it was a tremor." Yin Liang hesitantly nodded, following the youth's lead. "I'm the only one left alive in the tribe." This time, before the youth could respond, a lion behind him spoke. "Young leader, we should take him back. It is too dangerous for a cub to be alone in the forest at night." Yin Liang's eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape. For a moment, he was unsure whether to be astonished by a lion speaking or intrigued by the fact that the lion referred to him as a cub. The youth glanced at Yin Liang and nodded in agreement. Dazed, Yin Liang walked alongside the youth, followed by a procession of lions. Sensing his unease, the youth reassured him, "Do not worry. Our tribe will not abandon you. My father once told me that the giant lion tribe also faced severe tremors, and a small portion of survivors wandered for survival. It was thanks to the neighboring giant tiger tribe that the giant lion tribe had the opportunity to recuperate and thrive. Since then, we have taught our descendants to aid those smaller tribes affected by earthquakes." The youth spoke with fervor, wholly oblivious to Yin Liang's expression, which had grown nearly petrified. What was the giant lion tribe? And what of the giant tiger tribe? After a brief walk, they finally arrived at a valley just before darkness fell. Exhausted, everyone unloaded their burdens upon sighting a crystal-clear stream at the valley's entrance. And one by one, they transformed back into their human forms, leaping into the water. Upon witnessing a dozen giant lions morph in a muscular man with wheat-colored skin, Yin Liang nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Chapter 5. The youth splashed in the water for a moment before turning to find Yin Liang still standing dumbfounded on the shore. Curiously, he asked, "Why aren't you coming in? The water is quite shallow. Even if you cannot swim, it is fine." Yin Liang shook his head in a daze. Though he was not an intellectual, he had at least received 9 years of compulsory education, and the events unfolding before him were utterly shattering his worldview. The youth observed Yin Liang for a moment before silently assigning him the label of fool in his mind, and then dove back into the water. In early autumn, the valley had grown somewhat chilly. Yet they were beast men and possessed a greater tolerance for the cold. Once everyone had quenched their thirst and played to their heart's content, they transformed back into their lion forms, shaking off their fur before resuming their burdens wrapped in giant leaves. Crossing the stream, it was not long before Yin Liang spotted a row of towering trees. As the trees rustled, a small, light gray monkey leaped down, directly landing in the youth's arms. Yin Liang, standing beside the youth, jumped back in surprise. The little monkey affectionately nudged the youth's chin with its head, eliciting laughter from him before casting a disdainful glance at Yin Liang. Yin Liang. Anyone would be startled, all right? The youth chuckled, gently scratching the little monkey's back. "Monkey Bai, you've awakened your beast form for nearly a year. How can you still have the audacity to act cutesy with me? How shameful." The little monkey, however, felt no shame whatsoever and continued to display its adorableness unabashedly. "Sure, you've finally returned," a middle-aged woman's voice rang out. Following the sound, Yin Liang saw a woman clad in a full set of animal skin attire, leaning on a staff, accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged man, who bore a resemblance to the youth. "Father, mother, upon seeing Monkey Bai, I knew you were just behind." The youth smiled broadly at the woman. Lion Foam approached and patted the youth's shoulder. "Well done." The youth Shurha beamed even brighter at this praise, eagerly pulling his parents to see his spoils. This was Shurha's first time representing the giant lion tribe at the exchange market, and he had been away for over 3 months, departing in spring and returning in autumn. The group of lions behind Shurha also transformed into human forms, collectively calling out, "Tribe leader, priest." Lion Peak walked among them, patting each shoulder and uttering words of praise. Although these individuals were tall and robust, they possessed an extraordinary simplicity. Despite the arduous journey they had endured, the prospect of receiving commendation from the tribal chief upon returning to their village brought them immense joy. Moreover, their haul this time was substantial, promising a more bearable winter ahead. Not only did these individuals radiate happiness, but the onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle also wore expressions of delight. A group of people transported the exchanged goods to the cave designated for food storage within the tribe. As night had fallen and those returning from the outside had traveled a considerable distance, the chief decided to allow them to rest in their respective caves, postponing the distribution of goods until the following morning. There were no objections to this arrangement, and everyone dispersed accordingly. In the midst of the crowd, the priest finally noticed Yin Liang, who stood alone at the entrance of the cave, tasked with naming and registering every member of the tribe. The priest was familiar with every individual, young or old. Upon encountering a new face, the priest turned to his youngest son, Shurha, with a puzzled expression. "Who is this?" Chapter 6. Shurha had found a large, aromatic roasted bone and was already gnawing on it. Upon hearing his father's question, he quickly swallowed a mouthful of meat and replied, "He comes from a small tribe beyond a sharp mountain forest. Their tribe suffered a tremor, leaving him as the sole survivor. I brought him back because I felt pity for him." At these words, a look of compassion spread across the priest's face. Oh my! Another terrifying earthquake. Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not anticipated the priest would so readily believe his story. "Oh, not worry, child. You shall remain in the great Lion tribe from now on. As long as you are diligent, I assure you that you will not go hungry." The priest added, "In the Beastman continent, every tribe depended on hunting for sustenance, which rendered the cold winters particularly harsh. Some small tribes lacked sufficient adult beastmen to gather enough food before the snow fell, facing the dual threats of hunger and cold, which could even lead to their extinction. This was why some small tribes preferred to leave their homes and join larger tribes rather than struggle for survival alone. It was not that they did not wish to be self-sufficient, but rather that they were incapable of doing so. Now, the Great Lion tribe had become the largest tribe in the southern part of the Beastman continent. Thus, accommodating one more Liang was hardly a challenge. "Thank you," Liang said, casting a cautious glance at the priest, his face alight with joy. "What is your name, child?" The priest inquired. "Since you have decided to join, your name must be recorded in the tribe. This serves the purpose of unified management and is also tied to the beast god. In the Beastman continent, there exists a revered beast god, and it is said that the priests of each tribe act as the messengers communicating with this deity. Those beastmen who are registered by the priests and subsequently depart will no longer receive the beast god's protection." Upon hearing this, Liang realized that even in such a primitive era, the ruling class was quite astute. Here, the ruling figures were undoubtedly the priest and the chief, while the beast god represented their woven dreams. Both a hope and a guiding thread. "My name is Liang," he replied. The priest paused. "What is your beast form?" For clarity, individuals in this tribe typically had single-character names, often derived from their beast forms. For example, Shurha and Lion Peak were named after their forms as great lions. Liang lowered his head and softly replied, "I do not possess a beast form," though he had only recently encountered these people. He could sense that the beast form directly determined one's social status among them. However, under the gaze of two great lions, he dared not lie. Yet, rather than ridicule him, the priest embraced him more tenderly upon hearing his response. Poor child. Liang was taken aback, his body stiffening like a pillar. Since his mother had passed away when he was very young, he had never experienced the warmth of a woman's embrace. And now, as an adult with the soul of a man in his 30s, the sensation was foreign to him. Thankfully, the priest released him shortly after, sighing, "Shuriyun, Shura's brother, is quite similar to you that I have scarcely seen a smile on his face for quite some time. Perhaps you two could become good friends." After partaking in a meal of what could only be described as a culinary assault on the senses in the chief and priest cave, Liang trudged behind Shurha, heading toward Shuriyun's cave. "Actually, Brother Yun need not live alone, away from our parents, but he is quite stubborn, and we have no way to change that," Shurha lamented. Liang remained silent, preoccupied with concerns for his future. The mere thought of sharing a space with a potentially volatile and failed evolution of a lion sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 7. Arriving at their destination, Shurha halted beneath a giant locust tree, its pods heavy with August's bounty, cascading down in lush abundance. Liang gazed upward at the tree, contemplating how had he arrived 2 months earlier, he might have savored the locust beans. "Brother Yun, are you home?" Shurha called out that the youngest son of the chief. Shurha had 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters, all of whom had established their own families. If he were to visit one of his other siblings, he would not exhibit such deference that it was not due to a lack of affection for Shuriyun. Rather, Shuriyun had moved to the outskirts of the tribe to escape ridicule from peers, often covering the cave entrance with thick leaves. Shurha was concerned that his unannounced arrival might discomfort his brother. Unbeknownst to Shurha, Liang was solely preoccupied with his own survival. Yes. After a moment, a man emerged from the cave obscured by the locust tree's branches. Liang had made every effort to control his gaze, yet he was irresistibly drawn to him. Perhaps due to spending much time in the cave, Shiyun's complexion was markedly lighter than that of other beastmen Liang had encountered. Even fairer than many he had seen in modern times, in addition to his fair skin, the most striking feature was his slightly yellow, curly hair that barely grazed his eyes. If it had been black, it might have imparted a somber impression. However, the yellow softened his features, rendering him considerably warmer. Even knowing this man was a lion, Liang felt inexplicably at ease, noticing the man staring intently at him. Shiyun instinctively lowered his head. "You've returned? What brings you here?" His voice was husky and deep, a stark contrast to his appearance. Shirha smiled at him. "I've been away for quite some time and miss my brother." "Is that so wrong? Don't you miss me?" Shiyun hesitated, clearly unsure of how to respond. "Well, I know Brother Yun must have missed me," Shirha answered himself, not expecting a response from his brother. Shiyun relaxed slightly, his gaze on Shirha softening. "Besides coming to see you, I have another matter to discuss today," Shirha said, gently pushing Liang forward. Shiyun's brows furrowed in confusion as he regarded Liang. "This is Liang. He just joined the tribe today. The communal cave has been unoccupied for quite some time, and Mother suggested he stay with you." Shirha explained, in previous years, the Great Lion tribe had maintained a communal cave for the elderly, disabled beastmen, or orphans, with tribe members taking turns providing meals. However, as the Great Lion tribe flourished, the mortality rate of young beastmen significantly decreased, and the elderly and disabled were cared for by their families. Consequently, the communal cave was dismantled, and it now served as storage for communal property. Before Shiyun could fully process this, Shirha leaned close and whispered something into his ear. Shiyun had never been this close to Shirha before. His body stiffening slightly, yet upon hearing the words, he turned in shock to Liang. Though he did not catch the words, Liang could surmise their content. It was likely something about his lack of a beast form. However, Liang was unconcerned, for he was not a beast man of the continent. Should he possess a beast form, it might be even more difficult for him to accept. Chapter 8. When Shiyun first laid eyes on Liang, his expression was filled with overt rejection and displeasure. Now, while he did not harbor any fondness, his aversion had lessened. However, after years of solitary living, the sudden prospect of sharing a space with a stranger left him somewhat unsettled. Shirha, well aware of his brother's temperament, could tell by his expression that he was softening. He quickly reassured, "Brother Yun, don't worry. Once the communal cave is cleaned out, Liang will move there, and it won't disturb you for long." As he spoke, he nudged Liang with his elbow. Caught under the eaves, Liang had no choice but to lower his head, immediately offering Shiyun a smile and feigning utmost obedience. Shiyun frowned. He could likely guess his mother's intentions in bringing Liang to him. With their father's health declining, it was expected that he, as the eldest son, should assume the responsibility of care. Yet considering that the food in the cave was supplied by his parents, Shiyun's demeanor grew even colder. He turned away, stepping into the cave while stating, "Then let him stay with me for now." These words, Shirha rejoiced, urging Liang to hurry and follow Shiyun while calling out, "Thank you, Brother Yun. I'll go to the market tomorrow to help you collect supplies." Every year on the second day after the exchange team returns to the tribe, it marks the happiest day of the entire year for the community, after distributing and preserving the readily available provisions. The remaining items are cooked, and everyone gathers to partake in the feast, which has become a cherished annual festival for the Great Lion tribe. However, such revelry has never concerned Shiyun. He is not lacking in food. With several younger siblings around him, Shiyun paused momentarily, refraining from turning back, and simply responded, "All right." Liha, observing Liang follow him into the cave, stifled a yawn and departed, weary from the long journey over the past few days. Though he was not burdened with carrying supplies, he needed a good rest. Liang stood awkwardly in a corner of the cave, feeling out of place as he watched Shiyun busily at work. Upon entering, Shiyun had merely tossed him a brief remark, "I will tidy up your sleeping area," before immersing himself in tasks. Liang wished to assist but feared disrupting Shiyun's belongings, leaving him to merely observe. After a while, his legs began to feel numb. Stealing a glance at Shiyun, who was turned away, he cautiously leaned against the wall, his eyes wandering. The sky outside had turned completely dark, making the cave even dimmer. But but a few clusters of luminescent grass hung by the wall, providing just enough light to see in that faint glow. Liang noticed that the cave was spacious and filled with various items. Yet it was remarkably tidy. The ground and walls were smooth and clean, without a hint of dust. At the entrance of the cave, there was a small, flat area with a simple grass awning overhead, presumably a place for cooking and dining. "Are you hungry?" Shiyun suddenly inquired. Liang snapped back to attention, realizing Shiyun had turned around without him noticing. No, I've already eaten in the chief's cave." He quickly waved his hands. Shiyun seemed uninterested in pressing further, directing him to a circular platform behind him. "You will sleep here from now on, but I don't have any spare animal skins. You will need to find some for yourself. Otherwise, you won't survive the winter." As he spoke, his brow furrowed, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Liang nodded vigorously. "I understand. Thank you." Shiyun acknowledged him with a nod and moved to another larger circular platform. Lying down and pulling the grass curtain shut, finally out of sight of the lion, Liang quietly relaxed and tiptoed to his own makeshift bed. Chapter 9. The seedling sprite, however, as he settled onto the bed, Liang quickly realized that his sense of relief had come a bit too soon. Earlier, with Shiyun watching, he had been too embarrassed to take a closer look, but now he finally beheld the true nature of what could hardly be called a bed. It was merely a layer of thick, dry grass spread over a polished giant stone. Having lived for over 30 years, Liang had never encountered such a rudimentary sleeping arrangement. Moreover, it was quite small. His height barely reached 1.70 meters, and when he lay down, one of his legs dangled in the air. Liang had no choice but to curl up, tucking his lower leg in, yet he felt acutely aware of his precarious situation as a guest. Walking alongside Jiha had enlightened him to much of the world around him. Liang gradually understood that he was not merely borrowing a body. He had traversed into an ancient era in the Beastman continent. The largest unit of human habitation was the tribe, and the concept of nations had yet to emerge. Humans possessed both humanoid and beast forms, and it was precisely their formidable beast forms that enabled them to hunt, granting them a greater chance of survival. Despite this, the beastmen lacked the ability to withstand natural disasters. A single blizzard, an earthquake, or a beast tide could obliterate an entire tribe. Therefore, Liang felt immense gratitude for the refuge provided by the great lion tribe. And if possible, he wished to contribute to the tribe in any way he could. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Liang gradually closed his eyes. As his breathing steadied, the grass curtain was gently drawn aside, revealing Shiyun's head peeking through. The luminescent grass had withered, and in the darkness, Shiyun's pale, golden eyes glowed faintly. However, Shiyun did not rise. Once he confirmed Liang was asleep, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he pulled the curtain closed once more. Liang awoke amidst a haze of smoke, startled by the sight before him. Had he merely dozed off only to find himself in another realm? Binding successful. "Hello, host, I'm the prehistoric survival system. From now on, we shall embark on this journey together." A soft, endearing voice suddenly chimed. Liang scrambled to his feet, unsteady and stumbling, yet finding no pain. He paused, pinching his thigh hard. Still no pain. "All right, it seems I'm dreaming," he mused, ready to lie back down when the voice continued. "This is the host's consciousness space. There is no passage of time, and you will not feel pain here." Who is speaking? Even in a dream. Hearing an inexplicable voice sent a shiver down his spine. "If the host looks down, you will see me. Currently, my level is only 1, but it will gradually increase." Upon hearing this, Liang instinctively looked down to find a tiny green bug, no larger than a thumb, waving at him. "Host, do you see me?" the little bug asked, tilting its head. Liang picked it up and placed it in his palm, gently prodding it. "What are you?" The bug's cheeks puffed up, making it appear rounder. "I am not a bug. I'm a seed sprite." Upon hearing the word seed, Liang stiffened, asking with mild interest, "You said I'm your host. What does that mean? Has the host never read any system literature?" Liang shook his head without hesitation. The system then proceeded to provide a brief introduction, explaining, "I'm the prehistoric survival system, also known as the breeding system. As the name suggests, I assist you in surviving the harsh prehistoric world. And in exchange, you must complete the tasks set forth by the system. Sorry, but I have no interest, Yin Liang retorted, flicking the little sprite off his hand, and he himself woke up. Chapter 10. Grilled meat. The sun had yet to rise when Yin Liang blinked his eyes. Seeing nothing, he pinched his thigh again, feeling pain, which brought him some relief. He was uncertain whether that so-called prehistoric survival system was real or merely a figment of his imagination. However, it hardly mattered. In this life, even if he were to starve or be devoured by a lion, he would never wish to have anything to do with breeding systems. At that moment, he could not help but think of the old man. He wondered what had become of his body after that car accident, and if another unfortunate soul from a different world had fortuitously taken over his body. Yin Liang rested his arms beneath his head, sighing that he had always wanted to distance himself from the old man. Yet here he was, in a world devoid of his presence. The bittersweet smile crept across his face as he thought, at least the old man had so many proud disciples, each one better than him. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Yin Liang once again closed his eyes, drifting into a dreamless sleep until dawn. The next day heralded a significant occasion for the tribe. Early in the morning, the great lion tribe's gathering place buzzed with excitement. Since Shiyun lived in a secluded area, Yin Liang had the opportunity to sleep in until the sun was high in the sky. This time, it was a sense of smell that first roused him, as an unmistakable burnt odor wafted through the air, causing him to frown. For a chef, taste was paramount, followed closely by smell to maintain a keen sense of smell. Yin Liang never used perfumes, opting only for a grass-scented air freshener at home. The scent lingering the air that morning was no less disturbing than the nightmare he had experienced the previous night. Quickly, Yin Liang sprang from his bed, pinching his nose as he traced the source of the burnt smell. There, he found Shiyun seated by the cave entrance's stove, struggling to chew on a piece of charred meat, the furrow of his brow revealing the unpalatable nature of it. Additionally, a stone pot perched over the fire contained another hunk of blackened meat, sizzling and emitting the very odor that had assaulted Yin Liang's senses. Upon seeing him, Shiyun showed no inclination to greet him, merely raising an eyebrow. This was brought over by Jihe this morning. It's already been cooked. If you want to eat, go ahead. Yin Liang thought to himself. No, I do not wish to. However, his stomach betrayed him, growling in hunger. The previous night, he had been too shy to eat much in the chief and priest cave, and now, after a long night, that meager portion had long been depleted. Suppressing his fear of the beastman, he whispered to himself, "Beastmen are not true wild beasts. There is no need to be afraid." Taking a deep breath, he offered Shiyun a gentle smile. "Thank you, but I would like to prepare this grilled meat differently." "Is that all right?" Shiyun frowned at his words, but didn't refuse. He quickly finished his portion, stood up, and said, "Suit yourself." Yin Liang smiled as he watched Shiyun enter the cave, silently marking a check in his heart. Shiyun's cooking utensils were scarce. Apart from the stone pot resting over the fire, there was only a thin stone knife that had been meticulously sharpened. Yin Liang stood up and surveyed the surroundings, discovering a stone jar filled with water in the corner, but little else remained. Reluctantly, he returned to his seat, picking up the stone knife to scrape off the charred bits from the surface of the roasted meat, and cut away the fatty portions to render in the stone pot. The knife was exceedingly heavy, and after completing these tasks, Yin Liang felt as though his wrist could scarcely lift any longer. Chapter 11. Perilla in another's kitchen. Yin Liang felt hesitant to rummage freely, yet he surmised that there were likely no seasonings to be found here either. "Are you searching for salt?" At some point, Shiyun had returned behind him. A shiver coursed through Yin Liang's neck as he turned to see Shiyun, his expression calm. Extending a bamboo tube towards him, he quickly expressed his gratitude, accepting it with both hands, and upon opening it, found salt with a faint yellow HUIT. Was evident that this place lacked the advanced methods of chemical purification for sea salt found in later times. Obtaining salt of such quality through manual labor was already quite commendable. Shiyun glanced at him without uttering any admonishment to use it sparingly, then turned and walked away. Cradling the bamboo tube, Yin Liang couldn't help but feel that despite Shiyun's seemingly cold demeanor, he was, in fact, quite a decent person. The stone pot's heat retention was not optimal, but once heated, it maintained its temperature well, making it a suitable choice for roasting meat. The thinly sliced meat quickly emitted a delectable aroma in the hot oil. and Yin Liang pinched a small handful of salt between his thumb and forefinger, sprinkling it delicately over the meat slices. Without sesame oil, cumin, chili powder, or scallions, the flavor of the roasted meat was naturally limited. Nevertheless, under Yin Liang's careful oversight, the dish's color, aroma, and taste surpassed Shiyun's efforts by several degrees. Earlier, while searching for cooking utensils, Yin Liang had noticed a bundle of wild vegetables nearby that appeared fresh, seemingly harvested that very morning. He favored wrapping the roasted meat in lettuce with slices of garlic, but it was clear that the current circumstances would not allow for such indulgence. Stretching his neck to peer into the cave, he saw no sign of Shiyun. He must have retreated behind the bed curtain. "Shiyun, may I take your wild vegetables?" Although Yin Liang's original age may not have been much younger than Shiyun's, he presently possessed a body that appeared to be around 20 years old, compelling him to address Shiyun as brother out of necessity. After a pause, Shiyun's low, raspy voice finally responded, "Do as you wish." Yin Liang thanked him, untied the vine that bound the wild vegetables, and was pleasantly surprised to find several large purple plants within. Perilla, wrapping roasted meat in perilla leaves, was even more fragrant than with lettuce. Yin Liang felt elated as he swiftly plucked the large leaves, washing them clean with water. Next, he divided the cooked meat into two halves. One half remained in the stone pot, while the other was placed on the stone knife, accompanied by a few thoughtfully arranged perilla leaves. Holding the stone knife, Yin Liang inhaled deeply and approached Shiyun's bedside. "I made roasted meat. Would you like to try some?" "I'm full." "You eat," Shiyun replied. "I've set aside enough for myself. It's on the stone table. Remember to eat it while it's hot." Although they had only just met, and combining this with what Shirha had mentioned, Yin Liang could surmise that Shiyun was not one to enjoy social interaction. His agreement to let Yin Liang stay was likely rooted in the belief that both shared an absence of beastly forms. However, regardless of the reason, it was unreasonable for Yin Liang to indulge alone while residing in someone else's home. He placed the stone knife on the stone table at the center of the cave and stepped outside to relish his breakfast. The tender perilla leaves combined with the aromatic roasted meat provided a glimmer of comfort to Yin Liang's stomach, which had endured many days of deprivation. This was the sustenance a person ought to enjoy. Shiyun pulled aside the bed curtain, hesitating for a moment before descending. Upon seeing the exquisitely arranged roasted meat on the stone knife, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Beasts had hearty appetites and strong teeth. Devouring significant portions of meat in large chunks, he had never witnessed anyone make such an elaborate affair out of consuming roasted meat. Chapter 12. Shiyun. As Shiyun scoffed, he absent-mindedly grabbed a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. As for the wild vegetables beside him, he wouldn't touch them unless he had no other choice. However, upon tasting, Shiyun's eyes lit up. He eagerly reached for another piece, eventually lifting the stone knife entirely. He possessed little culinary skill, and his standards for food were modest, as he merely required it to be cooked. Even during the years he lived with his mother, he had never tasted such delectable roasted meat. To his astonishment, this outsider beast man was quite the cook. Shiyun polished off the roasted meat in no time, and after some thought, he swallowed a piece of wild vegetable whole, hastily gulping it down. When he arrived at the kitchen, holding the now empty stone knife, he found Yin Liang wrapping meat in leafy greens, wearing a look of sheer satisfaction. Shiyun felt a twinge of regret. In the morning, when he had a portion of meat, he had given Yin Liang the smaller piece, weighing only about 2 pounds. Now, with Yin Liang having taken half of it, was he not feeling full and had to resort to eating wild vegetables as a filler? He himself had once struggled to consume bitter wild greens, only managing to eat them when mixed with meat. There's leftover meat in the cave from yesterday. If you're still hungry, you may help yourself. Shiyun stated that, in truth, the meat was what he had saved from his own portions, intending to reserve it for the winter. Had he not partaken in Yin Liang's meat, he would have been unwilling to share it. Startled by Shiyun's sudden voice, Yin Liang turned to find him standing behind, momentarily questioning whether it was his ears playing tricks or if Shiyun had approached silently. Regardless of his wonder, Yin Liang would never dare voice it aloud. "Thank you, but I am already full," Yin Liang replied, donning a practiced smile. Shiyun appeared skeptical, yet he was not one to pry into matters, and since he had no reason to force his own rations upon Yin Liang, he simply nodded. "Your roasted meat is quite delicious." Yin Liang's smile took on a more genuine quality. After years of being a cook, these words were the ones he cherished most. Not long after their meal, Shi Yun rummaged through a corner of the cave where odds and ends were piled up, retrieving a woven basket made of vines. Holding in his hand, he addressed Yin Liang. "I'm going out to gather. Don T meddle with my belongings." Yin Liang promptly nodded in compliance. Once Shi Yun departed, Yin Liang felt the inexplicable pressure that had loomed above him dissipate, and he stood beneath the locust tree, exhaling deeply. Although everything here was inconvenient, the air was remarkably fresh. If only the precious breeding experiments of the old man could be conducted here, the success rate might significantly improve. Yin Liang paused, wondering why that person had crossed his mind again. "Yin Liang, come help me." Shi's voice echoed, pulling him from his reverie. Yin Liang focused his attention to see Shi approaching, struggling under the weight of a large bag and cradling a pile of items in his arms. He hurried to assist Shi in placing the items on the cave floor. Shi dashed to the kitchen, gulping down several mouthfuls of water before finally catching his breath and sitting on the ground to inquire. "Where's my brother?" "He went out to gather," Yin Liang replied. Shi sighed. "If it weren't for the failed evolution, my brother should be one of the most valiant beastmen in the tribe by now, reveling in the festivities with everyone else instead of avoiding them and foraging for wild vegetables and fruits alone." No wonder Shi Yun had deliberately walked in the opposite direction earlier. Yin Liang felt a pang of sympathy. Shi Yun was likely akin to a disabled individual in modern society, even without the ridicule of others. The weight of self-doubt could crush a person. Chapter 13. Animal Hide. Shi did not elaborate much to Yin Liang. Although he was young, he was not entirely ignorant. His intention in sharing this was to evoke Yin Liang's empathy. Hoping he would foster a good relationship with Shi Yun in the days to come, Shi Yun's demeanor was too frigid. He never initiated contact with others, and coupled with his failed evolution, he found it impossible to survive on his own. Currently, Shi Feng still held the position of chief, providing Shi Yun with some advantages, but it was only a matter of time before they would have to forge ahead of Shi Yun.By then, Shi Yun's siblings would have established their own families, making it impractical for them to continue supporting Shi Yun. This was precisely what the chief and shaman had long feared. Though the giant lion tribe was not lacking in food, Shi Yun's social isolation posed a risk. Should any unforeseen events occur, others would be unaware of his plight, even if they wished to help. Thus, they placed their hopes in Yin Liang, for at the very least, he and Shi Yun were of the same kind, perhaps allowing Shi Yun to gradually lower his defenses and return to communal living. Recalling the shaman's admonishments before setting out, Shi glanced at Yin Liang before dragging several large bundles he had brought forward. The largest contained a massive hide from a beast, impeccably cleaned, exuding only the scent of sunlight. Though the preparation technique was not flawless, it did not detract from its value. "This is the hide from a carnivorous horned beast that my father once hunted. He was always reluctant to part with it, but you are truly fortunate," Shi said, gently stroking the fine fur on the back of the hide. Yin Liang was taken aback. "I asked this for me?" Shi nodded. "Since you have joined the giant lion tribe, as the chief, my father naturally feels responsible for you. Brother Yun, there are no surplus animal hides here. The weather is about to turn cold. If you do not cover yourself with the hides while sleeping, you may succumb to the bitter chill." Yin Liang, feeling somewhat conflicted, caressed the large hide. Such a substantial piece, if placed in future times, could fetch a staggering price to the Shi family. He is, in essence, a stranger, yet here he is, living off their hospitality, and now they bestow upon him such a precious gift. After living a world where everyone merely shuts their doors to lead their own lives, Yin Liang finds it challenging to adapt to this communal existence, though he does not find it entirely unpleasant. "Thank you all. Is there anything I can do for you?" Yin Liang inquired. "You lack a beast form and cannot hunt, so what could you possibly assist with?" The young man speaks so bluntly. Has he never been reprimanded? Yin Liang retorted. "However, you could join the tribe's gathering team." Shi added that in addition to the hunting party that goes out daily, there's a collection team composed of cubs and elders who forage for wild vegetables and fruits around the tribe. When prey is scarce, they share their finds with the others, though most of the time, it is the collection team members who benefit. "And what about Lion Cloud? Is he also part of the collection team?" Yin Liang asked. Shi sighed. "Not at all. When Yin was in his teens, his exuberance led everyone to believe he would evolve into the most formidable beast among the tribe. Consequently, he became the target of much ridicule and sarcasm, which gradually caused him to isolate himself, opting to forage alone in more distant areas. Liang could vividly imagine the scene. Youthful ambition doused by a cold splash of reality, having to witness once admiring friends transform into ferocious beasts. The impact on him is evident. Chapter 14. Vegetable soup. Shurha then opened 2 smaller remaining animal hides, revealing several bamboo tubes, 5 in total, along with some fresh raw meat and large bones. As he rummaged through, he explained, "This time, we received a substantial amount of salt, distributed per capita. Each adult beast man gets 3 jars, while children and elders receive 2. That you should be considered an adult, but since you arrived just yesterday, the salt distributors may have overlooked you, so the last 2 jars are yours. And the meat? Everyone in the tribe is gathered for a feast, and this piece was set aside by my mother for you and Yin. As for this bone, Yin mentioned he needed a long stone knife for gathering vegetables, so my father found him a large bone. A bone knife is lighter and more convenient to use." Liang listened attentively, nodding along, feeling a twinge of envy for Lion Cloud. Being an only child with a strained relationship with his father, he had never experienced such warmth from kin. "Well then, I leave everything in your hands. When Yin returns, please inform him that I must hurry back. Otherwise, the meat will be gone," Shurha said, patting his backside before rising. After bidding Shurha farewell, Liang laid the hide that belonged to him onto his makeshift bed and eagerly reclined upon it. The platform remained short, yet it had become considerably softer, offering a comfortable resting place. Liang cherished this first possession in this unfamiliar world and silently vowed to repay the Shurha family generously. However, he was merely a cook, not a healer. He could neither mend Lion Cloud as physical ailments nor soothe the wounds within his heart. After a moment of quiet reflection, Liang rose from the bed and began tidying up the clutter strewn across the floor. Now aware of where Lion Cloud typically stored his salt and meat. Returning to the kitchen, Liang noticed that the water in the tank had diminished by half. This was not due to wastefulness. Although the stone tank appeared large from the outside, a thick layer of stone walls and a base occupied much of the space, leaving little room for water. From Shurha, he learned that the tribe relied on a small stream in the valley for drinking water, so he contemplated fetching some. Unfortunately, he could not locate a bucket and had to abandon the idea, intending to ask Lion Cloud upon his return. Aside from the kitchen tasks, Liang found himself rather inept at other duties. After sweeping the cave, a considerable amount of time had elapsed, and he only realized he was ravenously hungry when he put away the broom made from the ground grass. Liang was uncertain how the locals perceived time. He decided to cook based on his own hunger in Lion Cloud's household. Aside from the leftover wild vegetables for breakfast, there was only the substantial piece of meat Shurha had brought, estimating that the tribe regarded meat as a staple. He retrieved the meat, slicing off generous portions of both fatty and lean cuts. The fatty portion would be rendered for oil, while the lean would be grilled. Given the beastman's considerable appetites, he cut Lion Cloud's share into sizable pieces, each about the size of his palm. Admittedly, such large cuts would be less likely to cook thoroughly, with the exterior potentially becoming tougher. However, wielding the heavy stone knife to slice the meat was immensely tiring. Liang contemplated acquiring a bone knife for kitchen use in the future. Lion Cloud's stone pot was quite large and shallow, capable of accommodating all the meat in one go. Once the meat was grilled to about 70% doneness, Liang began sprinkling salt over it. The grilled meat was ready, but Lion Cloud had yet to return. Liang poured a bamboo tube of water into the hot oil pot, chopped some tender wild vegetable leaves, and briefly blanched them before adding a pinch of salt, resulting in a simple yet delightful vegetable soup. Lion Cloud had not yet returned. Liang hesitated to eat first and instead served himself a bowl of soup. After enjoying 2 servings of grilled meat, savoring a bowl of light vegetable soup was a refreshing change. When Lion Cloud returned, burdened with wild vegetables and fruits, he found Liang consuming a bowl of soup with only a few leaves remaining, his brow furrowing as he approached. Chapter 15. The correct way to fetch water. You're back. Why are you only eating this? The two spoke simultaneously, momentarily taken aback. Liang, pointing at the soup in his hands. "Queried, you mean this? It's quite delicious, refreshing, and appetizing. You just returned from outside. Why not have a bowl to quench your thirst?" Lion Cloud, frowning, seated himself on a log he had dragged back. The kitchen contained only a single stool made from a tree stump, and now that two individuals were residing there, he had made a point to bring back an additional log for tea that moment. Yin Liang, quick on his feet, retrieved another bamboo tube and filled it with a generous bowl of soup, presenting it to Lion Cloud. Though Lion Cloud had no desire for vegetables, he could only reluctantly accept it under Yin Liang's eager gaze. Downing a few mouthfuls, the soup's flavor indeed surpassed that of his previous efforts. Yet it could not disguise his aversion to vegetables. "How is it? Tasty, isn't it?" Yin Liang remarked, lifting the stone pot's lid to reveal the large chunks of meat, which he then transferred to the stone knife. Much like he had done earlier, presenting it to Lion Cloud. The grilled meat, evenly sized, bore a crispy charred surface that emanated a rich aroma. Lion Cloud's emotions were conflicted. Although Yin Liang was temporarily residing in his cave, he held no obligation to prepare such meals for him. The beastmen of the tribe hunted daily, and Yin Liang's share of meat was not substantial, but given his modest appetite, it should suffice. Moreover, it was evident that Yin Liang had apportioned more meat than what remained in the pot, effectively sharing his own rations with Lion Cloud. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Yin Liang, having consumed several pieces of meat, noticed Lion Cloud staring at him intently, prompting a nervous inquiry. Despite Lion Cloud's human form, his irises were lighter than the average person's, a pale amber imbued with an innate pressure. Lion Cloud averted his gaze, remaining silent, yet his actions spoke volumes. After finishing their meal, as Yin Liang prepared to wash the dishes, he suddenly recalled that the water in the stone tank was nearly depleted. "What tools do you usually use to fetch water?" "I intended to draw some today, but I couldn't find a bucket." Lion Cloud regarded him quizzically, then promptly returned to the cave, emerging with a vine as thick as his thumb. In the midst of Yin Liang's bewildered expression, Lion Cloud secured the vine around the stone tank and then crouched before it, extending his arms through a pre-existing opening. In the next moment, Lion Cloud effortlessly hoisted the stone tank onto his back and stood upright with ease. Yin Liang was left in astonishment. "You cooked the meat. Let me handle fetching water," he exclaimed, but Lion Cloud had already departed, leaving Yin Liang dumbfounded. Having tested the tank himself, he knew it weighed no less than 100 pounds. Even moving it slightly was a challenge for him. How could Lion Cloud carry it as if it were weightless? Was this the legendary gift of extraordinary talent? After decades of living as an ordinary man, Yin Liang felt a profound sense of awe and silently admonished himself not to offend Lion Cloud. With that petite frame, one could easily imagine that he could snap Yin Liang's leg with a single hand. What had once been mere trepidation had now morphed into reverence. All hail the Great One. Unbeknownst to the lion cub, Yun, who was burdened with a stone jar as he ventured out to fetch water, Yanjun had been lost in his own thoughts. T.O. reached the small creek. He inevitably had to traverse the bustling central square of the tribe, which rendered his expression quite austere. Today marked a significant occasion for the tribe, and the square buzzed with vibrant activity. In the center, 3 or 4 enormous bonfires blazed, with tribespeople gathered around, roasting meat. Nearby, several sizable meat stalls beckoned, allowing anyone hungry to slice off portions for grilling. The jovial chatter of the orcs mingled with the playful laughter of the younglings. However, as Yun passed by the narrow path leading into the valley, he did not pause, nor did his gaze linger on them for even a second. Chapter 16. Pan-fried fish. Upon arriving at the creek, Yun deftly unloaded the stone jar from his back, immersing it in the water to fill it before hoisting it back onto his shoulders, performing the entire task with an effortless grace that spoke of familiarity. Just as he was about to depart, he caught sight of a fish swaying its tail in the crystal-clear water. The fish, with its bitter and fishy flesh adorned with numerous sharp spines, was deemed unworthy of consumption by the well-fed orcs. Yet, Yun was different. Though he too harbored a distaste for fish, it was the sole prey he could capture. Yanjun had taken the meat for himself, likely leaving him unsatisfied. Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation before seeking out a sturdy branch in the nearby woods. Aiming carefully, he thrust it into the water, Managing to spear a decent haul of fish despite the branch's bluntness, that on his return, the square remained lively, and as Yun carried the water while holding the fish, he drew no attention from anyone. However, this time, a flicker of varied emotions appeared in his eyes. The meat Yanjun had roasted was exceptionally delectable. Perhaps these seemingly unpalatable fish could transform into something remarkable in his hands. Hurrying back to the cave, he found Yanjun had already tidied the kitchen, organizing everything with meticulous care. Yun unloaded the stone jar and stood in the kitchen, feeling a subtle stirring within himself. "You caught fish?" Yanjun's voice rang out behind him. "Yes," Yun nodded. Despite being the most derided food in the tribe, Yanjun's expression radiated delight, lifting Yun's spirits in turn. Yanjun took the fish from him, and a series of delectable dish names accompanied by vivid images flashed in his mind, prompting him to lick his lips in anticipation. However, aside from the grilled fish that relied heavily on seasoning for flavor, even the simplest steamed fish required ginger and garlic to mask the fishiness. Otherwise, the resulting dish would be far from palatable. That Yanjun's smile faltered as he realized he had nothing but salt at his disposal. He finally grasped the essence of the saying, "A clever housewife cannot cook without rice." "What's wrong?" Yun inquired, noticing Yanjun's sudden change in demeanor. With a sigh, Yanjun replied, "Without seasoning, I can only pan-fry the fish." Yun, unfamiliar with what seasoning entailed, could roughly guess the process of pan-frying fish and offered, "I'll go gather some firewood." Initially intending to cook the following day, Yanjun pondered, with less than 2 hours until dinner, has Yun grown hungry again? Orcs truly possess hearty appetites. As Yun ventured out with a bundle of vines, Yanjun began to prepare the fish. The fish here differed significantly for the cultivated varieties of the future. Their scales were thick and tough, and the fishy odor was more pronounced. As Yanjun sliced the fish, he suddenly remembered the 2 bags of barley grains he had gathered in the woods, having had no opportunity to eat them since arriving at the river. The moisture had evaporated over the past few days. Biting into a grain revealed a mouthful of powder. Although barley starch content could not compare to that of wheat, it was still substantial. Yanjun placed the grains on the table and began to crush them with the stone knife, which proved to be remarkably useful. The barley flour was not very sticky, and it took several attempts to achieve a batter that would adhere to the fish. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yanjun cut a piece of fatty meat to render some oil, frying the fish coated in the batter. The aroma immediately filled the air. Chapter 17. Awestruck without ginger or garlic to subdue the fishiness, Yanjun allowed the fish to fry a bit longer, resulting in a thick, golden crispy skin enveloping the tender flesh within, seasoned just right. Yun returned swiftly, carrying a large bundle of dry branches. Previously, Yanjun had only witnessed farmers chopping wood in films, portraying them with a sense of weariness and sweat, yet Yun exuded an entirely different presence. Perhaps it was the notion that when one door closes, another opens. That Yun's visage resembled a finely crafted sculpture. Even dressed in a coarse beast-hide garment, and with his hair casually tied back, he could not conceal his noble aura. Yun bore a striking resemblance to Yun, yet with a distinct refinement that made him strikingly handsome, without any trace of femininity, merely captivating. Regrettably, he was born in the wrong era in modern times. Such a countenance could effortlessly attract a multitude of admirers. While Yanjun was momentarily entranced by Yun's appearance, Yun had already set down the firewood and approached him, reminding, "The fish is burning." Yanjun snapped out of his reverie, hastily transferring the noticeably charred fish from the stone pot to the stone knife. When he lifted his gaze, he found Yun's attention drawn to the fish, causing his cheeks to flush. Yanjun, haven't you eaten yet?" Before he could see the person, he heard the voice. Shurha hurried over, dispelling the inexplicable awkwardness in the air and granting Yanjun a sigh of relief. "That we've eaten. This is a midnight snack." Facing the younger brother who frequently brought him food, Yun's tone softened considerably. Shurha stuck out his tongue, unabashedly reaching for a piece of meat from the stone knife. "Did Yanjun make this? I must have a taste." In Yun's presence, Shurha always displayed his most lively and energetic side, hoping to warm the cold atmosphere of the cave. In truth, Shurha had already eaten his fill. After competing with friends in the square, he had devoured nearly 10 pounds of roasted meat, and his belly was still round. However, as he bit into the piece of meat, his eyes suddenly sparkled. That my goodness! Is this really fish? It tastes nothing like what I've had before, he exclaimed, reaching for the stone knife again. Shiyun also took a piece. Nodding, Yanjun is quite adept at cooking. Yanjun felt a bit shy under the praise from the two brothers. It's all thanks to the barley flour. Shiyun was unaware of what barley was. But Shurha's eyes widened. Barley? I've had that before. It's not tasty at all. Yanjun fell silent. The people here are not skilled in food preparation, typically consuming whatever they foraged without alteration, at most roasting it over a fire, and lacking seasoning made it difficult to create anything palatable. Reflecting on this, Yanjun felt a sense of regret. He contemplated going foraging with Shiyun the next day, hoping to find some wild vegetables that could serve as substitutes, such as wild garlic or wild onions. Yanjun, I know where to find barley. If I go pick some tomorrow, can you make this kind of fish for me? Shurha gazed at him eagerly. Of course. Yanjun readily agreed. Cultivating a good relationship with Shurha was advantageous. Although Shiyun was older, his solitary nature left him ignorant of the outside world, whereas Shurha was well-informed. And the priest? I've heard the priest knows everything. I'd love to meet him. Chapter 18. Into the mountains together, having received Yanjun's promise. Shurha no longer competed with them for food and hopped away to find others, likely because he had overeaten that night. After Shiyun and Yanjun finished the remaining pan-fried fish and sat digesting, Yanjun voiced his proposal. May I accompany you to forage tomorrow? Shiyun frowned, replying, You should find Shurha. Let him arrange for you to join the tribe's foraging team. You cannot go where I am headed. Yanjun understood Shiyun's thoughts. He preferred to avoid interaction with the tribe's members and intentionally sought out more remote areas for foraging, places seldom trodden by others, which not only lacked abundant fruits and vegetables, but also posed greater dangers. However, those were precisely the places Yanjun wished to explore. Experienced foragers knew that in regions less frequented by people, unexpected delights often awaited discovery. In my previous tribe, there were peculiar wild herbs that, when added to roasted meat, could elevate its flavor significantly. I wish to search for similar herbs here, Yanjun explained. Shiyun paused. Such things exist. Yanjun's confidence stemmed from the vastness of the Great Lion tribe, where meat was never in short supply, leading the members to lose the desire to seek out new sources of food. From what he understood, the tribe's foraging team was only familiar with a few herbs that had pleasant flavors. Yes, with those wild herbs, I could prepare even more delicious dishes for you. Yanjun enticingly painted a picture. Upon hearing this, Shiyun appeared somewhat swayed. Yanjun pressed on. If we leave early and return early, there will be no danger. In order to ensure the safety of the tribe, the orcs of the Great Lion tribe patrol the nearby hills at regular intervals, creating bonfires and loud noises to intimidate the beasts lurking in the mountains. Although the place where Shiyun goes is somewhat remote, as long as he returns before sunset, there is essentially no danger. At least in the over 10 years he has lived here, he has not encountered any large wild beasts. All right, let us go together tomorrow, Liang said, a hint of joy in his voice, aside from looking for seasonings. He was more eager to search for staples. Eating only meat for 3 meals a day was quite difficult for him to adapt to. Moreover, in the Orc continent, common meats such as pork, beef, and lamb, which are prevalent in modern society, do not exist, as they are all in their beast forms. Being new to this land, he had yet to find a way to distinguish between orcs and ordinary wild beasts. Early the next morning, Liang began to kindle a fire to roast meat, but the provisions he had intended to use for dried food were entirely consumed by the two of them. This was because Shiyun stated that it was best not to bring any food with a strong scent into the wilderness to avoid attracting the wild animals of the forest. Upon hearing this, Liang found it quite reasonable. After a hearty meal, the two set out together. Unlike the frantic pace of their previous escape, this time Liang ambled along the narrow path, carefully discerning the various plants flanking the trail, feeling a profound connection with nature. The mountain path in the morning was refreshingly cool, and in the shaded areas, it was even a bit chilly. Shiyun had a clear objective and typically did not spend much time on the road. But this time, with Liang accompanying him, he instinctively slowed his pace. Upon reaching the entrance of the dense forest, Shiyun paused and warned Liang. There are many snakes and insects in the woods. Watch your step. Liang nodded gratefully. Earlier on the path, he had not made much progress, and now he was fully alert. Lacking experience in wilderness survival, he closely followed Shiyun, while also observing the plants in the forest, perilla, gray vegetables, and hornvines. Aside from these, the rest were unknown wild grasses, which left Liang feeling somewhat disappointed. Chapter 19. There are snakes. Shiyun crouched down to gather a small piece of gray vegetable, while Liang glanced at him and wandered towards the bushes behind him. However, after searching for a while, he found no wild vegetables he recognized. The sense of frustration welled up within him. As a chef, he had encountered a wider variety of ingredients than most, yet his knowledge of wild vegetables was limited to those generally accepted as edible by modern society. Now, however, he had arrived in a prehistoric world, on a continent inhabited by orcs that was strikingly different from the human societies he was familiar with. He had initially believed that venturing into the wilderness would yield the desired results. But reality proved to be quite the opposite of his expectations. Feeling tired from searching, Liang casually squatted on the ground, his spirits somewhat dampened, completely oblivious to the small gray snake entwined around a nearby giant tree. Its slit pupils reflecting his figure as it hissed and flicked its tongue. Yet, Liang had long passed the age of wallowing in self-pity at the slightest difficulty. In the adult world, one must confront challenges head-on. With this thought, he brushed off the dirt from his hands and stood up. However, before he could fully straighten, Shiyun suddenly lunged from a distance and forcefully pushed him to the ground. Liang was momentarily dazed. Turning his head to see Shiyun standing with a frown, holding a gray-black snake in his hand. The snake's mouth was agape, showing two long fangs while it writhed violently, attempting to escape Shiyun's grip. Liang, drawing upon his limited knowledge of animals, deduced that this snake was venomous. Gaining his composure, he took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude to Shiyun. "Thank you for saving me." Only then did Shiyun shift his gaze back to him, affirming, "Are you all right?" He was likely referring to the fall. "That I'm fine, really," Liang replied, feeling a bit sheepish, knowing that Shiyun's actions were to protect him, even if his backside felt as if it were blooming with pain. Shiyun nodded, carrying the snake to the spot where he had been called. The two individuals had not been seated for long when Shirha returned, bearing a massive bundle upon his back. Shiyun and Liang stepped forward to assist him in unloading it. While Shirha took a moment to rest, they proceeded to open the package, revealing a vast expanse of barley ears. Liang was taken aback. So much? Although still encased in their husks, it was estimated to weigh over 100 pounds, and there was a considerable amount that had been dried. Shirha, feeling somewhat awkward, explained, "This isn't solely my doing. When I left Yunji's cave yesterday, I had brought along a few pieces of fish. I intended to share them with my parents, but they were snatched away by Shiyue. Upon hearing that I was going to harvest barley today, they insisted on accompanying me. Shiyue and Shirha were of similar age and had grown up together, engaging in various activities side by side. However, as long as you, Liang, assist us a little, the rest can be saved for leisurely consumption." Shirha quickly added. Liang, fiddling with the barley ears, contemplated and said, "In truth, barley can be prepared in numerous ways beyond just frying fish. I can make a variety of dishes." "Really?" Shirha's excitement surged, and he found himself involuntarily swallowing. "Indeed," Liang nodded. "However, the barley needs to be dried before it can be ground into flour. In its current state, we can prepare barley rice." Upon hearing barley rice, Shira's enthusiasm waned. It was something consumed by the inhabitants of the barley tribe, simply boiled in water, resulting in a rather astringent taste and unpleasant texture, which he found utterly unpalatable. "How did you manage to gather so much barley?" The priestess, upon finishing her tasks and witnessing the mound of barley ears on the ground, displayed a look of astonishment. Shirha recounted the fried fish they had enjoyed the previous day, finishing with a fierce reprimand directed at Shiyue. "If it weren't for him, both you and father could have savored some." The priestess chuckled softly. At her age, she had long since ceased to care about culinary delights. Her only concern was to be full. Nevertheless, Shirha was notoriously picky, and for him to praise Liang, even going so far as to venture into the woods to gather barley, attested to Liang's exceptional culinary skills. I hadn't anticipated that you were so adept at cooking, the priestess remarked. Liang hastily waved his hands, offering his prepared explanation. Our tribe generally shares meals together. My mother is the designated cook. Having spent my entire life in the kitchen, I have experimented on my own. The priestess accepted this without suspicion, nodding in understanding. I see that it was not uncommon for the entire tribe to dine together. In the past, when the great lion tribe had yet to flourish, it had been the same. Seeing that everyone believed him, Liang let out a sigh of relief. Mother, Liang's cooking is truly delectable. Let him prepare dinner for us tonight. Shall we? Shura interjected eagerly. The priestess playfully scolded. He's our guest. It is not customary for guests to work. Liang, however, felt no qualms. Being in the kitchen gave him a profound sense of belonging. That's quite all right. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the priestess and the chief for their hospitality. However, if I were to wait until I have gathered enough food, it may take several years. The priestess chuckled at his words and agreed. Chapter 21. Shuriwe. The ingredients within the priestess's cave were far more abundant than those in Shuryun's, beyond the wild beasts that Liang frequently roasted. There were many creatures he had never encountered before, including a wild chicken, which genuinely surprised him. The priestess accompanied Liang into the kitchen. Although she intended for him to cook, she could not simply stand by idly. Noticing Liang's gaze fixated on the wild chicken, the priestess retrieved it from the wall, explaining, "This was caught by Shurfone while gathering firewood yesterday. None of the men in our family particularly enjoy wild chicken. Believing it to be lacking in meat, that if you fancy it, we can roast it tonight." Roast chicken? Liang swallowed nervously. For the past few days he had been consuming wild beast meat, which was not only tough, but also lacked seasoning, rendering it rather unpalatable. However, chicken was a different matter altogether. The most tender chicken broth requires nothing but salt. One sip leaves a lingering fragrance on the palate, much like the classic lines from a grand culinary documentary. The priestess, recognizing his yearning, smiled, placing the whole chicken into the sink to prepare it for roasting on a branch later. Speaking of the sink, Liang couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of the priestess's kitchen, which featured a designated vegetable washing sink for stone pots of varying depths, and even a stack of exceptionally smooth bamboo bowls. Roasting the chicken feels somewhat wasteful. Would it be acceptable for me to make soup instead? Liang inquired as the priestess commenced washing the chicken. By all means, she replied. Liang then used a stone knife to chop the chicken into smaller pieces, simultaneously removing the excess fat beneath the skin. Perhaps due to the abundance of food in the forest, this particular chicken was exceptionally plump. He managed to extract an entire bowl of golden chicken fat. Observing Liang's deftness, the priestess became increasingly convinced of his culinary prowess. Quietly suppressing her own thoughts while anticipating the evening meal, in all her years, she had never encountered a beastman who cooked with such meticulousness as Liang. Not wishing to waste any of the fat, Liang placed it into the stone pot to render, and soon the enticing aroma drew Shurha back into the kitchen. "Liang, what are you cooking? It smells divine," Shuryun exclaimed, unable to restrain his appetite. Liang looked up to see Shurha's face adorned with eagerness, along with the stern countenance of Shuryun behind him, and laughed heartily. "Chicken fat cracklings. I'll fry them a bit more and then serve them with a sprinkle of salt." Shurha nodded enthusiastically, like a chick pecking at grain. While chicken cracklings may not be as delectable as pork cracklings, they were still quite rich. Liang could only manage a few, whereas Shurha devoured a considerable portion. Liang found himself envious of the beastmen's iron stomachs. After briefly boiling the cleaned chicken pieces in hot water, he retrieved them and placed them into the oil pot to fry, ensuring the meat would be firmer in the broth. Once Shurha finished the cracklings, he returned to the kitchen to await the meal. The priestess chuckled, exasperated. "How did I not know you were such a glutton?" Shurha stuck out his tongue. "Isn't it because Liang's cooking is simply too delicious? If only you had such culinary skills, mother, I would undoubtedly be in the kitchen assisting you every day." This was indeed the truth. The priestess had tasted the chicken cracklings and had to admit they were exceptionally good. How had she never thought of this method before? She playfully tapped Shurha on the head. "Dream on. When spring arrives next year, you will join the hunting team. It is nearly time for you to seek a mate. If you continue like this, who would want to marry you? I'm not even 20 yet. Why the rush?" Shurha replied nonchalantly. The deliberate cough interrupted their exchange as Shiryun stood. Father should be returning soon. I'll go check. Once Shiryun departed, Shurha's face showed regret. I forgot that Yungu was also here. The priestess sighed. It's not your fault. Your brother has heard too many similar remarks over the years. I shouldn't have brought it up. Logically, Yin Liang, as an outsider, should not have interjected at that moment. However, having already placed the chicken pieces into the stone pot to simmer, he found himself with nothing to do. He couldn't simply stand there. He deftly shifted the topic. The chicken soup is now simmering. It's time to shell the barley. Shurha promptly collected himself and joined Yin Liang outside the kitchen. Yet, the pile of barley that had been carelessly scattered earlier had been neatly organized on a wooden rack in the corner. And a bamboo tube, filled to the brim with barley grains, rested on the table. Shurha glanced at the priestess. Feeling even more guilty, he had been preoccupied in the kitchen and had not realized that Shiryun had been outside laboring alone. That boy, though he appears aloof and indifferent, is surprisingly attentive, the priestess remarked with concern. Yin Liang picked up the bamboo tube, gazing into the barley grains, seemingly envisioning Shiryun's emotions as he sat quietly, meticulously shelling each grain one by one. I will go steam the barley rice. In addition to the chicken soup, Yin Liang also prepared roasted meat and, with the remaining barley flour, made some fried fish for Shurha. When the fried fish was ready, neither Shiryun nor the chief had returned, and Shurha resolutely covered the pot. Gritting his teeth, I will wait for them to return before we eat. Once the barley rice and chicken soup were fully prepared, the priestess retrieved a bamboo tube, filling it halfway with barley rice, then layering it with roasted meat, chicken, and several pieces of fried fish. After assembling the meal, she handed it to Shurha. Take this to Shuriwe. Shurha puffed out his cheeks. I haven't eaten yet. You were so kind to Shuriwe. However, despite his words, he immediately accepted the request, even placing an additional piece of fish on top, murmuring, Lion Moon also enjoys this. Most of the barley was gathered by him. The priest chuckled. Once sure, he departed with a bamboo tube filled with food. Only the priest and Yin Liang remained in the cave, having prepared a meal together. The priest, fond of Yin Liang, pulled him down to sit and engaged him in a casual conversation, with the topic revolving around Shurhi and Lion Cloud. When discussing Shurhi, the priest mentioned another individual, Lion Moon. It turned out that the reason the priest had asked Shurhi to deliver food was that Lion Moon had lost his parents at a tender age, victims of a beast tide. This was Yin Liang's first encounter with the concept of a beast tide, which referred to a mass migration of countless wild beasts, leaving desolation in their wake that time. The Great Lion tribe was still a small clan, and Lion Moon's father was one of the mightiest beastmen among them. When the clan faced the beast tide, the chieftain led the young beastmen to block the entrance of the valley. Otherwise, the entire tribe could have faced calamity. Many beastmen perished that day, including Lion Moon's parents. Given that Lion Moon's parents sacrificed themselves for the tribe, his life in the Great Lion tribe was not too harsh. Yet, losing family at such a young age was undeniably tragic. Had it not been for the care provided by the priest and the chieftain, one could only wonder what fate awaited Lion Moon. Chapter 21. The Beast God Festival. Yin Liang was not particularly loquacious. For most of the time, it was the priest who spoke while he listened quietly. After discussing his two sons, the priest began to express concern for the approaching winter. When the heavy snow blanketed the mountains, the beasts would hibernate in their caves, and the beastmen would hesitate to venture into the icy wilderness, making survival exceedingly difficult. The priest then reminisced about the harsh winters of the past few years, where countless young ones perished due to weakened immune systems, and even many physically disabled beastmen were not spared. Yin Liang's expression grew grave, having spent winters in a house with constant heating. He had never really considered the possibility of dying from the cold. Perhaps he simply had no concept of it. However, hearing such stark statistics today sent a shiver down his spine. His recent experiences had made it painfully clear that he was no longer living in that modern world where everything was convenient. Noticing Yin Liang's troubled expression, the priest assumed he was reminiscing about his former tribe and offered him a few words of comfort. Before long, sure, he returned empty-handed, a smile on his face. With suspicious grease at the corners of his mouth, the priest exclaimed in exasperation, I asked you to deliver food to Lion Moon, not to steal a bite for yourself. I didn't, sure, he promptly retorted. The priest shot him a disapproving glare. falling silent. Sure, he wiped his mouth, and upon noticing the grease on his hands, his demeanor wilted. He coughed and said, "It was Lion Moon who insisted I share a meal with him. I didn't take anything from him, and I always share my good food with him." This statement was indeed true, and the priest recognized the bond between the two children who enjoyed gathering to eat and sleep together. Thus refraining from scolding him further, Liang sat off to the side. Watching with amusement, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lion Cloud, who had hidden away somewhere. Lion Cloud must have been like Shuri before, a little tyrant outside and a little son at home. After Shuri returned, the conversation between the priest and Liang came to a halt, not due to any inability to converse, but rather because Shuri was an incessant chatterbox, dominating the dialogue while Liang and the priest occasionally chimed in. Just as Shuri was on the verge of impatience, the chieftain and Lion Cloud finally returned. The chieftain bore a significant portion of a wild beast upon his shoulder, and the inevitable bloodstains on his beast hide garments only served to heighten his already formidable presence. Lion Cloud followed closely behind, carrying a large bundle of dry branches. He quickly rushed to the chieftain's side, chattering away incessantly, asking about the meat he had brought back and praising the deliciousness of Liang's cooking. Lion Cloud, however, did not engage and made his way straight to the kitchen with the firewood. Unloading the hefty bundle of wood proved somewhat challenging. Lion Cloud typically would sit down first before untying the vines. This time, as he lowered himself, he felt someone steadying the firewood from behind. Surprised, he turned but continued his task without pause. After placing the firewood down, he glanced back to see Liang grimacing and rubbing his wrist. "Are you all right?" Lion Cloud furrowed his brow and approached, pursing his lips. "I could have managed it alone. I'm used to it." Liang disagreed. "Why carry such a heavy load? Sitting down makes it easy to strain your back." Lion Cloud remained silent for a moment before softly expressing his gratitude, then inquired, "Is your hand hurt?" Liang extended his palm, revealing a reddened area. "Not injured, just heavy." Lion Cloud's brow furrowed even deeper. "I'll remember this. I'll carry less next time." In truth, such weight was trivial for Lion Cloud. At least a bundle of firewood was far lighter than a water-filled stone jar. "Liang, can we eat now?" He bounced into the kitchen. Liang nodded. "You go ahead and serve the soup and roasted meat. I'll dish out the rice." The chieftain and priest cave was spacious, shaped like a Y. The two small chambers deep within served as sleeping quarters, while a massive tree stump near the entrance acted as a dining table. "Yay!" He exclaimed exaggeratedly, one hand holding chicken soup and the other roasted meat. Still eager to grab the fried fish, Lion Cloud swiftly intervened. "Let me take care of it." Liang filled the bamboo tubes with barley rice, and when 5 tubes were filled to the brim, he covered them with the lid of the stone pot. Just then, 2 hands reached out to take 4 of the tubes. Liang looked up to see Lion Cloud walking away with the bamboo tubes. A slight smile crept onto Liang's lips. Did this mean that Lion Cloud was willing to be his friend? As everyone gathered at the table, Feng turned to Liang and said, "You've worked hard today." Liang, somewhat taken aback, quickly waved his hands. "The chieftain and priest were kind enough to take me in and gifted me such precious beast hides. Preparing a meal is the least I could do." The chieftain nodded, his gaze towards Liang filled with satisfaction. To be honest, he had hesitated when the priest proposed that Liang stay with Lion Cloud. Lion Cloud was reserved, and even when hurt or wronged, he never spoke up, which made the chieftain both hope for Lion Cloud to open up and worry that he might be bullied. That time, Liang was still a stranger, and the chieftain knew nothing about him. Fearing that he might inadvertently harm Lion Cloud, giving Liang the beast hides was also a way to test and warn him. Now, hearing Liang express his gratitude so openly, the chieftain finally felt at ease. After decades of being a chieftain, he had developed a knack for reading people, and Liang did not seem to possess a malicious heart. Moreover, he showed great care for Lion Cloud. The chieftain was immensely pleased with his initial decision. "Father, can we start the meal now? We've been waiting for a long time." He implored, gazing eagerly at Feng. Feng nodded. "Let us eat." His eyes sparkled as he snatched up his chopsticks and dove into the fried fish. The meal was consumed with remarkable speed, and not a morsel was left behind. Even the last bit of chicken soup was poured in Shi He's bamboo tube to mix with the barley rice. After finishing the meal, Liang prepared to wash the dishes. This time, the priest resolutely refused to let him help, and the chieftain added, "I have something to discuss with you." Liang was taken aback and felt a twinge of anxiety as he agreed. As the king of beasts, the lion was already formidable, and Shi Feng, as the leader of the lion pride, only amplified that intimidation. Liang felt that had it not been for his strong will, confronting Shi Feng alone would have surely made him faint. Perhaps sensing Liang's nervousness, Shi Feng deliberately softened his tone, his expression less stern than before. Liang breathed a sigh of relief. "I have heard from Shi that your mother was a beast man who specialized in cooking for the tribe," Shi Feng began. Liang nodded. "Having tasted your cooking today, it was indeed delightful. Therefore, I would like to ask if you would be willing to assist during the Beast God Festival." Before Liang could respond, Shi eagerly leaned in, his eyes brimming with hope, fearful that he might decline. Chapter 22. We shall go together. Upon mentioning the Beast God Festival, the priest couldn't help but join in, speaking fervently, while Shi exhibited a look of longing. Only Lion Cloud sat quietly in a corner, his expression one of despondency. It turned out that every year, the Beast God continent celebrated the most significant festival known as the Beast God Festival. The great Beast God would bestow divine signs, and during this time, the tribe would gather to celebrate, praying for the Beast God's blessing to safely endure the winter. The priest spoke almost reverently. The so-called divine sign was, in fact, a magnificent tree in the central square that would bloom overnight. Adorned with blossoms, the Beast God tree required no care, yet continued to bear fruit year after year, symbolizing the Beast God's protection over them if a tribe's Beast God tree ceased to bloom. It served as a warning from the Beast God that disaster would soon befall them. Liang remarked, "Though it sounds far-fetched, a tree that blooms in autumn and bears fruit in winter is indeed rare. Perhaps such wonders have long been extinct." He mused that if the old man were to hear of this, he might become flushed with excitement. "Did your tribe not receive a warning from the Beast God tree before the earthquake?" The priest inquired. Liang's expression stiffened, and he replied somewhat awkwardly, "Our tribe is too small. We do not possess a Beast God tree." He was concerned that he would appear to know nothing in the future, so he casually expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the priest immediately donned a look of sympathy and regret. If there were a Beast God tree, perhaps your tribe might still have a glimmer of hope. Liang nodded in agreement. Ultimately, he did not give a direct answer, merely stating that he would consider it, to which both the chieftain and the priest expressed their understanding. After all, the Beast God Festival was of utmost importance, and they needed to ensure everything was flawless on the way back. Shi was unusually silent, although he had always been like this. It would be abnormal if he spoke more than usual one day. Liang pondered whether to agree to the chieftain's request, remaining silent himself. In truth, he had no doubt about his ability to perform well, having spent decades as a senior chef in various restaurants and hotels. Such a small banquet posed no challenge to him. However, this consideration diverged from his initial intentions. Having just arrived in this entirely unfamiliar world, he felt fortunate to have encountered Shi and his family. Yet he had no desire to steal the limelight. Upon returning to the cave, they quickly washed up and climbed into their beds to tea that moment. Liang realized that Shi seemed unusually downcast today. In the darkness, he softly inquired, "Shi, are you asleep?" After a long pause with no response, just as he thought Shi had drifted off, he heard a low from across the room. Liang immediately perked up, turning to face Shi's bed. "Are you feeling down?" Following, there was a prolonged silence. "No," Shi replied. Liang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Conversing with Shi was indeed quite taxing. "What is the Beast God Festival like? I have never participated." Shi's voice dropped even lower. "I don't know either. The Beast God tree was only sought after the tribe grew stronger. I fail my evolution and am deemed an ill-omened person. Thus I lack the qualification to participate in the festival." Liang's heart trembled. He finally understood why Shi had been so taciturn today. How could someone without the qualification to receive the Beast God's blessing not feel this way? If it were him, Liang wouldn't dare guarantee he could endure for so many years. Humans are inherently social creatures. They can enjoy solitude, but cannot be enveloped by it indefinitely. I also do not possess a beast form. Why can I cook during the Beast God Festival? Shurian pondered before responding. I heard from Shuri that the food for the festival has always been prepared by mothers, and there are indeed incomplete beastmen around the beast god. Thus, cooking is not the same as participating in the blessing ceremony. It is permissible. Liang had little expectation for the beast god festival, yet for Shurian, it was different, even though his tone was flat. Liang could sense his yearning for the festival. Can we go together? Liang asked. What? Shurian was taken aback. Liang clarified, let us go cook at the beast god festival together. But I can't. Shurian's eyes widened, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He knew he should refuse immediately. Yet the temptation to participate in the festival was too great. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to stand in the grand gathering. I'll teach you. Liang smiled as he said, starting tomorrow, we will prepare the food together. Liang's mentor had been quite strict with him, only allowing him to take on apprentices once he was certain Liang could attain a senior technician certification. Yet, in truth, Liang feared the hassle. Those who learn to craft typically wish for someone to inherit their legacy, and his mentor had taken on hundreds of students over the decades. Liang thought he would only be willing to take on apprentices when he was of age. Yet unexpectedly, he broke that principle so swiftly in this otherworldly realm. Can I really learn? Shurian asked, a mix of hope and apprehension in his voice. Upon hearing such words, Liang couldn't help but grin. Indeed, the emotionally expressive Shurian was more endearing. Don't worry, I'm here. That night, both of them were somewhat excited and didn't fall asleep until late. Liang once again encountered the breeding sprite. Oh, you are so heartless. Last time you hardly spoke a few words before locking me in the little dark room. The sprite pouted. Liang raised an eyebrow. Why are you still here? He had thought that after rejecting the binding that day, the system would depart, because I've already bonded with you. What? Liang was taken aback. Wasn't it said that systems needed the host's consent to bind? Why had it become so overbearing in his case? He felt a surge of annoyance and was about to employ the same trick to block the system when the breeding sprite shrieked. Wait, let me finish. Liang furrowed his brow and halted his hand's movement. The breeding sprite took a deep breath. I only appeared because I sensed you needed me. Let me tell you, the scallions, ginger, garlic, wheat, rice, potatoes, and various vegetables you desire do not exist in this world because this is a task world. Only by completing tasks according to the system's instructions can you obtain everything you seek. As though fearing Liang would interrupt him, the breeding sprite hurriedly finished speaking. Hearing this, Liang began to understand. This place was akin to the survival games he had played. If one could not complete tasks, there would be no rewards and no way to progress. However, the feeling of being controlled by a system was truly unpleasant. Moreover, without me, you wouldn't be able to participate in the Beast God Festival alongside Shurian. Liang looked at him, his expression darkening. Although Shurian did not hold a deep emotional significance to him, he had received too much kindness from Shurian's family, and he had always been someone who disliked being in debt to others. What do you want? Chapter 23. Also, friends, the breeding sprite perked up its green tail, its round eyes wide with surprise. Are you agreeing to take on tasks? Liang, feeling somewhat irritated, nodded. Do I have any other choices? But let me make it clear beforehand. Although the old man specializes in breeding, I have no interest in it whatsoever, so I know nothing. Please do not have any expectations of me. The breeding sprite nodded earnestly. Seeing its obedient demeanor, Liang's mood lightened a bit, and he asked once more. What do you need me to do? Please hold on a moment. Host. Beep beep. The breeding sprite has successfully transformed. Following this voice, Liang felt the world spin around him and then sat up abruptly in bed. To his surprise, a light green bracelet had somehow appeared on his wrist, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. Host! Look at me! Look at me! Liang felt the bracelet pulse several times and lowered his head. Raising his hand to quietly ask, Is this you? Yes. Moreover, you can communicate with me without speaking. From now on, I will always accompany you, and this bracelet is my essence, and no one can remove it without your consent. Liang raised an eyebrow and extended his right hand, easily removing the bracelet. The bracelet immediately began to pulse vigorously, its flashing frequency increasing. Host, what are you doing? Quickly put me back on. Oh, Yin Liang smiled slightly, reattaching the bracelet to his wrist. Remember to sign in daily, and there will be rewards for signing in. Additionally, the system's tasks will trigger at specific times and occasions, so please look forward to it. After grasping the system's rules, Yin Liang yawned. He had once been a champion of staying up late, yet now his routine was so regular. Before lying down, he glanced at Shi Yun's bed, where he could only hear the steady sound of his breathing, allowing him to sleep peacefully. The following day, Yin Liang woke up a bit late. The moment he opened his eyes, he reached for his left wrist, feeling the bracelet, and suddenly realizing that everything that had transpired last night was indeed real. System, sign in, beep. Sign in successful. Today's reward: the trio of scallions, ginger, and garlic. Yin Liang. Host, the signing gifts are located in the mountains. The map has been updated. Please follow the prompts to collect your rewards. Dressed in his animal skin attire, Yin Liang stepped out of the cave and saw Shi Yun quietly sitting in the kitchen, sorting through wild vegetables. Today was the day sure he would come to their home to exchange wild vegetables for goods. So Shi Yun had risen early to clear out the stockpile from the cellar. The cellar was situated adjacent to Shi Yun's cave, where he had dug a 1-meter deep hole, perhaps due to the underground water flow. The soil in that area retained a high moisture content, making it extremely cool and ideal for preserving vegetables. However, when Yin Liang saw it, he thought it could be used to dig a well. Yet he had never seen a well in person and was unsure if the system would allow it. Host, after signing in for 10 consecutive days, you will have the opportunity to acquire the well-digging skill. Yin Liang. This system is quite considerate. Setting aside the well-digging matter for now, Yin Liang approached Shi Yun to help him pack. Tea will be ready soon. You don't need to assist, Shi Yun said without looking up. But finishing this early means I can teach you to cook sooner. Shi Yun paused his movements. Having been swept away by excitement last night, he had calmed down by morning, even if Yin Liang was willing to take him along. The people in the tribe might not agree. The Beast God Festival was such an important occasion that no one would be willing to take any risks. What's wrong? Shi Yun hesitated and said, maybe it's better to forget it. I won't go, to avoid causing you to be targeted as well. Yin Liang furrowed his brow and fell silent. He comprehended Shi Yun's thoughts well. His mother had passed away early, and his father was perpetually immersed in his research, leaving him to grow up under the care of a nanny. Even during parent-teacher meetings, it was the nanny who attended on his behalf. As a child, he lacked any concept of family lineage, and he often spoke without thought. Even his closest friends would utter harsh words during quarrels, with the speaker oblivious to the weight their words might carry for a child. After entering junior high, his father began to shine brightly in his field, even making appearances on local news, attracting a multitude of people for various reasons, perhaps due to his generosity or perhaps out of parental encouragement. All of this made Yin Liang increasingly averse to social interactions. His stubborn decision to drop out and attend vocational school was not without its motives. For others, school represented an ivory tower, a carefree cradle. But for him, it was far from idyllic. Beast men were generally straightforward, lacking in guile, which led them to speak freely without considering the impact their thoughtless words might have on a child. Shi Yun took a deep breath, his brow clouded with melancholy. Let it be. I know. You should learn alongside me. Yin Liang interjected. He preferred the vibrant, emotionally rich Shi Yun over the lifeless individual before him, who seemed to live solely by the rules. Shi Yun, I despise crowded places, yet I wish to take you there. Shi Yun lifted his gaze, meeting Yin Liang's deep, soulful eyes, and his heart tightened in that fleeting moment. Even his parents had never spoken to him in such a manner. Shi Yun awkwardly averted his gaze, striving to dismiss the peculiar sensation in his heart. They treat the people of the tribe well. You need not go to such lengths to repay them. Yin Liang could not help but sigh. Shi Yun was far too sensitive, making him more susceptible to hurt. It's not merely because of the chieftain and the priest. You are my friend, Yin Liang asserted. Shi Yun stared intently at Yin Liang, and after a long pause, he suddenly broke into a smile. All right, thank you. Yin Liang was momentarily entranced. It was the first time he had seen Shi Yun smile, his eyes seemingly filled with starlight. Even a slight curve at the corners of his mouth was profoundly infectious. Yin Liang? Shi Yun laughed uncontrollably, but quickly realized his mistake and reined it in. It's nothing. Yin Liang, somewhat regretful, remarked, "All right, let us get to work. I'm nearly starving." The two organized a heap of wild vegetables, discarding the dried leaves outside to dry for firewood, and then washed their hands together as they stood before the cutting board. Shuyun's face donned an expression of nervousness, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the beast hide. Yin Liang could not resist laughing. "Now, I will teach you how to cut meat." He picked up the newly fashioned bone knife and began to demonstrate. With a proper knife in hand, Yin Liang's movements quickened, yet remained precise, slicing the meat into uniform thickness. Shuyun felt a twinge of admiration and anxiety. When preparing roasted meat, he only knew how to cut enough for a day's meal. Chapter 24. The significance of binding Shuyun was earnest in his studies, and with Yin Liang practically guiding him by the hand, the progress was evident. Consequently, breakfast was consumed rather late, and both were feeling quite hungry. Their appetites noticeably improved. After their meal, it was time for Shuyun to go foraging. He gathered his belongings and found Yin Liang waiting at the cave entrance. "Are you coming with me?" Shuyun inquired. Yin Liang glanced at the vegetables in the kitchen, hesitating. "If no one is home, can Shura come to collect the vegetables?" Shuyun paused, realizing that Yin Liang was merely staying here temporarily. Soon, the hunting team would return to tidy the communal cave, and at that time, Yin Liang would have to leave. For some reason, the thought of that possibility made him uneasy. Perhaps it was because Yin Liang had referred to him as a friend. The hardships of the past decade had made him nearly forget what he was like as a child. Every time he heard his mother recount tales of little Yun, it felt utterly foreign to him. It was as if, since the inception of his memories, he had always been solitary, distancing himself from others. Witnessing Shura and Siyue frolicking together was always a stark reminder. He had thought that this was how his life would remain. Unexpectedly, someone had intruded into his life, and that person even called him a friend. "Shuyun?" Yin Liang called out to him. Shuyun responded, skillfully concealing his emotions, and nonchalantly said, "I wasn't home before either. Shurhan knows what to do." Upon uttering those words, he himself was taken aback by how effortlessly the term home slipped from his lips. "That's good. Then let us head up the mountain together." This time, Yin Liang felt a sense of assurance. After successfully signing in, a map materialized in his mind, pinpointing the area where Shuyun frequently foraged. Following the map's guidance, Yin Liang paused on the mountain path. "What is wrong?" "Can't move." Shuyun quickly noticed that Yin Liang had fallen behind and returned to inquire. Yin Liang looked up at him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I found something amazing." Saying this, he used a stick to clear away the bushes before diving in. Shuyun was puzzled but followed him nonetheless. This part of the mountain was seldom visited, and the path was not well defined. In some areas, they simply trudged through the wild grass. Behind the bushes Yin Liang had cleared lay a small, flat patch of grass, abundant with green onions, ginger, and garlic, which appeared to yield dozens of pounds. "System, you're quite generous." The wristband flickered, and the system's little sprite chimed in with a hint of pride. "Now you see the benefits of binding with me." "Don Tiyu," Shuyun approached Yin Liang, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. "What treasures are here?" Yin Liang crouched down, uprooting a bunch of green onions and presenting them to him. "It's this." Shuyun wrinkled his nose, his expression becoming more bewildered. The wild vegetables had a pungent odor and did not appear appetizing at all. Yin Liang could see what he was thinking and chuckled. "Don't underestimate these. They are treasures that will shine during the Beast God Festival." Shuyun still did not understand, but he chose to trust Yin Liang and squatted down to harvest alongside him. The ecological environment here was remarkably superior, perhaps due to the system's quality, as they gathered green onions, ginger, and garlic that were more than twice the size of those in the market. In the end, Shuyun had used the vines intended for tying the wild vegetables to bundle the green onions, while cradling two large bunches of garlic and ginger in his arms. Yin Liang's physical strength was evidently lacking, and Shuyun worried that he might stumble under the weight on the mountain path. So he took it all upon himself. Yin Liang felt a tad embarrassed, yet he recognized his own limitations and could only promise to make him a delicious meal in return that evening. Shuyun nodded, his expression neutral, yet it was clear he was in good spirits. Despite leaving late that day, the two returned home early, even before Shura had finished collecting the wild vegetables. Upon seeing their bountiful haul, Shurha's eyes lit up as he approached. "You're back so early. Did you find something good?" Liang wiped his brow, rushing towards the water tank while responding. Indeed, something extraordinarily good, with Shurha present. There was no need for him to assist Shuyun. Eagerly, Shurha opened the packages in Shuyun's arms, only to be left dumbfounded. Several bundles had been opened, releasing a potent aroma that filled the kitchen. Shurha covered his nose, incredulous. "Is this what you consider good?" "Absolutely." Liang inhaled deeply. Relishing the scent, Shurha's eyes widened. He glanced at Liang, then back at the expressionless Shuyun, feeling somewhat foolish, enjoying Shurha's moment of self-doubt. Liang chuckled. "These aren't wild vegetables. They can't be eaten raw, but you can add some for flavor when cooking." Shurha let out a sigh of relief. "So that is how it is. Otherwise, with these things smelling so foul, even if you were to cook, I wouldn't dare to try." Ding ding, a task has arrived. Please find a way to obtain the seed for green onions, ginger, and garlic. The system will purchase them at a high price. Liang, why didn't you mention this sooner? I've uprooted them all. Not quite, host. You must personally plant these and harvest them. The rewards from signing in don't suit growing conditions. And if not claimed within 48 hours, they will expire. Liang was utterly astounded. Had it not been for the two individuals standing before him, he would have liked to point at himself and ask the system, "Do I look like someone who can farm?" Disliking it was one thing, but he truly was not cut out for it. He could barely keep a succulent alive as a child. Rest assured, as long as you plant them, they will thrive. Liang gradually sensed something amiss. Why did he feel as though he had fallen into a trap? "System, tell me the truth. What is the purpose of binding with me?" The breeding sprite's eyes widened. Meekly responding, "I mentioned it on the first day. I'm the breeding sprite, Liang. So, the purpose of this system's existence is to utilize the primeval ecological environment to obtain the best seeds. And I am merely the chosen tool for farming. Pray tell me honestly, does my arrival here have any connection with you?" The breeding sprite shook its head vigorously, seemingly eager to refute. "We are a legitimate system. How could we possibly engage in such schemes?" Upon hearing this, Liang's expression softened slightly. Having already traversed this realm and now bound to this system, it could be considered a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, if his crossing were merely a ruse, he would genuinely be incensed. Chapter 25. Cultivating the land. Liang conversed extensively with the system, yet outside, only a brief moment had elapsed for Shuyun and Shurha. It was merely the blink of an eye. "Then I shall relocate to the cave," Shuyun declared. Liang raised a hand to halt him. He possessed no farming experience whatsoever, since the system had confidently asserted that as long as he sowed seeds, survival would follow. He felt little need for concern. He casually gathered approximately 2 pounds each of scallions, ginger, and garlic, setting them aside. Shurha, astonished, inquired, "Are you truly going to consume so much in one night?" "Nay, I intend to reserve these for transplanting," Liang replied resignedly. "What?" Both Shurha and Shuyun were taken aback. Wild vegetables were abundant in the mountains, with many people disregarding them. They could not fathom the value of laboriously planting them near the cave. Liang sighed deeply. He did not desire this either. Shurha and Shuyun transported the remaining scallions, ginger, and garlic to the cave, while Liang, guided by the system, prepared the remaining seedlings. That moment, a somewhat dark-skinned beastman approached. Bare-chested. "Are you the new beastman?" he asked, striding directly to the kitchen and addressing Liang, who was seated on the ground. Liang was momentarily startled and instinctively nodded. "I am Shuriwe, here to carry things," he stated, gesturing towards the remaining pile of wild vegetables. Liang quickly stood and joined him in bundling the vegetables. "Where has Shurha gone?" Shuriwe glanced towards the cave, puzzled. Liang, massaging his sore arms, replied, "He went to the cave with Shuyun. They will return shortly." Although he had once merely been a chef, years of wielding a spatula had endowed him with the strength of a half-Chilean arm. Moreover, he had occasionally visited the gym to maintain his physique. He certainly did not recall feeling so feeble. He silently cursed this fragile body and resolved to prioritize fitness, for should calamity strike one day, he would lack the strength to flee. As they conversed, Shuyun and Shurha arrived. Upon seeing Shuriwe, Shurha dashed over and leaped onto him, to which Shuriwe instinctively caught the person clinging to him. Yin Liang watched in astonishment. Shuriwe, unfazed, approached Yin Liang and told Shurha, "Hurry and deliver the vegetables. I won't keep you for dinner." Shurha jumped down and nodded. In truth, he had rarely dined with Shuriwe, as he could transform into his beast form and occasionally ventured into the forest foraging when hunger struck. But Shuriwe's provisions were limited. The two departed with the vegetables, and Yin Liang took his time before planting, instead preparing roasted meat and vegetable soup with Shuriyun in the kitchen. For this batch of meat, Yin Liang first marinated it with minced ginger and scallion leaves, significantly reducing the fishy odor. He also added some during the oil rendering process, resulting in a much improved flavor compared to previous attempts. This was the most satisfying meal Yin Liang had enjoyed since his arrival, thus alleviating some of his grievances towards the system. Shuriyun was astounded. Those seemingly unimpressive wild vegetables yielded such delightful results. This inspired him to anticipate the Beast God Festival. Perhaps this year he would indeed have the chance to participate. Shuriwe often concealed his emotions beneath a facade of indifference, giving others the impression of maturity and composure. However, this was not the case in this moment. Yin Liang could easily discern what was on his mind, feeling a pang of sympathy while contemplating that perhaps the system might have a way to cure Yin Liang's affliction. This time, the breeding sprite remained silent to his unvoiced thoughts. Whether it was due to an inability to respond or a prohibition on disclosure, Yin Liang chose not to inquire directly. A glimmer of hope was preferable to utter despair. After enjoying a hearty meal, Yin Liang finally stepped outside, bearing the prepared seedlings, his heart heavy with determination. Scallions, ginger, and garlic were not particularly choosy about their growing conditions, and with no arable land in sight, clearing any patch of ground would yield decent soil. However, the issue of irrigation still loomed large. Having just arrived, Yin Liang was unfamiliar with the terrain and delegated the task of selecting a suitable location to Shuriyun. Shuriyun furrowed his brow in contemplation before leading Yin Liang to a small hillside behind the cave. This slope basked in sunlight, noticeably warmer than the areas they typically frequented. After a brief ascent, they finally reached their destination. Yin Liang crouched and prodded the ground with a bone knife. The soil was loose and moist, blessed with ample sunlight, with only his middle school biology knowledge to guide him. He could ascertain that this was a suitable locale for planting. What thrilled him most was the presence of a moderately sized pond nearby. According to Shuriyun, this pond never dried up, yet due to the stillness of its waters, no one dared to drink from it. Previously, a tribe had taken to drinking from the pond out of convenience, only to suffer a plague that claimed many lives. Shuriyun spoke of it with a look of lingering dread. However, Yin Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The existence of a perennial pond indicated the presence of underground water, and this location was likely a spring's emergence. Now, Yin Liang felt no trepidation about the possibility of digging a well. While the pond's water was too contaminated for consumption, well water was a different story. If they could maintain a streak of 10 consecutive days, they would have access to well water and would no longer need to trek to the stream for water. Contemplating this, Yin Liang felt a thrill of anticipation. The inconvenience of boiling water here, let alone bathing, weighed heavily on his mind. The tribe members bathed openly in the stream, including Shuriyun, who ventured there alone under the cover of darkness. However, Yin Liang struggled to overcome his inhibitions about bathing in the open. Moreover, he felt embarrassed asking Shuriyun to fetch him water for bathing. For these past days, he had merely managed with hasty wipe-downs. This thought invigorated Yin Liang. Without further ado, he set to work, while Shuriyun, having never tilled the land before, could only watch in silence. Yin Liang cleared away the weeds and dead leaves from the ground, wielding his bone knife to dig fervently. The area was not overly large, yet Yin Liang was soon drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground, breathless. Those who had never toiled in agriculture could never comprehend the exhaustion it entailed. It was far more taxing than spending an afternoon lifting weights. Initially, Yin Liang had hoped to enrich the soil with some fertilizer to give his crops a better chance at survival. But at this moment, he simply wished to remain motionless on the ground. As for the possibility that the vegetables might perish without fertilization, he thought to himself, let it be. While he rested, Shuriyun sat quietly nearby, gazing distantly at the sunset. What occupies your thoughts? Yin Liang inquired. Shi turned to him, his amber eyes shimmering with flecks of light. In the past, I often found myself alone in the mountains at this hour, yet I never noticed how beautiful the sky is at this time. Yin Liang lifted his gaze, observing for a moment before laughing. What a coincidence. I feel the same. Chapter 26. Raising ducks, the two novice farmers dawdled until dusk, finally planting all the scallions, ginger, and garlic in neat rows. The process had been arduous, yet gazing upon the orderly rows of crops filled Yin Liang with genuine joy and anticipation for the day of harvest. Let us return home, Shi said, turning to him. Yin Liang smiled in response. Very well. After an exhausting day, their sleep was particularly deep. Following a quick wash, they collapsed onto the bed and fell into a profound slumber. The next day, as soon as Yin Liang opened his eyes, he summoned the system. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Today's reward. Taro, sweet potato, and potato. Yin Liang's eyes lit up instantly. These were staple foods. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed such sustenance, and merely thinking of the soft, fluffy texture of steamed potatoes made his mouth water. Wishing he could teleport to the marked location on the map immediately, Yin Liang dashed out of bed and found Shi returning from the back mount. What were you up to? He asked, touching his nose. I went to check on the crops planted on the back mount. While this was a perfectly normal activity, Shi demeanor seemed quite unnatural, akin to a child who had engaged in mischief. This stark contrast to his typically aloof exterior evoked an endearing quality in Yin Liang, who found himself feeling affection for his considerably taller companion for the first time. We can check in a few days. We'll go together then, Yin Liang suggested. Shi's eyes sparkled, and he nodded eagerly. Through Shi's eyes, Yin Liang imagined a large cat wagging its tail at him. He couldn't help but mentally berate himself, although both were felines. They were distinctly different. What a foolish thought. As his expression shifted, Shi sensed a hint of danger and turned to head toward the kitchen. It's time to prepare breakfast. Now, cooking alongside Yin Liang each day was the moment Shi looked forward to the most. Not so fast. Let us first retrieve something from the mountain, Yin Liang said with a smile. The two made their way back along the mountain path, with Yin Liang following the map's direction straight to their destination. Here we are, he exclaimed, as they arrived at yet another expansive area. Shi did not inquire about the nature of the place, nor did he question how Yin Liang came to know of it. Silently, he picked up the bone knife and commenced his work. Observing his demeanor, Yin Liang exhaled in relief. The system's daily sign-in rewards were not something he could casually display each time, and doing so repeatedly would indeed raise suspicions. It would be far more straightforward to reveal it from the outset that he and Shi were destined to live together for an extended period, and Shi was the person he felt closest to in this world. He hoped they could remain good friends indefinitely. Fortunately, Shi did not disappoint him. After finishing his task, Shi went to gather some enormous leaves for wrapping. Wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Shi departed, laden with a hefty bundle, while Yin Liang found himself unable to carry the remaining large load and could only wait in place. Host, do not forget about breeding, the system chirped, sitting on the ground and fiddling with potato leaves. Yin Liang replied, rest assured. With familiarity breeding comfort, although agricultural labor was arduous, both he and Shi relished the joy of harvest. Idly passing the time, he found the prospect of slowly tending to the fields quite acceptable. Host, a random surprise has dropped. Yin Liang paused momentarily, then quickly sprang to his feet, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. What surprise? The map has been updated. Please proceed to collect your reward as indicated, the system instructed. Glancing around, Yin Liang noticed the location was nearby. Considering Shi would take some time to return, he decided to go alone. This was his first experience traversing the woods alone, and he could not help but feel a bit timid. Armed with a stick, he tapped it against various objects as he walked. Although the system assured him that no danger would befall him while claiming the reward, Yin Liang was still anxious about the possibility of insects crawling into his clothing. Previously, a creepy crawly covered in long black hairs had burrowed into his leather skirt, and despite his timely discovery, he had endured considerable swelling and discomfort. The painful and itchy sensation was something Yin Liang truly wished to avoid experiencing again. Finally arriving at the location marked by the system, Liang suddenly heard a series of chirping sounds. He wondered. Following the direction of noise, he parted the underbrush to discover a duckling, its body adorned with soft, pale yellow down. "There's hardly any meat on you. What are you eating?" The little duck seemed to comprehend his words, chirping even more enthusiastically as it flapped its wings, attempting to leap into Liang's hands, only to tumble back down as soon as it stood. Liang was reminded of a stray cat he had once cared for, which had a limp. After they had grown familiar with each other, it would eagerly stumble towards him whenever he returned home. Unfortunately, that cat had been too long on the streets, its body riddled with ailments, and it had passed away after just a few months in his care. Looking at the little duckling, Liang felt a wave of nostalgia for the cat, finding it particularly endearing as he crouched down and gently placed the duckling in his hands. It was truly tiny, resting there with no weight at all. "Host, that is not food," the breeding spirit exclaimed in frustration. "Take it back with you. Once it grows, it can be of great assistance." Liang was taken aback. He had assumed that everything provided by the system was edible. Now he learned that it included a spirit companion. The breeding spirit, sensing his thoughts, clarified, "This is not a spirit companion, merely one of my avatars. You can have Yun take it along. It will aid in hunting." Liang stared in disbelief. "You want a lion to take a duckling hunting? I understand your intention to heal Yun, but the system is currently incapable of that, so it can only offer you a small compensation." Liang's eyes lit up. The notion that what was unattainable now could become possible later was encouraging. Knowing this little creature would possess formidable strength when mature, he resolved to be cautious. Losing it or failing to nurture it would indeed be a significant loss. Upon returning to their designated area, he found Yun seated on the ground. Liang rushed over, eagerly extending his hand to reveal the duckling. "Look what I found." Yun and the little creature exchanged curious glances, and after a moment of hesitation, Yun inquired, "Dinner?" Liang burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. You can't blame him for thinking that. Anyone would. The duckling fluffed up its feathers, its small, dark eyes spinning around, exuding a charm that rendered it utterly adorable. "This is a gift for you, not a meal. We shall raise it together," Liang explained. Yun was momentarily stunned, gazing at Liang in disbelief. "What's wrong? Even if no one in the tribe has kept pets before, your reaction seems excessive." Yun regarded him intently, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head, conceding, "Then let us keep it." Liang accepted this without suspicion, lowering his gaze to playfully poke the duckling with a finger, whispering, "Little one, you can rest easy here from now on." Chapter 27. The soup I made afterward. Yun carried the remaining mountain goods while Liang cradled the little duckling, and together they descended the mountain. Upon returning to the cave, they were both ravenous. Liang promptly urged Yun to help prepare breakfast. With new ingredients at hand, he felt particularly elated. Mixing potatoes, sweet potatoes, and taro, he placed them into a pot to boil. Concerned that Yun might find the flavors unfamiliar, he also prepared some meat, cutting it into small pieces to stir-fry with wild vegetables. Since tasting the marinated roasted meat, Yun had developed a penchant for the flavors of scallions, ginger, and garlic. Though he never voiced it, he would always take the initiative to wash and chop these seasonings with exceptional enthusiasm. Previously, Yun had considered boiling meat with vegetables a wasteful act. Not only did the wild vegetables remain unpalatable, but even the meat absorbed a bitter taste. Now, however, he had cultivated the habit of including vegetables in every meal. Moreover, there was Liang's signature oil residue, vegetable soup. Each time he extracted oil, a considerable amount of residue remained, and after Yun had tasted it, he found himself leaving behind a substantial portion. Consequently, Liang prepared a simple yet delightful soup each day, refreshing and satisfying, with the potatoes steaming. Liang retrieved another pot to stir-fry the vegetables. Yun, who had previously subsisted solely on roasted meat, had found one pot sufficient, but now, with the addition of barley rice to their daily diet, he had procured a stone pot from the tribe. It is worth noting that although this era lacked currency, bartering was a common practice, from the annual salt market exchanges between tribes to the skilled artisans within the tribe exchanging their labor for food. Such trades were prevalent. Liang had first encountered Shurha upon their return from the salt market, and Yun frequently traded vegetables for meat. The stone pot had been acquired by Liang in exchange for 20 pounds of meat. In the tribe, there was an orc who transformed into a bear. Although he possessed considerable strength, his lack of agility prevented him from joining the hunting team. Consequently, he took to crafting stone pots, bartering them for meat. Crafting a stone pot was a straightforward yet labor-intensive task. Some orcs, well-fed and prosperous, naturally preferred ready-made items. As a result, the bear orc's life had improved significantly, but of course, Shiyun was impoverished. Lacking a beast form, although he was stronger than Liang, he could not compare to the other orcs that it had taken him half a month of hard work to complete that pot, causing him to lose considerable weight in the process. Upon learning of this from the shaman, Liang resolutely refused to allow Shiyun to toil on his OWN. It proved to be the right decision. With the system in place, there was no need to fear hunger. Soon, the stir-fried vegetables with meat were ready. Liang served the dish and pulled Shiyun towards the fire pit. Today, you shall be in charge of the soup. Shiyun froze. Gripping the wooden spatula tightly, he abruptly turned to face Liang, who winked at him with a smile. Lowering his gaze to his feet, Shiyun's fingers tightened reflexively. I'll be watching. You won't make any mistakes. Besides, it's just the wild vegetables you dislike. Even if it doesn't taste good, it's no great loss. Shiyun retorted softly. Who says I don't like them? Though it was merely a simple soup, Liang could discern Shiyun's meticulousness and nerves. The vegetables and ingredients were all prepared and within easy reach, and Shiyun's full attention was fixed on the stone pot, anxious to avoid any errors. Liang found the situation amusing, yet struggled to suppress his laughter. It felt reminiscent of his own initial attempts at cooking, where he had been even more apprehensive than Shiyun. Years had swiftly passed, and he found himself inexplicably transported to another world, reminiscent of friends and mentors from the past. As if caught in a dream. Liang, is this how it's done? Yes. The potatoes were tender, and the sweet potatoes exuded a delightful aroma. Liang had rarely indulged in such coarse grains before, but now he found them more delectable than the finest delicacies of his memory. Not to mention Shiyun, who was tasting these for the very first time. Initially, he had been averse to these non-meat items, but the moment they touched his palate, his eyes lit up, especially with the sweet potatoes. Shiyun devoured half a pot in one go. It was evident that the system had provided him with the finest varieties, having undergone centuries of evolution, boasting both high yields and exceptional taste. Having lived in a modern world for so long, Liang had never encountered such starchy potatoes. Each bite was filled with a rich texture. That moment, the vegetable soup proved invaluable. Liang ladled out a bowl of soup, only to notice Shiyun's eating slowed as he covertly stole glances at him. Unable to contain his amusement, Liang maintained a facade of ignorance, feigning nonchalance. Yes, Shiyun waited for him to finish the soup. He remained silent, growing increasingly impatient. His furtive glances transformed into unabashed stares. What's the matter? Liang pretended to be oblivious, casually turning his head. Oh, you like it? Lion Cloud nodded earnestly, taking a generous bite out of the potato in his hand. Once he finished, he remembered he still had questions to ask, but with his mouth full, he could only lower his head and chew silently. Liang's eyes curved with a smile. The little lion was indeed adorable. As proud as a cat. Though he yearned for a pat, he feigned indifference. Liang placed a piece of meat atop Lion Cloud's potato, saying, if you like it, eat more. The soup today is especially delicious. After speaking, he turned away, thus missing the spark of excitement that lit up Lion Cloud's eyes in that fleeting moment, which might have rendered him utterly captivated. When a meal was done, Liang began to fret over the little creature's diet. The breeding sprite licked its lips, saying, he's not picky. He'll anything. Just given the leftovers. Such a hasty approach. Shouldn't he prepare something without salt or oil? During his time caring for stray cats, Liang had learned some pet care knowledge. It said that the digestive systems of small creatures differ from those of humans, making human food unsuitable for prolonged consumption. Not at all. The breeding sprite retorted immediately. I've already mentioned he's neither a duck nor a typical small animal. He's actually my avatar, so he won't fall ill. However, he does need to extract nutrients from food to grow. Liang nodded in understanding and proceeded to the kitchen, chopping the remaining potatoes and sweet potatoes into small pieces, mixing them with leftovers before placing them in the feeding trough that Lion Cloud had specially made for him. This trough was simply a section of bamboo with its side hollowed out. After finishing his meal, Lion Cloud disappeared, and Yin Liang assumed he had gone back to the fields. Yet before long, he returned with something, awkwardly stating it was for the little one's meals. The little creature, enticed by the aroma, dashed in, burying its yellow head into the trough, its fur on the nape of its neck fluffing up bit by bit. Watching this, Yin Liang felt a delightful itch in his heart and reached out gently to stroke it. What name should he give this little one? When Yin Liang looked up, he found Lion Cloud staring intently at him. His face slightly flushed. Lion Cloud quickly averted his gaze, saying, "I don't know. You can name it whatever you like." In Chapter 28, titled Uncle Monkey, Yin Liang found himself lacking in naming talents. The little cat he had adopted had been called me for several months, and Lion Cloud was no different. The two pondered for a long while, and finally, Yin Liang declared, "Let us call it Duck Duck." Pleasant to the ears and easy to remember, Lion Cloud had no objections. The little Duck Duck raised its yellow head, its small eyes filled with great confusion. Yin Liang suppressed a laugh, pressing its head back down. "Eat well. You need to eat more to grow." After watching Duck Duck eat for a while, Lion Cloud and Yin Liang returned to their tasks. Potatoes, unlike simpler crops such as onions, ginger, and garlic, required more meticulous selection and growing conditions. Thus, the two novices embarked on a new round of exploration. Fortunately, the system indicated that potatoes could be directly planted in the gaps between the rows of onions, ginger, and garlic, and since they had left ample space during the last planting, it saved them considerable effort. Once the work was done, Yin Liang sat on the ground, scanning his surroundings. "It seems we'll need to come here to clear more land when we have spare time." Lion Cloud asked nothing about the source of the seeds, nodding obediently, and added, "I can manage alone. If there is no need to gather, I have plenty of free time." Previously, when Lion Cloud went gathering, he would be gone all day, exhausting himself to earn just a little meat. Now that they had land at home, it was even more crucial to dedicate their efforts to it. Yin Liang suggested he stop gathering, and without hesitation, Lion Cloud agreed. However, farming was labor-intensive. Lion Cloud had already noticed Yin Liang's physical stamina was somewhat lacking and worried that he might overexert himself. So he contemplated rising early to do more work. "I have nothing pressing to do, but I can afford to rest a bit more." As Yin Liang spoke, he scooped up the Duck Duck that had come bounding back. The system mentioned Duck Duck could assist Lion Cloud in hunting, so Yin Liang wanted to give it a try, only to be disappointed. Once they reached the mountain, Duck Duck either chased butterflies or used its webbed feet to dig into ant mounds, showing not a shred of ferocity. "Host, Duck Duck is still quite young," the breeding sprite remarked, somewhat exasperated. "True, let us give him more time." Lion Cloud was equally excited upon seeing Duck Duck, several times wanting to embrace it like Yin Liang. Yet fearing his clumsy hands might hurt the little creature, he could only watch. Yin Liang, completely unaware of his thoughts, noticed the longing in Lion Cloud's eyes when he gazed at Duck Duck, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Did Lion Cloud still want to eat it? With that thought, he quickly turned around, distancing himself from Lion Cloud. After resting sufficiently, the two descended the mountain, carrying their bone knives. To facilitate their land-clearing efforts, Lion Cloud had fashioned 2 bone knives from a large bone he brought from the river, each a little over a meter long, though they remained somewhat unwieldy. Upon returning home, Yin Liang, while rubbing the blisters on his hands, cursed the accursed system. If it weren't for the system, he would never have lived the life of a farmer at this moment. He had completely forgotten the words he had spoken while eating the steamed potato. The breeding sprite silently refrained from commenting. The hostess' change of heart was swifter than turning a page, and it dared not speak. However, Lion Cloud noticed the injury on Yin Liang's hand, his expression turning serious. "It might be that my bone knife isn't polished enough. I'll go find Uncle Monkey to exchange it for another." Yin Liang was taken aback, but soon understood his meaning, asking with some excitement, "He can make bone knives well." Ever since he decided to farm, he had been eager to create some tools. Yet he had no knowledge in that area, and the system could not directly assist him. He had to wait for random rewards to drop. Hearing this, Yin Liang felt dispirited. His luck had never been good. He hadn't expected there to be someone in the tribe specialized in crafting bone knives. Could he perhaps sketch some simple designs to ask that person for help? Unbeknownst to Lion Cloud, who was oblivious to Yin Liang's internal excitement, he replied, Uncle Monkey is like Uncle Bear. He trades his craftsmanship for meat. Though Uncle Monkey isn't is strong, he is quite nimble and excels in making delicate tools. However, the people in the tribe aren't too particular, so while Uncle Monkey's items are beautiful, not many choose to exchange for them. Upon hearing this, Yin Liang's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he needed. Take me with you, he grasped Lion Cloud's arm and said. Uncle Monkey's beast form was quite small. When the tribe was smaller, it had been useful for warding off nighttime beast attacks. However, now it seemed somewhat redundant. Nevertheless, he was a person who had made significant contributions to the tribe, and his cave was located in a relatively bustling area. Yin Liang observed that as soon as Lion Cloud stepped outside, he fell silent, keeping his head lowered as if wishing to bury himself into the ground. He disliked seeing Lion Cloud like this. It had taken considerable effort for him to draw Lion Cloud closer, and if such progress was only effective within the cave, it would feel rather hollow. Hence, Yin Liang consistently sought topics to engage Lion Cloud in conversation. Initially, Lion Cloud was attentive to the gazes of those around them, but gradually he relaxed, his voice growing louder. The other beastmen watched them curiously, for they had heard from the priest about the newcomer, Yin Liang, and the news that he was living with Lion Cloud. However, the two of them resided in a secluded area, and their activities were primarily confined to the mountains, so these individuals had yet to encounter them. As they approached, a few women gathered together. So, that is the newcomer beastman, named Yin Liang. Actually, can even be called a beastman. I heard he doesn't have a beast form, and oh wonder that kid Lion Cloud is willing to live with him. It turns out they're both pitiful creatures. Yesterday, I saw he and Lion Yu selling wild vegetables at the neighboring house. They must be helping Lion Cloud again. Such a pity. Lion Cloud is over 30. And not only is he unable to find a mate, but he also struggles to fill his belly. Indeed, if it weren't for having such formidable parents, how would he have grown this big? What are they up to now? It seems they're headed toward Uncle Monkey's cave. Oh, I just saw Lion Cloud trade a large piece of meat at Uncle Bear's house for a stone pot. Now he's going again. If he's used up all his supplies, how will he survive the winter? Exactly, it's also Lion Cloud's fault for insisting on moving to such a remote place. Otherwise, the priest might have given him some pointers. Let us then concern ourselves with how best to endure the winter. Others have parents, but we do not. The two have already drifted far apart. Yet, these individuals speak with no regard for their volume, raising their voices in excitement. This inadvertently leads Yin Liang to catch snippets of their conversation. He lowers his head and indeed sees Shiyun's fists clenched tightly once more. At this moment, even his usual light-hearted banter seems difficult to utter. It would be inaccurate to label these people as wholly malicious. They neither curse nor harbor ill intentions, yet it is precisely the unguarded tones of pity and their expressions that can so easily undermine a person's dignity. Chapter 29. The blueprint at last, they arrive at Monkey Uncle's cave, where Shiyun and Yin Liang pause at the entrance. The place is bustling with activity. Every few meters, openings to other caves to the stone walls. However, Yin Liang finds little joy in such surroundings in the modern world. He had long since moved out to live alone. Having cultivated only a nodding acquaintance with his neighbors over the years, he prefers a tranquil existence, which is why Shiyun's abode pleases him greatly. Monkey Uncle sits at the mouth of the cave, tinkering with something. Upon spotting them, he approaches with a smile. Is that you, Shiyun? Here to trade? It has been several years since Shiyun last encountered Monkey Uncle, and he is pleasantly surprised that the latter still recognizes him, his expression softening slightly as he nods in acknowledgement. Monkey Uncle beams with joy and cheerfully ushers them into the cave. He lives there alone. Once, when his beast form was of great utility, a woman took a liking to him, and they became partners. Yet one particularly cold winter, his partner did not survive, and thereafter, no one else wished to marry him. Although Monkey Uncle does not yearn for companionship, he became enamored with crafting bone artifacts, dedicating all his energy to this pursuit. Unfortunately, few come to barter with him, yet he manages to get by. As one person's hunger does not affect another's. The cave is kept remarkably clean, far from the expected disarray of a middle-aged widower's home that a glance reveals several intricately crafted wooden items hanging about, which pleasantly surprises Yan Liang that it seems he has indeed made the right choice in coming here. What do you wish for? I have everything displayed on the walls. If you see something you like, you may take it right away, but if not, we can discuss it further, Monkey Uncle states while beginning to showcase the bone products. Yan Liang notices that Monkey Uncle only presents the most commonplace bone knives, neglecting those with more exquisite craftsmanship. Hold on, we don't need these just yet, I brought some blueprints. Could you take a look and see if you can make them? Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Monkey Uncle's expression dims before morphing into one of confusion, clearly perplexed by the meaning of blueprints. Of course, Shiyun is equally baffled, but prior to their departure, he had witnessed Yan Liang sketching a design on a leaf using black charcoal, and the experience had left him utterly astonished. It is worth noting that only the priest and his heir within each tribe are permitted to learn the written word, primarily for the rights of the beast god and to name and catalog the members of their tribe. Why does Yan Liang seem so adept at drawing such patterns? Could it be that he held a significant status in his former tribe? Yet he lacks a beast form, and their tribe does not even have a priest. Shiyun is filled with a multitude of questions, while Yan Liang remains blissfully unaware that he has inadvertently revealed something extraordinary. When Monkey Uncle sees the leaf, his astonishment surpasses Shiyun's, for Shiyun has always excelled at concealing his emotions. Yan Liang senses the odd atmosphere, his gaze flitting between the two, uncertainly asking, "Is there a problem?" Shiyun shakes his head and addresses Monkey Uncle. "Please, could you examine this quickly? My mother is still waiting at home." Upon hearing this, Monkey Uncle's demeanor normalizes, and he realizes that these two must be working on behalf of the priest. The villagers are largely unaware of what priests are capable of. But as messengers of the beast god, the priests are always perceived as omnipotent. Anything they produce elicits no skepticism. Monkey Uncle reverts to a serious demeanor and begins to scrutinize the blueprints Yan Liang has brought. The agricultural tools Yan Liang has sketched are simple: a common three-pronged rake and a hawk-beaked hoe, both of which are the easiest and most practical tools recommended by the system. After examining the blueprints for a while, Monkey Uncle lifts his head to inquire, "I can make these, but this will be my first attempt, so it may take some time. What do you intend to use these for?" Yan Liang smiles. "They will be of great use. If you trust me, you might as well prepare several. I assure you, there will be many seeking your services shortly." He is not inherently kind-hearted, yet he cannot resist bringing home a stray cat. Clearly, Monkey Uncle leads a life of hardship, and Yan Liang does not mind extending a few words to offer him an opportunity for prosperity. The system has assured him that the vegetable seeds he receives as rewards are of the finest quality, yielding crops in no more than 3 months. However, Yan Liang cannot afford to wait that long. That he understands the adage, "A common man is innocent, yet possessing wealth can lead to peril," that he wishes to remain inconspicuous. Yet he cannot stand idly by as winter claims the lives of the beastmen. Thus, he contemplates promoting the remaining seeds through the priest, and of course, his intentions are not entirely altruistic. After all, if there is an abundance of produce, they will tire of potatoes if consumed daily. Better to exchange them for meat. He has yet to discuss this with Shiyun, but he believes Shiyun will not object. Monkey Uncle is taken aback. "Are you saying that soon everyone will be using these tools?" His voice trembles slightly, whether from astonishment or excitement. It is difficult to tell. After decades on the fringes of the tribe, he is desperate for recognition. That is one way to interpret it. Monkey Uncle turns to Shiyun, who nods in affirmation. Now, he feels assured that his efforts will not be in vain. How could the priest wish him harm? Yan Liang notices Shiyun's reaction and feels a sense of satisfaction. The little lion truly is becoming more endearing by the day. Regrettably, Shiyun lacks a beast form. Otherwise, Yan Liang would have the chance to see if the little lion is as docile as a kitten. At this moment, he seems to forget that not long ago, he was constantly worried that Shiyun might snap his neck. Unbeknownst to Shiyun, beneath Yan Liang's cheerful demeanor lies a dangerously ambitious intention. Being under Yan Liang's gaze brings Shiyun a sense of joy. "All right, leave it to me. I promise to have them ready as swiftly as possible and deliver them personally to your cave," Monkey Uncle assures. Yan Liang nods in thanks and emphasizes certain details as instructed by the system. such as ensuring the handles are slip-resistant and the rake teeth sharp. Monkey Uncle diligently takes notes before eagerly disappearing into the depths of the cave to search for suitable wood and bones. Yin Liang and Shi Yun do not linger and soon take their leave. Upon returning to the cave, Yin Liang questions, "Why did you let Monkey Uncle believe that the blueprints were drawn by a priest?" He knows Shi Yun well. Had it not been for the significance of the matter, Shi Yun would not have voluntarily lied in front of Monkey Uncle. Shi Yun gazes at him for a moment before earnestly asking, "You cannot possibly have been just an ordinary person in your former tribe. Who exactly are you?" Yin Liang is taken aback, and it is then that Shi Yun reveals that only priests possess knowledge of the written word. This revelation catches Yin Liang off guard, as he had completely forgotten this detail, even writing Chinese characters on the leaf. This is a prehistoric era. Chapter 30. Confession Host. Why not fabricate an identity as a priest? Since you have resolved to take action, it might be beneficial to position yourself from a place of authority. Only then will your subsequent actions appear more legitimate, the system suggests. Yin Liang is momentarily stunned, his left hand brushing against the bracelet on his wrist, sensing that the system is once again laying a trap. He understands the system's advice, yet finds interpersonal relations cumbersome, making it unlikely for him to desire to manage further affairs. It is challenging for a mere mortal to aspire to heroism, but it is a different matter for a deity already exalted. Yin Liang shudders, and the system, recognizing his comprehension, silently withdraws. He gazes at Shi Yun before suddenly grasping the implications of the system's earlier statement. If he cannot bind himself to the system, he cannot produce those items, and thus he will not attain that coveted mysterious identity which Shi Yun requires. "Yes, I am a priest," Yin Liang declares. Shi Yun's pupils dilate in shock, a sense of confirmation washing over him. Yet he cannot help but exclaim, "You are a priest? Why did you not say so sooner?" "Because I'm not an ordinary priest. I come bearing the will of the beast god." "What?" In the cave, the three individuals exchange incredulous glances, while Shi Yun wears an expression of stoicism, his brow furrowed. Yin Liang takes a deep breath and begins to weave a tale. "No," he states the facts. "The so-called small tribe was merely a fabrication on my part. I said that only to gauge whether the beastmen of the giant lion tribe are worthy of salvation. He is seldom involved in large gatherings, and when he does attend, he often plays the role of a mere backdrop. Now, under the piercing gazes of 4 lions, he feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. Moreover, tomorrow he must face even more lions. Yet, having embarked on this treacherous journey, he has no way to retreat. And besides, he wishes to contribute to the giant lion tribe." "What do you mean by that? Is a disaster about to befall the giant lion tribe?" The chieftain's tone was grave as he inquired, an almost tangible sense of oppression enveloping him. While Yin Liang had never shied away from the aura of authority, owing to the elder's standing, facing a lion was an entirely different matter. He fought to suppress his trepidation, striving to maintain an expression of normalcy. Not only the great lion tribe, but the entire Orc continent shall face an unprecedented chill this winter. This is your fate. The Lord has great fondness for the great lion tribe, which is why I have been sent here to assist you." Upon hearing his words, even the usually benevolent priest adopted a serious demeanor, seemingly weighing the truth behind Yin Liang's statement. "You claim you can save us. How do you intend to do so?" Yin Liang chuckled lightly, producing the potatoes and sweet potatoes he had prepared earlier. "These are gifts from the beast god. You may sample them." The chieftain and priest exchanged glances, uncertainty reflected in their eyes. "These were unearthed by me and Shi Yun. You may verify with him," Yin Liang asserted. After being named, Shi Yun took a moment before slowly lifting his gaze, first meeting Yin Liang's eyes, which held an inscrutable depth that sent a shiver down Yin Liang's spine, before finally nodding towards the priest and chieftain. Yin Liang understood that in Shi Yun's eyes he had deceived him, and Shi Yun would undoubtedly be furious. Yet he felt powerless. The matter of propagating the seeds needed to be addressed promptly. For winter arrived swiftly and with ferocity, blanketing the world in snow almost overnight. If one had intended to remain aloof from the onset, that could be accepted. However, since they had chosen to intervene, they must strive for excellence. Shi Yun had accepted him as a friend. Upon their return, he could apologize and make amends. There was always a way to resolve matters. Initially, The priest and chieftain had harbored doubts about Yin Liang. But with Shiyun's endorsement and the delightful aroma emanating from the items in hand, they conferred briefly before deciding to taste the potatoes. Their first bite was nothing short of astonishing, though it could not rival roasted meat. The tender texture and inherent sweetness of the potatoes compelled them to indulge further. Shurha, observing nearby, swallowed hard, unable to quell his salivation. Most astonishingly, after consuming a potato the size of his fist, the chieftain found himself surprisingly satiated. A realization that rendered his breathing somewhat labored. In an instant, he grasped the potential value of this food source. How long can it be stored? He inquired. Yin Liang smiled, recognizing the astuteness of the man before him. If kept in a cool place and turned frequently, it can last for a year. The chieftain's breath hitched at this revelation that Winter's most pressing concern was food scarcity. Even the salted meat they had preserved was prone to spoilage and unpleasantness. Yet if what Yin Liang said was true, his doubts about Yin Liang's identity were swiftly dissipating. There are still some seeds in Shiyun's cave. I hope to plant them soon so that we can reap a harvest before winter. Yin Liang continued. The priest gasped, but snow will fall in less than 2 months. Can we truly expect a harvest that quickly? Yin Liang furrowed his brow, having lost track of time since arriving, relying solely on the ambient temperature to gauge the season. He had presumed it was still late summer or early autumn, unaware that winter was fast approaching. System, do you have a solution? He asked. Even the first generation of crops required at least 3 months to mature. And time was of the essence. Considering your efforts to fulfill your mission, I can offer you a line of credit, the system replied. Yin Liang was taken aback. What do you mean? I previously mentioned that the superior seeds obtained here could be sold to the system, which would reward you with points redeemable for any items in the shop, including growth accelerants. Just a single drop can have the growing period. Yin Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a boon existed? Could this allow me to return to my original world? He asked eagerly. The breeding sprite paused for a moment, then replied, I cannot control that. However, didn't you express disdain for your former life? Wouldn't it be better to remain on the Orc continent as a priest? You could have others assist with farming, merely directing from your seat. Did he truly despise his original world? Yin Liang found himself perplexed. Had all these events not transpired, he would have answered without hesitation. Yet, being the elder son, he could not bear the thought of his father passing with only a handful of students by his side. Host, the sprite's voice broke through his reverie. It's all right. I understand. Yin Liang forced himself to dismiss such thoughts and address the priest before him. Typically, potatoes require at least 3 months to mature. However, since the beast god has assigned me to this task, I assure you that before the snow falls, everyone will reap a harvest. Chapter 31. To remain, the impact of this revelation was profound for both the priest and the chieftain. Upon Yin Liang's conclusion, they expressed a desire to reflect further, yet their tone had shifted dramatically, now imbued with respect and caution. Yin Liang recognized their apprehensions, smiling gently without further comment, leaving behind the remaining half-pack of potatoes and sweet potatoes as he departed alongside Shiyun. On the return journey, Shiyun remained silent, and Yin Liang felt an uncomfortable awkwardness that he had not experienced in some time. Neither spoke as they hastily returned to the cave. Shiyun headed straight for the bed, only to be halted by Yin Liang's voice. You are upset. But Yin Liang's tone was not one of inquiry, but of certainty. Shiyun paused, turning his back without looking, standing silently. You said we were friends. Do you now believe I have deceived you and am unworthy of that title? Yin Liang murmured softly. Shiyun remained silent, his hands tightening momentarily at his sides. But can you blame me? I am merely acting on the beast god's behalf. Once my identity is revealed, many will question and challenge me. I had hoped you would support me, but perhaps I have overestimated your loyalty. Yin Liang's voice dwindled, his final words nearly inaudible, yet Shiyun furrowed his brow in response. The title of priest appointed by the beast god would attract the attention of surrounding tribes, all vying for his favor. At that juncture, Yin Liang would no longer reside with someone like Shiyun. What he had once perceived as kinship now felt like a grave misjudgment. Shiyun found himself at a loss, grappling with an emptiness within. Quack, quack, quack. Ducky lay on Yin Liang's fur, roused by their conversation, flapping its wings and waddling toward them. Shiyun lowered his head, and upon seeing Ducky, a pang of bitterness washed over him. Ducky reached Yin Liang's feet, pecking playfully at his calf. It was not painful, but rather ticklish. Yin Liang, observing Ducky, had a sudden thought and scooped the little creature into his arms. Caressing its plump head, he spoke, "What shall we do if your other father abandons us?" Shiyun's pupils dilated. In the Great Lion tribe, parents were referred to simply as father and mother. However, at the heart of the Orc continent lay a tribal alliance representing the highest authority in civilization. Only during the beast goddess rituals could invited tribal leaders bring their kin to learn advanced techniques. The Great Lion tribe had changed significantly over the years, yet its foundation remained shallow, lacking invitations for many years. A lingering regret for Shi Feng. He had heard that members of the tribal alliance referred to their fathers as daddy. When Ducky was adopted, Shi Yun had been taken aback, but he later reconciled this with the understanding that Yin Liang might not grasp the implications of jointly raising a beast. Now, however, Yin Liang's words struck a chord. Shi Yun wrestled with his emotions. He had long accepted the reality of never finding a mate in this lifetime, yet he had not anticipated Yin Liang expressing such sentiments. Although there were instances of two orcs cohabiting, he still preferred women and had never envisioned a day when he would partner with another orc. Shi Yun, I apologize that I promise I will never deceive you again. You must not abandon us. Shi Yun's mind jolted. He felt as if he had been momentarily rendered blank, unable to recall his previous thoughts. He bit his lip, turning around to witness the sight of a large pair of eyes and a small set blinking back at him. The impact of this moment was overwhelming, leaving Shi Yun unsure whether it was the small creature's adorableness or Yin Liang's charm that captivated him more. It was the first time he had seen Yin Liang's face so closely and clearly, a small visage, large eyes, slender form. He appeared dazed yet endearing, reminiscent of Shurha in his youth, perhaps even cuter than Shurha had been. Please do not be angry. I will prepare something delicious for you, Yin Liang pleaded, his own eyes sparkling. Shi Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily averted his gaze, his voice slightly hoarse. I am not angry. I merely feel you should leave soon. Yin Liang was taken aback, puzzled by this statement. He wished to leave, to return to his original world, yet even the system had no solution, leaving him resigned to his fate. Moreover, he still had tasks to complete. He yearned to expedite the system's mission, to see if there were any remedies available to restore Shi Yun, and to bring Shi Yun along to the beast goddess ritual. As he contemplated this, he found it rather astonishing how all his plans seemed to revolve around Shi Yun. What has led to such kindness from Lion Yun's parents towards him? Moreover, Lion Yun is his only friend in this world. Yin Liang pondered, I will not leave. I shall remain here. Suddenly, Lion Yun lifted his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. But are you not a priest? How can you associate with someone like me? Yin Liang furrowed his brow and interrupted him. The beast god treats all his subjects equally. He never regards those beast men who cannot transform as less than his own. Such notions are merely the prejudices of other beast men. Lion Yun was momentarily stunned, his hand pressed against the stone wall to steady himself at that moment. Were it not for Yin Liang standing before him, he might have collapsed to the ground. These past years have been a blur of numbness and torment. He despised the unsolicited glances and the pitying looks of others. Thus he endeavored to distance himself from everyone. Even his parents and relatives instilled within him a sense of dread. He felt unworthy of their love, unable to repay their nurturing kindness, and feared becoming a burden. Only Yin Liang was different. He had initially thought it was because they were of the same kind, only to discover that Yin Liang was a priest. This was the first time he had heard such words. Even after stepping outside, when others cast him strange looks, he felt as though something within him had shifted. Will you truly not leave? Yin Liang gazed at him, a slow smile blossoming on his face. I promise you that I would take you to the beast god's festival as for the matter of healing him. Yin Liang refrained from mentioning it, knowing it to be uncertain, and he did not wish to disappoint Lion Yun. After their conversation, Yin Liang took Duck into the kitchen to prepare a meal. And after a moment's thought, Lion Yun followed suit. Soon, the two began to chop vegetables and cook together, accompanied by the occasional chirping of Duck at their feet, the warmth of camaraderie enveloping them. The dinner was simple, barley rice as the staple, a dish of stir-fried meat and potatoes, steamed sweet potatoes, and sautéed wild greens. Having dined with Yin Liang for some time, Liang Yun's once meat-centered palate had transformed considerably. For instance, today he found himself reaching for the potato slices with his chopsticks. Liang was particularly gratified by this. A balanced diet is essential for good health. Chapter 32. Harvesting Sichuan Pepper Check-in complete. Ding! Today's sign-in reward. Sichuan pepper. The map has been updated. Please proceed to collect it in a timely manner. Liang exclaimed. Upon hearing the word Sichuan pepper, he nearly leaped from his beat. It is known that he was born in Bashu in his previous life, where spicy food was a staple. However, since his arrival here, his meals have become increasingly bland, rendering his palate nearly desensitized. Although there were no chili peppers, the aroma of garlic and grilled fish seasoned with Sichuan pepper was nothing short of exquisite. Just thinking of that flavor made his mouth water uncontrollably. Liang Yun descended the mountain, carrying a bone knife, and spotted Liang hurriedly exiting the cave. The previous day, they had opened up to one another, yet Liang Yun still felt a sense of awkwardness. After all, he could not treat a priest so casually. In his heart, priests had always been sacred figures. However, Liang did not afford him the chance to hesitate, immediately pulling him along towards the mountain. Today, we have something special. I just don't know if you will enjoy it, but I assure you that after a while, you will find it irresistible. Liang chattered on, and Liang Yun quietly listened, gradually easing into the moment. Upon reaching the location where rewards were distributed, Liang found himself lost in thought before two towering Sichuan pepper trees that he adored Sichuan pepper. Yet it was his first encounter with such trees. They stood tall and robust, their branches laden with vibrant red peppercorns, the rich fragrance wafting towards him as he approached. Liang Yun wrinkled his nose, observing the two trees that seemed to have appeared out of thin air, further convinced by Liang's words. This was a place he frequented, and such large trees could not have grown overnight. Their presence could only be attributed to Liang. He was no longer as astonished, merely relieved that he had brought Liang back, and he had not shown any signs of impatience when he first began living with him. With Liang around, this winter was the least daunting he had ever faced. Avoiding the thorns on the branches, he pinched off a complete cluster of Sichuan pepper from the base. Liang attempted it first, and then explained to Liang Yun. Sichuan pepper is quite easy to harvest. The branches are very flexible. Some can even be bent down to the ground. However, the trees are covered in thorns, and the Sichuan pepper oil is dark and pungent. Before long, both of their hands were stained black. Harvesting from a single tree proved to be somewhat laborious, and if not dried promptly, the pepper would spoil, losing both its color and flavor. After finishing half a tree, two small mounds had formed on the large leaves below. Liang instructed Liang Yun to take these back and spread them out to dry in the clearing at the cave's entrance. Liang Yun readily complied. Before long, he returned, accompanied by he and a beast man Liang had not seen before. "This is my third brother, Lion Stone," Liang Yun introduced. Liang paused his actions and approached them, offering a polite smile. "Hello, I am Liang, currently residing with Liang Yun." Lion Stone appeared startled, hastily waving his hand, bowing slightly to greet Liang, his face flushed. "And my second sister has also come. She is at home drying the Sichuan pepper," Liang Yun added. Liang nodded, understanding the situation. These individuals were evidently summoned by the priest, indicating that the priest had accepted his words and acknowledged his identity. Since they were here, they might as well harvest Sichuan pepper together, and he would prepare a delicious meal for them that evening. With he and Lion Stone joining, their speed increased significantly. During this time, Lion Stone and Liang Yun made another trip back home. And finally, before the sun reached its zenith, they concluded their labor. Liang could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed down the mountain. Where there was no pond to wash his hands, he collapsed onto the ground, raising his hands in exasperation. Farming is truly no easy task. The other four sat nearby, yet none spoke up. Liang Yun was naturally reserved, while the others felt a bit shy meeting Liang for the first time, and he appeared to be struggling to contain himself. Liang chuckled, surmising that the priest must have given them some instructions at home. Do you still have the fish you caught a few days ago?" He particularly relished fried fish, and with an abundance of barley, he had been fishing in the creek daily, keeping any excess in a basin of water. Yes. Do you want some?" Liang nodded. "Go fetch it. I will prepare a delicious meal for you today." Sure, he nodded eagerly and dashed off. While Lionstone and his sister Lion Pearl exchanged glances, somewhat apprehensive, before speaking up, "Perhaps we should handle the cooking. You should leave it to us." Liang chuckled. The beastmen of the giant lion tribe held priests in high regard, yet lacked any substantial fear. This was partly due to the priest's amiable nature, often seen with a smile, and partly because at this time, societal status did not carry much weight. Before the emergence of nations, power derived from rank was minimal. Liang relished this atmosphere. After all, having come from the 21st century, he felt discontented whether as a member of the ruling class or a subject. Their current perception of him likely stemmed from the belief that he could communicate with the beast god. Transferring their reverence for the deity onto him, "I plan to make Sichuan pepper fish and boiled meat slices. Do you know how to prepare them?" Liang raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Upon hearing this, Lionstone and Lion Pearl exchanged awkward smiles. Aside from the most basic roasted meat, they had no experience with other dishes. During these past few days, they had enjoyed many delightful meals thanks to Shurhi, as if they had opened the door to a new world. Yet, when it came to preparing food themselves, they found themselves at a loss. Not only were they unfamiliar with cooking, but they also lacked the time and energy to devote to it. "All right, I am merely Liang, a friend of Lion Yun. Please do not feel too anxious." After speaking, Liang dusted off his pants and stood up. He entered the kitchen, leaving the others exchanging glances. Lionstone turned to Lion Yun. "Should we assist?" Lion Yun also rose. "You all can stay seated. I will handle it. Liang has been teaching me to cook recently. This." Lionstone and Lion Pearl were left even more dumbfounded. However, Lion Yun felt a newfound brightness in his mood. His siblings were all exceptional, surrounded by friends, unlike his own solitary existence. Yet no matter how many friends they had, none could compare to Liang. As Lion Yun secretly reveled in his joy, he noticed Liang leaning against the wall, a teasing smile on his lips. His expression froze, his ears flushing with warmth. The little lion's expressions had become increasingly animated, and he had come to life. Much to Liang's delight, he understood that Lion Yun was shy and rarely jested, yet he could not resist teasing him. "What is the matter? We are friends. After all, why the hesitation?" Upon hearing this, Lion Yun's face grew warm. He turned his back, picking up a flint to start the fire. "Let us get cooking. Everyone is hungry." Liang smiled. "All right." Chapter 33. Pepper Fish Shurha arrived swiftly. Just as Liang had finished steaming the barley rice, that he returned, carrying a string of fish. The orcs of the lion tribe were not fond of fish, and the fish in that little stream lacked any survival instincts, making them exceptionally easy to catch. They were also of considerable size. The 3 fish Shurha brought back weighed over 2 pounds each and were still flapping their tails intermittently. "Brother Yun, what delectable dish are we preparing today?" Shurha asked eagerly. Lion Yun took the fish from his hands and squatted down to gut and scale them. After a brief pause, he replied, "Pepper fish." He was uncertain what that entailed, but he had remembered it when Liang mentioned it. Shurha's eyes lit up as he grasped a handful of vibrant red pepper and brought it to his nose, that a pungent aroma assaulted him, causing him to drop what he held and turn his head away to sneeze. After a moment, he sniffed back the tears in his eyes and said, "The scent is so peculiar. Will the dish truly be delicious?" Liang assured him, "If I say it's good, it will undoubtedly be good." Shurha nodded in agreement. Previously, when Liang had brought back scallions, ginger, and garlic, he had voiced similar doubts, but it had turned out that Liang's claims of deliciousness were indeed accurate. During this period, their roasted meat had greatly improved thanks to the scallions, ginger, and garlic gifted by Liang. After chatting with Lion Yun for a few moments, Shurha grew bored and dashed outside to converse with his siblings. Lion Shur and Lion Ju were also busy. The 2 pepper trees had yielded nearly 50 pounds of pepper, so they cleared the space in front of the cave to dry it, occasionally turning it for easier seed removal. Shurha, unable to remain idle, soon returned to the kitchen in search of food. However, upon waking that morning, Liang had taken Lion Yun out, leaving little to eat, reflecting on how everyone had labored for him throughout the day. Liang felt a pang of hunger himself. He decided to steam some potatoes and sweet potatoes atop the barley rice. Once cooked, they could be eaten directly, and the leftovers could be mixed into the rice for a delightful flavor. Upon hearing that sweet potatoes would soon be ready, Shurha eagerly volunteered to tend the fire. Meanwhile, Yin Liang began instructing Lion Yun on how to prepare the fish. The best method for making pepper fish was to grill it. However, given the limitations of his current kitchenware, he settled for making pepper fish fillets instead. The fish Shurha had found was nameless to Yin Liang, possibly due to its not yet having evolved, differing from those commonly seen in later times. It was no wonder that the fish ear was unpopular. Its strong fishy odor was one reason, and the small, dense bones significantly detracted from the dining experience. Luckily, today's catch had only a few large bones, making them a delight to prepare. Yin Liang was thrilled at the prospect of raising such fish in a pond of his own when conditions allowed. Lion Yun bent over the gutted fish in his hands, meticulously removing the bones. Once done, he followed Yin Liang's instructions and sliced the fish into fillets along the grain to eliminate the fishy smell. Marination was crucial. Lacking cooking wine, Yin Liang substituted ginger slices and salt, evenly coating the fish with a mixture and massaging it to enhance the flavor absorption. While the fish marinated, the barley rice was completed, and the potatoes and sweet potatoes had softened. Shurha, who had been waiting eagerly, was delighted when Yin Liang handed him the first piece, saying, "You've worked hard tending the fire." Of course, Shurha replied, accepting it without fear of burning himself, and began to munch eagerly. Lion Yun gathered the remaining potatoes and sweet potatoes into a bamboo trough. Ever since Yin Liang had seen the feeding trough for ducks, he had decided that bamboo troughs were more convenient than bamboo tubes, leading to an influx of bamboo crafts in their home. Lion Shi and Lion Zhu were not particularly familiar with their older brother, despite having shared a close bond in childhood. Years of separation had inevitably led to some awkwardness, but compared to their relationship with Yin Liang, it felt much more natural. Lion Zhu took a bite of the potato, squinting her eyes in delight. "This is wonderful. I heard if we plant it now, we can harvest before the snow falls. It is perfect since we don't have much meat stored this year. Winter won't be a worry." In contrast to the bland potato, Lion Shi preferred the sweet taste of the sweet potato, savoring a bite with a pleased expression, exclaiming, "The beast god is truly benevolent, and so is Lord Yin Liang." Lion Yun distributed a piece to each of them before taking the bamboo trough and leaving the kitchen. As he turned, a slight smile graced his lips. Hearing his siblings praise Yin Liang brought him more joy than praise for himself. Of course, Yin Liang, who had been observing Lion Yun, caught sight of this moment. Upon entering the kitchen, Lion Yun found Yin Liang smiling at him. "What should I do? This scene feels so familiar. Wouldn't he think I'm a fool? Would he?" Lion Yun mused. "Why don't you have a bite too? You've worked hard all morning," he offered, his voice low. Yin Liang nodded, joining Lion Yun on a wooden stool. After swallowing a piece of sweet potato, he felt invigorated. "Actually, you needn't worry. Look, my younger siblings are all grateful to you," Lion Yun suddenly remarked. Yin Liang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Lion Yun lifted his gaze to meet his, saying, "What I mean is, you needn't fret about others questioning you. You're so kind, and they will only respect and appreciate you, just as I do." Yin Liang finally understood what he was saying, realizing how a casual remark seeking sympathy had been etched in Lion Yun's mind. A warmth spread within him. In this strange world, he felt fortunate to have found such a good friend. "Indeed, and I also have you by my side," Yin Liang replied, with an abundance of potatoes boiled. They finished all the sweet potatoes, leaving several potatoes behind. Yin Liang instructed Lion Yun to mash them and mix them into the barley rice. The fish had marinated, and Yin Liang rinsed off the salt and ginger. He retrieved another pot to heat oil. They had been so busy lately that they hadn't had time to refine oil, making it a bit troublesome to use only what they needed. However, soon the tribe members would assist him with farming, and he would be able to store a bamboo tube of oil for easy cooking. Yes, the oil crackled. Shurha, who had vanished for a moment, returned, drawn by the aroma. Yin Liang grinned as he handed the bamboo trough to him. Shurha distributed the oil residues to his siblings before dashing off again. Lion Zhu chuckled, shaking her head. He has definitely gone to share with Lion Yu. Their bond has always been strong. Lion Shi nodded in agreement. In the kitchen, Lion Yun furrowed his brow as Yin Liang busied himself with the cooking. After a moment of thought, he selected the best piece of oil residue in his hand and offered it to Yin Liang's mouth. Yin Liang was momentarily surprised, but opened his mouth to eat it. A smile blossomed on Lion Yun's face. Our bond will always remain strong. Chapter 34. I refuse. Yin Liang continued his work. Turning to smile at him, he tossed a handful of pepper into the hot oil, and a sizzle erupted, filling the air with a potent fragrance. Lion Yun instinctively turned his head away, covering his mouth as he sneezed several times. Finally catching the familiar aroma, Yin Liang felt his taste buds awaken. He inhaled deeply, saliva beginning to flow uncontrollably. As it was their first time eating pepper, Yin Liang had not focused solely on his own palate. Using a modest amount, once the pepper oil was ready, he added minced garlic and chopped scallions, then poured in water. After waiting for the water to boil, he added the fish fillets and various accompaniments. Dinner is served. Lion Yin carried the stone pot outside to the stone table in the cave. Lion Shi and Lion Zhu stood a bit awkwardly to the side, while Yin Liang and Shi brought the rice over. Feeling somewhat out of place for not being able to help, Yin Liang smiled and beckoned them to sit down, placing a bamboo tube of barley rice in front of each person. Don't be nervous. Just think of me as Lion Yun's friend. Lion Shi and Lion Zhu quickly agreed, though they still appeared tense. Yin Liang understood that their relationship was still new, and their differing statuses made their nervousness natural. Wait a moment. Yin Liang went back to the kitchen to retrieve a bamboo tube of preheated oil. With a sizzling sound, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Everyone held their chopsticks, staring at the stone pot, unsure of how to begin. Interestingly, the use of chopsticks was a habit Yin Liang had introduced to them. They had previously eaten roasted meat directly off skewers, but after adopting the habit of eating barley rice, they had to use utensils, and chopsticks naturally made their way to the dining table. Yin Liang realized that if he didn't start eating, no one else would, so he took the initiative and picked up a piece of meat to eat. Everyone, dig in. Only then did the others begin to serve themselves. This meal left everyone feeling satisfied, especially Yin Liang. This body had never tasted pepper before, and today's mild, numbing sensation was just right. Aside from Yin Liang, no one else had experienced fish fillets without bones. Initially, they sampled it cautiously, but soon they dug in wholeheartedly, savoring every bite. The fish was tender and aromatic, and the potato slices and wild vegetables within were equally delicious. Shi ate with such fervor that he scarcely lifted his head, ultimately using the broth in the pot to soak his rice. When he finished, his lips were numb from the flavor, but there was no denying that it was the most satisfying meal he had ever had. Do we need to plant pepper too? He lay on the wooden stump to digest his food and inquired of Yin Liang. Yin Liang had initially intended to wash the dishes, but this time, Shi Zhu adamantly refused, using his size to block Yin Liang in the cave. With a resigned smile, he decided to rest as well. Upon hearing Shi's words, Shi Yun also paused his actions. He intended to gather the remaining prickly ash to take outside to dry, but he needed to save seeds for planting. Planting could wait. It was only when the prickly ash dried that seeds would be available. Shi Yun nodded, seemingly understanding, and buried himself back into his work. After the group finished their tasks, they gathered around the stone table. Shi and Shi Zhu exchanged glances and slowly said, "We have come to see you today, because we have matters to discuss." Yin Liang nodded, not surprised that he felt a little embarrassed, having dragged them into such labor for so long. The first matter is that our father wishes to convey to you that the issue of cooking at the Beast God Festival should be considered as if he had never mentioned it. Yin Liang nodded. What else? Their mother wishes for you to become the priest of the Great Lion tribe. Shi Yun, who was completely unaware, widened his eyes and pressed his lips together, but said nothing. Both our father and mother are in the cave today. If you have time, could you go over there to discuss this in person? Yin Liang stood up. Then let us go. Indeed, from a distance. He spotted the chieftain and the priest standing at the cave entrance, both dressed in seemingly more formal attire than usual. I should have come to find you in person, but knowing that young people tend to rise late, I did not want to disturb you, so I had to trouble you to make the trip, the priest said with a smile. Yin Liang felt a bit helpless. He and Shi Yun were friends. Yet the priest, being Shi Yun's mother, showed him such respect that it made him quite uncomfortable. I in the tribe. How you interact with other beastmen is the same for me, Yin Liang stated. The priest looked at him, her smile deepening, and she warmly invited the others into the cave. The cave was very clean, evidently having been tidied up for the occasion. Liang sat on a stone bench, with the priest and chieftain seated beside him, while Yun and the others quietly retreated to the small cave where the priest prepared medicine. Liang noticed but chose to say nothing. After all, it was a significant matter for their tribe, and it would be inappropriate to discuss in front of so many. Has Zhu informed you of the purpose of my visit? The priest inquired. Liang nodded. And what is your stance? He glanced at the priest, then at the chieftain, finally shaking his head. I'm sorry, I cannot agree to either matter. In the medicine cave, sure, he leaned against the wall, having somehow acquired a wild herb. Absent-mindedly fiddling with it, I never expected that Liang would become our priest in the future, he mused. Zhu sighed. We should be celebrating. Liang is so capable, he will undoubtedly lead the great lion tribe to prosperity. If we have enough potatoes, who fears the winter? True enough, sure, he agreed with a nod. Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at his feet. Brother Yun, do you still not talk much with Liang? Sure, he asked again. Yun longed to refute this, but he awkwardly realized that he was stating the truth. Their relationship had indeed warmed considerably, yet their conversations remained sparse, with Liang doing most of the talking. Yun furrowed his brow, sensing that Liang had also been speaking less lately. Did he find him too dull and wish to converse less? With Liang becoming the priest, he would undoubtedly receive a separate cave in the tribe, likely near the main square. However, the caves near the main square were already filled to capacity, with no room for another. If the priest needed accommodation, who would refuse to vacate? Indeed, if our family weren't so remote. I would want to offer my cave to the priest. It is a great honor to have the priest reside in one's home. The group continued to converse quietly. Yun suddenly lifted his head, speaking in a voice that was soft yet resolute. He said he wouldn't move away. The three of them were taken aback. Liang told me he would always live with me and would find a way to bring me to the Beast God Festival. He wouldn't abandon me. What? The priest was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat at a loss. She had assumed this would be a straightforward matter and never anticipated Liang's refusal. Liang looked at them. I want to take Yun to the Beast God Festival with me. As for the priesthood, I believe you are far more capable than I am, and I do not possess the energy to manage the myriad affairs of the tribe. Chapter 35. The discussion hearing this. The priest felt both astonished and touched. Having learned of Liang's true abilities, they had already ceased to hope that he would respond favorably to their minor favors regarding Yun. The future development and survival of the entire tribe would hinge upon Liang. Yet he still wished to keep Yun by his side. Thank you, the priest said sincerely. Liang understood her sentiments and shook his head, saying, Yun is my friend. The matter of replacing the priest was thus set aside, but the distribution of seeds and agricultural arrangements needed to be expedited, and the three of them discussed this further. After their conversation, Liang went next door to summon Yun, and they returned home together. The priest had not yet disclosed Liang's situation to many, so those they encountered on the way regarded them with the same mixture of sympathy and curiosity as before. Liang paid no heed to the gazes of these individuals, yet he was concerned that Yun's mood seemed rather poor. Earlier, when they had visited the medicine cave, he had noticed that their expressions were somewhat peculiar. What happened? Did you argue with your younger siblings? Once the words escaped his lips, he couldn't help but chuckle. After all, Yun was slightly older than him, yet he instinctively regarded him as a little lion. However, beastmen on the continent typically live for over 200 years, making 30-something quite young. This day, Liang still did not know whose body he had acquired, nor whether he would also be granted such a long lifespan. It's nothing, Yun replied sullenly. This tone hardly conveyed that everything was all right, and Liang turned to him, pinching his face until it contorted. Your face is all scrunched up, and you say it's nothing? This gesture felt so natural that both of them were momentarily taken aback. They had never had any physical contact before. Yun rubbed his fingers together, about to do something, but Liang swiftly withdrew his hand. If you're feeling down, you can tell me directly. Aren't we friends? Liang said. Yun inexplicably felt a hollow sensation in his heart, yet he could not comprehend the reason and could only set it aside for the moment. Replying, It's not that I'm in a bad mood. It's just that you're going to become a priest, right? In the medicine cave earlier, he had appeared quite resolute, yet deep down, he remained fearful. Moreover, The words of Sure and the others held considerable weight. There were no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies. Even if Yin Liang was currently friendly with him, once he became the priest, many would flock to him. He had no confidence to believe he could outshine others. Once upon a time, he had been arrogant and self-assured, but reality had dealt him countless blows, and one understood better than he what those words truly meant. Who said that? I want to do it, Yin Liang asserted. His seemingly light statement felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, leaving Shi Yun momentarily dazed. The priest held a status higher than that of the chieftain. The chieftain was typically chosen for their abilities, and a tribe could replace its chieftain at any time, but there could only be one priest. Mastery in medicine, writing, and rituals could not be acquired in a short time. Therefore, every priest would take many apprentices, and to teach one successor to the priesthood over a lifetime was already a considerable success. Yet, in reality, many priests spent their entire lives without managing to teach even one, having to apply to the priest alliance for reassignment. Shi Yun's mother had come from the priest alliance, later falling in love with Shi Feng. Their bonding ceremony had been unprecedentedly grand. The union of chieftain and priest was undoubtedly a tale worth telling. Wherever they went, they garnered envious glances, until Shi Yun turned 15, the age for awakening their beast form, when sympathy began to overshadow admiration. As a result, Shi Yun's younger siblings also attracted considerable attention. But fortunately, they all possessed their own beast forms. Reflecting on these memories, Shi Yun's demeanor darkened. He had always been the one abandoned, by the beast god, by friends, by the world itself. The priesthood is too burdensome. It involves childbirth, healing, naming, and a myriad of other trivial matters. I'm far too lazy for that. I'd rather hide in a cave, cook daily, and teach you how to cook, Yin Liang remarked. Shi Yun felt somewhat helpless. The priesthood was not as unbearable as Yin Liang portrayed it. There were many duties, but also commanded the respect of all, granting the highest status within the tribe, and one disliked the feeling of being adored. Are you serious? Yin Liang turned to him, their eyes meeting, and he earnestly opened his eyes wide. Can you not see the sincerity overflowing from my gaze? Shi Yun gazed at him, warmth flooding his heart, his cheeks flushing as he found it difficult to meet his eyes. All right, I believe you. That's more like it. I truly do not wish to become a priest, nor do I want to interact with too many people. Shi Yun struggled to contain the corners of his mouth as the gloom in his heart dissipated. Yin Liang once again spoke of the matters they had discussed earlier. Firstly, Yin Liang's identity must be made public. While Yin Liang himself was indifferent to this, both the priest and the chief were concerned that the people of the tribe might inadvertently offend him. This was indeed a valid point. The members of the Great Lion tribe were generally innocent, but it was inevitable that some with ill intentions would seek to trouble Shi Yun. Additionally, there was the distribution of seeds. Yin Liang had a limited supply of seeds, so he decided to hand them all over to the tribe, allowing the chief to oversee the planting and harvesting. The grains collected would then be divided among them the following year. The beastmen would be able to use their surplus grains as seeds, cultivating their own fields. However, Yin Liang hesitated over this step. Once private property accumulated, the market would expand, given that they were still a primitive tribe without established laws. Disrupting historical norms could lead to dire consequences. Yin Liang shared these concerns with the priest, but judging by her reaction, it was clear that she did not comprehend. This was understandable. It was akin to asking him to envision a communist society he had never witnessed, an unfathomable task. Logically, he shouldn't concern himself too much, but ultimately, it was his presence that had created this potential risk, and he could not escape responsibility. After hearing this, Shi Yun felt equally perplexed. He did not grasp the meaning behind Yin Liang's words, yet instinctively trusted him that if you feel it's wrong, then do not proceed. Focus on what needs to be done now, he advised. Yin Liang nodded in agreement. I in the tribe. The chief relied on his superior hunting skills, while the priest commanded respect through the authority of the beast god. Yet, these strengths seemed feeble in the face of absolute greed and selfish desires. Thus, until everything fell into place, he should not forcibly alter the social order. After all, with so few people in the tribe, communal ownership was not a bad arrangement. Yin Liang and the priest agreed that in the evening he would bring samples to the gathering, simultaneously revealing his identity. There was no need to bring Shi Yun this time. But Shi Yun insisted, I want to go, it's not a ritual. No one can stop me. Liang did not mean to suggest otherwise. He merely worried that Shi Yun might not be accustomed to large gatherings. However, since Shi Yun had expressed his desire, Liang could not oppose him. Chapter 36. The beast god tree blooms. The significance of Liang's identity was profound. Apart from a few trusted individuals, the priest had not disclosed it to anyone else. However, the tribe was small, and the caves were in close proximity, leaving little room for secrets. Even the intimate lives of couples at night were often overheard. The priest had instructed Shi to inform every household about the gathering at the great place. And as dinner concluded, beastmen from all directions emerged from their caves, converging upon the venue. Concerned that Shi Yun might feel uncomfortable under the scrutiny of others, Liang deliberately took him to the priest's cave first, waiting until most people had arrived before they proceeded. From the entrance of the priest's cave, they could see the bustling crowd at the great place. Liang turned to Shi Yun and asked, Are you nervous? Shi Yun bit his lip. How could he not be nervous? He had not interacted with others for over a decade, and he feared speaking to people, terrified of their gazes. He was unsure why he felt compelled to join today. That it wasn't entirely unfounded. From this day forth, Liang would become the focal point of the crowd. He could already envision how radiant Liang would appear among them as a friend. He should feel joy for his companion. Yet instead, he felt a profound discomfort, his heart aching with a sourness that was hard to bear. Shi Yun sensed a shift within himself, feeling foreign and dark, even questioning whether the years of repression had transformed him into a monster. His thoughts swirled, yet his expression remained stoic, his face pale. Liang, concerned, suggested, Perhaps you should wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. Shi Yun shook his head. I'm fine. Before long, Shi bounced over, exclaiming, Liang, everyone has arrived. My mother asked me to call you over. Liang glanced at Shi Yun and nodded. The great place was now filled with people. The priest stood on a platform before the crowd, holding a staff adorned with intricate carvings that mirrored her attire. The throng was a sea of heads, silent in anticipation as Liang and Shi Yun approached the edge of the gathering. Shi Yun halted, stating, You go ahead, I'll watch from here. Liang turned back to him. Under the moonlight, Shi Yun's eyes sparkled, the corners slightly lifted. Although he appeared fierce when not smiling, his smile held an alluring charm. At that moment, Shi Yun was indeed smiling. In a fleeting memory, Liang recalled their first encounter, when Shi Yun had captivated him in the same manner. Lost in thought, he unconsciously found himself beside the priest. The priest turned to address the crowd, saying, Everyone, allow me to introduce. This is Liang, the priest sent by the beast god to the great lion tribe. This proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment in the hearts of these beastmen. The beast god was a supreme, sanctified being, and their ancestral teachings instilled unwavering loyalty to him. Yet, no one had ever truly seen the beast god. Now the priest claimed that this man was sent by the beast god. Could it mean that the beast god was indeed watching over them? The thought ignited excitement among the crowd. Silence. The priest raised her staff, and the clamor subsided instantly. The reason for speaking before you today is that the beast god has sent me to save you. As long as you obey, I assure you that not a single soul in the great lion tribe will starve or freeze this winter. The great place was vast, and without a trumpet, Liang had to raise his voice to its fullest. He hoped his voice wouldn't crack, for that would be terribly embarrassing. As his words fell, a greater uproar ensued, the crowd seeming ready to erupt. The priest attempted to raise her staff again, but Liang intervened. Such significant news should be allowed time for digestion. Let me rest as well. The priest nodded. After a fervent discussion, the crowd gradually quieted down. A particularly robust beast man stepped forward, bowing to the priest and then to Liang that he spoke. Forgive my intrusion. We certainly trust the priest's words. She would never harm us. However, given the gravity of this matter concerning the beast god, might I inquire if Lord Liang has any evidence? He bowed once more and stepped back. This individual was quite polite. His name was Shi Tuo, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was likely to become the next chief. Already a key member of the hunting team, with Shi Feng holding great hopes for him. Liang nodded, understanding why he had chosen to step forward. In terms of demeanor and mindset, he possessed the qualities of a leader. However, Yin Liang pondered what he should do next. The only resource he could rely on was the seeds provided by the system, which would take at least a month to show results. Yet, if he could not prove himself, how could he expect anyone to wholeheartedly assist him in farming? It seemed he had hit a dead end. Oh, you remember the beast god tree? The system inquired. Yin Liang certainly recalled. The priest had told him that the blooming of the beast god tree signified a miracle from the beast god, heralding the time for the beast god festival. I have a way to make the beast god tree bloom immediately. Yin Liang's eyes lit up. What could be more persuasive than this? However, he recalled the debt incurred from the ripening agent last time. Yin Liang replied, I have every intention of repaying it. All right then, I'll help you once more. The priest, sensing Yin Liang's hesitation, grew anxious. She was aware of his capabilities, but how could they prove it? Just then, Yin Liang suddenly smiled. All right, turn around and look. As his words echoed, the immense beast god tree suddenly illuminated, and the world seemed to shift into slow motion. Everyone watched in awe as the tree, adorned with lush green leaves, burst into bloom overnight. The vibrant red flowers were strikingly brilliant, filling the branches and casting a glow upon the night. Yun stood beneath the beast god tree, momentarily taken aback by the multitude of gazes upon him. He forgot to hide, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle before him. The beast god tree only bloomed for one day during the beast god festival each year, and he had never witnessed it before. Today, he discovered just how beautiful the flowers were from a distance. He noticed Yin Liang on the platform, also gazing at him. Yin Liang wore a smile, his lips moving as if asking, Isn't it beautiful? Yun nearly lost control of his expression. How could someone as wonderful as Yin Liang exist in this world? He felt incredibly fortunate to befriend him. Aside from Yun, the other beastmen in the great place were equally mesmerized by the scene before them. After a brief moment of astonishment, they all knelt to the ground, shouting towards the beast god tree. Thank you, great beast god, for your protection. This time, Yun swiftly fled, seeking refuge in a more concealed location, yet his gaze never wavered from that individual. Chapter 37. Agricultural tools. The profound shock brought to the Great Lion tribe by the blooming of the beast god tree was beyond verbal expression, leaving only endless admiration and reverence in their eyes as they turned to glance at Yin Liang, gazing upon him as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Even the priest beside him regarded him with fiery eyes. Yin Liang endeavored to maintain an expression of noble composure, yet only he was aware of the extent of his anxiety, having resolved the trust crisis. Everything that followed appeared remarkably straightforward. Relying solely on potatoes without meat was untenable. Thus, Yin Liang arranged for the hunting team to be halved, with the remaining members joining the farming crew, since Yin Liang personally led the farming efforts. Numerous orcs eagerly volunteered to participate. As for the subsequent distribution of food, Yin Liang drew inspiration from the method employed during the founding of his original nation, recording contributions. Fully utilized the workforce. Both men and women orcs were permitted to participate, with points allocated based on the work completed that day. Upon hearing this, the women and elderly, who had long been idle at home, displayed expressions of delight. It was a heavy burden for a single orc to provide for an entire family through hunting, but now they too could obtain food, which was truly wonderful. Although his intention was to eliminate the distinction between male and female orcs, Yin Liang recognized that women generally possessed less physical strength. Therefore, he proposed assigning lighter tasks, such as planting and burying seeds, to the women, while the men would handle land clearing and irrigation. The men of primitive tribes often assumed the role of the family's breadwinners and exhibited a degree of male chauvinism. Thus, there was no dissent regarding this proposal. Seeing this, Yin Liang felt a sense of relief. As for the record-keeping task, it remained solely in his hands, not due to distrust of others, but because apart from the priest, who possessed a rudimentary understanding of simple patterns and characters, no one else in the tribe was familiar with such matters. However, this did afford him the freedom to act without the need to learn the local scripts. In the future, he hoped to impart some basic counting methods and characters to other orcs, though that was a matter for another time to present. The most pressing concern was ensuring that everyone here had enough to eat. The value of survival always took precedence over mere existence. Liang, still unfamiliar with the orcs of the Great Lion tribe, entrusted the task of assigning individuals to the chief, focusing solely on disseminating this information. After agreeing to visit Yun's cave to retrieve seeds the following day, Liang descended from the platform in the Great Hall. The gaze of the people was fixed upon Liang. Only when he vanished into the shadows did they reluctantly turn away. Upon exiting the hall, Liang encountered Yun, who stood waiting for him, and his mood brightened instantly. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Yun regarded him with a complex expression, as he had surmised. From this moment forth, Liang was destined to become the center of attention, one basking in sunlight while the other remained mired in mud. Originally, he had not dared to hope that the bond between himself and Liang would endure for long. Yet Liang had unveiled a miracle before his very eyes. Witnessing the beast god flower bloom above him, his heart raced, while his mind felt clearer than ever before. For over a decade, he had chosen to lurk in the shadows, but this time, an unprecedented yearning surged within him that a voice within him cried out. Resonant and clear, each word ringing with conviction. "Tomorrow morning, the chief will bring the orcs to our home to collect seeds. If you wish to avoid seeing them, you could sleep in a little longer or venture out early. Rest assured, the piece of land we cultivate will belong to us," Liang declared. Yun replied, "It's all right, I will join the land clearing." Liang turned back in surprise that he had hoped to draw Yun back into the fold of the community. The sensation of having one friend amidst a multitude was distinctly different. Yet, he did not wish to pressure Yun. He had even prepared himself to take up a hoe and farm alongside Yun. It must be said, Yun truly surprised him. Previously, he had heard others caution against forming friendships with the unfortunate, for one might inadvertently be dragged down as well. Now, seeing Yun's willingness to strive, Liang felt genuine joy for him. Even if he ultimately could not find a cure for Yun, as long as the Great Lion tribe no longer relied solely on hunting for sustenance, Yun would gradually uncover his own value, and others would slowly release their pity for him. Very well. Let us go together. Upon returning to the cave, Liang and Yun encountered an unexpected visitor. Uncle Ho. Liang stepped forward, having already spotted 3 tools on the ground. While announcing the gathering in the Great Hall, Uncle Ho had been busy crafting the final agricultural tool. Once he began woodworking, he could not be deterred and had remained in the cave. Consequently, he was unaware of the significant event that had transpired within the tribe. Seeing Liang and Yun, Uncle Ho slowly stood, pointing to the tools on the ground, smiling broadly. "Please inspect them and let me know if any modifications are needed. I shall work through the night." Uncle Ho's complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet his spirit was remarkably high. Liang nodded, first picking up the eagle beak hoe to test its feel, then trying it out on the soil before him. The handles of these tools were wooden, while the other parts were made of bone. Naturally, they could not compare to steel of later eras, but producing such tools at this time was already commendable. Liang examined the tools in succession, feeling thoroughly satisfied. "Uncle Ho, remember what I said. Return now and continue crafting these tools. The more, the better." Delighted with the quality of the delivered goods, Liang felt no need to hesitate in reminding him once more. While Liang tested the tools, Yun had already retrieved over 20 pounds of meat from the cave. This was all that remained in their cave, yet it mattered little, for come tomorrow, there would be ample meat to provide for him. When Liang discussed this matter with the priest, he had explicitly stated that the seeds in his possession would be exchanged for meat, to which the priest readily agreed. Neither Liang nor Yun were adept at hunting, and a reduced hunting team meant they would receive even less. Neither Yun nor Liang could afford to go hungry. Uncle Ho had previously been able to trade for only a meager amount of meat, but now, with Yun providing so much, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. His face, lined with wrinkles, broke into a broad smile. All right, I'll listen to you. I am already preparing." Liang nodded, watching Uncle Ho depart before bringing the tools back into the cave. The various vegetables in the cave were meant for seeding. Yet Liang did not intend to take them all out. He and Yun spent some time gathering, reserving a dozen pounds of each type of vegetable. After all, there would be daily rewards in the future, so there was no need to hoard excessively. The next morning, Before Yin Liang had fully awakened, he heard the soft murmur of conversation outside. Rousing from sleep, he descended from his bed. Outside stood the chief and Shi Yun, followed by a large group of men, women, and children. Chapter 38. Corn, did we wake you? The chief asked with a sheepish smile. Yin Liang observed a small mountain of beast meat piled on the kitchen floor, accompanied by an equal weight of assorted vegetables. Where have you chosen the fields? Yin Liang inquired. The chief replied, as per your request, the priest found a piece of land just across the small stream. It is a vast expanse, quite flat in truth. Yin Liang knew little about farming. Yet with the high-quality seeds provided by the system, the soil here was fertile, and with the addition of growth agents, ordinary crops would pose no issue. Very well. Upon hearing Yin Liang's approval, the chief sighed in relief. Noting that they had completed moving the seeds, he then said to Yin Liang, "Please eat first. We will head to the fields." Yin Liang was not particularly hungry. While land clearing was simple, the locals had never engaged in it before and still required basic guidance. After some contemplation, he asked, "Have you brought the bone knives? I would like to accompany you to take a look." The chief quickly nodded. Yes, we have." When Yin Liang expressed his desire to join, Shi Yun had already quietly entered the cave to retrieve the 3 tools that Uncle Ho had brought the previous day. This was the first time the chief had seen such items, and he could not help but inquire, "What are these?" Yin Liang smiled. "You will understand once we reach the fields." Many orcs accompanied them, and since the seeds were distributed in small quantities to each individual, both Yin Liang and Shi Yun went empty-handed. They walked at the forefront, with Yin Liang attentively observing Shi Yun's expression, concerned for his well-being. However, it was evident that his worries were unfounded. Shi Yun's expression remained largely unchanged, a weight lifted from Yin Liang's heart, allowing him to proceed with his daily check-in. System, check-in, ding, check-in successful. Today's reward, corn. The map has been updated. Please proceed to claim it in a timely manner. He has now acquired the identity of a priest, and naturally, he seizes the opportunity to indulge in idleness, delegating the task of collecting rewards to others, which serves to enhance his air of mystery. Yin Liang was preoccupied with thoughts of corn and thus failed to notice that after he shifted his gaze, Shi Yun's breathing seemed to grow heavier. Shi Yun dared not look at Yin Liang, fixing his eyes ahead. He felt increasingly strange. Despite being in each other's company all day, whenever he was separated from Yin Liang, he would feel a disquieting restlessness. Yet upon seeing him, he would immediately avert his gaze. He was no child, having experienced the joy of camaraderie. Yet no one had ever stirred such complex emotions within him as Yin Liang did. It was as if all his joys and sorrows were intertwined with Yin Liang. While Shi Yun was still lost in his thoughts, he heard the chieftain say, just across the way, "The orc carrying the seeds, be careful not to get them wet." "Understood, chieftain." After the chieftain spoke, he stood at the water's edge and instructed Yin Liang, "You two go ahead. I will keep an eye on the others from here." Yin Liang nodded and entered the water first with Shi Yun. The creek was shallow, with the deepest part reaching only to their thighs. Adult orcs didn't even need to remove their leather skirts, easily crossing over. Upon reaching the opposite bank, they observed the priestess leading a group of women who were bent over pulling weeds, a considerable pile of weeds already amassed behind them, making the ground appear much smoother. Gazing at the heap of wild grass, an idea suddenly struck Yin Liang. Once agricultural development reached a certain point, perhaps they could also explore animal husbandry. At that time, excess vegetable leaves could be used as feed, and the waste from the beasts could serve as fertilizer, a truly advantageous endeavor. "Yin Liang, you have arrived?" The priestess approached him upon seeing him. Cultivating a cadre of qualified priests requires many years, and the priestess had been in the Great Lion tribe for nearly 50 years. Given her age, it was reasonable to assume she wouldn't need to engage in menial tasks, yet she had never once shirked her duties. This earned Yin Liang's admiration. He, inherently a hedonist, had always adhered to the philosophy of minding one's own business. For him, the optimal state was to indulge in immediate pleasures. Afterwards, the orcs gradually crossed the river, depositing the seeds they carried and standing by for further instructions. Yin Liang briefly explained to them how to loosen the soil, and after finishing, he intended to demonstrate with a hoe. Shi Yun shook his head. "I'll do it." Yin Liang was somewhat surprised, but nodded in agreement. The chieftain and the priestess were even more astonished, the priestess unable to suppress a gasp as she turned away to cover her mouth. This was also Shi Yun's first time using a hoe, but having worked with a bone knife for some time prior, he quickly became adept. Once he got the hang of it, he realized how effective the tool was. It not only saved effort, but also dug to the perfect depth. After completing the demonstration, Yin Liang remarked, "These farming tools were made by Uncle Ho. You can all try them out. If you find them useful, you can trade for them at Uncle Ho's place. 10 pounds of meat for one. With that, he presented the 3 tools before them. A few bold orcs exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to accept the tools, bending down to try them out. They are quite convenient to use. With a leader in place, the other orcs gathered around. Seeing Uncle Ho's business beginning to flourish, Yin Liang smiled. Otherwise, he would have merely been hindering the man. After testing the tools, the orcs each took a spot and began digging. Yin Liang approached the chieftain, saying, "There are still some seeds on the mountain. Could you please find a few people for me?" The chieftain's heart raced. Could it be that the beast god himself had sent the seeds down? As this thought crossed his mind, he looked up and met Yin Liang's smiling gaze, feeling as if his thoughts had been read. The chieftain was now almost fully convinced and, without further delay, hurried off to find help. Oh dear, I'm becoming quite adept at this. The breeding sprite. Soon, the chieftain personally led 5 or 6 strong orcs to Yin Liang, who nodded and guided them to the location marked on the map. This time, the site of the reward drop remained in that desolate mountainous region. The path ahead grew increasingly unfamiliar. The chieftain's anxiety escalated. He began to envision how he should react should he encounter the beast god. However, he was evidently overthinking it. Like sweet potatoes, corn was also something that had never before appeared in this world. The orcs stood behind Yin Liang, gazing at the lush corn seedlings, which stood half a person tall, their mouths agape in astonishment. Yin Liang instructed them to first cut the corn seedlings down, then to pluck the ears from the top. The corn was quite large and heavy. A cluster of leaves could only wrap around a dozen or so ears, and any more would break. Yin Liang frowned as he watched Shi Yun and several orcs depart, realizing he would need to pay Uncle Ho a visit later to see if he could craft some baskets or similar items. There was a vast bamboo grove on the front mountain of the Great Lion tribe, so materials were plentiful, but he was unsure how to make such items and could only hope for Uncle Ho's assistance. Chapter 39. A mutual endeavor. The orcs were tall and strong, and Yin Liang was of no assistance. Or rather, they all preferred not to involve him. Delighted to be idle, Yin Liang returned to the cave first and boiled a large pot of tender corn. The corn rewarded by the system was the kind meant for milling, with distinct, plump kernels, and only the tender, unripe ears could be boiled and eaten from the small hill of corn cobs that the orcs brought back. Yin Liang picked out the tender ones, leaving the husks intact and placing them in a cool, damp area for storage over the next few days. The half-dozen orcs worked swiftly, and before long, they returned just as Yin Liang's pot of corn was finished cooking. "Is this what you call corn? Do we need to plant it?" the chieftain inquired. Yin Liang, lacking understanding, quickly sought guidance from the breeding sprite before responding. "Not yet. We must first dry the corn before planting." The chieftain nodded, now fully trusting every word Yin Liang uttered, unconditionally agreeing to whatever he said. "Let us eat first. Give it a try." Yin Liang had already sampled an ear. The texture of this corn was not as rich as that of glutinous or sweet corn, yet it was still tender and sweet. The orcs stood rigidly since entering, not moving an inch until the chieftain placed a bamboo trough filled with corn directly in front of them, at which point they finally accepted it, expressing their gratitude profusely. Aside from the chieftain, these individuals had never even tasted potatoes, and they were almost immediately enchanted by the flavor of the corn. "This is simply delightful." The chieftain was equally pleased. The taste of this corn was exceptional, filling their bellies, and Yin Liang was indeed the one sent by the beast god to save them. After finishing an ear of corn, everyone still felt somewhat unsatisfied, but they understood that these were to be reserved for seeds, so they smacked their lips and shifted their gaze. There were many hands clearing land, and they were not needed. Yin Liang then instructed them to clean up the outer space, pulling off the husks from the corn and laying them out in the sun to dry. There was also a large bamboo trough filled with Sichuan pepper seeds that needed to be planted. However, they could not simply scatter the seeds in the ground. They needed to be germinated first before being transplanted. The several large bamboo troughs that Shi Yun had made now came in handy. Liang directed some to the mountain to find the best quality black soil, ensuring a higher germination rate and healthier seedlings in the future. After busily working for a while, the sun had risen to its zenith in the sky. The orcs of the Great Lion tribe typically went hunting at dawn and returned at dusk, as carrying roasted meat could attract large wild beasts. Therefore, they only had 2 meals a day. Now that there was time and they were all in the tribe, Liang naturally could not allow them to starve while working. The great hall contained many large pots, and yesterday the priestess had informed everyone that they would have lunch together. The meal consisted of the meat that the tribe had stored over the year, initially reserved for winter emergencies. Now that they had other grains, the chieftain waved his hand and opened the meat store. In truth, the meat here was not particularly palatable, although it had been salted and smoked. It was still aged meat, bearing a somewhat rancid aroma. Yet in times of food scarcity during winter, it was a rare delicacy. While the others accepted it well, Liang found it somewhat unappetizing. It wasn't that he was finicky. As a chef, his taste buds were too sensitive, and at times, that was not a blessing. Although he disliked it, Liang did not leave immediately, for it was Shi Yun's first time sharing a meal with the tribe in the Great Hall. If he were to leave, Shi Yun's disposition might very well lead him to follow suit. Even if one does not depart, one's mood may still suffer a considerable decline. For lunch, we had roasted meat accompanied by a wild vegetable soup, the taste of which one can easily surmise was not particularly delightful. Nevertheless, the orcs had hearty appetites. After toiling for an entire morning, coupled with a buoyant mood, their appetites were quite robust. Those few orcs who had accompanied the chieftain to gather corn were especially radiant, incessantly boasting to those around them about how remarkable Liang was and how delicious the corn was. The others sighed in envy, lamenting, and consumed even larger portions of roasted meat with tears in their eyes. Liang leisurely savored his roasted meat, listening to the laughter and chatter that surrounded him, feeling a profound tranquility within. Even though the people here were still troubled by the struggle for survival, they possessed their own simple joys. The more straightforward and genuine the emotions, the more they resonate with the hearts of mere mortals. After lunch, and following a brief respite, the chieftain led them back to the fields. Liang had intended to suggest they take a break, but the priest chuckled and shook his head, explaining that everyone's thoughts were entirely focused on that piece of land, and they wouldn't be able to rest well anyway. So it was better to keep working. Upon reflection, this indeed made sense. Moreover, while farming was arduous, it was not as exhausting as hunting. However, Liang did not intend to return to the fields. His presence would only hinder their efforts, creating chaos instead of assistance. Shi Yun accompanied him back to the cave, heading straight into the kitchen. Aren't you full? Liang inquired, recalling that Shi Yun had consumed a considerable piece of meat and a bowl of soup. Squatting on the ground with a flint in hand, Shi Yun paused for a moment without raising his gaze and replied, "The roasted meat at Dachang has a certain flavor. You hardly ate any." Liang was momentarily taken aback. After saying this, Shi Yun felt a bit embarrassed and added, "I just wanted to try making the dish you taught me." "Good." Liang couldn't help but smile. Until now, he had always been the one to take the initiative. Understanding that Shi Yun was sensitive and somewhat reserved, he had never thought much of it, but suddenly receiving Shi Yun's concern felt quite pleasant. Shi Yun prepared braised meat with potatoes, where the potatoes were cubed and stewed with slices of meat. In the end, the potatoes turned soft and creamy, while the meat was tender yet chewy, and the broth mixed with rice was simply exquisite. Recently, Shi Yun had gradually become adept at all kitchen affairs. But under Liang's watchful gaze, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Liang had a small appetite, becoming full after just one bamboo tube, leaving the rest for Shi Yun to devour. Every time Liang witnessed Shi Yun nonchalantly eating his leftovers, it stirred an indescribable feeling within him. Previously, most people around him had a slight cleanliness obsession, even at home, where they used shared utensils. Liang considered it normal and appropriate. Perhaps it was due to the scarcity of food in this world, where wasting food was absolutely intolerable. Liang pondered that he should try not to leave leftovers in the future, lest he become the target of resentment. Shi Yun, unaware of Liang's myriad thoughts, finished his meal and prepared to head to his own field, with Yin Liang following along, cradling a small yellow bundle. Upon reaching the field, Yun walked directly toward the nearby thicket. In response to Yin Liang's puzzled expression, Yun returned holding a small white beast. Yin Liang's eyes widened as he hurriedly asked, "What is this?" The little creature was entirely covered in white fur, resembling a rabbit from the future, though its ears were not as large. "I saw it digging in the ground for potatoes this morning. So I set a small trap nearby and unexpectedly caught it," Yun explained, scratching his head. Chapter 40. The Remarkable Duck, a Trap. A light bulb suddenly illuminated above Yin Liang's head that Yun's physical prowess may not match that of other orcs. But he could certainly use his intellect to compensate. The driving force behind the advancement of human society has always been the mastery of various tools, so Yun could entirely rely on traps to ensnare prey, making it both convenient and safe. However, crafting traps is no simple task. Yin Liang couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the lack of knowledge until it was too late, as he could only place his hopes entirely on the system. The little beast, having injured its hind leg, weakly kicked a few times before drooping its ears and remaining still. "Let us place it on the ground," Yin Liang suggested. Yun nodded, and as soon as the creature's legs touched the ground, its eyelids fluttered and its eyes sparkled with vitality, no longer displaying the weakness it had moments before. However, as it arched its back and prepared to sprint, it stumbled back down again. "Quack, quack," the duck waddled in front, its eyes as round as soybeans, exuding confidence despite its diminutive size. Upon hearing the sound, the little beast immediately flattened itself against the ground, emitting low whimpers. Yin Liang and Yun exchanged astonished glances, and he scooped the duck into his arms and buried his face in its pale yellow head. Taking a deep breath, that we truly found a treasure. The duck flailed its wings in a futile struggle before ultimately surrendering, its head drooping in resignation. Yun watched the two of them, unable to suppress a smile, his gaze soft and focused. Realizing that the duck could intimidate the little beast, Yun no longer confined it, placing it directly on the ground. The duck strutted beside the little creature, resembling a knight guarding the castle gate. Yin Liang sought some tender grass and tossed it near the little beast's mouth, but it merely twitched its nose and turned away. "Quack, quack." The little creature quickly seized a tender leaf, munching away with a crunch. Yin Liang chuckled as he observed. His duck was truly remarkable. Perhaps in a previous life, it had been a kindergarten teacher. Yun, meanwhile, took a hoe and moved to the adjacent field. In the future, the tribe would cultivate their own crops, ensuring a steady food supply, which would no longer require their efforts. However, Yun's fondness for labor was something he had long since recognized. Yun was not one to remain idle. Only through work could he feel fulfilled and joyful. With him busy, Yin Liang could not merely stand by and watch. The growth agent the system had lent him had finally arrived, a small bottle costing 100 points, which made Yin Liang wince that he took a bamboo tube to fetch a scoop of water from the pond. Adding a few drops of the growth agent, and systematically watered each plant. Having never used it before, he was unsure of the proportions and could only experiment. The result, however, was disastrous. Yin Liang gasped, prompting Yun to hastily drop his hoe and rush over. Witnessing a potato seedling erupt from the soil at a visibly accelerated rate, sprouting leaves and blooming, ultimately bearing a cluster of green fruits. Yun stood in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Yin Liang swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief, mechanically turning to Yun. "Can I say I have no idea what just happened?" Yun was momentarily stunned, but eventually nodded in agreement. Yin Liang felt somewhat helpless. The young lion was indeed too naive. However, he couldn't explain the phenomenon and had no choice but to let it pass. The potato had matured ahead of schedule, and Yin Liang used a hoe to unearth it. It was evident why the system wanted him to cultivate here. The environment was excessively favorable, and the soil was remarkably rich. This single potato yielded over a dozen, each the size of an adult's fist. He quickly summoned the system. System, how do I harvest the potatoes?" "Host, potatoes are not valuable. 10 can be exchanged for 1 point. Yin Liang exclaimed. "Why don't you go rob them instead?" Items in the marketplace start at 100 points, yet the fruits of his labor were so cheap. "Oh, how hard you work, dear host," Yin Liang felt no shame, nodding resolutely. Just tell me what is most valuable, and I will cultivate it for you. This system is an upgrade system. You see, each level can only yield corresponding seeds. To determine the most valuable, you must wait until you earn the title of breeding genius. Yin Liang asked, what does it take to earn that title? Please hold on. Let me count how many zeros are in the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Stop. You can be quiet now. Go away. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Yin Liang selected the 10 smallest potatoes and sold them to the system, receiving 1 point in return. Gazing at the system wallet, with a green one and a bright red -200 beside it, Yin Liang fell into deep contemplation. Shiyun observed as a pile of potatoes simply vanished, and this time, he was able to accept it with calmness. Yin Liang offered no explanation, merely smiled at him. I'll tell you later. Shiyun was astonished. He had not anticipated Yin Liang would say such a thing to him. Yin Liang was meant to be mysterious and formidable. All right, Shiyun's throat felt somewhat dry, a strange emotion swelling in his chest. The two then parted ways to continue their respective tasks, only reconvening for dinner when it was time to descend the mountain together. Upon returning to the cave, they found Shurha already seated on a stone at the entrance. Spotting them, Shurha dashed over. Where have you been? We finished early this afternoon and have been waiting for you to eat together. Yin Liang had not considered this, but he felt somewhat guilty for keeping so many people waiting. He turned to Shiyun. Do you want to eat at Dachang? Shiyun shook his head. Let us cook for ourselves. To him, it mattered not where they dined, as long as Yin Liang was present. Since Yin Liang did not wish to eat at Dachang, they would forego it. Sai was taken aback. How can you not go? Everyone's been waiting. We have matters to attend to later. Please convey my thanks to the priest and apologize to everyone on our behalf. Yin Liang stated, That's not necessary. Shurha waved his hands repeatedly. The people of the tribe saw nothing wrong with waiting for Yin Liang, and it was likely his absence that would cause disappointment. Are you really not going? Sure, he eagerly inquired. You should hurry and tell them that I will prepare a delicious meal tonight, and if you wish to join, you are welcome to come over. Yin Liang responded. Sure, his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, but upon recalling the priest's instructions, he shook his head. No need. There is plenty of food at the big venue. It will be enough. Yin Liang, perceiving his hesitation, feigned disappointment. What a pity. For today I prepared some fresh delicacies that I had hoped you might taste. Sure, he furrowed his brows. Really not coming? Yin Liang inquired again. Sure, he was torn, reluctant to decline, yet unable to ignore the priest's words. He tentatively suggested, Then I will eat at the big venue first, and you can save me a portion. Yin Liang laughed heartily. Rest assured, come and play with us that if the priest questions you, simply say, I invited you. Chapter 41. Jerky. In the ensuing days, Yin Liang drew several types of vegetables from the system, selling most after keeping a few for planting in the tribe. The cave of Shiyun was also filled with meat, providing a sense of security, though the smell was less than pleasant. With some free time on his hands, Yin Liang pondered the creation of jerky. Having previously made beef jerky, he assumed the process would be similar, though he lamented the absence of spices and chili peppers. Fresh beast meat, soaked and then boiled to an 8/10 doneness, was sliced into slender strips, combined with cold oil, ginger slices, and starch, then mixed and marinated. Speaking of starch, the potatoes provided by the system yielded a considerable amount of starch when cut into small pieces and rinsed repeatedly in water, allowing a layer to settle. Yin Liang had not gone out of his way to produce starch, but over the past few days he had gathered a small jar. With starch at hand, barley flour was discarded, as starch proved far superior for frying fish and marinating meat. Due to the strong gamey flavor of the beast meat, it required a longer marination period. Yin Liang returned to the cave, sitting at the stone table as he began rummaging through all the bamboo baskets he had seen. These past few days, Uncle Monkey's business had flourished, working tirelessly day and night, for which he was exceedingly grateful to Yin Liang. Upon discovering Yin Liang's identity, he expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. Hearing that Yin Liang had items for him to craft, even amid his busy schedule, Uncle Monkey always found time to come by as they interacted more. Yin Liang increasingly noticed Uncle Monkey's remarkable talent for handicrafts. While Yin Liang benefited from his extensive experience, Uncle Monkey grasped concepts quickly and soon began offering suggestions to Yin Liang. After synthesizing the discussions over the past few days, Liang found a moment to sketch out his ideas. He had attempted to encourage Uncle Monkey to try his hand at drawing, but the latter, upon hearing the suggestion, hurriedly waved his hands, insisting he could not. Rigid thinking is the hardest to change. Liang did not press the issue, believing there would come a day when the great lion tribe would transform. Upon completing a drawing, the meat in the kitchen was ready for frying. He heated oil in a thick stone pot, ideal for frying, without fear of burning. Once all the meat was fried, he added more oil along with minced garlic, ginger, Sichuan pepper powder, salt, and stir-fried it with the meat to ensure longevity. The drier the jerky, the better, as crispness enhances flavor. The sizable stone pot could easily fill a bamboo tube. Liang picked up a piece to taste, and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. The beast meat, slightly drier than beef, offered a more layered experience when made into jerky, easily torn apart by hand along the grain, reminiscent of spicy strips. After finishing one piece, Liang reluctantly set down the bamboo tube and began frying the next batch. Sure, he had a penchant for snacks, and with an abundance of meat at home, he was more than willing to make extra. Ever since he had suggested that Sure he come often, Sure he had taken to visiting frequently. Of course, he did not come empty-handed. The fieldwork was now shared between Sure he and Sure Yun. Liang welcomed this arrangement, as it meant Sure Yun had company, allowing him to relax at home. A scenario he found immensely pleasurable. Lost in these thoughts, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of farming tools clashing outside, followed by Sure he's exclamation, Liang, what delicious food have you made? I can smell it from afar. Another voice chimed in, hand me your hoe, I will hang in the shed at it with Sure you. And Liang couldn't help but smile wryly. With Sure he constantly visiting, and Sure you being inseparable from him, he often came around as well. 3 lions trailed after him, which always gave Liang an odd sense of having to babysit. Liang, what delectable dish have you prepared? Sure he peeked through the kitchen door, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Liang presented the cooled jerky, offering, take it outside to enjoy. Great, Sure he exclaimed, eagerly rushing to show Sure he was fine. Sure Yun entered the kitchen, looking somewhat displeased. Why didn't you wait for me? Liang paused, recalling how he had been teaching Sure Yun to cook recently, but he thought he had covered everything necessary for the Beast God Festival. Sure Yun had done well. Now it was just a matter of practice, but he had not anticipated that Sure Yun still wished to learn. There is already enough food prepared for the Beast God Festival, Liang stated. Sure Yun's expression darkened. Does that mean you no longer wish to teach me? This was the first time Liang had witnessed such fervent emotion from Sure Yun, prompting him to soften his tone. If you want to learn, I am more than willing to teach you. I want to learn. Sure Yun interrupted without hesitation. All right, in a sense. Sure Yun had become his first student, not wanting to abandon his studies midway. Sure Yun's determination brought Liang joy. Brother Yun, this jerky is truly delicious. Would you like to try some? Sure, he returned, leaning against the doorframe. Before Sure Yun could respond, Liang interjected, that tube is made specifically for you. And there is more behind Sure Yun. Upon hearing this, Sure he felt no guilt, eagerly dragging Sure Yu off to who knows where. Liang redirected his attention, catching sight of Sure Yun's forlorn expression, which struck him as amusing. It seemed Sure Yun, having lived alone for so long, had grown reliant on companionship, becoming somewhat clingy. Whenever he saw Liang growing too close to others, he would inadvertently display a pitiful look. Each incident left Liang feeling both entertained and sympathetic. Those who possess little often strive to hold onto what they have on one hand. He did not want Sure Yun to depend on him too heavily. On the other, he wished for Sure Yun to experience the love that had been absent for so many years. It was a contradiction. Liang, typically averse to complications, often chose to set aside perplexities until they were unavoidable. He approached Sure Yun in the same manner. Aren't you averse to spicy food? That tube of meat contains plenty of garlic and Sichuan pepper. The flavor is quite robust, and you surely wouldn't enjoy it. Sure Yun felt a wave of sweetness envelop him. Even his mother had not been as attentive as Liang. Then let me help you. All right, the jerky was incredibly delicious, especially for those in the tribe who had consumed the same fare for decades, making them wish to swallow it whole along with their tongues. Sure, he wandered around the tribe, distributing pieces to his friends, quickly amassing a group of followers, particularly upon discovering that it was crafted by Liang. Everyone began to regret eating too hastily. Young and eager for admiration, sure he reveled in the attention, returning with an air of triumph. Liang, curious, inquired further, unable to restrain his laughter. However, Yun frowned. Why should something Liang had painstakingly created be used to curry favor? Yun remained silent, but internally, he noted He's actions carefully. Liang and Yun toiled throughout the afternoon, frying several large batches of jerky. For dinner, they opted for a simple meal of barley rice, complemented by jerky and wild vegetable soup, which proved thoroughly satisfying. Chapter 42. Chili Pepper System. Check-in. Check-in successful. Today's reward for attendance is chili peppers. After 10 consecutive days, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of well drilling. Liang was momentarily overwhelmed by these two rewards, unsure which brought him greater joy. Has the well drilling skill been obtained? I don't see much difference. Indeed, host, you shall understand in due time. Very well. Yun had risen extraordinarily early that morning and was already out in the fields. No guessing needed. Liang's thoughts drifted to the chili peppers on the mountain, but he resolved to wait for Yun to return before going together. Yun had grown increasingly possessive. If he ventured alone, he would surely return in a sulk. Liang chuckled as he prepared breakfast in the kitchen, finding a certain fondness for Yun's possessiveness. The feeling of being needed was quite pleasant. When Yun returned, breakfast was ready. Leftover food from the previous night was stir-fried with jerky, creating a rich and satisfying meal. The system's reward of chili peppers came in several varieties. Both spicy and mild, their vibrant colors hanging from the branches. The sight of them caused Liang's mouth to water. He longed for the taste of chili peppers. Yun first carried a bag of chili peppers back, and upon returning, he was followed by He and Wei. The group busied themselves for a while, gathering all the chili peppers. Although it was not yet lunchtime, Liang was already eagerly anticipating a hot pot feast. The more, the merrier when it comes to hot pot, prompting Liang to send He to summon the shaman and the clan leader that Liang's household was not lacking in meat, and recently, wild vegetables had gone unharvested, so the shaman brought a bundle along. Apart from the clan leader and the shaman, whom Liang insisted be seated at the table, the others were bustling in the kitchen that a large platter of thinly sliced meat and an array of vegetables nearly filled the entire table. Liang was stir-frying the spices in the kitchen while the others exchanged puzzled glances outside. How could they serve raw meat and vegetables directly at the table? Surely, Liang wasn't contemplating trying raw meat. In the past, when the clan leader and the others were young, the continent had only a few tribes, and methods of preserving fire had not been widespread, forcing many to consume raw meat. However, in He's generation, no one had tasted raw meat that was poorly flavored and prone to causing diarrhea. They knew that with the lack of proper medicine in the tribe, even a minor ailment could be fatal. Since the advent of fire, people had shunned raw meat. Regardless of their thoughts, Liang was in the kitchen, deftly wielding the spatula. The sizzling sound echoing as an enticing aroma filled the air, causing everyone to involuntarily swallow. He could hardly contain himself, rushing to the kitchen door, eyes wide with anticipation. After a while, Yun emerged, helping He carry the stone table into the kitchen. The vibrant red pot of soup was already bubbling, and Liang promptly added a large platter of meat, which cooked quickly due to the high heat. As the only one familiar with hot pot, Liang personally served slices of meat into everyone's bowls. Do try it, he urged, and he too savored a piece. Finally tasting the chili peppers, a familiar flavor overwhelmed Liang, bringing him to the brink of tears, while Liang was moved to tears of joy. The others were genuinely crying from the spiciness. Except for the most tolerant to heat, they all began gasping for air. Yet remarkably, although they were nearly out of breath from the spice, they could not resist the unusual flavor. Tentatively pulling up a pair of chopsticks, Liang squinted in delight, knowing that no one could refuse hot pot. This meal had undeniably opened the door to a new world for them, making them realize that their previous consumption of roasted meat had been a complete waste of food. After the meal, the shaman stood clutching his stomach, a chili pepper still in hand, unable to part with it. Liang longed to plant the peppers immediately, but the growth agent had run out. if they could not harvest before the harsh winter arrived. Planting would be futile. Reluctantly, Liang decided to wait until spring next year. Thus, these chili peppers became particularly precious. However, Liang was never stingy with the shaman's family, gifting them each a bag of both spicy and non-spicy peppers. The shaman instantly beamed with joy and accepted without hesitation. Since it's your first time tasting chili peppers, moderation is key. Otherwise, it might lead to an upset stomach. Liang cautioned that in a place where even basic medicine was lacking. Falling ill was everyone's greatest fear. Upon hearing this, both the shaman and the clan leader donned expressions of caution. The shaman had originally intended to continue enjoying the chili peppers that evening. But that thought was quickly dismissed. The clan leader and the shaman had to attend to their agricultural duties and departed soon after the meal. Liang was responsible for keeping records, needing only to make periodic visits to the fields. However, during this time, the people were generally quite earnest, taking pride in their labor, with no one slacking off for days. While feeling gratified, Liang boldly minimized his own workload, visiting the fields only once before dinner. Yun had not mentioned joining in the farming, and Liang had not inquired, though he felt uneasy about the matter. Currently, their household had more than enough to eat, and Yun could afford to forego farming without facing hunger. Yet, this was not the future Liang envisioned, that he firmly believed that no one would remain forever bound to another, nor could anyone be completely indispensable. While Yun and he shared a good relationship now, the future remained uncertain. The most beneficial course for Yun was to learn to accept himself, embrace the world, and have more choices that we need to dry all these chili peppers. Lost in thought, Liang was suddenly interrupted as Yun began working. His train of thought abruptly shattered. Liang decided to join Yun in threading the peppers. Fresh peppers were prone to spoilage and needed to be strung up for drying promptly. When it came time to eat, they could simply be pulled off. The seeds within would be preserved, ready to sprout when sown in bamboo troughs come spring. While threading the peppers, Liang was astonished to discover that the locals had already begun to use plant fibers to make rough twine. Although it was coarse and not very sturdy, it was certainly a delightful surprise. With string, I might soon be able to wear actual clothing. He mused. Animal hides kept one warm, but were also stifling, heavy, and cumbersome. Something he found quite uncomfortable. After finishing with the peppers, Liang set off to the fields to keep records. Yun had no intention of accompanying him, but Liang insisted on dragging him along. In just a few days, the landscape across the creek had transformed dramatically, with the once overgrown area now replaced by neatly arranged furrows. This was likely the first patch of farmland on the Beastman continent. Standing amidst the fields, Liang's heart raced with excitement. Previously, he had always been confined to a small world with Yun, but witnessing this transformation allowed him to truly feel that he had become a part of this world. A bond was beginning to form between Liang and the Beastman continent. Chapter 43. Digging a well, this flurry of activity continued until after dinner, when Liang finally had time to delve into his newly acquired well-digging skills. The first step in well digging was to select a site, and as this thought crossed his mind, a lengthy introduction materialized, akin to a search result. Liang was filled with joy, pondering how beneficial it would have been to possess such a skill during his studies. He could have aced all his exams effortlessly. The breeding sprite chimed in. There are many methods for locating underground water veins, the simplest being to observe the orientation of surrounding mountains. There's a saying, 2 mountains enclosing a hole cannot be drained dry, which perfectly describes the valley where the Jushur tribe resides. Moreover, the area near Shirun's cave is perpetually shrouded in water vapor, indicating that it is likely the shallowest point of the underground water vein. Liang crouched down, feeling the ground before finally drawing a circle. Yun, following closely behind, shifted from confusion to awe. When Liang looked up, he couldn't help but smile. Surely, Yun wouldn't he think he was casting a spell? Yet, to the primitive tribespeople, it did indeed resemble that. Liang intentionally refrained from explaining, adding an air of mystery. Once everyone arrives, I'll show you what a miracle looks like. Yun nodded emphatically. When it came time to record the work in the fields, Liang specifically called upon a few individuals to assist him. In this era, the environment had not yet suffered degradation, and the distribution of underground water was not as deep as in later times. However, Digging down several meters was still no small feat. Without machinery, it was impossible for just him and Yun to accomplish this task. Enlisting help would not only facilitate the work but also allow them to learn. Any other suitable well-digging locations could also benefit from their newfound knowledge. The creek's water served multiple purposes, from washing clothes to irrigation, and while upstream there were other tribes, it was not particularly clean. Well water, however, would be different. Before long, a tall beastman arrived, accompanied by 3 or 4 others. The leader was someone Liang recognized from their prior encounter at the gathering. He was a candidate for clan leader, since half of the hunting team had been allocated to the farming team. Zhao had become the leader of the hunting team. He was bold and capable, quickly garnering the respect of more beastmen in just a few days. His purpose in coming to dig the well was a request made to Shifeng. Though Zhao was young and brash, upon seeing Liang, he became anxious. Especially in recent days, his friends had urged him to find an opportunity to apologize to Liang, but he had never found the chance. He and Liang were not well acquainted, and having spent the day on the mountain, it would be impossible to seek him out at night. Thus, when he heard that Liang was looking for beastmen to help dig a well, he rushed over immediately. "I remember you," Liang said. This only heightened Zhao's nervousness. The fact that Liang remembered him could only mean their previous encounter had left an impression. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have questioned you that day," Zhao said sincerely. Liang smiled and shook his head. "That's nothing. What I remember is not that. The clan leader has mentioned you several times, praising your abilities. You may be a bit impetuous, but if you can overcome that, your future is limitless." Zhao, merely in his 20s, felt no pressure in being advised by someone nearly a decade younger than himself. Hearing Liang's words, Zhao felt a mix of excitement and shame, reminiscent of the joy he felt as a youth when praised by his elders. "I understand now. Thank you, sir." Shichua scratched his head as he spoke, and Liang nodded in agreement, beckoning them to proceed towards the cave. Following Liang's instructions, they were to dig a deep pit with a diameter of about 1 meter. Upon hearing this, Shichua thumped his chest, assuring everyone that he would accomplish it without fail. Liang smiled, instinctively searching for Yun, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing. Just as he began to feel puzzled, Yun emerged from the kitchen. While Shichua and the others began digging the pit, there was nothing particularly noteworthy at first, so Liang gave them space and went to look for Yun in the cave. Yun came out carrying a pile of chili peppers and headed towards the kitchen. "What's wrong? You seem unhappy," Liang inquired as he followed. Yun's expression changed. Liang was always so perceptive, and it was precisely this attentiveness that made him feel more troubled. The image of Shichua standing beside Liang lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Earlier that day, he had stood at a distance and hadn't heard Shichua question Liang. Subsequently, Liang had mentioned it to him, expressing admiration for Shichua. That moment, he felt indifferent, but witnessing their amiable exchange today set off alarm bells within him. In the future, Shichua was destined to become the clan leader, while Liang was the priest in any tribe. The relationship between the priest and the clan leader is typically the closest in tribes like the Giant Lion tribe. It is not uncommon for the clan leader and priest to become partners. Although both Liang and Shichua were beastmen and could not become partners in the traditional sense, the mere thought of Shichua standing by Liang's side in the future made him dizzy and filled him with a profound sense of sorrow. He could not comprehend his own feelings. He instinctively wanted to draw Liang's attention. Consequently, he returned to the kitchen. To his surprise, Liang immediately noticed and came to find him, asking if he was unhappy. "Didn't you say you wanted to have chili sauce? I'll help you make it," Yun replied. Liang was taken aback, finally having access to chilies. He had been unable to resist boasting to Yun about 100 ways to prepare them during the afternoon. The method he had described most elaborately was the oil-infused chili meat sauce. To his astonishment, Yun had remembered it and was putting it into action so promptly. Warmth flooded Liang's heart as he grasped Yun's hand and said, "No rush, let the chilies dry first. Still, thank you." That moment, Yun froze as Liang held his hand. He felt different from when Liang had previously taught him to cook. He sensed an unfamiliarity in the air, yet he could not fathom what it was. While they decided to postpone the chili sauce, they could prepare some spicy meat jerky instead. After all, the others outside were working hard, and it wouldn't do to let them leave hungry. Liang and Yin had long developed a tacit understanding when it came to cooking. Without uttering a single word, they worked in perfect harmony. They marinated a large tub of meat, while Liang stepped outside to check on their progress. The pit had already been dug over 3 meters deep, and the soil being extracted was increasingly damp, eventually turning into a slurry. Leading the group was a beast man in the form of a badger-dog hybrid, known for his exceptional digging skills and serving as a key member of the farming team. After a while, amidst a cacophony of sounds, Shichua shouted from within the pit, "Water has emerged!" Soon after, an animal resembling a dog but with a long snout leaped out from the hole. Transforming into a middle-aged man, he picked up a bee-skin skirt from the ground and wrapped it around his waist. Approaching Liang to say, "There's water down there," accidentally drank a big gulp. As he spoke, he wrinkled his nose, suggesting the muddy water was not particularly palatable. Chapter 44. Digging a fish pond, Liang offered him a reassuring smile before walking towards the well. This time, Yin did not hesitate and followed closely behind. Shichua, covered in mud, jumped up, wiping the dirt from his face, appearing somewhat startled. "Priest, did you make us dig this deep just for the water below?" Liang observed the water level in the well slowly rising, his mood considerably uplifted as he nodded. "This is called groundwater, rich in minerals and clean. Even during the hottest times, the water that emerges is refreshingly cool." Everyone present was hearing the concept of a well for the first time, and as usual, when confronted with a knowledge gap, they turned their reverence towards the beast god. The group exchanged glances, their breaths becoming somewhat labored. This was indeed the divine water bestowed by the beast god. Even Shichua, drenched in mud, no longer felt uncomfortable, and a sense of pride began to swell within him. One beast man beside Badger Dog stealthily asked, "How does the divine water taste?" Badger Dog's face twisted with indecision. Even if he dared to say it tasted bad, others would not agree. Yet the muddy water was truly unpleasant. As he watched the other beast men eagerly wanting to jump in, Liang quickly raised his hand to stop them. "The well water is still muddy and cannot be consumed, yet I have already arranged with Uncle Xiong for a batch of stone slabs. You will all need to come and help when they arrive." The group readily agreed. The water from the well was slow to rise at first, and during this time, Liang and Yin prepared a large bowl of spicy meat jerky. The beastmen devoured the food while packing some to take with them, their respect and admiration for Liang reaching new heights. After cleaning up the kitchen, night had fallen. Liang returned to the well, where the water level had stabilized at over a meter below ground. As the soil slowly settled, the water began to clear. Once Uncle Xiong delivered the stone slabs tomorrow, and they were affixed to the well walls, there would be no more worries about the water becoming murky. That night, the two lay in their respective beds. The cave was shrouded in darkness without any illuminating grass. "Tomorrow, I need to go cut some bamboo. I'll find Uncle Ho to see if we can make a water bucket," Liang said. With no water pump available, he had to use buckets to haul water from the well, but bamboo tubes were too small, and stone jars were too heavy, neither being suitable. "Okay," Yin replied. "Also, we need some vines, preferably thick ones without much odor." Liang continued. Yin readily agreed. "Sure, I'll find some. Uncle Xiong works quickly. The stone slabs will be ready by dawn. Let us call Jiha and Shuriwe to help carry them. I'll prepare a delicious meal for them to win them over." "All right, good." After chatting for a while, neither felt sleepy. Rather, they were quite energized. Liang turned over, facing Yin's bed. "Why do you hang a curtain? Is it to keep me from doing something to you?" This time, Yin did not respond immediately. After a long pause, he finally said, "It's not because of you. When I first moved here, my old friends would occasionally come to visit me that I didn't react as quickly as they did, so I hung a curtain that Liang's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated such a backstory. Had he known earlier, he certainly wouldn't have brought it up. "You don't need to hang it now that I'm sleeping outside. Even if someone comes looking for you, they will see me first." Liang reassured him. In the darkness, silence enveloped them, broken only by their breathing. After an indeterminate amount of time, a gentle rustling sound pierced the quiet. It was Yin pulling aside the bed curtain. The cave was indeed very dark, and despite Liang straining to see, he could discern nothing. Yet he felt elated. It seemed he and Yin had drawn closer once again. Over the next month, the weather gradually turned colder, and the animals in the forest became increasingly scarce. The hunting team was halved once more. Food could not simply be sown and left to flourish. There was a myriad of tasks ahead, including fertilizing, watering, and weeding. Through signing in, Liang gradually obtained a variety of vegetables and fruits. The vegetables would soon be harvested, but fruit trees would take several years to mature. Thus, he had no choice but to strike an unequal deal with the system, incurring a significant debt to secure those fruit trees. One evening, having just returned from the fields, Liang sat beside his well, holding a bright red apple and taking bite after bite. He had seen in films that ancient people used wells as refrigerators, but he had been skeptical. Now, having tried it himself, he discovered that the well water was perpetually cool. Hanging fruit inside not only prevented spoilage, but kept it refreshingly chilled. Speaking of which, Uncle Ho's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. He had a natural talent for handiwork. The backpack, basket, and bamboo tubes that Liang desired were gradually crafted by him. Liang couldn't help but wish for him to take on a few apprentices. But Uncle Ho declined. It wasn't that he was unwilling. It was just that making a living was already a challenge for him. Had it not been for Liang giving him an opportunity, he would still be wandering aimlessly each day, unless one was a beast man with inherent flaws who would willingly give up the chance to join the hunting team. However, this was something that Uncle Monkey did not articulate. For Liang and Shiyun both understood his considerations and chose not to elaborate further. As the small-scale agricultural economy gradually flourished, the significance of hunting diminished, and it was during that time that technology emerged as the prevailing force. Regardless, Uncle Monkey had recently been brimming with enthusiasm, as numerous individuals from the tribe sought him out for trade. With orders extending several months into the future, he was so busy that his eyes were bloodshot. Yet his spirits soared higher with each passing day. As the mid-autumn festival approached, the weather turned pleasantly cool, and the agricultural activities began to fall into a steady rhythm, restoring the tribe's life to an orderly state. Liang, on the other hand, began to contemplate the small stream. The stream teemed with fish, albeit mostly thorny and fishy, prompting Liang to consider establishing a fish pond specifically for cultivating the tastier varieties. Having been preoccupied with farming for some time, he had not broached the subject, but now that he had leisure, it was naturally time to prioritize this endeavor. Moreover, with the current cool weather following several rainfall events, it was the perfect opportunity for fishing. Liang, as was customary, visited the patriarch's cave alongside Shiyun to discuss this matter. In truth, the priest had long since delegated the authority to make significant decisions for the tribe to Liang. What was termed a discussion was, in essence, merely Liang's presentation, requiring only their nods of agreement. Nevertheless, Liang continued to show them respect, attending each time and articulating his points with clarity and precision, which further enhanced their favorable impression of him. Upon hearing Liang's proposal to establish a fish pond, the patriarch readily consented. Naturally, the responsibility of finding laborers for the pond fell to him, and within the past month, he had become the tribe's most experienced farmer. The most crucial task, however, was the weaving of fishing nets. The existing hemp threads in the tribe were too brittle and prone to breaking, necessitating improvement, which led Liang to consult Uncle Monkey once more. In the following days, Liang and Uncle Monkey compared over a dozen types of plants capable of yielding fibers, selecting the most suitable one for crafting fishing nets based on factors such as processing, durability, and toxicity. This particular plant was a wild variety of mugwort that Liang had never encountered before, and to his delight, its roots exuded a sweet flavor that was not only beneficial for humans, but also favored by fish. Once the materials were chosen, the task of weaving naturally fell to Uncle Monkey. Liang envisioned a large fishing net, necessitating additional manpower. As Uncle Monkey alone would not suffice, he took the initiative to recruit a dozen or so underage beastmen and women to assist in the weaving. Uncle Monkey, upon learning of this, did not refuse. He was genuinely busy, and if Liang could indeed find willing learners, he would be more than pleased. These individuals, having never engaged in such activities before, initially fumbled and made numerous mistakes. With trepidation, they looked to Liang for guidance, only to receive a reassuring smile in return. Not only did Yin Liang refrain from reprimanding them, but he also taught them to transform waste into treasure. Small fishing nets, just the right size, could be worn as decorative headpieces or anklets, while larger nets had even more utility. Tying vines to both ends and hanging them in the cave created excellent storage bags. Yin Liang's smile was infectious, gradually dispelling their fears as they began to ask bold questions and learn from one another, leading to rapid advancement within the group. Uncle Monkey, observing from the side, appeared contemplative, which resulted in his newfound patience with the students, focusing on encouragement and education that, of course, this was all in the future. The fishing nets were taking shape, and the patriarch's fish pond was progressing as well. Although Yin Liang lacked practical experience, his theoretical knowledge was ample. After sharing everything with the patriarch, he led a group of individuals to spend their days working the land. Ultimately, they selected a site upstream along the stream, where the water flow was stronger and would create shallows during the rainy season. Over the years, the soil had accumulated, leaning towards silt, which enhanced its water retention capabilities. Furthermore, this location connected to the land designated by the Great Lion tribe for rice paddies next year, allowing for a natural source of fish feed once the pond and paddies were linked. These evaluations were made after the seedling spirits had inspected the site, and, as a layman, Yin Liang could only mechanically relay this information to the patriarch. The patriarch was quite excited upon hearing this, and convened the beastmen to commence work that very day. 10 days later, a fish pond measuring 2 meters deep and covering an area of 6 acres was finally completed. After conducting tests, they found the pond's water retention capabilities to be satisfactory, prompting a sigh of relief from the patriarch. Uncle Monkey's fishing nets were also finished by then. Yin Liang intentionally waited for a heavy rain, and on the clear morning following it, a substantial number of beastmen and women from the tribe set out, carrying fishing nets and bamboo tubes, heading towards the stream. The fish, having been stagnant along the banks for 2 days, were completely unaware of the impending trap. The handmade fishing nets had large openings, but they were just right. Smaller fish struggled to survive, while larger ones could reproduce smaller ones. The beastmen positioned themselves on either bank, each holding a corner of the net. As the bewildered fish fell into the trap, standing alongside Yun, Yin Liang watched as bucket after bucket of fish was caught, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Let us select the fish," Yin Liang suggested. Within the tribe, they consumed the most fish, granting them significant authority in this matter. Yun nodded in agreement. When they arrived, Shurha and Shuriwe were already squatting beside a water bucket, their hands submerged as they rummaged around. Upon spotting Yin Liang, Shurha's eyes lit up and he eagerly inquired, "What does the fish for frying look like? They all seem rather similar to me." Yin Liang crouched down to join them in selecting fish. The fishing activity continued until the sun reached its zenith. The specific type of fish Yin Liang desired was quite rare, ultimately leading to only 2 buckets being selected, which Shurha poured into the fish pond. The remaining fish were returned to the stream, for although the ecological environment here was remarkably resilient, he was unwilling to disrupt it. Standing by the pond, the patriarch expressed some concern. With such a large fish pond, is it not a bit wasteful to have so few fish? The 6-acre pond indeed appeared rather empty, yet the reproductive capacity of fish was robust, and Yin Liang did not intend to harvest them all in a single day. "We'll continue fishing tomorrow. The fish in this section have been frightened away today, but after a night, they will return," Yin Liang replied. The patriarch clapped his hands in realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? He mused that the questions he could conceive might very well escape Yin Liang's consideration. The fish pond required a caretaker. Did the patriarch have a suitable candidate in mind? After some contemplation, the patriarch replied, "My second daughter, Shurju, is quite capable. Although she is a woman, I wonder if she would manage well." Yin Liang paused, recalling Shuyun's elder sister, who was a tall and industrious woman. Overseeing the fish pond was inconsequential regarding whether one was a beast man or a woman. However, he found it puzzling that he remembered Shurju as a capable beast man, and yet she had 3 small children at home, which meant she had always stayed behind to care for them. The task of watching over the fish pond was not demanding, but the time commitment was significant, making it unsuitable for Shurju. Seeing the expression on Yin Liang's face, the patriarch sighed heavily. "I won't keep it from you. Shurju's beast man, Huchio, has suffered severe injuries and is unlikely to survive." "What?" Liang was genuinely taken aback at in recent days. Immersed in the work on fishing nets at Uncle Monkey's place, he had heard many rumors but had never encountered this one. Yun, standing beside him, explained, Huqiu was injured while hunting a few days ago. His thigh was pierced by the fangs of a giant beast. His mother has been unable to help him, and he's been running a high fever for several days now. At that moment, Liang suddenly recalled that Huqiu was an outsider beastman with no other relatives in the Great Lion tribe, which explained the lack of concern surrounding him. Moreover, the nature of his injury was severe. In this land, aside from those like Yun who were inherently unable to transform, there existed another group deemed forsaken by the beast god, those who died with physical deformities. Normally, beastmen would meet the beast god after death. But those who bore physical deficiencies lacked the qualification, instead becoming wandering souls, forever drifting in the world. Consequently, such individuals were considered harbingers of misfortune. Some in different tribes might even cast a disabled beastman out before death to prevent any calamity befalling the tribe afterward. While the Great Lion tribe would not resort to such measures, the fear among the people would not diminish. Furthermore, with Yun in the family, if news of Huqiu's condition spread widely, it would once again become a topic of gossip. It just so happened that Huqiu had sustained his injuries while hunting alone, returning in the evening when no one had witnessed his condition. After discussing it amongst themselves, the family decided to keep it under wraps. Shizhu even tearfully declared, once Huqiu passes, I will claim he succumbed to illness and fever. Liang's countenance darkened. This is utterly preposterous. Chapter 46. Saving a life. The people here are quite simple. Yet excessive simplicity is not a virtue, as it also breeds ignorance. Those without opinions resemble marionettes, blindly obeying the arbitrary rules imposed upon them by this world, never questioning who formulates these rules or whether they are just or unjust. Of course, Liang could feel indignation, but he had no right to cast blame that he merely benefited from the insights gained over millennia. Had he been a native prehistoric beastman, he might have been even more uninformed. Nevertheless, since he had arrived, he could not stand idly by. Could you take me to see Huqiu? Liang inquired. The chieftain appeared somewhat hesitant. Huqiu was the orc of his daughter, and only then could he set aside his prejudices. However, Liang was entirely different. Moreover, Huqiu had sustained severe injuries and needed to hide, while Shizhu had been mentally exhausted these past few days, completely neglecting the cleanliness of the cave, which could only be in disarray. Are you certain you wish to go? He asked. Mother has already examined him. There is no hope, Yun stated. Seeing that both individuals were reluctant for him to proceed, Liang, for the first time, became somewhat irritable. Enough of this talk. If I delay any longer, I won't be able to save him. The chieftain was taken aback, disbelief filling his dark eyes. You can save him? Liang nodded. Although he was utterly ignorant of medicine. The breeding sprite would surely be of assistance to the very least. He could resort to the system's marketplace for credit. Breeding sprite. He genuinely worries whether the host can repay. Having said that, the chieftain dismissed his concerns and hurriedly led Liang towards Shizhu's cave. Huqiu was no ordinary orc. Though an outsider, he could not possibly seize a cave of superior location. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly better than Shizhu's cave, albeit somewhat distant from the main area, thus less crowded. Upon reaching the entrance of Shizhu's cave, they spotted a boy of about 10 years old, accompanied by 2 smaller children, playing with leaves. Chieftain, priest, the eldest boy, Huma, who was nearing the age of transformation, exclaimed as he rushed toward Shifeng. Good boy, where is your mother? Shifeng asked, ruffling Huma's hair. Upon hearing this, Huma's eyelids drooped, his teeth gritted as he replied. Mother said father is dying soon, and she won't let us go in. The chieftain's breath caught in his throat as he turned to Liang in haste. Liang's expression was grave. Disregarding formalities, he bypassed the children and ventured inside. I need to take a look. Yun hastily followed suit, while Shifeng patted Huma's face, instructing, look after your 2 younger brothers. Don't let them wander or come inside. Huma nodded earnestly, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Brother, why didn't the chieftain carry us today? The youngest child, merely 5 years old and utterly innocent, asked. The other child, having just turned 10, vaguely sensed their father's illness, but could not comprehend the concept of death. looking up at his elder brother for reassurance. Huma took the hands of the two younger ones and led them to the shade of a tree. The chieftain and the others need to discuss matters. Let us continue cooking. Okay. Okay. The two younger ones chimed in unison, redirecting their attention back to the pile of leaves. Huma's gaze remained fixated on the cave ahead, his youthful features etched with anticipation. As Liang stepped through the entrance, his stride faltered, in addition to the earthy scent from the damp ground. A strong odor of decay assaulted his nostrils, far worse than any fish market he had previously visited. Shizhu knelt by the bedside, weeping softly. The sudden intrusion startled her, but upon recognizing the visitors, she breathed a sigh of relief. During this period, she had refrained from venturing out, fearing the discovery of Huchio's grievous injuries. She did not dare to leave the cave even for a moment, worried that a sudden mishap might terrify the children. In essence, she could neither eat nor sleep properly, had it not been for the priest's frequent visits to accompany her. She would have long succumbed to exhaustion. Even so, after these days, Shizhu appeared significantly emaciated, her hair disheveled, and her complexion pallid, devoid of the vibrancy Liang had first observed. Wiping her tears, Shizhu mustered a smile and inquired, "Father, what brings you here? I have nothing to offer." "Enough of that. We are not outsiders," the chieftain interjected. Shizhu's smile faltered, her head bowed, tightly covering her mouth. In this world, even orcs struggled to sustain their families, let alone a woman, especially one caring for 3 children. If Huchio were truly to perish, her future would be bleak. Not despair. Liang has a way to save Huchio, the chieftain assured her. Shizhu's head snapped up, her expression unguarded as she gazed at Liang, her eyes glistening with hope. "Really?" Liang nodded. "However, I must first assess the situation. I cannot guarantee success." Shizhu quickly made space, nodding incessantly. I understand. Thank you truly." In this era, even a common cold was not something one could confidently claim to cure, let alone Huchio's severe injuries. With just a glance, Liang furrowed his brow. Huchio's face was ashen, beads of sweat glistening at the roots of his hair, and he was murmuring softly. Further down, the condition of the thigh that had been pierced was even more dire. The flesh surrounding the wound had turned an ominous black and was beginning to fester. Liang pressed his hand against Huchio's forehead and found it burning hot. The wound had become inflamed, and he was running a fever. The situation was grave. Liang frowned. He was entirely unversed in medicine. Yet even he could discern the severity of Huchio's condition. "System, what should I do now?" "Immediately reduce the fever, excise the necrotic tissue, and utilize the system's special medicine to preserve his life, as long as there is hope." Liang sighed with relief. Not celebrate too soon. Without tweezers or forceps, directly removing the necrotic tissue may lead to infection, the system warned. There are no such items available in the marketplace. The breeding sprite had already anticipated his concerns. "Figure out yourself," the breeding sprite sighed. "Truthfully, he is not your concern. You need not involve yourself. If he cannot be saved, you may end up facing blame." Liang raised his gaze, only to find himself lost in sorrowful and despairing eyes. Here lay Shizhu's husband, while outside were 3 underage children. Liang simply could not bring himself to stand idly by as a life flickered away. "Very well, I will provide you with the medicine." "Thank you," he said, discreetly placing the medicine into Huchio's mouth when no one was watching, and then turned to Shizhu. "Do you have a bone knife? Clean it thoroughly and boil it repeatedly in hot water." Without questioning his intent, Shizhu hurried to the kitchen. "Shiyun, fetch a bucket of well water," Liang instructed further. After the prologue, seeing the title, my dear readers, you have probably guessed it. Yes, today the prehistoric tale of crossing into the beast world to make pasta is about to be published. This means that starting today, the following chapters will be charged, and I understand that many of you may leave because of this, crying. The humble author pleads for your continued support, waving a small handkerchief, if it's merely about following a single book. Visiting the red envelope square daily would suffice. Now, let us discuss the charging system. 1,000 word will cost 5 yen coins, equivalent to 5 cents. That if there are 3,000 words daily, that totals 15 yen coins a day, or 1 dime point 10, 000 words, 50 cents, 100,000 words, 5 yuan to so far. Over 70,000 words have been updated for free. The entire book will not be too expensive. Hehe. Additionally, regarding updates, barring unforeseen circumstances, starting tomorrow, 3,000 words will be updated daily at 11:30. If there are any matters, notifications will be posted in the comments or in the previous day's notes. I know many of you dislike seeing these publication notes, but please consider that the author is isolated at home, unable to find work, struggling with writer's block yet still persevering in writing. And continue to support me. I will also frequently distribute fan-read envelopes to everyone. Alright, I've said enough. Today's chapter will be posted shortly. Love you all, sending hearts. Chapter 47. Luck. The system as special medicine not only sustains life, but also possesses anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing properties. For an orc who had never consumed medicine before, the antibiotic effects were almost instantaneous. Before long, Shiyun returned with a bucket of water. Liang instructed Shizhu to find a piece of soft bee skin. Soak it in the cool well water, and then place it on Huchio's forehead to help with physical cooling. Is there more bee skin? Go, and wipe Huchio's hands and face, Liang directed. Shizhu hurried off to comply. The prepared bone knife had cooled down. Liang took a deep breath, gripping it tightly as he gazed at the wound. He was unafraid of taking a life. Countless birds and beasts had lost their breath beneath his knife. Yet this was his first time wielding a surgical tool, causing him to feel a bit anxious. Shiyun watched Liang intently, quickly deducing his intentions from his movements. After a moment's hesitation, Shiyun stepped forward, taking the bone knife into his own hands. You tell me what to do, and I shall assist you. In the time it took for Liang to be momentarily distracted, Shiyun had already taken his place. Looking at the slightly less robust young lion before him, Liang experienced an unfamiliar sensation, safety, as though he too had someone to shield him. Though Shiyun was a few years his senior, Liang had always regarded him as a child. In this moment, it felt as if that perception had shifted. I can manage this, trust me, Shiyun assured him, glancing back. Liang nodded, accepting his offer. During their time cooking together, he had discovered Shiyun's intelligence and steady hands. Given that they were both novices, it was indeed more prudent for Shiyun to take the lead. Liang possessed theoretical knowledge, allowing him to maintain clarity while observing. The two of them had reached an agreement. Yet the chieftain was sweating profusely with anxiety. Shiyun had always been low-key and introverted. Faced with such a significant matter, he dared not treat it lightly. However, upon noticing that Shizhu remained silent, he quietly retreated, for in the current circumstances, it was indeed prudent to speak less, as excessive dialogue could complicate matters. Shiyun took a deep breath and began to excise the necrotic tissue around the wound as per Liang's instructions. At first, his hands trembled, causing Liang to feel a surge of alarm. But gradually, he steadied himself, fully engrossed in the task at hand, even neglecting the beads of sweat forming on his brow. Liang, after a moment's contemplation, reached out to wipe away the sweat. Shiyun's pupils constricted slightly, yet he continued his meticulous work with unwavering focus. The thigh of Huchio had suffered severe decay, with the most affected area exposing bone. With each scrape, Huchio instinctively shuddered in response. Shizhu felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy, yet found herself powerless to intervene, only able to wipe away the sweat accumulating on Shiyun's brow. Throughout this ordeal, Huchio awoke several times due to the agony, but quickly succumbed back into unconsciousness. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to remove all the necrotic flesh from his thigh. Liang then called Shizhu over to cleanse the area surrounding the wound. Knowing it must be thoroughly cleaned before bandaging, Shizhu gazed at the ghastly sight of exposed bone. Tears streamed down her face, yet she remained silent, her movements gentle and swift as she completed the task. Liang discreetly scattered the potent medicine provided by the system, followed by wrapping the wound with clean animal hide. After securing the stitches, Liang finally slumped onto the stool, exhaling a sigh of relief. The clan leader hurriedly poured him a glass of water and inquired, "How is it? Will Huchio survive?" Liang gulped down half a glass of water, patted his chest, and replied, "There's an 80% chance. As long as he does not develop a high fever tonight, he should be fine." Shizhu initially stood in a daze, but soon, Overwhelming joy replaced her shock. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she had long prepared herself for the worst, that Hu might not survive. Now, Yin Liang was telling her that there was still hope. It felt as if a tremendous surprise had struck her, leaving her momentarily speechless. The clan leader was the first to recover, grasping Yin Liang's hand and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Yin Liang accepted their thanks, but did not forget to temper their enthusiasm. Tonight is crucial. It would be best if someone kept watch all night. If he develops a fever, the consequences could be dire. The special medicine provided by the system was both costly and rare, and the tiger-wolf medicine inflicted significant harm to the body. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish for Hu to consume it. Zhu became anxious once more. Yin Liang reassured her, "Do not worry too much. Both Yin and I will be here to monitor him tonight. We will ensure his safety in that moment." Yin Liang's promise felt like a soothing balm to Zhu's anxious heart, bringing her to the brink of tears. Eager to do something for Yin Liang, yet feeling utterly helpless, she finally said, "After working all afternoon, I must be starving. I wonder if I could trouble you for a meal?" Zhu quickly nodded, a hint of regret in her voice. "That is the least I can do. I should have been more hospitable. I will prepare it right away." On the bed, Huchio's complexion remained pale, but his breathing had steadied significantly. He no longer appeared to be on the verge of death. Zhu cast a lingering glance at him before reluctantly heading to the kitchen. "Hu Mao, go to the cellar and fetch some meat. I will prepare a feast for you all tonight." "Okay." Hearing the voices from outside, Feng felt his eyes well up. Within the tribe, he was fortunate to have many children, 5 of whom were remarkable and shared a strong bond. The inability to separate Yun had been a lifelong agony for him. If something were to happen to Hu this time, he could scarcely fathom how to endure it. Thankfully, Yin Liang was present. "Thank you, Yin Liang," the clan leader expressed sincerely to him. Yin Liang was akin to a divine savior. Not only had he saved his eldest son, but he had also rescued the orc who was his daughter's mate. Yin Liang understood and did not decline the gratitude, for he had never been one to shy away from honor. He cherished humility, but was not inclined towards excessive modesty. "Clan leader, once Hu recovers, may I publicly disclose the circumstances surrounding his injury?" Yin Liang inquired. The clan leader paused, puzzled and hesitant. "Why? If he is well, would it not be better to act as though nothing had occurred?" Regardless, society often harbored prejudice against orcs with physical deformities. Yin Liang turned to Yun and asked the clan leader, "What do you think of Yun's performance just now?" Lost in joy, the clan leader finally responded, skepticism evident in his voice. "Since when does Yun possess medical skills? Only shamans had the opportunity to learn such arts, and not everyone could master them. Thus, those capable of healing held a position of great esteem in this world." Yin Liang did not answer, but instead posed a question of his own. "What if I told you this was Yun's first attempt at such a task? Would you believe it?" The clan leader's eyes widened in shock, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Yin Liang had not been in the tribe long, and had spent this time teaching Yun to cook, leaving little opportunity for him to learn anything else. "You mentioned wanting to reveal Huchio's injury for Yun's sake, didn't you?" The clan leader, quick on the uptake, realized the implications. Yin Liang continued, "In the future, there will be more and more fields in the tribe, with beasts to raise and fish ponds to tend. And no one will wish to hunt in the mountains anymore. You, and they will be no different. And perhaps you will surpass them all, for you can cook and heal." Yun found himself ensnared in the vision Yin Liang was weaving, reluctant to return to reality. When he finally regained his senses, he realized that Yin Liang was gazing at him with intense focus. In that moment, Yun saw himself reflected in Yin Liang's eyes. His heart raced as it had never before, seemingly on the verge of bursting from his chest. The swell of emotions within him rendered him dazed. Amidst the chaos, he could only feel his increasingly labored breath. Everything Yin Liang had said was a gift bestowed upon him. Without Yin Liang, he would possess nothing. However, Yin Liang had made one misstep. What filled him with a sense of superiority was not merely the word spoken, but the fact that Yin Liang had always been by his side. During this time, countless orc women had sought to curry favor with Yin Liang. He treated everyone with politeness, yet maintained a certain distance, a stark contrast to his demeanor with Yun. Each time Yin Liang showed him particular concern, he felt the lingering gazes of others upon him. This was the first time Shi Yun did not resent the attention. Rather, he found himself relishing it. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. I promise to be by your side every time, Yin Liang said, interpreting Shi Yun's silence as hesitation. Shi Yun's heart fluttered, nearly bursting with warmth, and he almost chuckled. You said you would always stay with me. Do not go back on your word. Yin Liang, oblivious to any distinction in their exchange, nodded resolutely. The clan leader observed their interaction with a peculiar sensation in his heart, but thought little of it. He merely felt fortunate to have encountered Yin Liang. Chapter 48. Bai Ji Shizhu's meal was soon ready, a hearty pot filled with potatoes, sweet potatoes, and beast meat, a hodgepodge lacking in culinary finesse. Yet surprisingly palatable. She placed it on the table. Shizhu's face flushed. Having tasted Yin Liang's cooking, which was a feast for the senses, her own offering seemed lacking by comparison. My apologies. This is all I could muster, and I am no culinary expert, Shizhu lamented. Yin Liang shook his head. It looks quite appetizing. Saying so, he took a generous bite, then gave a thumbs up. The flavor is delightful. Lion Pearl gently scratched her face and smiled shyly. Although she looked down on it and found it unimpressive, these were the best offerings she could present. Just by observing the three children relishing their meals, it was evident that they had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time. After a hearty feast, Lion Pearl instructed Tiger Fur to take her two younger brothers to the stream to wash up. She filled a basin with water, intending to cleanse Tiger Hill in the past. She had not understood the importance of cleanliness, believing only that a sick person should not be exposed to the cold. It was only after being reprimanded by Yin Liang that she learned the significance of maintaining hygiene to prevent infections. Though the concept of infection was beyond her comprehension, she fully obeyed Yin Liang's words. The priest had been busy in the fields and was unaware of the happenings here. The clan leader left shortly after their meal to discuss matters with the priest. Soon, Tiger Fur returned with the younger siblings, and they all went to sleep in the small cave. Lion Pearl sat beside Tiger Hill, holding his hand close to her face. As darkness enveloped the world, silence descended, interrupted only by the rustling of insects. Yin Liang and Lion Cloud sat on a stone at the cave entrance, gazing at the large leaves on the ground, where dirt and foliage were intertwined. Yin Liang could not help but smile at the sight. This what Tiger Fur cooked? Quite amusing, he remarked. Lion Cloud glanced over, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Yes, the little ones in our tribe love to play like this. Yin Liang turned to him. Did you play too? Lion Cloud chuckled softly. I suppose so, but I can hardly remember. Some of those I played with now have grandchildren. The evening breeze was cool, and Lion Cloud spoke in a low voice that evoked an indescribable tenderness in Yin Liang. In modern times, Yin Liang had often pondered what kind of person he would wish to spend a lifetime with. Without a doubt, gentleness was his foremost preference. He did not desire someone lofty like his father. Yin Liang was unsure of his feelings as he turned to look at Lion Cloud, whose amber eyes sparkled under the dim light of the night. In that moment, a strong urge to touch those eyes surged within him. And indeed, he acted on that impulse. Time seemed to halt as Lion Cloud turned to face him, his eyes reflecting a lingering astonishment. Yin Liang, he began, but Yin Liang's other hand pressed gently against his lips, silencing him. Lion Cloud continued to gaze at him, his surprise fading, replaced by a softness that was almost overwhelming, making Yin Liang feel weak in the knees. This sensation was entirely new to him, strange yet captivating. In a fleeting moment, Yin Liang recalled a popular saying from his past life on the internet. He lifted his gaze to the sky and softly murmured, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Lion Cloud replied without looking up, nodding in acknowledgement. He was unsure of how to continue the conversation, but as Yin Liang's eyes met his, he felt as though everything was already understood between them. "Host, you can't possibly be falling for Lion Cloud, can you?" The breeding sprite exclaimed in surprise. Realizing the truth, Yin Liang had no intention of hiding it. He nodded affirmatively. There a problem?" The sprite, twisting its green body, attempted to argue but found no grounds for objection. "But you are both male from different worlds and not even of the same species." Yin Liang replied, "I have always been attracted to men that I am currently under the same sky as him." "How can you say we are from different worlds?" As for the species, Lion Cloud cannot transform. How is that any different from an ordinary person? The sprite fell silent. Well then, I wish you both happiness. Yin Liang smiled, never believing that his happiness depended on others' approval, yet he found solace in their blessings. That night, they leaned against each other at the cave entrance, sharing a silent understanding. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting light on their faces. Lion Cloud, an early riser, soon opened his eyes. Aside from the dizziness from lack of rest, he felt a significant ache in his neck and shoulders. As he stirred slightly, a low whimper escaped his lips. Lion Cloud's body stiffened as memories of last night flooded back into his mind. As his recollection sharpened, his heart raced faster. Were it not for Yin Liang's substantial head resting on his shoulder, he might have doubted the reality of the situation. Suddenly, Yin Liang chuckled, his warm breath causing Lion Cloud's ears to tingle. I heard that. Yin Liang remained reclined against him, playfully teasing. Your heart is racing so fast. I can barely hear myself think. The hidden thoughts laid bare made Lion Cloud's heart race even more, his face flushing a deep crimson. Yin Liang, eyes still closed, curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Yes, I'm listening. Lion Cloud gazed at him, a wave of tender affection surging within him as he shyly asked, for this year's Beast God Festival, would you be willing to become my partner? Yin Liang opened his eyes, rising from his shoulder, disbelief flickering in his gaze. Had their relationship escalated so rapidly? He was still savoring the ambiguous phase, while Lion Cloud was already contemplating marriage. It was akin to a modern internet phrase, while others are speeding ahead. Yuri still stuck at the starting line. Lion Cloud, under Yin Liang's scrutiny, felt a rush of anxiety. You don't want to? Yin Liang shook his head, suppressing the urge to smack his forehead. His thoughts have been increasingly erratic lately. With less than 2 months until the Beast God Festival, is it too soon? What if you regret it? Lion Cloud quickly interjected, of course, I regret it. Yin Liang, do you want to be my partner? His eyes were filled with longing, resembling the kitten Yin Liang once cared for. Unable to voice any refusal, I end the Great Lion tribe. There were precedents of 2 beast men being together, but those relationships were devoid of romance. Often merely 2 individuals unable to find mates cohabiting. Yet their bond was different. Yin Liang gazed earnestly at Lion Cloud and nodded. All right. Lion Pearl emerged from the cave, her sleepless night evident on her weary face. Yet she appeared well enough. Upon seeing them, she felt both moved and guilty. You've worked hard. Tiger Hill, all right? Yin Liang rubbed his neck. He had leaned against Lion Cloud all night and felt slightly stiff. Lion Pearl nodded excitedly. He's fine. He woke up once during the night, had a sip of water, and went back to sleep. No fever, that's good, Yin Liang replied. For the next few days, avoid giving him roasted meat. His meal should be soft and easy to digest. Lion Pearl noted his instructions and then invited Yin Liang and Lion Cloud to join her for breakfast. Yin Liang declined, being mindful that their food supplies were limited. They had consumed a considerable amount the previous day, and with Tiger Hill unable to hunt for a while, he did not wish to deplete their resources further. Lion Pearl understood his reasoning. Feeling even more touched, despite their lack of sleep, the 2 who had just confessed their feelings felt invigorated. After some discussion, Yin Liang decided to take Lion Cloud to the mountain to collect their rewards. During this time, he had already gathered the basic food supplies and fruits. With the system's upgrade, the rewards had become more advanced, though the quantity was not as plentiful as before. Together, they gathered the rewards, which today included a medicinal herb. Angelica, as Yin Liang read the system's description of the herb, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a common remedy for colds. With expanded cultivation, they could plant it within the tribe, ensuring that anyone suffering from minor ailments would no longer need to worry. His knowledge. The priest currently used a medicinal wine for treating illnesses, but due to the lack of a controlled anaerobic environment, the alcohol content was low, rendering it ineffective. The roots of Angelica dehurica could dispel wind and dampness, as well as eliminate pests and bacteria. The tender shoots could even be cooked. Its uses were manifold. What Yin Liang valued most was its ability to treat common colds. The winters on the Beastman continent were long and harsh. While the stronger beastmen could endure, many younglings and women often succumb to illness. With Angelica dehurica, the risk of death from colds could be significantly reduced. Together, Yin Liang and Lion Cloud collected the herb, which once dried, amounted to about 10 pounds. System. With so little, how can it suffice for the many members of the Great Lion tribe? The breeding sprite, having fully understood Yin Liang's character, could guess his ulterior motives as soon as he spoke. And oh credit, one life. Yin Liang. The breeding sprite coldly rejected Yin Liang, retreating into the system space. Sulking in silence. While other systems merely tricked their hosts, for him, it felt as though he was the only one constantly at a disadvantage. Having been bound for such a long time, apart from those 10 little potatoes, he has not received a single coin, yet has accumulated a mountain of IOUs. He should never have opened that door in the first place, that on the tranquil forest path, Shiyun carried Baiji, with Yin Liang following closely by his side. Their hands accidentally brushed against each other, quickly intertwining tightly. Yin Liang silently mused that the autumn breeze seemed rather gentle. Chapter 49. Public revelation. The two descended the mountain and headed towards the cave. Upon hearing their voices, Day waddled out from a distance, flapping its wings and chirping around Yin Liang's feet. Yin Liang bent down, cradling Day in his palm, and lowered his head to take a whiff of its fluffy head. Asking, "Did you miss us, Day, since we didn't return last night?" Day tilted its head, curiously chirping in response. Observing their interaction, Shiyun couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. The life he once dared not even dream of seemed to be unfolding on this ordinary morning. Upon returning to the cave, Yin Liang first checked the kitchen. Day's feeding trough was already empty. Day wriggled out of his embrace, pecking at the trough with its flat beak, creating a series of sharp sounds. "I know you're hungry, but hold on a moment. I will prepare your meal shortly." Yin Liang washed his hands, and, just as he was about to light the fire, he heard Shiyun calling for him. "Yin Liang, come quickly." Shiyun rarely raised his voice, prompting Yin Liang to drop what he was holding and rush outside. What happened? Yin Liang arrived at the small shed by the well, which Shiyun had hastily constructed, inside the hay nest below. There resided a small creature resembling a rabbit. Shiyun stood there, staring blankly, and Yin Liang, puzzled, looked over, his pupils dilating. Isn't that creature male? How did it give birth? At that moment, 3 tiny white creatures huddled together in the nest, occasionally glancing up at them before quickly retreating. Wait, how did it give birth to 2 in just one day? Shiyun shook his head, equally bewildered. Just then, Day strutted in confidently from beside Yin Liang, standing proudly in front of the hay nest. The 3 small creatures immediately cowered in fear, wishing they could bury their heads in the hay. Day, pleased, shook its head and then turned to Yin Liang, as if seeking a reward. Yin Liang swallowed hard, looking at Shiyun. These 2 couldn't possibly have been brought here by Day. Could they? Shiyun shook his head, then nodded. It certainly seems that way. Chirp, chirp. Not receiving any praise was one thing, but now these 2 began whispering to each other, prompting Day to squawk in displeasure. "My goodness, our Day is truly impressive," Yin Liang exclaimed, lifting Day in his hands and planting 2 heavy kisses upon it. Day puffed up with pride, its little head held high. The arrival of 2 new creatures was a delightful surprise for both Yin Liang and Shiyun. Initially, they had planned to capture a few more creatures to breed with the existing one, but unexpectedly, before they could take action, Day had already done the job for them to take a reward. Day. Yin Liang decided to prepare an extra dish of braised meat, which Day devoured without lifting its head. After the meal, Day went back to work, needing to take the little creatures to eat. Yin Liang watched as Day led the 3 little creatures, standing in a neat row, resembling well-behaved kindergarten children. Yin Liang quietly followed behind and saw that Day led them to a grassy patch not far from the cave. The little creatures obediently scattered to find grass to nibble on, while Day found a cool spot, pawed at the ground to smooth it out, and lay down, eyes half closed, beginning to doze off. Yin Liang and Shiyun exchanged glances, silently agreeing to leave quietly. Yes, they walked away. Yin Liang continued to feel astonished. He hadn't expected Day to possess such capabilities. Perhaps in the future, Day could assist with animal husbandry in the tribe. Shiyun furrowed his brows, voicing his concern. Could Day be a beastman? It was understandable for Shiyun to harbor such doubts. On the beastman continent, Aside from those who could not transform into beast form and could only appear in human form, there existed a natural disability where one could not revert to human form after transforming. Day was astoundingly clever, not at all resembling ordinary beasts, but rather akin to a beast man. Yin Liang, unable to provide a clear explanation, could only respond vaguely. I'm not certain. Perhaps it is indeed the case. In any event, regardless of what Day is, it will always be a part of our family, and that will never change. Shuryan nodded, Yin Liang's words undoubtedly deepening his suspicions that Ti owe him. Nothing seemed beyond Yin Liang's knowledge. If he did not deny it, it implied acceptance. Unbeknownst to Yin Liang, Shuryan was lost in thought. But even if he were aware, he would only smile and remain silent. In the afternoon, Shurha came as usual for a visit. He had already heard from the chief about the miraculous revival of Huqiu by Yin Liang, leading to an even greater admiration for him. He eagerly followed Yin Liang, chattering excitedly without requiring any response. As he could talk for quite a while on his own, Shuryan sat silently nearby, his expression growing colder. Where is Shuriwe? Shuryan suddenly inquired. Shurha, clearly distracted, plopped down beside Shuryan, wearing a worried expression. Recently, Mother has been taking me to the fields. And I don't know when Shuriwe and that fellow Shurtao became close. He has been following Shurtao up the mountain all day. As he spoke, there was a hint of grievance and bitterness that he himself seemed unaware of. Yin Liang, intrigued, asked, Didn't T. Shuriwe always stick by you? I almost thought he had no other friends. Shurha's frustration grew. That detestable Shuriwe has made new friends and has almost forgotten me. He hasn't come to find me in days. Yin Liang found his demeanor somewhat amusing, resembling a schoolboy who had lost his candy. Yet he stifled his laughter. The disgruntled schoolboy is indeed difficult to console. That be by the way. Brother, why are you looking for him? Shurha inquired. Shuryan, with a stoic expression, replied, To have him take you away. Shurha froze for a moment, then erupted in indignation. Brother, are you starting to despise me too? Great, another outburst. Yin Liang quickly distanced himself to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Of course, Shuryan had no intention of placating him. When Shurha wailed for the 10th time, Shuryan coldly commanded him to be quiet. After all, he was the eldest brother and the one with the coldest temperament. Shurha could only sulk in silence, his eyes wide open, filled with a profound sense of grievance. Just as Shurha continued to stew in his anger, Day returned, accompanied by its newly appointed little entourage. 1, 2, 3 for Yin Liang slapped his forehead, realizing there was yet another addition. Shurha had often come here, but this was his first time seeing Day. Before the little creatures had been brought back, Day had spent most of its time sleeping on Yin Liang's bed and would dart away whenever it spotted someone. This led Yin Liang to mistakenly believe Day was quite shy around strangers. Today, however, as Shurha stumbled upon Day, Yin Liang worried whether Day would be frightened to his surprise. Day seemed to ignore Shurha completely, jumping straight onto Yin Liang's feet and gazing up at him. Yin Liang obediently picked Day up again, planting a kiss on its head, exclaiming, My little Day is amazing. Before long, we'll have more meat than we can consume. Chirp, chirp. After this, Yin Liang noticed that Shurha had turned to stone. Frozen in disbelief, could it be that Shurha was not the one to frighten Day, but rather Day had frightened Shurha? That shouldn't be possible. How could a lion fear a duck? Shuryan seemed to understand what Shurha was thinking. He cleared his throat, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Its name is Dade, it's being raised by me and Yin Liang together. What? Shurha jumped up suddenly, startling Yin Liang. Shuryan's expression darkened. No need to make a fuss. Shurha, however, was too agitated to listen to Shuryan's words. Pacing back and forth anxiously, his gaze darted between Yin Liang and Shuryan, muttering to himself. Seeing Shurha's unusual behavior, Yin Liang set Day down and gently nudged Shuryan's shoulder, whispering, What does he mean by this? After being placed on the ground, Day ignored them, leading the little creatures towards their shelter. Shurha stared vacantly at Day's retreating figure, clearly struck by 1,000 realizations. Brother, is Day a beast man? Yin Liang, puzzled, thought, Why do these two brothers have such similar thought processes? Shuryan did not respond, his face stern as he said, It's none of your business. If you're done playing, you should head back early. This time, Shurha did not get angry. Instead, he regarded them with an enigmatic gaze. Yin Liang felt uneasy under Shurha's scrutiny, unable to resist asking, "What on earth is going on? Could you just say it plainly?" Shurha narrowed his eyes, noticing that the two seemed to be even closer than before. If he recalled correctly, Yin Liang had nearly leaned against Shuryin just moments ago. "What are your plans for this year's Beast God Festival?" Shurha asked subtly, but Yin Liang understood at once, stunned. The matter of their union was significant. He and Shuryin intended to inform the chief and the priest as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, how did Shurha come to know? Shuryin had never spent time alone with Shurha. Upon observing the expressions of the two, Shurha immediately sensed that the matter was nearly settled, which stirred within him an overwhelming surge of joy and emotion. His other siblings had already found their partners. Yet his elder brother remained unresponsive. When silence is maintained, the eventual revelation can be astonishing. Who could have imagined that the person deemed by all as destined for solitude would suddenly find companionship in a priest? As the younger brother, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Shurha's expression was inscrutable, prompting Yin Liang to furrow his brow. Shuryin interjected, "Do not speak of this to others yet. Let us first confer with our parents." Shurha readily agreed, nodding vigorously. "Why not tonight? Let us invite the clan leader and the priest here for an open discussion," Yin Liang suggested. He was an adult, well past the age of impulsiveness, and he took matters of the heart seriously. Since he had promised Shuryin to marry, whether it happened sooner or later was of little consequence. Shuryin, of course, could not refuse. Shurha clapped his hands, exclaiming, "I shall take my leave. I will go to the fields and fetch mother. If she learns of this, she will undoubtedly leap for joy." "Do not rush," Yin Liang began, but Shurha had already dashed away. He chuckled to himself, turning to find Shuryin watching him with a smile. The beauty smile sent a flutter to his heart. Yin Liang inwardly cursed the distraction of beauty, yet his body betrayed him as he grasped Shuryun's hand. "Are you happy?" he inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yin Liang wrapped his arms around Shuryun's neck. Rising on his toes to draw closer, in Chapter 50. No regrets. Shuryun touched his lips, his expression dazed as he savored the moment, swallowing hard before looking up at Yin Liang, his eyes brimming with affection. He had never known that two people could share such intimacy. The sensation of their lips brushing against one another was simply exquisite, a soft touch that resonated straight to his heart. Yin Liang, desire. The raw desire in Shuryun's eyes made Yin Liang's stomach tighten. The young lion, sheltered and naive, may not have understood much, but Yin Liang was no stranger to such feelings, if not for their surroundings. He would have eagerly taken Shuryun right then and there. "Let us continue," Yin Liang suggested. Shuryun's eyes brightened as he took Yin Liang's hand and led him toward the cave. Yin Liang followed, covering his face, though he could not deny the anticipation building within him. Shuryun, without guidance, pressed Yin Liang against the wall, towering over him, the desire in his gaze intensifying that Yin Liang's cheeks flushed as he struggled to meet Shuryun's eyes, realizing just how significant the disparity in their physicality was. Shuryun truly was much taller and more robust. "Yin Liang, I wish to kiss you," Shuryun murmured. Yin Liang's ears perked up, and he chuckled silently, rising on his toes to offer his lips. Unlike their previous brief encounter, their lips lingered, gradually melding together until, feeling as if his lips might swell, Yin Liang ventured his tongue inside. Shuryun's breath quickened, mirroring his actions, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Suddenly, a quack from ducks startled Shuryun, pulling him back to reality. Yin Liang leaned against the wall, panting, while Shuryun held his hand beside him. "No mischief before marriage." Yin Liang's face darkened. "System, do you have a problem?" He realized that Duck's sudden appearance was no coincidence. It was indeed the system meddling. "Regardless, we cannot proceed, especially with the clan leader and priest due to arrive shortly. Are you sure you wish to continue?" Yin Liang's breath caught, and he ceased his argument with the system, relegating it to a figurative darkroom. Regaining their composure, the two pressed their foreheads together, hands entwined. They exchanged laughter, unable to contain their joy until they were breathless. Shuryun leaned in again, this time kissing Yin Liang's forehead and eyes with utmost tenderness, causing Yin Liang's heart to flutter. "Thank you, Yin Liang." Shuryun's voice was low and hoarse. Yin Liang rubbed his ears, feeling slightly awkward, and asked, "What do you thank me for?" For so much, Shiryun sighed, that I once thought I would be forever shrouded in darkness, yet you have brought a blazing sun into my life. Radiant and blinding. Liang chuckled softly, playfully tapping Shiryun's forehead. Are you calling me blinding? Is that an insult or a compliment? A compliment, Shiryun replied earnestly. Liang found himself unable to meet Shiryun's gaze, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of the moment. He dismissed the system's words, but with the clan leader and priest approaching, it was indeed not the right time. All right, let us prepare for dinner, Liang urged. Shiryun nodded, maintaining his embrace, an undeniable presence unmistakably felt. I shall step out. You handle things here, Liang said, covering his face. Shiryun stood in the cave, a hint of confusion on his flushed face, ultimately retreating to his bed, the grass curtain that had not been drawn in ages finally coming into play. Meanwhile, Liang, feeling the cool breeze, regained clarity. He patted his face and headed to the cellar for vegetables. This was truly a significant moment. The first meeting with the parents should carry some ceremonial weight. As he peeled potatoes, he couldn't help but recall the intimacy shared with Shiryun, his cheeks warming and a smile creeping onto his lips. Who would have thought that Shiryun could laugh so heartily? The priest quickly mastered the tasks assigned to him, and with Liang now relieved of counting duties, he began preparing dinner directly. Liang fetched water from the well when he suddenly felt his bucket lighten. Turning around, he found Shiryun standing behind him, effortlessly hoisting a full bucket of water. From now on, let me handle such tasks, he said, replacing the massive stone slab that served as the well cover. Liang felt a sweet warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. Shiryun gazed at him, perceiving his obedience and softness, unable to resist ruffling his hair. After their kiss, both felt an even deeper bond forming. Particularly Shiryun, who wished he could carry Liang in his pocket, bringing him everywhere, not wanting to part for even a moment. For dinner, they planned to prepare a feast consisting of 10 dishes, including sweet steamed meat, savory steamed meat, crispy ribs, chicken, duck, and 4 types of soup. While chicken and duck were absent, there was no shortage of game meat. Coincidentally, Uncle Monkey's newly crafted steamer would come in handy, thanks to Liang's provision of fresh ingredients. Uncle Monkey was thriving in the tribe, and most who had come to learn net weaving had decided to stay and study under him. With newfound manpower, he finally had time to breathe and dedicated himself to exploring new ideas, the steamer being one of them. Liang, who adored staple foods, was eager to steam barley rice every day. The stone pot was slow and often yielded undercooked results, so he had procured the steamer's blueprints from a system. The instructions called for boiling water in the stone pot, placing barley rice in the first layer of the steamer, and adding thin slices of meat in bamboo tubes on the second layer. One bowl of meat would be topped with potato chunks, another with dried vegetables, a third with sweet potatoes, and the last entirely filled with meat. Although Liang had not yet acquired the means to produce sugar, his sweet potatoes were perfect for seasoning the meat. With the rice and meat steaming and other ingredients prepped, they moved swiftly, waiting for everyone to arrive before cooking, ensuring the dishes would be delectably warm. As the sun dipped low, Shura finally returned with the clan leader and others. In truth, the priest had been eager to rush over after hearing Shura's news, but couldn't abandon her chores. Leading to the delay, standing hand in hand to the cave entrance, Liang and Shiryun displayed no reserve. The priest, observing from afar, covered her mouth in astonishment, while the clan leader felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Though he refrained from tears, after several heartfelt greetings, he reproached the priest. This is a joyous occasion. Why do you weep? Ignoring him, the priest continued to laugh and cry, tears streaming down her face, prompting Shura to comfort her gently. Liang and Shiryun exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. In that moment, Shiryun radiated warmth and brightness, his previous gloom vanishing, leaving the priest and others momentarily mesmerized. With everyone gathered, it was time to cook, and sensing the priest and clan leader's emotional state, Liang suggested Shura escort them inside to sit, while he and Shiryun moved into the kitchen. Before long, a bountiful spread of 10 bamboo dishes was presented on the table. The table was laden with dishes of vibrant hues, each tantalizing and capable of igniting one's appetite. Shura's mouth watered, nearly spilling into his bowl, Yet he was not one to act recklessly. He understood well that today was a momentous occasion, remaining poised and attentive as he quietly listened to their conversation, daring only to swallow his saliva in silence. Liang and Yun exchanged knowing smiles, revealing their intentions without preamble. They planned to unite as partners during the Beast God Festival. The chieftain, upon hearing this, felt a mix of joy and melancholy. Liang, your status is unique. Can you truly say you will not regret being with Yun in the future? In the realm of beastmen, there exists an unyielding decree. Partners blessed by the Beast God during the festival cannot part ways. Even in the event of one's death, the surviving partner is forbidden from seeking another. The faith in the Beast God is deeply ingrained, and none dare defy it. Thus, most bonding ceremonies within the tribe do not occur on the day of the festival. Even the most devoted individual cannot guarantee that their partner will remain by their side for a lifetime. Should misfortune strike, who could endure the solitude of the remaining years? Unbeknownst to Liang, he turned to gaze at Yun, whose smile had faded slightly, and his expression appeared somewhat strained, likely due to his awareness of the gravity of the situation. Observing the two, the priest felt a swell of anxiety. This was not a matter the chieftain had initiated on a whim. They had deliberated on it prior to their arrival. While Yun was indeed their son, Liang had contributed so much to the great Lion tribe. They could not be so selfish as to withhold this crucial information before the union. Liang's reaction confirmed that he had been unaware of this matter until now. Yun's heart sank, an involuntary urge to withdraw his hand surfacing. However, just as he made a move, Liang grasped it firmly. I will not regret it. I wish to bond with Yun during the Beast God Festival. Liang declared emphatically, word by word. Yun's heart trembled, and he found himself gripping Liang's hand even tighter. The priest and chieftain were taken aback, but soon erupted into joyous laughter. Excellent, excellent. This is truly wonderful. The priest then proceeded to explain the details of the bonding ceremony. Unlike modern customs, this ancient rite, constrained by the tribe's simple living conditions, was quite unadorned. It involved the newlyweds donning fresh garments, standing upon a prominent platform to receive the blessings of the priest and the Beast God, all witnessed by the tribe. Finally, beneath the sacred Beast God tree, they would vow to accompany one another for a lifetime, thereby sealing their union. This simplicity, far from being perfunctory, conveyed the most heartfelt blessings, which stirred a sense of anticipation within Liang. After the meal, Liang busied himself in the kitchen, clearing away the dishes when Shurha re-entered, appearing somewhat hesitant, as if he had something to say. Liang, curious, inquired, "Are you still hungry?" Shurha rubbed his nose and replied, "I would like to take some food to Shuriwe. Is that permissible?" Chapter 51. Sharing a bed, Liang blinked, elongating his tone as he asked, "Didn't you say he has a new friend and has forgotten about you?" Shurha, already feeling guilty, felt his face flush at the remark and raised his voice defensively. "He may be heartless, but I cannot be ungrateful." Liang chuckled and nodded, but Shurha felt a twinge of unease. There is leftover food, so I might as well show some pity. Before Liang could respond, Yun stormed in with a scowl, squeezing him beside Shurha and addressing him. "Why are you speaking to him like that? Raising your voice." Shurha was taken aback, but quickly recovered, exclaiming, "Who would have thought my elder brother was such a person? He forgets his brother once he has a sister-in-law." Liang's face turned crimson at the mention of sister-in-law, and internally he countered, how could it be sister-in-law? The dynamics of their relationship were not so clearly defined. As the priest and chieftain approached, eager to join the fray, Liang, despite his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He hastily pushed Yun aside, grabbing a clean bamboo tube to serve the food. "Enough of that. Hurry and take this to Shuriwe while it's still warm." As Shura's eyes sparkled with realization, he understood that Liang was flustered. As he took the food from Liang's hands, he loudly declared, "Thank you, sister-in-law," and promptly dashed away. Liang, feeling the urge to vent his frustration, turned his ire towards the only other person present, Yun, gritting his teeth. He said, "Can you not keep your brother in check?" Yet, Yun was in high spirits, his expression brightening, although he dared not smile, merely nodding solemnly. Ignoring him, Liang continued to tidy up the dishes a well-rested Yaya. Still in a daze, waddled over to its designated bamboo trough, ready for dinner. The priest and chieftain, initially prepared to leave, paused at the sight, and Yin Liang, without giving it much thought, assumed they found the fluffy creature endearing. To his surprise, the priest's laughter turned to tears, leaving Yin Liang utterly baffled. Once they had departed, he finally had the chance to question Shiyun about the incident. Reflecting on it, he recalled how Shurha had been quite emotional upon first encountering Yaya. Before Shiyun could answer, the system erupted in laughter, clearly privy to some inside joke. Yin Liang shot the system a dark glare, banishing it to the confines of the black room, then fixed his piercing gaze on Shiyun. The nurturing sprite interjected. Shiyun, avoiding Yin Liang's penetrating gaze, appeared somewhat guilty. Oh, you know what it signifies in the beastman realm when two individuals raise Yaya together. A sense of foreboding settled in Yin Liang's heart. He knew that when two beastmen or their partners lost the ability to bear offspring, they would raise animals instead, treating them as substitutes. Yin Liang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had never harbored such intentions towards Shiyun. He had always regarded him as a brother, motivated purely by gratitude for the priest and chieftain's kindness. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. If that were the case, did it not mean that the small beasts in the shed were akin to their children? Gritting his teeth, he uttered the two words he dreaded. Shiyun shook his head. That is different. The small beasts are raised for sustenance. They are food. Yin Liang found himself at a loss for a counterargument that it was akin to how modern humans kept pets. Some animals were cherished companions, while others were merely viewed as food. The distinction between raising an animal for consumption or companionship seemed nebulous and subjective. I apologize. I am not aware of such matters, Yin Liang admitted. Shiyun nodded, having suspected Yin Liang's unfamiliarity with their world since he first learned of it. It's all right. You can come to understand in time. Yin Liang paused, then broke into a smile. You are right. Once he clarified his own inclinations, he had prepared himself for a life without children. Finding a partner was a blessing, but if it did not happen, he could still live contentedly with a cat or a dog. Now that he had found a partner and a pet, it seemed there was little left to lament. After Yaya finished its meal, it nonchalantly returned to bed, and Shiyun expressed concern. Is it tired from the day? It is still quite young. Yin Liang pondered how to convey to Shiyun that Yaya was merely a manifestation of a system, resting to level up and not truly capable of feeling fatigue. As night began to fall, Yin Liang and Shiyun settled beneath the locust tree, their heads leaning against one another, a platter of diced fruit beside them. Cool and refreshing to the taste. In the stillness, the only sound was the rhythm of their breathing, as if they were the last two beings in existence. Shiyun, close your eyes, Yin Liang urged, with his eyes shut. He reveled in the cool evening breeze caressing his skin. Shiyun shifted slightly, glancing at Yin Liang. Are you tired? If you are, you should go inside and rest. Don't let your neck become uncomfortable. Yin Liang sighed. The romantic atmosphere dissipated with those two sentences, and 100 thoughts raced through his mind. I don't want to go in. Yaya sprawls across my bed every night, taking up all the space and insists on sleeping right in the middle. At that moment, he entirely forgot how each time he saw the rotund Yaya, his heart would flutter, and he would indulge in a few affectionate nibbles until Yaya woke up. Shiyun, sensing Yin Liang's rising irritation, dared not retort. Then let us sleep together. Then let us switch beds, they both suggested simultaneously. Yin Liang looked at him with a smirk. Switch beds? Is it? Very well. Shiyun swallowed hard, an instinct for self-preservation kicking in. If you are willing, we can sleep together. I am not willing. Yin Liang huffed, sealing their fate. It is settled. We shall sleep together. Shiyun felt a premonition. If he yielded to Yin Liang today, he might never share a bed again. Winter nights were excruciatingly cold. The thought of holding Yin Liang, so soft and warm, sent a shiver of longing through him. But Yin Liang's demeanor softened slightly, and he agreed, entering the cave with Shiyun. However, upon their arrival, they were both taken aback. Typically, Yaya lay sprawled across the bed like a pancake, but today it was unusually well-behaved, curling up and occupying a mere palm-sized space next to Yin Liang's pillow. Shiyun glanced at Yin Liang, his expression laden with meaning. Yin Liang, unable to suppress his frustration, gritted his teeth and declared, I assure you, this is not because I want to sleep with you. As soon as those words were spoken, Shi Yun's expression grew even more profound. Yin Liang, with a scowl upon his face, cursed, "System, are you trying to deceive me?" The breeding sprite lay silently, feigning death. Ultimately, Yin Liang confined the system once again to the small black room, while he climbed onto Shi Yun's bed. Shi Yun's bed was quite enclosed, and, as Yin Liang nestled inside, it felt as though he had fallen into a deep hole. However, it was undeniable that he relished this space filled with a sense of security. Yin Liang could distinctly sense that Shi Yun's body was tense, his breathing controlled to the bare minimum. Observing Shi Yun's nervousness, Yin Liang felt a wave of calm wash over him. He extended a hand to rest on Shi Yun's waist. Shi Yun suddenly shuddered, his body tensing once more. Amused, Yin Liang, intent on teasing him, shifted his body to embrace Shi Yun's waist. "Oh, you have abs? May I touch them?" Yin Liang's hand began to venture further. Shi Yun felt those soft hands exploring his waist, each caress testing the edges of his nerves. Unable to endure any longer, Shi Yun seized the mischievous hand that eyed in the darkness. Yin Liang smirked slyly. Feigning ignorance, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to let me touch you?" Shi Yun's grip tightened. Lowering his gaze, he realized that his one hand could completely envelop both of Yin Liang's, stirring a mix of satisfaction and emptiness within him. Two contradictory emotions battled within his chest, leaving him breathless. "It's not that I'm reluctant. I fear I may lose control," Shi Yun replied in a deep voice, with his back turned to Yin Liang. His expression hidden, Shi Yun's sultry voice ignited a flurry of emotions within Yin Liang. "Then let's see," he declared. In the moment of Shi Yun's astonishment, he broke free from Shi Yun's grasp and slipped his hands beneath the edge of Shi Yun's bee-skin skirt. Shi Yun's eyes widened in shock. Unable to hold back any longer, he turned and enveloped Yin Liang in a tight embrace. Shi Yun's limbs sprawled open, collapsing onto the bed, his chest rising and falling erratically. Earlier, Yin Liang had hung luminescent grass in the cave, but Shi Yun dared not turn to face him. He had never imagined such playful possibilities. The unfamiliar aftertaste lingered in his mind, making it hard for him to forget. Yin Liang felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. They certainly did not reach the final act. It was not due to reluctance on his part, but rather Shi Yun's complete lack of experience. Even his right hand had never been used, making Shi Yun akin to a blank canvas, now slightly stained with other colors. Surprisingly, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Noticing Shi Yun's dazed expression, Yin Liang tentatively spoke. "The first time can be swift. Don't take it too seriously that you'll get better in the future." Shi Yun was initially taken aback, then gradually realized what Yin Liang was implying, his fair face flushing a deep crimson. He turned to embrace Yin Liang, pressing his head down onto his chest. "Sleep now. It's getting late." After all the commotion, coupled with the need for cleaning, they had indeed stayed up later than usual. Yet, the more innocent Shi Yun was, the more Yin Liang found it difficult to suppress his desire to tease him. "Are you deceiving me? If you truly know nothing, how did you manage when I asked you to handle things by yourself this afternoon?" Shi Yun replied gloomily, "Stop talking. Just sleep." Yin Liang smirked, deliberately stating, "Not wanting to speak means you're tacitly agreeing that I can't believe I fell for your nonsense, that I'm not lying. I truly don't know." Shi Yun gritted his teeth. "I just lay on the bed, waiting for him to come down." Yin Liang chuckled softly. All right, if you don't know, then I'll assist you from now on." Chapter 52. Seeking trouble, Yin Liang and Shi Yun often went in and out together. And during this time, their intimacy had grown significantly. Many in the tribe began to keenly observe Yin Liang's every move, and it didn't take long for them to notice something amiss. They dared not directly question Yin Liang, so they took a more indirect approach, attempting to cozy up to the priest. Although both were priests, Yin Liang possessed an exceptional depth of understanding and the ability to cause the beast god tree to bloom overnight, elevating his image in the eyes of the people to near mythical status. In contrast, the priest, having known them for decades, seemed more relatable. The priest, unwilling to conceal the truth, cheerfully invited everyone to partake in the feast hosted by Yin Liang and Shi Yun during the beast god festival. Those who heard this were initially taken aback, but soon felt a sense of validation. Such a significant event spread throughout the tribe within a day. Some offered their blessings while others expressed skepticism. If Yin Liang were not the beast god's priest, they would indeed be a perfect match, but that was not the case. Nevertheless, even those who held doubts outwardly offered their congratulations. After all, having a partner in the giant lion tribe meant that Yin Liang would never leave, which was undoubtedly beneficial for their tribe. However, the fact that his partner was Shi Yun left many women who admired Yin Liang feeling discontent, with Shi Qiu being the most affected. Shi Qiu, the cousin of Shi Ta, was one of the most beautiful women in the tribe, and everyone believed she was destined to be the new leader's mate. Before Yin Liang's arrival, Shi Qiu had thought so herself. At this moment, a group of women at the foot of the mountain were gathering wild vegetables in baskets made by Uncle Ho. The sun hung high in the sky, warming the earth, and the drowsy villagers were roused by the commotion caused by Shi Ling. What I say is true. The priest said it himself. Shi Ling lifted her head, glancing at Shi Qiu as she spoke. Shi Ling and Shi Qiu had always been at odds. Today, she had no obligation to gather the mountain. She had come solely to witness the exquisite expression on Shi Qiu's face. Shi Qiu's face turned pale in an instant, and she was not disappointed. The leader of the gathering team, Liang, an older woman who had already raised children, naturally lacked the thoughts of younger women. Upon hearing this news, her first reaction was one of delight. Having a good relationship with the priest, she had watched Yin Liang spend over a decade alone, which weighed heavily on her heart. That is truly wonderful. Following her lead, others who held no particular feelings for Yin Liang also expressed their blessings. However, Shi Qiu shouted, "This is impossible." Liang frowned, looking at her disapprovingly. "Shi Qiu, what do you mean by that?" Shi Qiu completely ignored her, throwing her basket to the ground and gritting her teeth. "I'm going to find him and ask him directly." With that, she dashed away, leaving no trace behind. Liang Bai's face darkened. With her attitude, anyone would think Master Yin Liang is a heartless scoundrel. She's truly spoiled by her parents. The others fell silent, not daring to speak. Liang Bai was usually gentle, but this did not conceal the fact that she was the only woman who had ever joined the hunting team. The people here held a certain respect for her. However, they were also reluctant to join her in criticizing Shi Qiu, considering that Shi Qiu's father, Shi Zhao, was quite formidable and held significant prestige within the hunting team. While Shi Qiu harbored a deep grudge, making them hesitant to cross her. Shi Ling, however, bent down, picked up Shi Qiu's basket, and smiled. "No worries, I'll help out." Liang Bai regarded her, her expression softening. "You truly are sensible. If it weren't for your father passing away early, Shi Zhao would never have held such a position in the hunting team." At these words, Shi Ling's smile froze on her face. She tightened her grip on the basket, wondering if her father were still alive. Would she be the one standing beside Shi Ta now? Yin Liang and Shi Yun followed their usual routine of collecting rewards on the mountain, holding hands, chatting, and laughing. However, as they approached the cave, Shi Yun's expression suddenly darkened. Simultaneously, Shi Qiu spotted them and quickly ran over, her face filled with grievance as she looked at Yin Liang with pleading eyes. "I heard you are to become Shi Yun's partner. Is it because the leader is forcing you?" Yin Liang's expression soured. Anyone would feel displeased when a stranger accosted them and accused their beloved. "Who are you?" With age, Yin Liang had grown more temperate, but he was not entirely devoid of irritation. Shi Qiu's delicate face turned both pale and flushed, as if she had suffered a tremendous injustice. Her composure wavering. "You really don't remember me? I'm Shi Qiu. Every time you went to the fields, I would bring you fruit." Yin Liang raised an eyebrow, catching a faint recollection. Each time he ventured to the fields, a group of young girls would bring him water and fruits, but they would always drop their offerings and flee, leaving him with no opportunity to see their faces. As for this Shi Qiu before him, he had no memory of her whatsoever. "Sorry, I don't recall. Shi Yun is carrying things. Could you step aside?" Yin Liang replied politely, but this only served to deepen Shi Qiu's displeasure. She instinctively shifted aside, watching as Yin Liang and Shi Yun passed by, her nails nearly digging in her palms. If it weren't for the leader's threats, why would you want to become his partner? He is a beast man, and he doesn't even have a beast form. Shi Qiu nearly shouted. Shi Yun halted, his grip on the bag turning slightly pale. Without saying a word, he quickened his pace. Yin Liang inhaled deeply. glancing back to glare at Shurqiu before hastily pursuing Shuyun. Shurqiu watched helplessly as the two departed, unable to follow, and sank to the ground in tears. Liang trailed behind Shuyun, helplessly observing him at work. That person is unwell. Don't take her words to heart. Shuyun remained silent, diligently organizing the provisions on the shelves. This was also a task entrusted to him by Uncle Ho, involving a substantial, multi-tiered wooden rack. On it lay meat and vegetables, while staples like barley were stored below, ensuring cleanliness without the worry of moisture. However, it was evident that Shuyun was merely seeking distraction. Without uttering a word, he rearranged the sweet potatoes and potatoes. Shuyun, are you upset? Liang lamented, reluctantly grasping his arm. Shuyun gazed at Liang's hand, hesitating to pull away, and softly murmured, in truth, she is not wrong. Being with me means you will never have children. And I am but a cripple. Who knows when I might perish? Shuyun. Liang spoke in a low, firm tone. What others say is their concern. As long as they are indifferent, we should simply close our doors and live well. Yet, I cannot accept your self-destructive tendencies. Contemplating Shuyun's years of unwavering routine, he found himself reluctant to speak harshly. With a sigh, Liang yearned to embrace Shuyun, only to discover that he was significantly taller. Thus, he sought an alternative, positioning himself within Shuyun's embrace. Resting against Shuyun's chest, their fingers interlocked, he declared, did I not mention? In no more than 3 years, our tribe will achieve self-sufficiency in meat and vegetables. At that point, the importance of hunting or the presence of beast shapes will be inconsequential. Or is it that you lack confidence in me? Liang looked up, his eyes sparkling, as if Shuyun's affirmation would bring him to tears. Of course not. Shuyun quickly wrapped his arms around him. Liang's face broke into a grin, playfully tugging at the corners of Shuyun's mouth until it formed a smile. Promise me, from now on, disregard what others say. Heed only my words and gaze. All right, Shuyun's voice was husky, enveloped in such fervent affection. He felt invincible. Upon exiting the cave, they found Shurqiu no longer at the entrance. Shuyun visibly exhaled in relief. Liang, amused, poked his cheek. Are you that afraid of her? It is not fear of her, but of his father, Shurjiao, and Shurta, who dote on her excessively. I do not wish for you to clash with them on my account. To his surprise, Shurqiu had quite the backing. Liang promptly inquired with the system, receiving a comprehensive dossier filled with details unknown to others, revealing that Shurqiu had a sister who had vanished in her infancy, which led to Shurjiao and his wife indulging Shurqiu. The relationship between Shurqiu and Shurta was not as profound as outsiders presumed, primarily driven by parental expectations. After perusing the information, Liang pondered, intermarriage amongst close kin is hardly advisable. I must assist them. The breeding sprite interjected. And what if conflicts arise? Liang regarded him with audacity. There are countless capable hunters, yet I am the sole priest of the beast god. Should I fear them? Shuyun had never encountered such a version of Liang, momentarily lost in fascination. Liang, I wish to kiss you, Shuyun confessed. Liang froze before bursting into laughter, promptly kissing his cheek. Such matters need not be asked in the future. Very well, Shuyun led him into the cave, showering him with kisses until they were thoroughly satisfied, only to release him reluctantly. Liang lay breathless on the bed, gasping and coughing, while Shuyun remained unperturbed, gazing at him with innocent white eyes. What shall the system do? I can already foresee the dire consequences of Shuyun's awakening desires. Liang stammered, what are you thinking? I fear I may not satisfy him and be drained. Perhaps it would be for the best. Liang, in a fit of embarrassment, cast the system into the dark confines of a small room. The breeding sprite chuckled, oh, how accustomed you are. Meanwhile, Shurqiu, having departed from Shuyun's cave, lost interest in foraging, true to her nature. She returned home, sobbing as she fell into her mother's embrace. That evening, Shurjiao returned, carrying half a bloodied beast. Upon seeing his beloved daughter's tear-streaked face, he erupted in fury, neglecting to wash his face as he demanded to know what transpired. After listening to Shurqiu's account, Shurjiao's brow furrowed deeply. Your engagement to Shurta is well known. Both families have met. Chi-Chi, you and Shurta are truly a match. I never consented. Shurqiu muttered softly. What you and Uncle agreed upon does not count. Shi Zhao's expression darkened at her words. What do you mean by that? Did you not get along splendidly with Shi Tuo before? Why the sudden change of heart? Shi Chio's face flushed with embarrassment and frustration. Had she known she would meet Yin Liang, she would have maintained her distance from Shi Tuo. Compared to the blunt, inconsiderate Shi Tuo, she found herself drawn to Yin Liang's charm. Yet, she seemed to forget the numerous gifts and benefits she had received for being Shi Tuo's future partner over the years. Father, Shi Tuo treats me poorly. May we call off the engagement? Shi Chio pouted, clinging to Shi Zhao's arm. That Shi Zhao's temper flared, but he hesitated to scold his cherished daughter, suppressing his anger as he replied, You must think this through. Once you sever ties with Shi Tuo, there is no turning back. Shi Chio nodded earnestly. I am fully aware. Very well. I shall speak with your uncle later. As Shi Chio watched her father depart, her heart raced. She pinched her palm to suppress laughter. Believing Yin Liang's indifference stemmed from her engagement to Shi Tuo. Once she was free, how could Yin Liang not choose her? What worth did a hardened cripple possess? That evening, Shi Zhao sought out Shi Tuo, and soon after, news of the annulment of their engagement spread like wildfire. Those who heard it were left agape, the shock far exceeding that of Yin Liang and Shi Yun becoming partners. The following day, Shi Tuo felt the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes. Some close acquaintances even attempted to offer consolation. Shi Tuo, somewhat helpless, expressed his gratitude. In truth, he felt no sorrow. Having grown up alongside Shi Chio, he had always treated her kindly, viewing her more as a sister. Initially, he found it challenging to accept his father's proposal for their union. But her hopeful gaze made it difficult to refuse. Fortunately, he had no affections for anyone else. Marrying anyone would suffice. Unbeknownst to him, the more composed he appeared, the more others assumed his heart was shattered. Yin Liang and Shi Yun remained uninformed until the evening when Shi visited, sharing the news. What a tragedy. That stunning beauty is gone, and Shi Tuo is truly unfortunate, Shi said, chewing on a piece of jerky. Yin Liang remained silent. Glancing at Shi Yun, who appeared visibly distressed. Indeed, Shi Chio is exceedingly beautiful. Could her actions be motivated by you? Shi Yun inquired. Yin Liang nearly choked on his own saliva, first glaring at Shi before hastily reassuring Shi Yun. Shi Yun, I assure you, I have no interest in her. Shi Yun shook his head. I am fine. I trust you do not harbor feelings for her. You are so exceptional. Many will admire you in the future. I must learn to accept this. Shi, bewildered by Yin Liang's glare, finally comprehended the situation and erupted, leaping to his feet. What the hell? Poaching my brother's partner. Have you no sense of your own worth? You think you can take my sister-in-law? Huh. Yin Liang rubbed his ears. Shi's outburst was deafening. You did not express such sentiments moments ago. Yin Liang chuckled. Forget it. That was my youthful ignorance, Shi retorted angrily. The system couldn't contain its laughter. Yin Liang ignored it, addressing Shi. All right, do not speak to the priests about this. They may not be interested in me, and I wish to have no entanglements with her. Shi nodded vigorously, of course. Ending the engagement is also a good thing. Shi Chio does not care for Shi Tuo. If they were to marry and later separate, they would only be the subject of ridicule, Yin Liang remarked, as long as couples were not participating in the beast god's partner ceremony. They could choose to separate, though such occurrences were rare. Primarily, it was for the sake of any potential offspring, as well as the fact that, in those times, love was of little concern, as he spoke. A melodious female voice rang out from outside. Is Yin Liang Gij there? It is Shi Chio. The three within the cave exchanged glances, Shi Yun's expression darkening considerably. She arrives unannounced and calls you Yin Liang Gij. How outrageous! Shi exclaimed indignantly. Yin Liang sighed. Do not reveal yourselves. I will go see what she wants and find a way to send her away. This situation could prove troublesome for all parties involved. Shi Yun remained silent, watching him exit. Shi crouched at the cave's edge, beckoning Shi Yun with a finger. Shi Yun bit his lip, unconsciously rubbing the hem of his beast skin attire. Before he could act, Shi quickly approached and pulled him closer. Brother, do not be shy. Yin Liang is your partner. We must understand our adversaries as well as ourselves. He whispered softly to him. Shi Yun gazed at him and nodded. Outside the cave, Shi Chio, clearly dressed up, held a delicate little basket. Upon seeing Yin Liang emerge alone, A shy smile quickly adorned her face. Yin Liang Gidge, you have come. A few days ago, my father found a wild beast's egg, and I thought you might not have had one before. So, I specially brought some for you. As she spoke, Shurchio offered the basket, which contained a dozen eggs of unknown origin, the pale yellow shells slightly larger than chicken eggs. This was Yin Liang's first encounter with eggs in this world, and he couldn't help but gaze at them for a few seconds. However, he had no intention of accepting Shurchio's offering. Thank you, but I will pass. If I desire to eat, Shi Yun will provide for me. Yin Liang maintained a calm demeanor. Shi Yun, who could hardly catch a wild beast. How could he possibly? Shurchio almost blurted out, but upon seeing the warning in Yin Liang's eyes, she quickly sealed her lips. Shi Yun is my future partner, and I cherish him no matter what. It is not for others to comment. You have mentioned this twice. Should you do so again, I shall not be courteous. Yin Liang spoke coldly. Shurchio's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am sorry. I merely wish the best for you. If another beastman had stood there, witnessing this scene, they would surely have felt pity. Yet, for Yin Liang, it bore no impact. In his past life, he had encountered far more beautiful women, and his heart remained as still as water, let alone for the one before him. Thank you, but it is unnecessary. Yin Liang turned away decisively. Do not seek me out again. I do not wish for it, and Shi Yun would be displeased. Yin Liang Gidge, Shurchio called softly, her voice laced with tears. Yin Liang halted but did not turn back. And do not call me brother. I have no sister. From now on, there will only be Shurju. Shurju is Shi Yun's sister. Is she not also Yin Liang's sister? Faced with such a direct and unyielding rejection, Shurchio's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, her grip on the basket tightening until her knuckles turned white. When Yin Liang returned to the cave, Shi Yun remained seated in the same spot. Sure, he immediately pounced on him, and had Yin Liang not dodged in time, he would have been knocked over. Sure, he, undeterred by his missed target, grinned and said, Yin Liang, you should have seen Shurchio's expression. It was utterly satisfying. You heard all of it? Yin Liang inquired of Shi He, though his gaze was directed at Shi Yun, causing Shi Yun to avert his eyes uncomfortably. Indeed, I heard everything, Yin Liang. You spoke splendidly. Sure, he seemed blissfully unaware of the exchange between the two. Yin Liang smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. After that day, Shurchio did not seek Yin Liang again. Just as they all thought the matter had settled, two figures arrived at the priest's cave. Shi Zhao and his spouse entered, laden with bundles of goods. Upon entering, they grasped the priest's hand, their expressions nearly pleading. The priest's cave, situated beside the main square, was a far cry from Shi Yun's dwelling. Even when those inside spoke in hushed tones, it could not quell the gossiping spirit of the outside world. Thus, a sensational piece of news quickly spread throughout the tribe. Have you heard? Shurchio is infatuated with Yin Liang, pining away in sorrow, bedridden. This time, Shi Zhao has come personally to beseech the priest to unite Yin Liang and Shurchio. But wasn't Shurchio meant to pair with Shi Tuo? When did she develop feelings for Yin Liang? Pa, how naive. Just because she fancies him, must he marry her? I fancy Yin Liang too. Shall he marry me as well? You old fool, your grandson will surely run away. How shameful for you to say such things. And no wonder Shurchio suddenly annulled her engagement with Shi Tuo. It turns out it was for Yin Liang. The priest surely will not agree. After all, Shi Yun has only just found his partner. How could he bear to let him go? The priest's word may not hold sway. It ultimately depends on Yin Liang's own wish. If it were up to me, I would certainly prefer Shurchio over Shi Yun. The tribe's people were forthright, speaking their minds freely, and such discussions unfolded in various corners of the tribe. The content was largely similar, with some criticizing Shurchio for her high aspirations, others claiming Shi Yun and Yin Liang were ill-suited, and still others expressing sympathy for Shi Tuo. Once more, Shi Tuo found himself the object of pity from his companions. If he felt indifferent about the annulment, he now harbored some resentment towards Shurqiu Ayu, and O1 relished being unwittingly adorned with the label of a cuckold. Previously, he had refrained from disclosing the truth out of consideration for Shurchio's feelings. But now he found himself wishing to confide in someone. Taking a deep breath, he approached Shuryu. Recently, he had grown closer to Shiryu, and during their hunts, they had developed a remarkable synergy. Their cooperation seamless. However, Shiryu was notably quiet, appearing rather sullen, which made him a low-risk confidant. Shiryu, regarding my engagement with Shiryu, before Shirtuo could finish, Shiryu placed a finger upon his lips, signaling him to be quiet. In the next moment, a massive lion dashed forth, and shortly thereafter, Shiryu returned, hoisting a lifeless small beast over his shoulder. While skillfully binding the beast, he inquired, "What were you about to say?" Shirtuo was momentarily taken aback, sheepishly shaking his head. "Nothing." Shiryu gave him a perplexed look before settling down to continue his watch. Chapter 54. A picnic unbeknownst to Yin Liang and Shiryun. Events were unfolding within the tribe that moment. They were atop a distant mountain. Today's reward, as was customary, was medicinal herbs. After finishing their gathering early, Yin Liang contemplated treating Shiryun to something different. Although Shiryun had not voiced it, he was clearly displeased due to Shirchuo's antics, and he had become increasingly clingy. Yin Liang was pleased by this, but also reluctant to see him unhappy. After much thought, Yin Liang opted for an outdoor barbecue, a delightful meal that could also lift their spirits. Two birds with one stone to enhance the picnic's enjoyment. Yin Liang brought entirely unprocessed ingredients. Upon reaching the mountain, they each found a spot and sat down to prepare slowly. Yin Liang peeled a potato with a bone knife, glancing back to see Shiryu with a downcast expression. Looking quite despondent. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Why the long face? Have you encountered a rival?" Shiryu, upon hearing this, nearly leapt 3 feet in the air, exclaiming, "It's because of Shiryu. We are good brothers. How could he be a rival?" "Oh." Yin Liang elongated his tone, casting a meaningful glance his way. Shiryun also lifted his head, though he merely assumed Yin Liang was jesting and asked, "Did you provoke Shiryu again?" It was no wonder Shiryun thought this way. He and Shiryu had grown up together, sharing a strong bond, making Shiryu a frequent visitor to their home. Though Shiryu was taciturn, he was exceptionally attentive, especially toward Shiryu, displaying boundless patience. Whenever Shiryu sought trouble, unilaterally feigning a quarrel with Shiryu, it always ended with Shiryu soothing him. Shiryu genuinely could not fathom why someone with Shiryu's disposition would intentionally irritate Shiryu. He was aware of his reputation at home, but this time he felt truly wronged. "I am not being unreasonable. Shiryu genuinely does not want to play with me anymore, but he hasn't sought me out these past few days. And whenever I go to find him, he always sends me away. He ignores you, yet spends all his time with Shirtuo." Yin Liang inquired, "To the mention of Shirtuo." Shiryu ground his teeth in frustration. How had he never noticed before just how detestable Shirtuo was? Meanwhile, on another mountain, Shirtuo stifled a sneeze 3 times, while Shiryu glanced back at him and remarked, "If you're unwell, go rest beneath a tree." Shirtuo, touched by his silent brother's kindness, had yet to express his gratitude when Shiryu turned away and added, "Just don't scare off my prey." Shirtuo. The 3 of them thoroughly washed all the vegetables. And Yin Liang retrieved the bamboo skewers he had prepared earlier, placing them on large leaves. Point 1 piece of meat, 1 piece of vegetable. Thread them together. Neither Shiryu nor Shiryun had ever eaten in this manner, but they trusted that anything Yin Liang deemed delicious would not disappoint. They quickly got the hang of it, and upon seeing their progress, Yin Liang turned to prepare the seasonings. For barbecue, the seasoning is crucial. Since Shiryun couldn't handle spicy food, he prepared both numbing and mildly spicy flavors that he and Shiryu loved. Barbecue requires charcoal, not firewood. Otherwise, the result would be overwhelmingly smoky, severely impacting the flavor. Yin Liang had to light the charcoal himself, but fortunately, it was still early, and he found a clear spot by the creek to start the fire. He entrusted the task of tending to the fire to Shiryu, while he and Shiryun ventured into the forest to search for wild fruits. Shiryu pouted, "You only know how to bully me." Yin Liang stuck out his tongue at him. "With Shiryu absent, who will protect you? Isn't it only natural that I should bully you?" With that, he took Shiryun by the hand and left. Shiryu sat by the fire, occasionally adding a piece of wood and promptly removing the burnt charcoal to cool in water. Before long, he was sweating profusely. Washing his face in the creek, he caught sight of his reflection and punched the water, muttering, "This is what you get for angering Shiryu. If he were here, he would take care of everything for you." Yin Liang and Shi Yun were fortunate. Not long after, they stumbled upon a tree laden with red fruit. Like a tea this season, wild fruits were abundant, making their find not particularly surprising. "Look at the red fruit," Shi Yun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he propped himself against the trunk and swiftly climbed up the Be careful. Yin Liang called from below. Liang Yin lowered his head to glance at him and nodded slightly. He perched upon a tree trunk, grasped a branch, and struck forcefully at a bough laden with crimson fruit. In an instant, the sky was filled with a cascade of red orbs tumbling to the ground. Yin Liang hastily scurried to a spot a little farther away to hide. Picking up a red fruit that had splashed beside his feet, he wiped it with a piece of animal hide and took a bite. Having spent an extended period in the primitive tribe, he had become less fastidious, especially considering the pristine waters and clean produce of this region, which far surpassed that of later generations. This was the first time Yin Liang had tasted such fruit. It was crisp and sweet with a hint of tartness, reminiscent of the green jujubes he had eaten before, yet possessing a greater juiciness. After a few strikes, the ground was already carpeted with a layer of red fruit. The area was seldom visited, allowing the trees to grow particularly tall and lush. Liang Yun leaped down from the tree and, together with Yin Liang, collected the intact fruits into a basket, as they ate while gathering. By the time the basket was full, Yin Liang felt he was nearly satiated. "If you enjoy it, we can come back to pick some every year," Liang Yin suggested, noticing Yin Liang's unceasing munching. Yin Liang readily agreed, his heart brimming with joy, and cautioned Liang Yin to keep it a secret. Treating it as their little hideaway, he then added, "And we mustn't mention it to Shi." Liang Yin smiled gently and nodded. The two ambled back to the stream, and by the time they returned, the fire had already died down, leaving behind a chaotic pile of charcoal, stacked as high as a small hill. Shi lay beneath a tree, deep in slumber. Yin Liang chose not to awaken him and, admiring the charcoal, praised, "Well done. Let's reward him by letting him eat upon waking." Liang Yin formed a small circle on the riverbank, and the basket filled with red fruit rested perfectly within it. Yin Liang had already set up the grill. Lacking steel frames, he had to use animal bones as substitutes, though it appeared somewhat unsettling. The flavor would not disappoint. Beneath the grill, the charcoal had been rekindled, flames dancing gently in the wind without a hint of smoke. Once the grill was sufficiently heated, Yin Liang began arranging skewers of meat and vegetables on it, alongside a bowl of pre-warmed oil, which he periodically brushed over the skewers. With an ample amount of charcoal, the fire was robust, and before long, the meat skewers began to sizzle and exude oil. At that moment, Yin Liang started to apply sauce over them. Liang Yun, too, took a bowl of sauce, mimicking Yin Liang's actions as they worked in tandem. In his dreams, Shi twitched his nose, unconsciously licked his lips, then pushed aside the leaves covering his face and bolted upright. Upon seeing the two not far away, he wailed and dashed over. "You two heartless souls, enjoying delicious food without calling me." Shi brandished a skewer in each hand, fiercely chewing on the meat, his eyes filled with a mix of reproach and longing that could nearly bore a hole through Yin Liang. Yin Liang, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "We had the best intentions. Thinking you were too tired from tending the fire, so we wanted to let you eat once you woke up. That would be ideal." Shi huffed, discarding the empty bamboo stick in his hand and reaching for a few more skewers from the grill. "This is so delicious." Yin Liang hadn't tasted barbecue in ages, while Liang Yun and Shi were enjoying it for the first time. All three were thoroughly satisfied. After finishing the barbecue, Liang Yun retrieved the red fruits from the stream, their coolness refreshing and palate cleansing. He had sampled red fruits before, but never in abundance. Lion Phone was often busy hunting, only occasionally picking some when he happened to come across them. Upon seeing the basket brimming with red fruit, Shi's mouth began to water. After consuming a heap of red fruits, his belly now bulging, he sprawled out by the stream and casually inquired, "I never expected there would be red fruit trees in these mountains." "Yin Liang, tell me where they are. I'll come back to pick some another day." "In a way," Liang Yun replied directly. He froze, incredulity washing over him. "Really? How stingy?" He sat up, realizing Liang Yun was serious, and felt a lump in his throat. Waving his hand in defeat, "Forget it, forget it. You can pick them and I'll still get to eat. No need for me to climb the mountain." Yin Liang chuckled, poking the fire with a stick and placing the remaining skewers atop it. Sure, he wrinkled his nose. Why are you still grilling? We haven't even finished the cooked ones. Yin Liang deftly brushed oil and sauce while replying without pausing. So you can take some back for lying you. Why should I give it to him? Sure, he tugged at his hair. He refused to come when I called him this morning. So why should he get to eat? Now understanding the source of Sure He's displeasure. Yin Liang laughed. So that's why you're feeling down. Sure, he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, before muttering. Now you all know, it's not in provoking me. It's in being fickle. It seemed he was genuinely upset, prompting Yin Liang to refrain from teasing him further. Though his emotions became somewhat complex as he reflected on their previous interactions, he had clearly sensed that Liang Yu harbored feelings for Sure He. Yet Sure He remained blissfully unaware, accepting the other's kindness without realizing the implications. Yin Liang cast a glance at Liang Yun, who was squatting quietly, his gaze lowered as he fiddled with the charcoal. Previously, Yin Liang had never felt such affection for anyone, but now he found that merely looking at this person uplifted his spirits. In contrast to the forlorn Sure He, Yin Liang couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Well, for Liang Yun's sake, he began, Sure He, you're not a child anymore, and neither is Liang Yu. You have your parents and several older siblings to support you, but Liang Yu has no one. If he cannot grow stronger, it will be difficult for him to survive in this world. Sure He seemed taken aback by this revelation, and with dawning comprehension, he exclaimed, So that's why Liang Yu hunts every day. If he keeps spending all his time wandering around with me like before, how will he provide for himself in the future? Yin Liang nodded in affirmation. I understand now. Sure He's eyes lit up, and he quickly grasped the basket of red fruits. There's still a few left. I'll take them to him. Chapter 55. A visit. Sure He swiftly descended the mountain with his bounty, while Yin Liang and Liang Yun exchanged smiles by the stream. Can we stay in the mountains tonight? Yin Liang proposed. Liang Yun gazed at him, the setting sun casting a warm crimson glow behind him, accentuating his gentle features. Whenever he found himself alone with Yin Liang, his heart raced, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. Liang Yun diverted his gaze, scanning the surroundings. As dusk deepened, the forest grew increasingly eerie. What if a wild beast appeared? He felt a mix of shame and frustration at his inability to protect Yin Liang. Don't worry, Yin Liang reassured him. As long as we keep the fire going, no beasts will approach. Seeing the earnest desire in Yin Liang's eyes, Liang Yun hesitated, then nodded. Then let's gather more firewood. The fire crackled loudly, the only sound amidst the tranquil night. Liang Yun settled beneath a tree, leaning against the trunk, while Yin Liang reclined on his lap, gazing up at him with a smile. Sleep now, Liang Yun said, covering Yin Liang's eyes with one hand while clasping his hand with the other, gradually drifting into slumber. While the mountains basked in serene tranquility and time flowed gently, chaos erupted within the tribe. As most had speculated, how could the priestess possibly allow her son's partner to leave? Typically gentle, she abruptly cast aside the items brought by Lion Zhao and his wife. The couple, who held a respectable position within the tribe, found their faces souring at being publicly humiliated by the priestess. The priestess was nearly in disbelief at their audacity, her chest rising and falling with indignation. As the leaders of the tribe, they were expected to protect every member, thus they could not expel Lion Zhao's family for personal grievances. But the relationship between the two families was now irrevocably strained on a night that usually descended into quietude after dinner. The tribe buzzed with an unusual liveliness, leaving Sure He feeling somewhat uneasy upon his return from the mountain. He sought out Liang Yu and learned of the situation, nearly erupting in anger. Had Liang Yu not restrained him, he would have stormed over to Lion Xiu's home to unleash his fury. While the great lion tribe remained awake through the night, Yin Liang and Liang Yun enjoyed a peaceful slumber. At the first light of dawn, Liang Yun awoke to find the fire pit nearly extinguished, with only a few embers flickering, indicating that the blaze had recently died down. He held Yin Liang close, a wave of apprehension washing over him. The previous night, he had intended to keep watch, but had unknowingly succumbed to sleep. Thankfully, no wild beast had come. Otherwise, he would have regretted it too late. Yin Liang remained asleep, curled up with his eyes tightly closed, appearing as a tiny, delicate bundle. Liang Yun gazed intently at Yin Liang, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Yin Liang is bolder than him. When awake, he can always make him blush, and only when he is asleep does Shiyun dare to gaze at him in such a manner. The sun rises swiftly, casting its rays upon the water's surface, which then reflects onto Yin Liang's face, causing his eyelashes to flutter. Shiyun hastily covers his face with his hand, and in his slumber, Yin Liang seems to sense something, extending his hand to grasp Shiyun's arm before drifting back in a deep sleep. With Yin Liang lying on his legs, Shiyun finds himself immobile, and thus leans back, closing his eyes as well. The little breeding spirit quietly presses the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment. Subsequently, he operates the system panel and sends the image to someone. Soon, the recipient's avatar flickers and a few words appear. Received. The two lingered in the mountains for a while longer, and by the time they descended with today's sign-in rewards, it was nearly noon as they reached the foot of the mountain. They encountered the hurried Shura. "Why have you only just returned? Something terrible has happened." Yin Liang and Shuriwei exchanged puzzled glances and inquired, "What is it?" Upon hearing this, Shura's face contorted with anger. "It's that Shurchio. After being rejected by Yin Liang last time, she hasn't calmed down and has begun to stir trouble again." Shiyun's expression faltered. "Please elaborate." Shurha, filled with indignation, could no longer restrain himself and spoke as they walked towards the cave, finally finishing his tale. Yin Liang timely offered a bamboo tube of well water, which Shurha gulped down in one go, saying, "How should we handle this?" Shiyun looked over as well. Although his expression lacked the previous unease, he still wore a frown. Yin Liang shook his head. "The best solution is to ignore her. Let her do as she pleases, and we shall simply live our lives. Like a petty clown, she is not worthy of even a glance." Shurha turned and sat on a wooden stump, letting out a long sigh. Mother feels the same. She said that Shurchio is ultimately a girl, momentarily bewitched, and hasn't truly harmed us. Yet, I believe that because she is a priestess, she prioritizes the tribe above all, which in turn causes my elder brother to suffer. Shurha has always been forthright, speaking his mind without regard for consequences. Yin Liang could distinctly sense Shiyun's furrowed brow tightening, perhaps recalling some unpleasant memories. Having a priestess for a mother and a chieftain for a father is enviable fortune. Yet Shiyun reaped little benefit from it.in fact. Had his parents been ordinary folk, he might not have had to relocate to such a remote place out of concern for their well-being. System, have I erred? The host can pursue whatever they wish. In the past, you were alone, but now I am here. And no matter what occurs, I shall assist you. Yin Liang was taken aback, as if the system could effortlessly see through some of his concealed thoughts. Shiyun's experience mirrored his own, yet differed. Thus he could always empathize with his emotions. Were it his own situation, he would certainly not wish for the one person he trusts and cherishes to be forced to endure a fleeting peace. A sudden clarity washed over Yin Liang, dispelling the fog before him and banishing the gloom within his heart. "Thank you, system." It was rare to hear such sincere gratitude from the host, and the little breeding spirit spun with excitement. "You're welcome. I apologize. I was mistaken. Let us now confront Shurchio and clarify this matter openly." As Yin Liang spoke, he pulled Shiyun to his feet. Before Shiyun could react, he was led along, step for step, while Shurha clapped his hands in enthusiasm. "Wait a moment, Yin Liang. Hold on." Shiyun gazed at the increasingly widening path beneath his feet, a sense of foreboding swelling in his heart. Yin Liang had yet to speak, but Shurha was already impatient. "Elder brother, don't worry about it. Just follow us." Shiyun regarded the back of Yin Liang's head, silently retracting his wrist, intertwining their fingers instead. Regardless of the circumstances, Yin Liang was there to support him. This realization quickened Shiyun's heartbeat, causing his blood to surge. Yin Liang and Shiyun had long been the subject of conversation among the people, and now, as they observed the direction of their advance, many detected the scent of gossip and quietly followed behind. Inside Shurjiao's cave, a cloud of gloom enveloped the atmosphere. Shurchio lay in bed, her lips pale as parchment, yet her cheeks burned with an alarming redness, unmistakably in the throes of a high fever. Shurchio's mother soaked a piece of animal skin in well water, then placed it upon Shurchio's forehead. Following the miraculous recovery of Huchio, many visitors had come to pay their respects, and thus, The tale of Yin Liang's use of well water and damp cloths to reduce fever had spread, leading others to adopt the practice. Many in the tribe had perished from high fevers, and the woman's face was etched with panic and fear. Chio, please heed our words. The priestess has said that it is impossible to let Yin Liang go. If you don't take your medicine, how will your body endure? As she spoke, she wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. Chio, dizzy and disoriented, was unsure of the day, yet upon hearing these words, she immediately retorted, I refuse to take it. If I cannot marry Yin Liang, I would rather die. Child, are you not intentionally piercing our hearts with such words? The woman cried. Chio, her voice hoarse, replied, I have wronged you. But I must marry Yin Liang. The previously silent Shizhao suddenly slammed the bamboo tube to the ground, spilling the well water everywhere. The woman instantly exploded with anger, rushing to pick it up, but Shizhao kicked it fiercely, ensuring the well water was completely spilled. What are you doing? This well water was hard-earned. What if something happens to Chio? Currently, only Shiyun's family possessed well water in the tribe, although Yin Liang had not expressly forbidden others from using it. It was generally understood that this was the divine water bestowed upon Yin Liang by the beast god, and it would only be exchanged in dire circumstances. Yin Liang was more than pleased with this arrangement. It was not that he was unwilling to spare a bit of well water, but rather that excessive use led to noise and made it difficult to ensure cleanliness. Shizhao had little acquaintance with Yin Liang and felt embarrassed to visit him due to Chio's situation. This bamboo tube of water was sourced from a neighbor's home that I will give you one more night. Shizhao completely disregarded the woman, addressing Chio on the bed. If Yin Liang remains indifferent, you must give up. If you won't take the medicine, then you will be forced to drink it. Chio had rarely witnessed her father this enraged and dared not retort, especially since she had only risked a night in cold water to provoke him because of Shizhao's fondness for her. If she truly angered Shizhao, it would not end well for her. Chio understood the gravity of the situation, biting her lip and nodding. In her heart, she contemplated that if Yin Liang still did not come tonight, she would seek him out again in the morning. In her current state, even a beast man would feel pity for her. Seeing Chio acquiesce, Shizhao's anger dissipated considerably. He turned to the woman. Go prepare some food. Make it soft. Sick people cannot eat otherwise. The woman nodded repeatedly, and as she approached the kitchen door, she caught sight of Yin Liang. However, before she could express her joy, she noticed Shiyun behind Yin Liang, whose brow was furrowed. The two of them arriving together could not bode well for Chio. What is it? Who is outside? Shizhao inquired. Having sensed the presence of strangers, the woman cast a deep glance at them before replying. It is Yin Liang. Chapter 56. The oven inside the cave. A cough interrupted the silence, followed by Chio's weak and raspy voice. Yin Liang is here. Lie still and don't move. I will help you down, came Shizhao's voice. Hearing the commotion inside, Shiyun pressed his lips tightly together. Yin Liang and Shiyun held hands, and he effortlessly scratched his fingers against Shiyun's palm. When Shiyun looked over, Yin Liang blinked playfully. Though he said nothing, Shiyun felt inexplicably soothed. His heart fluttered, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Yin Liang's hand. As Chio emerged, her gaze fell upon the two of them holding hands, deeply gazing into each other's eyes, causing her pupils to constrict, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Brother Yin Liang. With that, tears cascaded down her cheeks, prompting sorrowful expressions from Shizhao and his wife, who regarded Yin Liang with growing hostility. Yet Yin Liang felt nothing but annoyance. Although he had long since clarified his orientation, he still empathized with the scenes of beautiful individuals weeping in films, but certainly not in the manner of Chio. I have stated before that I have no sister. There will only ever be Shizhu, Yin Liang said expressionlessly. And please, no more tears. It is truly unbecoming. Chio bit her lip, struggling to suppress her tears, appearing much like a pristine white lotus, but Yin Liang was unmoved. I did not come here for any other reason. I merely wish to reiterate that I only love Shiyun and will only take him as my partner. I believed I had made myself sufficiently clear last time. I did not know whether your hearing is impaired or your comprehension lacking. Yin Liang. Shizhao narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with warning. In the past, such a tone might have genuinely frightened Yin Liang, but now it was different. Having spent considerable time with the chieftain and others, his psychological resilience had significantly improved. However, before he could respond, a voice of greater authority rang out from behind. "Shi Zhao, is this how you address the priestess of the beast god? Do you believe you can bear the consequences of offending the beast god?" Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned around to behold the chieftain and the priest walking alongside him. Accompanied by Shurha, who had inexplicably rushed to convey the news. Shurha had performed admirably. Upon receiving Liang's appreciative glance, Shuyun puffed up with pride, his chest swelling with self-importance. The chieftain positioned himself before them, while the priest approached Liang, gently patting his shoulder and whispering words of comfort. "Do not fear him. We are here." Liang nodded solemnly, warmth blooming in his heart. Though Shi Zhao was brash, he was not devoid of intelligence. Faced with the chieftain, he hastily apologized. "I overstepped, but my daughter is in a delirious state due to him. If anything happens to Qiuyo, I will seek justice, even if it means incurring the wrath of the beast god." Liang raised an eyebrow, recognizing Shi Zhao's attempt to manipulate the narrative to the untrained ear. It would seem Shi Zhao was merely a concerned father, even inviting reproach from others, while in reality, Qiuyo's fate was of little consequence to him. The chieftain, clearly unaccustomed to confrontations, found himself at a loss for words. Liang seized the moment, stating, "Let me inquire, was it I who caused your daughter's illness? Or do you suggest that I withheld medicine from her?" Shi Zhao lowered his head, his expression ambiguous. "It was not your doing, yet you cannot escape responsibility." Liang suddenly laughed, the sound starkly out of place amidst the tension, but he quickly regained his composure. His tone laced with sarcasm. "By your reasoning, should I take a fancy to someone in the future, I could feign illness to pin the blame on them. What a convenient strategy." Shi Zhao was left speechless, his eyes blazing with fury that moment. Qiuyo lifted her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she despondently asked, "Do you truly dislike me so?" Without a hint of hesitation, Liang replied, "Indeed. Not only do I dislike you, but you are also quite bothersome, severely interrupting the lives of Shuyun and me. I hope this ceases henceforth." With that, he nodded to Shuyun, and the two departed hand in hand. "Liang!" Qiuyo's frantic cries echoed. Yet Liang did not falter in his stride, continuing to walk away, and no sooner had he left than Qiuyo collapsed, leaving one to wonder whether it was an act. Shurha, having enjoyed the spectacle, eagerly approached to share his thoughts. Liang shook his head. "After this, she should no longer seek me out. Whatever transpires is no concern of ours." "That is indeed true," Shurha nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. "When do we have time to go up the mountain for a barbecue?" The skewers he had brought for Shuriwe had all been devoured, indicating her fondness for them, and thereby restoring their close relationship. While the hunt could not be delayed, the hunting party was not operational year-round. Shuriwe had already promised to accompany him next time. The crops were nearing harvest, and with the Beast God Festival less than a month away, both Liang and Shuyun were exceedingly busy before the snow falls this year. "I fear there may be no opportunity," Liang mused. The provisions for the Beast God Festival were typically supplied by the tribe, so they were not required to prepare anything. However, this year's festival also coincided with their partner ceremony, necessitating several preparations, the first of which was the wedding attire. In the Great Lion tribe, the partner ceremony demanded that the couple wear matching, vibrantly colored garments. Liang and Shuyun were not adept at sewing, and upon hearing this, Shurju readily took it upon herself. Liang did not refuse, recognizing the significance of such a matter. Beyond the wedding attire, the remaining tasks involved the festival's culinary offerings, although the Beast God Festival traditionally included a feast. Liang was disinclined to be perfunctory in his efforts. He aspired to create something unprecedented in this world, such as pastries. He possessed the ingredients for the pastries, yet lacked an oven. This prompted him to recall a time when his teacher had taken him on a culinary journey to various regions, where he had encountered an earthen oven among a nomadic people. In those days, few could afford electric ovens, and for roasting a whole sheep, one would require a custom-built massive oven. Not only was it costly, but local transportation posed its own challenges, leading the inhabitants to invent the earthen oven. Liang wasted no time, summoning Uncle Ho, and together they spent the afternoon sketching out a design, as the tumult surrounding Shurchio began to dissipate. Liang found himself indifferent to the unfolding events, yet Shurha ensured they remained well-informed. Shurchio deliberately refused to take her medicine. Her fever prolonged to the point where her life hung in the balance. Desperate, Shi Zhao and his wife sought the priest once more. The priest, possessing a soft heart and recognizing her duty, reluctantly treated Shurchio, despite her distaste. Fortuitously, Shurchio survived, yet upon awakening after 3 days, she was left lethargic. Her hearing diminished. Liang understood this was the consequence of her fever, a condition that even in later times would be difficult to remedy. Shi Zhao continued to visit Shurchio, yet Liang found himself unable to assist, choosing instead to avoid confrontation. After several such encounters, Shi Zhao ceased his visits. Whether he believed in Liang's involvement or not remained a mystery, of little concern to Liang. Recently, Liang's focus had been wholly devoted to the earthen oven, a rudimentary brick kiln that posed challenges for the inexperienced, given its earthen composition and the requirement to withstand high temperatures. If constructed improperly, it risked collapse. After much deliberation, Liang chose a slightly protruding section of earth adjacent to a cave. He directed workers to excavate a cavity half a meter high, leaving room for the oven, and additionally created an upper chamber for ventilation. This design resulted in an oven embedded within the mountainside, with the lower cavity serving as the fire chamber and the upper as the vent. Constructing the oven in such a location provided a natural shelter from rain, alleviating concerns of structural failure. However, to facilitate the baking of pastries, smooth stones needed to be embedded around the oven for cleanliness and stability. Such intricate work was beyond Liang's capabilities. Fortunately, he had Uncle Xiong and Uncle Ho to assist him, allowing him to provide verbal guidance. Liang placed great importance on the oven, and after 4 days of labor, it was finally completed. A small fire burned beneath, allowing the oven to take shape, and Liang nodded in satisfaction. Uncle Xiong and Uncle Ho were in awe of Liang. In the months spent alongside him, they had witnessed countless ingenious inventions. The priest of the beast god is truly unlike ordinary folk. Uncle Xiong marveled. Uncle Ho wholeheartedly agreed. Were it not for Liang, I would still be languishing under the sun. Each returned to see those apprentices feeling like a dream. Uncle Xiong laughed heartily, giving Uncle Ho a few hearty pats on the back. 2 days later, the oven was finally operational, and Liang could hardly contain his excitement to create something that a few days prior, Liu had ventured into the mountains and discovered a massive beehive, devoid of the hornets, yet brimming with honey. Upon tasting honey for the first time, Shuriyun fell deeply in love with the sweet nectar, realizing he had a sweet-toothed little lion on his hands. Liang grinned as he recalled the honey jar and scooped out several extra spoonfuls. He intended to make sweet potato cakes. First, he would peel and steam the sweet potatoes until soft, then mash them, incorporating honey and barley flour to form a dough. Once the dough became pliable, he would cut into small pieces, shape them into cakes, and place them in the oven. Liang's oven lacked a timer, and without a watch, he could only estimate the time through instinct. As the fire burned below, smoke wafted from the chamber. After flipping the cakes several times, the sweet potato cakes were finally ready. Liang tasted one while it was still warm. The exterior was crispy due to the addition of animal fat, while the interior was sweet and soft, the honey's sweetness mingling delightfully with the flavor of sweet potato, surprisingly delicious. Most gratifying for Liang was the success of his oven. The pastries for the partner ceremony were secured. With Shuriyun still in the fields, Liang refrained from removing the sweet potato cakes just yet. The fire had extinguished, but residual heat lingered within the oven, and the door could remain closed for quite some time without cooling. Chapter 57. An odd individual. Before long, Shuriyun returned, bringing with her delightful news. The potatoes and sweet potatoes in the fields are ready for harvest, Liang exclaimed with surprise. Shuriyun held a sweet potato cake freshly brought out by Liang and nodded. I unearthed one seedling, and the potatoes below are already the size of fists. Liang acknowledged this. Their plot of land had been among the first to be sown, and they had applied ample growth agents. Calculating the time, it was indeed time for harvest. I will seek assistance later. We will gather everything tomorrow. Liang spoke as he tightly wrapped himself in his fur cloak. The weather has been growing increasingly chilly. And according to the priest's calculations, the first snowfall is expected in half a month's time. That it seems that within 5 or 6 days, the first batch of crops in the tribe will be ready for harvest. And it is imperative to complete the gathering before then, as winter approaches. The wild beasts in the forest have also taken refuge, and the hunting party announced a halt to their expeditions 2 days prior. Consequently, the tribe is currently home to the highest number of idle orcs. Upon entering the chieftain's cave, Liang promptly conveyed his concerns, and the chieftain assured him with a thump of his chest that he would see to it. With the matter settled, Liang immediately relaxed, holding his palms over the fire to warm himself. The cave is perpetually damp. While it remains cool during the scorching summer sun, winter brings an unbearable chill. Thus, apart from sleeping, everyone tends to gather in the kitchen, lighting a fire and burying a few potatoes, which is quite a cozy affair, of course. The potatoes have yet to be harvested, and most of the tribe has never tasted them. Liang, being sensitive to both cold and heat, would have long since succumbed were it not for the warmth provided by the slumbering Shiyun beside him. Despite this, he began to contemplate the idea of constructing a heated bed. But time was too tight this year, and he had not even found suitable materials. It would have to wait until next year. As the wedding day draws near, the priestess grows increasingly excited yet tense. Logically, her 3 children have all undergone the bonding ceremony, and she should have grown accustomed to it by now. However, this time feels particularly special. Upon seeing Liang and Shiyun, her conversation naturally gravitated towards the upcoming event. Shizhu mentioned that the new garments were ready and encouraged them to visit her for fittings, allowing any necessary adjustments to be made. She reiterated the process of the bonding ceremony, urging them to remember every detail to avoid any missteps that might lead the beast god to question their sincerity. The priestess spoke without pause, and Liang and Shiyun listened attentively, responding occasionally. Meanwhile, Shirha was already dozing off nearby. The priestess, exasperated, gave him a light smack on the head. "I'm discussing important matters. If you're not interested, you might as well go sleep inside." Shirha quickly pleaded for mercy, not wanting to enter the freezing interior. He wished Shiriwe were present. Surely she too would be unable to endure the lecture, and they could share the reprimands together. That moment, Shiriwe was stealthily traversing the silent forest, preparing a wedding gift for Shiyun and Liang. Lacking anything noteworthy to offer, he recalled Shichua mentioning a type of furry beast with exceptionally smooth and warm pelts. However, these creatures are quite elusive, only becoming sluggish as they approach hibernation, so he decided to venture out and test his luck. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have abandoned him, after nearly a day of wandering through the woods. His legs had grown numb, and he had yet to catch a glimpse of the furry beast. Just as he was about to give up, a white figure darted past nearby, jolting Shiriwe to attention. He swiftly transformed into a lion and pursued it with haste. Having learned various hunting skills from Shichua, he knew that capturing a furry beast was not overly difficult once a target was found. But he still put forth considerable effort to ensure the pelt remained intact. Time slipped by, and eventually, Shiriwe emerged from the depths of the forest, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his face radiated uncontainable joy. He gazed down at the pure, white, furry beast in his right hand and smiled. After all, it was for Shirha's beloved older brother's bonding ceremony. It would be rather unfortunate if he couldn't present a fitting gift. With the orcs refraining from hunting, the forest had become even more perilous than before. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to leave when he heard a rustling noise behind him. Immediately on high alert, Shiriwe tensed his body, ready to spring into action. The sound drew nearer, and his palms grew slightly clammy. Were they nearby? Why was he unable to find his way? Faint voices emerged from the direction of the noise. An afraid thread of tension in Shiriwe's mind snapped. Speaking voices. It must be orcs, he sighed in relief and turned to leave, only for the group to spot him that a woman, clad in peculiar attire and mounted upon a white wolf, called out to him from a distance. "Could I trouble you for directions?" Shiriwe frowned but remained in place. As the woman approached, he felt a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. "Excuse me, may I inquire if the Great Lion tribe is nearby?" The woman, flanked by 4 wolves, appeared to hold a significant position. Shiriwe's vigilance heightened at her question. "What business do you have with the Great Lion tribe?" The woman smiled, deliberately producing a staff and lightly tapping it on the ground. "I'm a priestess of the Priestess Alliance, here to meet with the chieftain of the Great Lion tribe. Observing the staff she held, which resembled the one wielded by the priestess, Shuriwei remained cautious. Noticing his silence, the four wolves emitted low growls, as if urging or warning him that a chill ran down Shuriwei's spine. Fortunately, the location of the Great Lion tribe was not a secret, and even if he chose to remain silent, they would find it soon enough. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured in the direction of the tribe. The woman regarded him with a deep gaze, then expressed her gratitude before remounting one of the wolves and heading off in the direction he indicated. Watching them disappear, Shuriwei swiftly transformed back into his beast form and sought an alternate path towards the tribe. He needed to return promptly to inform the chieftain and the priestess of this encounter. Meanwhile, Liang and Shuyun spent the entire afternoon in the priestess's cave, listening to her chatter without growing impatient. They understood that her intentions were rooted in concern, and their past experiences had instilled in them a deep appreciation for familial bonds. Shurha, however, dozed off several times, only to awaken immediately when Liang brought out sweet potato cakes. Gazing at them with eager eyes, this batch was primarily an experiment for the oven, so Liang had prepared only a small number, about 10 after accounting for the two they had already eaten. Each was left with just one. Shurha, who adored both spicy and sweet flavors, quickly fell in love with the dessert. He finished his portion in a few bites, then directed his longing gaze towards the priestess's share. The priestess playfully chastised him. "You're all grown up now. Shuriwei can already hold his own in the hunting party, and you spend your days merely eating." Yet despite her words, her heart softened, and she shared half of her treat with him. Shurha eagerly accepted it, showering her with heartfelt praise that had everyone laughing. That evening, the priestess naturally offered them dinner, which they graciously accepted as they gathered around the fire to enjoy a warm meal. They finally felt a real sense of warmth enveloping them. With bedtime approaching, Shurha began to lament, suggesting they set up a bed in the kitchen. Liang found it amusing but entirely understood. The cave lacked a door. During summer, it remained wide open, only to be covered by a grass curtain in winter, yet this could not prevent the cold wind from seeping in relentlessly. After scanning the surroundings, Liang spotted a small stone trough on the ground. He pointed and inquired, "What is that for?" The priestess glanced over and replied, "That's also a water basin, but it hasn't been used in quite some time and is rather small. For now, we can use it as a seat." Liang's eyes sparkled with an idea as he observed the flickering coals in the fire. Shurha had been lamenting for quite a while, so Liang shared his plan. Upon hearing it, Shurha clapped his hands in realization. "Of course. How could I forget that? Those coals can cook meat. Having them by the bed will surely keep us warm." Without hesitation, Shurha moved the stone trough closer, but as he was about to toss the coals inside, Liang stopped him. "Add some ash first. Be careful not to burn your hands." Though the trough was quite thick, it was not much thicker than a rough stone pot. Shurha's usual carelessness concerned Liang, as he did not want to wake up the next day to find Shurha nursing blistered palms. "Oh, I understand now." Shurha nodded obediently. Following Liang's instructions, he prepared a fire pit, and Liang eagerly transported it to his small cave. His cave was merely a small nook within the priestess's larger cave, and its limited space was nearly filled by a stone bed. Yet, there were advantages to the smallness. Once the trough was set inside, it immediately became cozy. Shurha cheered, "This is wonderful. Finally, we can have a good night's sleep." The chieftain and priestess exchanged glances, evidently pleased with the idea, and intended to place one in their own cave as well. Liang reminded them, "Do remember to ensure proper ventilation." Although living in a cave made it challenging to seal off the space, he felt it necessary to mention such precautions. After all, carbon monoxide poisoning was no trivial matter. In truth, Liang aspired more to create a hot water bag. While animal hides could be waterproof, he had yet to find suitable materials for a stopper, so that idea remained on hold as he pondered this. He was entirely unaware that he had seamlessly integrated himself into this prehistoric world. With the cave growing warmer, Shurha was reluctant to leave, and with time slipping away, Liang and Shuyun were just about to depart when they encountered a hurried Shuriwei on his way up the mountain. Having descended a while ago, he had returned briefly to secure the furry beast he had caught. "Shuriwei has arrived?" The priestess greeted him warmly. "Come in and warm yourself. Shurha is in the cave. You can join him for some fun." Did any strangers come by today? Lion Moon was unable to respond to her in time and anxiously inquired. The priestess was taken aback for a moment before shaking her head. Only then did Lion Moon exhale in relief, for the path he had indicated to that group was the main road, albeit the longest one, and the great lion tribe, nestled within the valley, would indeed be difficult to locate for those who had never visited. Liang, perceptive as ever, sensed something amiss and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 58. An unexpected identity. Lion Moon took a deep breath and recounted the events of the day on the mountain, of course omitting any mention of the beast. Upon hearing this, several individuals present furrowed their brows. The priestess looked at the chieftain and stated, "If they truly are sent by the Priest Alliance, it may very well be an invitation for you to participate in the Beast God Festival." Each tribe holds its own Beast God Festival, and the Priest Alliance represents the pinnacle of authority and civilization on the Beastman continent, so they would not be an exception. The priestess had only attended the Priest Alliance's Beast God Festival once. The year she was to depart after her studies that it was the most grand and solemn ceremony I have ever witnessed, she reminisced, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. The high priest's incantations were unparalleled, and despite my earnest attempts to learn, I could never attain such heights. Alas, since that time, I have not had the opportunity to witness it again. Lion Moon swallowed hard. Did I make a mistake? Had I known it was so significant, I should have personally escorted them down the mountain. The priestess could hardly blame him. Instead, she praised his vigilance. Though the tribes appeared harmonious, there were indeed chieftains with ambitious designs, delving into dubious paths. The Great Lion tribe, being robust, rarely encountered intrusions or inquiries, yet they were not entirely free from such occurrences. Lion Moon scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he sniffled. "Why did you venture into the mountains alone?" Sure, he emerged at an unknown moment and asked sternly. Liang raised an eyebrow, thinking how this was precisely the crux of the matter. The chieftain also turned his gaze, admonishing, "The tribe's harvest will soon be collected. Sufficient for your needs that do not act impulsively. Should anything happen, it would be too late for regrets." Lion Moon readily agreed. Sure, he, however, snorted coldly and walked into the cave without a backward glance. Lion Moon called out to him, but received no response. Casting an anxious glance at the priestess, she waved her hand with a smile. Go on. It is precisely because you have indulged him that he has become increasingly unruly." Lion Moon smiled gratefully and followed him inside. Estimating the time, they all felt that the priestess would soon arrive. Liang and Yun, wishing to avoid encounters, departed first, while the priestess and the chieftain donned clean garments and added more firewood to the flames. As Liang and Yun walked along the path, their breaths crystallized into clouds of white mist, and even in the busiest area, it felt eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Yun tightened his grip on Liang's hand, concealing it within his sleeve. Though the weather was cold, the warmth shared between them was undeniable. Upon returning to the cave, Yi was curled up and sleeping at the foot of Yun's bed. Meanwhile, Liang's stone bed lay completely empty, as the animal skins that had once served as bedding had been moved to Yun's. The kitchen was abundant with charcoal, and Liang skillfully started a fire, igniting the charcoal and placing in the brazier. The moment the large brazier was set in the cave, Liang felt the chill dissipate from his body, and Yi withdrew its head from its belly, adjusting its sleeping position into a favorite pancake shape. Liang could not help but chuckle. As soon as they stepped outside, Yi would be left out in the cold, but there was no other option. He certainly did not want to return to find roasted duck on the menu. Yun had already climbed into bed, and when Liang approached, he silently shifted to the edge, having warmed his side. Who could resist such a considerate and affectionate little lion? Unable to contain himself, Liang leaned forward and showered the little lion with affectionate kisses. After a playful bout, beads of sweat began to form on Liang's forehead, and he nestled in Yun's embrace, speaking softly to him. Rising in winter was particularly difficult, but today they had arranged for someone to collect potatoes, and he needed to get up to prepare a meal. What was best to eat on such a frigid day? The first thought that struck Liang was hot pot. Just a few days prior, he had ground chili powder, and the beastmen who came to help had yet to savor hot pot, making it a splendid way to reward them that in this era devoid of currency, food was the only means of remuneration. Liang prepared various ingredients, bustling about in a flurry when He and Lion Moon arrived. Upon hearing that he intended to make hot pot, He's sleepy eyes instantly lit up, and he promptly sat down to assist Liang in washing vegetables and meat. The chili peppers that Liang had gifted to the priestess had long been consumed, and he had grown increasingly enamored with hot pot, wishing to indulge in it thrice a day. Lion Moon, on the other hand, went to the shed to fetch a hoe, volunteering to help in the fields. In the kitchen, only he and he remained, and Liang inquired about the priest from the Priest Alliance. Upon hearing this, He's expression fell. Do not mention why parents waited half the night last night, fearing that priest would arrive unexpectedly, and they would be unprepared. Yet to this moment, there's not been a sign of her. I suspect that person may not even be a priest. Instead, it has caused Lion Moon to feel guilty all morning, believing it was his fault for giving directions. Liang had not anticipated such a development, but did not dwell on it too much that he agreed with He's sentiments. If it were truly a priest from the Alliance, how could she possibly be unable to find the great lion tribe in a single night? The two soon resumed their conversation on other matters. Over a dozen beastmen had come to assist, and although Yun's plot of land was not vast, its yield was exceptional, and the group did not finish until noon on the way back. Each beastman carried a bag over their shoulder, their faces gleaming with uncontainable joy if the tribe's fields could yield such an abundance. This winter would surely be more bearable. The aroma of the hot pot was overwhelmingly enticing, even from a distance. The group could smell it, and the sounds of swallowing could be heard, with no one mocking another. Lion Tuo rubbed his flat stomach and said to Lion Moon, Yun is truly fortunate to have formed a bond with the priestess. Lion Moon shot him a glance, silently observing the path ahead. Lion Tuo, accustomed to this, continued without care, Recently, a girl has been secretly delivering things to me. Alas, I do not know who she is. If only I could catch her just once. I too wish to find a partner soon. Lion Tuo sighed. Lion Moon's ears perked up, and he turned to ask, Did you not say you would wait until you succeeded the chieftain's position to seek one? In their tribe, there were no strict customs. The position of chieftain was based on merit, so they spoke freely on the matter. Lion Tuo waved his hand dismissively. That was not my intention. That was merely a demand made by the previous one. In the past, he had foolishly believed it was a push for his own advancement, but now he understood that only the chieftain and priestess were deemed worthy by her. It was clear who the previous one referred to. And Lion Moon nodded in acknowledgement. What about you? Do you have any girls you fancy? Lion Tuo nudged him with his shoulder. Lion Moon subtly shifted away, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. I guessed as much. With your painfully dull personality, which girl would ever take a liking to you? Lion Tuo mused lightly, without suspicion. Lion Moon pursed his lips, furrowing his brow. Yun, accompanied by others, placed the potatoes and sweet potatoes into the cellar. Liang ensured he had already poured hot water for everyone, inviting them to take their seats. Although having over a dozen people share a single pot was somewhat unsanitary, Liang had only one large pot, and there was no alternative but to make do. Fortunately, no one seemed to mind out of course. He prepared a small pot separately for the four of them. The beastmen were not particular and did not dwell on such matters. After a hearty meal, everyone praised the hot pot, and those who could not eat spicy food expressed their delight while inhaling. Regrettably, there were too few chilies to share, but Liang assured them they could plant more next year. The beastmen rejoiced at this, chattering excitedly about the prospects of next year's harvest. Liang sat in the kitchen, listening to the joyous sounds outside, his heart filled with tranquility. Not long after the beastmen finished their meal, they departed in groups, and Liang and Yun made their way to the back mountain to collect the rewards of the day. That it was not until evening that he learned of a significant event that had transpired in the tribe. It turned out that the woman Lion Moon encountered was indeed a priestess from the Alliance, and she bore another identity. She was the lost daughter of Lion Zhao. Liang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Lion Zhao's eldest daughter had gone missing when she was under 10 years old, and to survive in the perilous primitive forest, only to be rescued by the high priest of the Priest Alliance, was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. However, Liang felt only a mild sense of wonder at the news, harboring no further thoughts that, in contrast, he appeared utterly unable to accept it. Oh my, I heard that priestess was raised by the high priest and has a very close relationship with her. If she sees Shurqiu in that state, will she seek revenge on us? Liang chuckled at this. Shurqiu's condition has nothing to do with you. Not worry too much. Yet, Shurqiu also frowned, clearly sharing the same concerns. Witnessing their anxiety, Liang felt compelled to take it seriously. System, is that priestess really formidable? Do not fret, host. In this world, there are no beast gods. The so-called priestess merely possesses some astronomical knowledge and medical skills, posing little threat. Though the words were reassuring, the priestess was surrounded by several beastmen for protection. What if the breeding little sprite went silent for a moment before saying, "Host, do not worry if it comes to a matter of personal safety. The system will certainly protect you, although it will automatically accrue debt." Liang replied, "Understood." Liang grasped Shurian's hand, offering him a reassuring gaze. "You seem to have forgotten, I am the priest of the beast god. Even if they dare to act against me, the beast god will surely come to my aid." Shurha clapped his hands, exclaiming with excitement, "Indeed, we are a tribe under the special protection of the beast god." Shuriyun tightened his grip and nodded in agreement. On the other side, the priest and the chieftain observed the woman seated before them, their emotions rather complicated. Who could have anticipated that the girl everyone believed to be long gone would find herself in such circumstances? "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" the chieftain asked politely. Xianling placed her hand upon the table, stroking the bamboo tube, a glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes. The priest alliance had developed pottery decades ago. It was only these backward tribes that would use such unrefined vessels for drinking water. I have been studying under the high priest for years, and now that I have some leisure time, I have come to find my parents and seek justice for my sister. Chapter 59. The purpose of return. The expressions of the priest and chieftain changed drastically, a sense of dread washing over them. Xianling thought of her sister, feeling quite contemptuous. Since Shurqiu's birth, she had never seen her, so how could there be any feelings involved? Moreover, to be associated with someone so simple-minded filled her with revulsion. However, while she might not have liked it, it would not hinder her from using this opportunity to assert her authority over the two of them. After years of following the high priest, she had initially intended to remain within the priest alliance forever. Unfortunately, the high priest, blind to her talents, sought to assign her to a remote tribe that was then that Xianling, in a moment of inspiration, spoke of her biological parents. The high priest, recognizing her intentions, reluctantly granted her wish, fulfilling the last vestige of obligation. As she departed, the high priest's words echoed in her ears. "I will provide you with several beastmen for protection, but thereafter you are not to present yourself as my adopted daughter. This farewell is final. Do not return to not return." Xuanling's hidden hand clenched tightly, yet her demeanor remained increasingly composed. What did it matter if she left the priest alliance? Here, she would be the one in charge. Furthermore, the giant lion tribe was not as insignificant as she had imagined. Rather, it was an unexpected delight. The chieftain's expression darkened, furrowing his brow at you have any understanding of why Shurqiu has become like that?" Xianling scoffed coldly. "Regardless of the reason, my sister has transformed from a clever girl into a simpleton. Her elder sister. Is it too much to demand an explanation? Moreover, I have heard that this matter is closely related to your eldest son." The priest took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure while speaking as politely as possible. "It appears you are not fully aware of the circumstances. If that is the case, allow me to explain." "Enough," Xianling interrupted in a frigid tone. "I did not come here to listen to your lectures. If you refuse to hand him over, I will seek him out myself." With that, she stood up gracefully. The priest attempted to respond, but the two beastmen following Xianling had already positioned themselves before him. The chieftain hurried forward, placing a hand on the shoulder of the wolf beastman. Yet the wolf beastman stood like a statue, unresponsive. Once Xianling exited the cave, they too turned and followed her. The priest collapsed into his chair, his chest heaving with agitation. "The priest alliance is truly unreasonable. Calm down. With Liang present, she will not gain the upper hand." The chieftain solemnly remarked, "That may be so, but the beastmen accompanying her do not seem easily provoked. I worry that Shuriyun may suffer if he crosses paths with them." The priest expressed with concern. The chieftain nodded. "You are right. I will seek out Shi Tao and the others immediately. Meanwhile, in Shi Yun's cave, Yin Liang and Shi He were engaged in casual conversation, while Shi Yun had retreated to rest. Just then, Shi Yue rushed in. Shi He quickly turned away. What do you want? I have yet to forgive you. Shi Yue looked somewhat helpless, casting a pleading glance at Yin Liang. Yin Liang shook his head and pinched Shi Yue's shoulder. Hold on. Shi Yue might have important news. What is it? Shi Yue swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. The priest has come with others looking for you and Shi Yun. Yin Liang was taken aback, then broke into a smile. I didn't expect Shi He and Shi Yun to be correct. He is here to support Shi Qiu. Shi Yue nodded. I overheard them at the entrance of the priest's cave and hurried ahead to warn you. Thank you for your effort. You should go inside and hide. Given your encounter with them on the mountain yesterday, and that you pointed them in the wrong direction, if they recognize you, it could be problematic. Upon hearing this, Shi He grew anxious, immediately standing up and urging Shi Yue towards the cave. As they entered, Xianling arrived shortly after. Observing the even more remote and rudimentary cave before her, Xianling felt an even greater disdain. Are you Shi Yun? Xianling asked, looking down from her elevated position at Yin Liang, who was the only one seated in the kitchen. She had long heard that Shi Yun was a cripple without a beast form, and upon seeing him, she found him even more feeble, utterly outmatched by the two brawny wolf beast men behind him. As Xianling scrutinized Yin Liang was also examining her. Xuanling's brows arched, her thin lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air that was exceedingly difficult to approach. Moreover, her eyes conveyed an almost undisguised sense of superiority, causing Yin Liang to stifle a laugh. Xianling frowned. What are you laughing at? Yin Liang covered his mouth, his eyes curving with amusement. I apologize. I merely thought of something amusing. Xianling would not believe his feigned innocence and immediately scowled. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? And who might you be? Yin Liang exclaimed exaggeratedly. You cannot possibly be the beast god, can you? Xuanling's expression darkened. Despite her discord with the high priest, she still revered the beast god. You are truly ignorant and audacious, daring to show disrespect to the beast god. I believe you are the most ignorant and audacious one here. Shi He's voice interjected as he and Shi Yun emerged from the cave. Sensing the unfamiliar presence of beastmen, the two wolf beastmen once more positioned themselves in front of Xianling. Oh, you know who stands before you? Shi He inquired again. Xianling furrowed her brows. And who are you? He is Yin Liang, a priest of the beast god, specifically dispatched to our tribe. In his presence. What do you amount to? Shi He scoffed. Xuanling's face paled. That is impossible. If the beast god were to descend, it would be to the priest alliance. How could he possibly appear in such a remote and backward tribe? Do you not fear the beast god's wrath for your lies? Yet, despite her impassioned rhetoric, none of those present responded, maintaining an air of tranquility. Xianling stared at Yin Liang, her heart racing. Believe it or not, but consider the consequences carefully, Yin Liang replied coolly. Xuanling's gaze darted among the group. Finally gritting her teeth, whether true or false, I will ask the beast god myself upon my return. For today, I shall spare you. Let us go. The final remark was directed at the two wolf beast men. Ha! You boast of the priest alliance as priests. Yet upon hearing Yin Liang's name, you fled in disarray. Shi He remarked, not bothering to lower his voice. Thus every word reached Xuanling's ears. She faltered, nearly tripping over stone, instinctively quickening her pace, appearing rather flustered from behind. Bah! What a disgrace! Shi He muttered. Shi He! Shi Yue emerged from the cave just in time to hear this, her brow twitching. You are no longer a child. Could you not choose your words more carefully? Be wary of attracting trouble. Shi He snorted, turning away to ignore her. Meanwhile, the chieftain, along with Shi Tao and others, had not yet arrived but spotted Xianling and her followers hastily departing from a distance. Chieftain, should we pursue them? Shi Tao inquired. The chieftain shook his head. It seems Yin Liang does not require our assistance. Let us return. What transpired? Shi Tao and the others had been summoned in haste, yet remained unaware of the unfolding events. The chieftain sighed. This matter is of great significance. Refrain from discussing it with others. As for Xianling, upon returning to Shi Zhao's cave, after much pressing, she finally learned the complete backstory and nearly spat blood in anger. While other concealments were bearable, the fact that Liang was indeed a priest of the beast god was unforgivable. Shi Zhao, feeling an inexplicable trepidation regarding the daughter he had lost for so long, cautiously asked, "Is there still hope for your sister?" Xianling coldly laughed. "There is none. Even if there were, why should I save her after all you have done to harm me?" Shi Zhao's expression shifted. "How can you say such things? Qiuhua is your sister." Finally, the woman who had managed to coax Shurqiu into finishing her meal emerged to interject. "Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, we are all your kin. You must help your sister in her current state." Xianling, already agitated by her clash with Liang, found their voices increasingly grating. "Enough. We shall discuss this later. I need to rest." The couple, Shi Zhao and his wife, placed their last hope of healing Shurqiu upon Xianling. And thus, they dared not be negligent. They promptly invited her to sleep in their shared bed. The two wolf beast men followed closely behind, transforming into their beast forms upon entering the cave and lying directly on the ground. The next day, an unexpected guest arrived at the priest's cave. "That I apologize for any offense caused yesterday. It was merely a momentary lapse of judgment from my sister, that I hope you will not hold it against us." Xuanling's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and the priest and chieftain were left bewildered by her sudden change. However, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, they responded with polite laughter. Offering her water, I was raised by the high priest, akin to a mother-daughter relationship. Initially, she had intended for me to remain within the priest alliance and vie for the position of the next high priest. However, my aspirations lie elsewhere, as I long to reunite with my family, which is why I returned to the lion tribe. The two wolf beast men behind her, upon hearing this, displayed a fleeting flash of confusion in their eyes, quickly replaced by a look of daze and bewilderment. The priest tightened his grip on his lap, yet maintained a courteous smile. "Are you suggesting?" Xianling smiled gently. "You have been the priest of the lion tribe for several decades now. And with your children gathered around you, it is time to enjoy life and not be burdened by trivial tribal matters." The chieftain, comprehending her implication, exclaimed in disbelief, "You wish to become the priest of the lion tribe?" Priests were already a rarity. Only larger tribes had the opportunity to enter the priest alliance and acquire a priest. Thus, a priest would only step down when they were too aged to continue their duties. Yet the priest of the lion tribe was still in their prime. That was no wonder the chieftain was astonished. "Indeed," Xianling replied nonchalantly while sipping her water. The chieftain opened his mouth to speak, but was halted by the priest, who regarded Xianling with scrutiny. "I too hail from the priest alliance, and if this is the intention of the high priest, I have no objections. However, based on my understanding of the current high priest, she is certainly not the type to act in such a manner." Chapter 60. The conspiracy begins. Xuanling's expression suddenly darkened, her thin lips forming a straight line. Do you not trust me?" The priest gazed at her in silence, the meaning behind his gaze unmistakable. Xianling was taken aback that the seemingly insignificant lion tribe dismissed her so easily, but seeking verification from the priest alliance was out of the question. Ultimately, the meeting ended on an unpleasant note. Xianling walked through the tribe. The thought of returning to face the incessant nagging of the couple further dampened her spirits. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her steps in another direction. Though unfamiliar with the paths of the lion tribe, she felt secure with the presence of a few wolf beast men accompanying her. After an indeterminate amount of time, she inadvertently stumbled upon a small creek nestled within the valley. Upon seeing the familiar waterway, Xianling sighed and approached, only to be astounded by the sight before her. Expansive fields of crops lay neatly arranged, meticulously tended by the tribe's beastmen, flourishing with vibrant greenery, devoid of any weeds. Had an ordinary beastman stood here, they might not have shared Xuanling's astonishment, for the priest alliance also engaged in agriculture. Albeit their fields were inaccessible to her, reserved solely for high priests. Yet in this modest tribe she had once looked down upon, there sprawled an immense expanse of farmland, dwarfing that of the priest alliance by hundreds of times. Xianling swallowed hard, her stance wavering, but soon her eyes filled with overwhelming joy, transforming into determination. Had she known of such prosperity here, she would not have lingered in the priest alliance for so many years. Initially, her desire was merely to become the priest of the lion tribe. Now, it It had transformed into an imperative ambition. Perhaps due to her prolonged observation or her unfamiliarity, the beastman on guard noticed her and began to approach. Xianling cast a deep glance in his direction before leading the two wolf beastmen away. The thought of becoming the priest and claiming ownership of those lands ignited a fervor within her, rendering her annoyance towards Shi Zhao and his wife insignificant. "Here, take this." Xianling benevolently retrieved a green herb from her leather pouch. The woman carefully accepted it, her face illuminated with joy. "If she eats this, will Qiuqiu recover?" Xianling observed the herb cradled in the woman's hands and smirked slightly. "Not so quickly, but I assure you, she will become exceptionally obedient." The woman, unperturbed, cheerfully took the herb to seek out Qiuqiu. Since Qiuqiu had become foolish, her temperament had also worsened, resembling a capricious 3-year-old, creating chaos and making feeding her a monumental task. Xianling watched the woman leave. The 4 wolf beastmen edged closer, their expressions slightly contorted as if enduring some unseen torment. "Be good. Don't rush. You shall have yours too," Xianling said, pulling out a few more of the same herb from her pouch. The wolf beastmen eagerly snatched them up, devouring them ravenously. Once finished, they smacked their lips, their expressions reverting to their previous compliant state. Xianling reached out to pat their heads, and they exhibited no signs of aversion, appearing exceedingly docile. Such good boys. Xianling paused, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. She seemed to have devised a plan for dealing with Liang. She had discerned that both the priest and the chieftain of the lion tribe subtly regarded Liang as their leader. Therefore, to gain complete control over the tribe, her primary obstacle was indeed Liang. Once Liang was subdued, the rest would pose no threat, as for the fact that Liang was the priest of the beast god. Xianling felt she was far more suited for that position. Xuanling's scheming mind was in full swing, while Liang remained oblivious to her machinations. That moment, he and Shiyun were in Shizhu's cave, trying on new garments, claimed to be attire for the bonding ceremony. The garments were essentially of the same design as their usual leather clothing and skirts, merely adorned in more vibrant colors. Liang marveled at the fiery red fabric in his hands. This color is truly beautiful. Unlike the dyed garments of later generations, the clothing of this era bore the natural hues of the materials, making red particularly rare and sought after. Animals with brightly colored pelts were more easily spotted by predators, making survival and reproduction significantly more challenging. Hearing this, Huxiu, leaning on a cane, shuffled over with a broad smile. "Indeed, red-furred beasts are quite scarce. In my decades of hunting, I have only had the fortune to see one once." Liang gently caressed the soft fur of the garment, expressing gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough." The clothing had been tailored to their sizes, and to refuse it now would feel rather ungracious. Shizhu approached, helping Huxiu settle into a seat, and said with a smile, "We should be the ones expressing our gratitude. This is but a trifle. Very well, let us go in and try them on." Liang and Shiyun entered the cave, and after a short while, emerged together, both exuding an air of elegance, their gazes filled with affection, leaving Shizhu and Huxiu momentarily speechless. "How do we look?" Liang inquired. Shizhu, suddenly regaining her composure, responded with uncontainable joy. "You both look amazing. It suits you perfectly." Especially Shiyun. She had never realized that her usually reticent elder brother appeared so well matched with Liang. An aura of uniqueness seemed to envelop them, rendering others unable to intrude. Should Liang have known her thoughts, he would have surely remarked that it was a matter of presence, due to his lack of a beast form. Shiyun's physique was not as robust as the other beastmen in the tribe, belonging more to the lean type. However, his tendency to lower his head and conceal himself in shadows imbued him with an air of gloom, significantly detracting from his attractiveness. Over the months spent in Liang's company, Shiyun gradually regained his confidence, surrounded by Liang's affection, and his brooding demeanor had nearly dissipated. When addressing Liang, he radiated gentleness and depth, rendering him all the more appealing. Liang turned to scrutinize every inch of Shiyun's attire, his unabashed gaze causing Shiyun to shyly avert his eyes. "Is there something wrong?" Liang inquired with a smile. Shaking his head, "It seems there are no modifications needed. You may take them home today," Shiyun remarked. Yin Liang agreed and expressed his gratitude. As they turned to retrieve their clothing, Yin Liang leaned in to whisper in Shiyun's ear. Back then, I thought to myself, how is my little lion so good-looking? I can hardly wait. Shiyun's face flushed crimson. Little lion. This marked the first time Yin Liang had uttered this secretive nickname, filling Shiyun with sweetness. A touch of embarrassment and a hint of grievance. He was not small at all. Shiyun meticulously folded the two garments, wrapping them in a fishing net before gently placing them in a basket. Are you that fond of them? Yin Liang asked with a smile. Shiyun paused momentarily before earnestly nodding. Because I like you too much. Ahem. Yin Liang rubbed his nose, amused by the endearing nature of Little Lion. However, he found it quite delightful. Having resolved the significant matter, the two individuals walked back to the cave with a lightness in their steps. Upon their return, Yin Liang began to contemplate the dessert for the partner ceremony. The sweet potato cakes from the previous occasion had garnered unanimous praise, so it was only natural to replicate them. However, relying solely on this one kind would be insufficient. Regrettably, he found himself without eggs, making cake preparation impossible, and thus he set out to seek alternatives. Yin Liang meandered through the cave for an entire afternoon, ultimately devising a plan for the treats: sweet potato cakes, pumpkin cakes, fried potato strips, and fried meat jerky. These items were all relatively simple to prepare, and the ingredients were abundant. For the members of the Great Lion tribe, they would surely be a delightful novelty, with 5 days remaining until the Beast God Festival. He resolved to prepare these desserts a day in advance, allowing for early preparation of the materials, particularly the lard. That Yin Liang's meals consistently required stir-frying, leading to significant consumption of lard. Coincidentally, winter had arrived, making the act of stoking the kitchen fire a pleasant task. With even Shirha eager to assist, of course, beyond the warmth, Shirha was particularly covetous of the residue left after rendering the lard. He practically spent all day in the kitchen, while Shiyue made only occasional appearances. Having long ceased hunting in the mountains, Yin Liang found himself pondering Shiyue's activities. What could Shiyue possibly be busy with, he wondered, to which Shirha replied, Shiyue has discovered a large area of open land surrounding his cave. He approached my father, expressing a desire to cultivate a plot for planting potatoes and vegetables for easy access. Shirha's explanation was straightforward, yet Yin Liang was taken aback. The chieftain agreed. Of course, Shirha responded, it's not a bad thing. The more food, the better. The orcs in the tribe are industrious, and my father would certainly be pleased. Yin Liang fell silent, his thoughts drifting to another matter. The emergence of private land would inevitably lead to the establishment of private ownership, which would disrupt existing trade practices and necessitate new regulations to govern a more complex and diverse system of exchange. However, he had contemplated such implications when he and Shiyun had cleared the first plot of land. The course of society cannot be altered lightly, yet since he was present, accelerating the pace of development was not out of the question. Moreover, with Shiyue's initiative, others would gradually awaken to the notion of land ownership. Though this would merely occur within the confines of the small Great Lion tribe and would not significantly impact the broader environment. With this realization, Yin Liang exhaled in relief. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, while Shirha remained blissfully unaware, fixating solely on the pot of oil before him. Yin Liang smiled, reflecting that individuals like Shirha were likely the happiest. They never overthought matters, merely relishing the tranquility of the present. Yet perhaps not entirely, for Shirha was fortunate, being cherished by his father, mother, siblings, and Shiyue. Were it Shiyun in his place, he would lack even the simplest of qualifications. Looks good, Shirha remarked, stirring the pot with his wooden spatula, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Then let us serve it up, Yin Liang replied cheerfully. Xianling felt a burgeoning idea take root in her mind, rendering her so excited that sleep eluded her. Yet, executing her plan proved challenging, as she found it nearly impossible to approach Yin Liang. Days passed, and the Beast God Festival loomed. Her anxiety mounted. Gritting her teeth, she set out with 4 wolf orcs in tow. Chapter 61. The two encountered danger for the past few days. Yin Liang had been busily occupied in the cave, always accompanied by others. Xianling, hesitant to act directly, waited atop the back mountain. Through her observations, she noted that Yin Liang and Shiyun ventured to the barren mountains daily. sometimes with Yun returning first. After lying in wait for several hours along the path of the mountain's base, Xianling finally spotted Yun and Liang ascending together. She clenched her fist in excitement and stealthily followed behind them. Following the recent harvest, Liang had sold most of the grain to the system, resulting in a significantly reduced bill. Seizing the moment while the breeding sprite was in good spirits, Liang inquired, "How is my wedding gift coming along?" The breeding sprite retorted, "Don't forget, it's not just a system. It's also a major creditor." Despite the sprite's ominous glare, Liang remained unfazed and persisted. "After all, we were colleagues. I'm only getting married once. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you not to show any sign of goodwill?" The breeding sprite rolled its eyes dramatically, but ultimately relented. "What do you want? Do you have the medicine to cure Yun?" The sprite fell silent for a moment before responding. "It's not that I can't provide it. Rather, certain experiences are unavoidable. When the time is right, it will naturally fall into place." Liang's heart raced. "Are you implying that Yun will truly recover?" "Ugh, I accidentally let that slip," the breeding sprite exclaimed. Liang chuckled and retrieved his pre-prepared list of gifts. The sprite's eyes widened. Clearly, he had feigned ignorance just to elicit a response. "Dream on. I'll only give you one." Liang, however, felt no disappointment. Knowing that Yun could improve was already the best gift he could receive. "Thank you," the breeding sprite huffed, turning away with an air of pride. Upon reaching the designated location set by the system, Liang's smile widened. The system had claimed to offer him only one gift, yet the reality was far more generous. This time, Liang primarily sought herbs, ranging from those for preventing colds to those for stopping bleeding, an extensive variety. After some time studying, he had transformed from a complete novice in medicine to someone with a rudimentary understanding. After all, he had access to medical texts for both ancient and modern times, which placed him ahead of many others. Yun had long grown accustomed to this, squatting down to use Uncle Monkey's specially crafted small hoe to dig for herbs. Yet the observant Xianling, who trailed quietly behind, was taken aback. During her studies with the Priest Alliance, her focus had been on herbs and healing, as she understood that greater skills would lead to a better life. Thus, she cherished the opportunity to learn and took it very seriously. This diligence allowed her to immediately recognize that Liang and Yun were not merely digging up wild vegetables, but rather harvesting herbs, though she could only identify a few of them. Initially, she assumed Liang lacked the ability to discern them and began to excavate them all. However, she gradually noticed that Liang treated each type of herb with distinct techniques, appearing remarkably proficient. Xianling glanced up. Indeed, the barren mountains produced herbs, but without proper management, the surrounding areas would be overrun with wild grasses due to the scarcity of insects. It was inconceivable that an entire patch could be solely comprised of herbs without a single weed. Could it be that Liang was truly the priest of the beast god? Why would he be favored by the beast god? Xianling squinted her eyes, yet the thought of her impending actions relaxed her. Even if he were the priest of the beast god, so what? As long as she successfully subdued Liang, regardless of his status or the beast god's blessings, it would all belong to her. Having not received such a bounty in quite some time, Yun found his basket insufficiently large and decided to descend the mountain first, while Liang remained in the fields as usual, awaiting his return. Watching Yun disappear along the mountain path, Xianling could no longer contain herself. "Subdue him," she commanded her fellow wolf orcs. Time was of the essence, and she had no qualms about revealing her true self. Soon enough, Liang would be unable to utter a word of resistance against her. Be careful. "Host," the system warned in a timely manner. Liang swiftly dodged and took off running. However, being an ordinary person, his reflexes and stamina paled in comparison to those of the wolf orcs, and he was quickly captured. As Liang beheld Xianling approaching from behind, his expression darkened. He had never anticipated that Xianling would take such direct action against him. With the system as protection, he wasn't overly concerned for his safety, though he found her intentions perplexing. "What do you intend to do? If anything happens to me, the tribe will not spare you, nor will the beast god." Despite being restrained, Liang's countenance remained calm, as if completely unfazed by her presence, which vexed Xianling. With a scoff, she replied, "Who said I intended to harm you? I merely have a delightful treat for you As she spoke, she produced a green herb from her animal skin pouch. Liang couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As Xianling revealed the herb, the wolf orcs around her visibly grew agitated, their eyes fixated on her hand. Recalling their unusual behavior, Liang narrowed his gaze. "Be cautious, host," the system warned urgently. "She holds the enchantment herb, which, once ingested, will render the consumer utterly compliant, devoid of self, and like a drug, it will create dependency, and oh wonder these orcs had appeared so dazed. They had indeed fallen victim to its effects. Liang's mind raced as he strategized. Xianling, however, chuckled, "Just obediently consume it. Otherwise, you may suffer physical pain." Liang regarded her, suddenly smiling. "You think such a trivial herb could affect me? I'm the priest of the beast, God. I could see his words. Xuanling's expression shifted dramatically. I in the great lion tribe. Her entire reliance hinged on the enchantment herb, and now it had been so easily recognized by Liang. She could hardly fathom the consequences she would face if the herb proved ineffective against him. "System, please assist me. I am in a life-threatening situation." The breeding sprite furrowed its brow in thought before responding. The system space contains a type of medicine that, when consumed, will prevent anything ingested from entering the stomach temporarily, but must be expelled within an hour. Otherwise, it will begin to decompose, and at that point, you may very well lose consciousness. Liang's eyes lit up. "Purchase it quickly. An hour is sufficient." "Understood." The breeding sprite swiftly inscribed an IOU, and at that moment, Liang felt a peculiar pill materialize in his hand. Pretending to scratch his nose, he swallowed the pill. Xianling, still in a fluster and unsure of her next move, watched as Liang seized the herb from her grasp and consumed it. A flicker of determination crossed Xuanling's eyes as she scrutinized Liang's reaction. Yet the outcome left her disheartened. He appeared utterly unfazed, his gaze remaining clear and lucid. You now believe. If you release me, I promise not to trouble you, but you must depart from the giant lion tribe and never return," Liang declared. Xianling, biting her lip, replied, "You better keep your word." Liang's heart raced with relief as he responded, "Of course." Xianling, fixated on him, summoned a wolf beast man to fetch a length of vine, binding Liang's hands and feet before mounting the beastman's back and riding away. As she beheld the swiftly passing flora along the path, Xianling recalled the field she had glimpsed by the stream. If she left today, she might find herself in a minuscule tribe, grappling with hunger and anxiety over evading assaults from larger tribes. The thought of such a grim existence filled her with profound anguish. As the adopted daughter of the high priestess, how could she ever descend to such depths? "Stop." Xianling grasped the mane of the wolf carrying her. The beastman halted, pacing in place. A spark ignited in Xianling's eyes. If that were the case, it would be more expedient to eliminate Liang altogether. With him dead, there would be no witnesses, and no suspicion would fall upon her. She was confident in her ability to further develop the resources of the giant lion tribe. The idea of one day leading the tribe's provisions to the Priest Alliance's Beast God Festival. Proudly declaring to the high priestess, "You summoned me back," sent shivers of excitement coursing through her. Liang must die. She seethed. The wolf pack swiftly returned to obey her command. Liang watched Xianling depart, finally collapsing onto the ground. Though he feared no treachery from her, he knew that if the four wolf beastmen chose to attack him directly, he would stand no chance of defense. Even if the system could preserve his life, he would undoubtedly be injured. Yet before he could free himself from the binding vines, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached. Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to see Xianling returning. "Why are you back?" he questioned. The Xuanling's eyes glinted with bloodlust as she replied, "Upon reflection, it seems killing you would be quicker." Without further ado, a wolf beastman advanced, transforming his hand into a claw that clutched Liang's throat with ferocity. "Stay alert." The sensation of suffocation washed over Liang, rendering him nearly breathless as he stammered, "If you kill me, the beast god will not spare you." "Then I shall await that fate," Xianling commanded. "Finish him off." At her command, the wolf beastman hoisted Liang into the air, his grip tightening as sharp claws pierced the flesh of Liang's neck, blood flowing freely as the air dwindled in his lungs. Yin Liang's face flushed red, and his mind began to swirl in a haze. Inwardly, he cursed the system. "Brother, I am on the verge of death. Will you not intervene?" The breeding sprite, equally anxious, paced within the confines of the system space, murmuring, "Just wait a moment. Help is on the way." Yin Liang felt his senses upon hearing those words. The chieftain spoke softly. "Do not blame him. He has borne too much alone over the years. Perhaps he refrains from telling you out of concern that you might disdain him upon learning the truth." Yin Liang tugged at the corners of his mouth, but found no joy in his smile. He settled down, gently stroking the fluffy head of the little lion, pondering. The little lion seems not very bright, yet how could I not adore such cuteness? However, at that moment, another thought crossed Yin Liang's mind. Once he had called Shun little lion, without any ill intent, but would the little lion not overthink it? With this thought, Yin Liang's heart tightened. "Yin Liang, is there still hope for Shuyun?" The priest inquired cautiously, when they had visited Shuyun on the mountain that day. He had appeared in this state, with his breath weak and lost to unconsciousness. The priest had exhausted all his medical skills, yet after a day and a night, Shuyun remained unchanged. Yin Liang composed himself and raised his head, reassuring the priest. "Do not worry. I will ensure he is safe." "Good, good." Both the priest and the chieftain sighed in relief. Although Yin Liang did not explicitly say he could cure him, his promise instilled a glimmer of hope. Shizhu, feeling relieved, seized the moment to say, "It's getting late. I shall go prepare the meal." Since bringing Shuyun back, the chieftain and the priest had scarcely consumed a single grain of rice, and this could not continue. The priest nodded and, noticing the injury on Yin Liang's neck, added, "Make it well cooked." "Understood." Shortly after Shizhu departed, the chieftain and the priest also left, deliberately creating space for Yin Liang and Shuyun. Yin Liang pressed his lips together, removed his straw sandals, and climbed onto the stone bed, cradling Shuyun in his lap. He instantly felt a wave of warmth, along with the faint rise and fall of the little lion's chest. Filled with tenderness, Yin Liang gently stroked the little lion's head and back. I could see that moment. He became acutely aware of Shuyun's fragility, a stark contrast to the resilience his cold exterior suggested. In just 2 or 3 days, we are to hold our bonding ceremony. If you cannot revert, how shall we wed?" Yin Liang murmured softly. "Host, are you all right?" Yin Liang's eyes widened in surprise. "System, you have returned." After a brief silence, the breeding sprite replied. I had to step away from the system space for a moment. Its demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural, but Yin Liang, wholly focused on Shuyun, failed to notice the oddity and hurriedly pressed, "What must I do to save him?" "Here is the medicine. Let him consume it, and he shall be healed." Upon saying this, Yin Liang felt a brown pill materialize in his hand. The straightforwardness of the medication took Yin Liang aback. "No need for credit? This medicine is not from the system's marketplace. There is no need to expend points for it, but I assure you it will benefit Shuyun." Yin Liang held no doubts about the system providing him with a counterfeit remedy. It just all felt too effortless, as if it had been prearranged. Moreover, there was that unclear statement he had overheard before Shuyun fell unconscious. With numerous uncertainties swirling in his mind, Yin Liang had no time to dwell on them. He gently pried open Shuyun's mouth and placed the pill inside. Then came the tense wait. Yet after an extended period, Shuyun's eyelids remained tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. "System, what is happening?" Yin Liang inquired with growing anxiety. "Do not fret, host. This medicine will not only aid in healing his injuries, but also restore his inherent ability to transform. The effects will require some time to manifest, and during this period, Shuyun may endure some discomfort, which is entirely normal." Yin Liang nodded, thanking the system before directing his attention back to Shuyun. Before long, Shizhu re-entered, and upon seeing the two on the bed, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yet she managed to force a smile as she approached Yin Liang. "You should eat something first. All right." Relieved that Yin Liang did not refuse, Shizhu then noticed him putting on his shoes and cradling the little lion in his arms. "Since Shuyun is still unconscious, perhaps you should leave him here." Before her words could conclude, the little lion suddenly opened his eyes, only to quickly shut them again, burying his head into Yin Liang's embrace. "Is there something amiss with Shizhu?" Yin Liang chuckled. affectionately stroking the little lion's head. Not long ago, Yun had awakened and, upon realizing he had transformed into his beast form, nearly fainted again. It was only after Liang tenderly cradled his head and showered him with affection that he calmed down. Zhu cast a glance at him before swiftly darting out, and soon Liang heard a cacophony of sounds from outside. Chapter 63. Unwavering devotion. Liang carried the little lion to the stone table outside the cave, where the priest turned away, concealing her face with her hands, while the chieftain appeared more composed, though his eyes were red-rimmed. It is good that he has awakened, the chieftain remarked with a hint of fatigue. The little lion continued to nestle his head against Liang's chest, showing no inclination to raise it at the chieftain's words, yet Liang could distinctly feel the little lion's claws tightening around him slightly. Not painful, but rather ticklish. Good boy, Liang murmured, patting his head. Though Yun remained in his beast form, the fact that he was awake alleviated a significant burden from the hearts of the chieftain and the priest, making the meal somewhat enjoyable. That evening, Liang expressed his desire to take Yun home. The priest furrowed her brows, but before she could speak, the chieftain gently patted her back and turned to Liang, saying, "Go ahead." Liang nodded, stepping into the night, holding the little lion close. Once he departed, the priest collapsed in tears against the chieftain's shoulder. "Why does our Yun have to endure such suffering?" The chieftain sighed, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Fortunately, Liang is here. He cares for Yun more than we do." Upon hearing this, the priest's body stiffened, overwhelmed with both pain and guilt. Liang held the little lion tightly as darkness enveloped them. And along their journey, no one noticed Yun's presence. Upon returning to the cave, Liang laid Yun on the bed. The sleeping duckling opened its eyes, startled by the unfamiliar presence, and immediately puffed up its fur. After a moment, it approached with a look of confusion, circling around Yun as if to confirm his identity. Liang smiled faintly and reached out to pat the duckling's head. Once the duckling was assured of Yun's identity, coupled with Liang's soothing presence, it returned to its previous spot and closed its eyes once more. That night, for the first time, Liang assumed the role of an embrace giver, watching Yun peacefully slumber in his arms. And a smile graced his lips. Regardless of whether Yun was in human or beast form, he consistently brought warmth to Liang's life in the dead of night. Yun suddenly became restless, sharp claws extending from his pads and tearing into the beast's skin on the bed, emitting low whimpers from his throat. Liang was startled, but understood this was a normal occurrence. He could only hold Yun tightly, gently comforting him while kissing the top of his head. "It's all right. It will pass soon." Though Liang could not fully empathize with his pain, he could surmise that Yun was enduring suffering akin to the legendary cleansing of the marrow, unable to alleviate Yun's anguish. Liang held him close, silently offering his support. After approximately half an hour, Yun's whimpers and movements gradually subsided, as if he had just emerged from water, his golden fur thoroughly drenched. Liang gently set down the exhausted Yun and went to the kitchen to boil some hot water, offering it to him to drink. Covered in sweat and feeling uncomfortable, Yun could not risk bathing in the chilly season, so Liang made do with the remaining water to wipe himself down. When he returned, Yun had already drifted back to sleep. Liang embraced Yun once more, tucking him in snugly, before succumbing to slumber himself. After a night of commotion, Liang found it difficult to rise in the morning. And with no pressing matters at hand, he closed his eyes again for a bit of extra rest. That by the time he finally got out of bed, the sun had already reached the cave entrance. Glancing at the foot of the bed, he saw the duckling had already gone outside to play. Liang made his way to the kitchen, discovering the fire pit was already lit and a pot of barley porridge was simmering. Just as he was pondering this, Zhu entered, carrying a hefty bundle of firewood. Upon spotting him, she smiled brightly. "Liang, you're awake." Liang hurried to help her with the load, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. You really didn't have to come. I am almost completely recovered." Although the bruise on Liang's neck was still alarming, his throat was no longer as hoarse as the previous day. Zhu did not stand on ceremony, nodding in acknowledgement. After enjoying a bowl of barley porridge, Liang prepared some roasted meat for both Yun and the duckling. Yun's recovery required considerable energy, and after finishing his meal, he returned to bed for more rest. While Liang began to prepare desserts for their bonding ceremony. During lunchtime, the priest returned with 2 enormous troughs. Liang felt a mixture of helplessness and gratitude. Having lived alone for so long, there was a time when he had suffered from a severe fever. On the brink of losing consciousness, with no one aware of his plight. In the end, he had to muster the strength to seek out antipyretics and endure the ordeal alone, observing what Liang was making. The priest couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. She seated Liang and inquired about the harvest of grains from the fields, to which he responded in detail, given that Liang was injured and Yun had transformed. The priest initially hesitated to trouble him with tribal matters. However, this was the tribe's first foray into grain cultivation, and with no one possessing the requisite knowledge, she had no choice but to seek Liang's guidance once more. After discussing this, the priest hesitated before suggesting, "Since Yun has yet to recover, perhaps you might consider postponing your bonding ceremony?" Liang felt a warmth in his heart. He was acutely aware of how fervently the priest desired for Yun to find a companion soon. The mere act of speaking in such a manner undoubtedly reflected her concern for him. What if Yun were to remain in this state indefinitely? Was he to spend his entire life guarding a lion? No, that would not do. Liang gazed at her, resolutely stating, setting aside the fact that Yun will soon recover. Even if he were to remain as he is, I have promised him that I would be his partner, and I shall not go back on my word. The priest looked at Liang in astonishment, eventually responding, "Very well. I assure you that I will arrange the most magnificent bonding ceremony for you both." Liang smiled. The following day, the entire tribe of beastmen sprang into action, each filled with an infectious enthusiasm akin to having been invigorated by a powerful elixir. Within just one day, they had gathered all the food supplies. There was such an abundance that the collective storeroom could not contain it all, forcing them to temporarily place it in the open area. The chieftain stood on the platform at the front of the open area, watching the bustling beastmen as they transported the food, finally revealing the first smile he had worn in days. This winter would be much more bearable. In the evening, the priestess, accompanied by the women of the tribe, prepared a large pot of food in the open area. The beastmen, having labored diligently throughout the day, sat on the ground, devouring meat while sharing laughter with their companions. Yet, regardless of their activities, every gaze was fixed upon the towering heaps of food. Traditionally, the tribe distributed meat by household, with the remaining scraps allocated to the elderly and children. However, this time was different. At Liang's request, the chieftain produced a ledger filled with meticulous records and distributed rations to everyone. Not only the beastmen, but also the elderly, women, and younglings who had contributed to the harvest received their due rewards for their labor. Throughout the night, the open area was filled with joy and merriment. Liang held Yun close, standing beneath the beast god tree, gazing at the lively scene in the distance, a smile gracing his lips. After a while, he shrank his neck, feeling the fierce cold of the winter night. He lowered his head to Yun, saying, "Let us return. It is time for bed." Yun let out a languid yawn, his eyes half closed. Upon hearing his words, he gently licked Liang's fingers. Yun's reactions at night had been increasingly pronounced, causing him to feel more lethargic during the day. Liang understood that this was normal, yet the priestess remained deeply worried, fearing for Yun's well-being. The day after the food was gathered, temperatures dropped once more. The priestess stood at the entrance of her cave, watching as the distant mountaintops began to shimmer with white, signaling that the first snowfall was imminent. She called together the elders responsible for the Beast God Festival, preparing to hold the ceremony at a moment's notice as anticipated. That night, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, adorning the verdant Beast God tree with clusters of red buds overnight. Standing beneath the Beast God tree, the priestess sighed heavily, for this was the first time she did not wish to see the tree blossom. If all went according to plan, the festival would commence daily. Yet her son grew weaker with each passing day, showing no signs of improvement. She felt both joy for Yun finding a steadfast partner and concern for Liang's future. Those who bonded during the Beast God Festival were eternally bound, unable to separate even in death. "Let us return. Tomorrow will be busy," she said, a piece of animal hide draped over her shoulders. Turning around, she saw the chieftain, who momentarily harbored a glimmer of hope in his eyes. However, the chieftain, fully understanding her unspoken words, sighed and shook his head. He had just returned from Shiryun's cave, where Shiryun's condition had worsened to the point that he lacked even the strength to open his eyes, were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest. He might have believed Shiryun was already lost to him. The light in the priestess's eyes dimmed as she followed the chieftain back to the cave. Tomorrow was the beast god festival, and as the priestess, she had no right to even catch a glimpse of her son tonight. The thought of the person still confined in the abandoned cave filled her with uncertainty. Was this position truly so desirable? Early the next morning, the beast god tree burst into bloom once more, as vibrant and radiant as before. The beastmen emerged from their caves, gathering beneath the tree. Groups of 3 or 4 clasped their hands together in prayer for themselves and their families. The priestess had already donned her ceremonial robes, staff in hand, standing on the platform in the open area, overseeing the preparations for the evening's altar. Before long, Liang arrived, still wearing his original attire, with Shiryun behind him carrying a large pot and kitchen utensils. As though he had come to prepare a meal, the priestess could hardly believe her eyes. Today was a significant day, and as the priestess, she must not shed tears. She hurried over, trembling lips fixed on Shiryun. Momentarily at a loss for words, it was Shiryun who spoke first. "Mother, I am well." His calm and composed tone brought forth tears of joy from the priestess. "Excellent, excellent," she exclaimed. Liang, smiling, took Shiryun's hand and addressed the priestess. "I promised to bring him to cook for the beast god festival. Would he dare to remain unwell?" He would not dare. Shiryun's amber eyes reflected Liang's image. The memories of transforming into beast form lingered, and the secret he had hidden deep within his heart was laid bare. Liang showed no signs of retreat or disdain. Shiryun felt certain that in this lifetime, no one would ever make his heart race like Liang did. Chapter 64. The Bonding Ceremony with Shiryun's Recovery. A great weight lifted from the priestess's heart. Observing Liang and Shiryun busily working together, the corners of her mouth curved upward in an uncontrollable smile. "Raise the altar," the priestess declared, turning around with a commanding voice that a robust beastman answered her call, lifting a stone jar, nearly half a person's height, over his head. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he took a deep breath and treaded carefully up the platform, placing it at the priestess's feet. Another beastman, already prepared, tossed firewood into the jar, and with a resounding roar, a great fire ignited, warming the previously frigid air. "Excellent!" The beastmen cheered joyously at the sight of the blazing altar. They then arranged various animal heads in front of the altar as offerings for the beast god. Unlike previous occasions, this time, in addition to the beast meat, there were various grains, with bamboo tubes of all sizes filling nearly half the platform. A knowing smile spread across the chieftain's face. The more offerings there were, the more plentiful the food supplies for the winter, which might just be the only winter he experienced without loss of life. Once the altar was raised, the priestess led the tribe in worship, reporting the comings and goings of the tribe over the past year, and requesting the beast god's blessings for a prosperous and healthy year ahead. Liang and Shiryun remained at the edge of the open area, preparing food for the upcoming banquet alongside several women designated by the priestess. "Aren't you going?" Liang gently nudged Shiryun. Shiryun's gaze fell upon the solemn crowd not far away, quickly returning to Liang as he shook his head. Liang raised an eyebrow in surprise, but chose not to press further. A thought lingered in Shiryun's heart, unspoken. Meeting Liang, every wish he had ever made had been fulfilled. The ritual lasted quite a while, and by the time it concluded, it was already midday. As the priestess proclaimed, "The ritual ceremony has concluded successfully." The crowd erupted in jubilation, and famished beastmen rushed forward. After preparing their food, Liang and Shiryun departed, leaving the crowd well-equipped to handle the feast, as they had more pressing matters to attend to. "Elder brother, Liang," before they could return to the cave, Shura's voice called out from behind. Liang and Shiryun turned to see Shura and Shuriwei approaching, each holding a bamboo tube, dashing towards them. They exchanged smiles and waited in place. "Elder brother Wu," Shura exclaimed, tossing the bamboo tube into Shuriwei's embrace before launching himself at Shiryun. Shiryun was taken aback. Over the years, Shura had undoubtedly been the person closest to him, Yet such intimate physical contact had never occurred before. He looked stiffly at Yin Liang, who offered an encouraging gaze, prompting him to place his hands on Shurha's shoulders, softly saying, "Elder brother is fine. Do not worry." His words only seemed to spur Shurha's emotions, and he began to cry openly. Shuyun felt increasingly awkward, unsure how to comfort him, and though he wanted to push him away, he could not bring himself to do so, merely standing rigidly until Shurha had finished crying. Yin Liang watched from the side, unable to suppress a chuckle. Fortunately, Shurha soon withdrew, perhaps feeling embarrassed to cry in front of others. He feigned nonchalance, giving Shuyun's shoulder a playful pat, declaring, "If there's a next time, I won't recognize you as my elder brother." "All right, there won't be," Shurha replied earnestly. Feeling even more bashful, he took his bamboo tube and devoured a large mouthful of meat. Shuriwe, too, was touched, saying to Shuyun, "It is good that you are well. You have not missed the bonding ceremony." Shuyun, upon hearing this, cast a gentle glance at Yin Liang and nodded emphatically. Upon returning to the cave, the two began to change into the attire designated for the bonding ceremony, which included not only garments but also 2 animal skin hats. They helped each other dress, and as Yin Liang admired Shuyun's handsome visage, he could not resist standing on tiptoe to peck his lips, whispering, "Happy wedding." Shuyun felt a stirring in his heart, wrapping his arms around Yin Liang's waist and kissing his brow, returning the sentiment, "Happy wedding." Afterward, the two individuals embraced tightly, with Yin Liang resting against Shuyun's chest, reveling in the warmth that had been lost and now regained. When they stepped out hand in hand, they genuinely startled Shurha and Shuriwe. Shurha, having been born only a few years prior, had seen Shuyun move out to live independently. In his memory, Shuyun had always been somber, clad in drab garments, now adorned in a vibrant red fur coat. With eyes alight with joy, Shuyun appeared somewhat unfamiliar to him. Yet, it was undeniable that he preferred this version of his elder brother. Even Shurha was taken aback, let alone the others in the tribe. As night fell and the time for the partner ceremony approached, Yin Liang and Shuyun were summoned to the platform by the priest, instantly igniting fervent discussions among the crowd. Were it not for the priest's personal acknowledgement, no one below would have ever associated the person beside Yin Liang with Shuyun. However, it mattered little that he was handsome. An orc without even a beast form was deemed forsaken by the beast god. Had it not been for the fact that the other principle of today's partner ceremony was the priest of the beast god, Shuyun would have had no right to stand there. This was Shuyun's first encounter with such scrutinizing, derisive, and sympathetic gazes from a multitude. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel tense. Yin Liang turned his head to smile at him, gently scratching his palm. Shuyun understood that Yin Liang was offering him comfort, and his heart relaxed considerably. Hand in hand, they knelt before the altar while the priest stood beside them, reciting vows in a language Yin Liang could not comprehend. This wedding was more modest than any he had ever witnessed, yet it bore a solemnity and gravity that surpassed them all. Upon the priest's conclusion, 2 venerable elders approached with baskets, standing on either side of Shuyun and Yin Liang, scattering the flowers of the beast god while uttering auspicious words. That moment, a gentle breeze, reminiscent of a familial caress, swept through, mingling the falling petals of the beast god flower with delicate snowflakes, showering every orc present below. Cheers erupted, and the atmosphere, once subdued, surged with excitement. The beast god has manifested. The beast god blesses the great lion tribe to prosper year by year. The beast god protects my father from illness this winter. The beast god. The orcs knelt, offering their sincerest wishes to their deity on the platform. Shuyun tightened his grip on Yin Liang's hand, looking into his eyes, and spoke clearly. May the beast god bless Yin Liang with safety and success in all endeavors. May the beast god ensure that Yin Liang and I remain together for eternity. Yin Liang's eyes curved with delight, and amidst the cacophony of voices and the cascading petals, he shared a secret kiss with the one he cherished most. This partner ceremony left all in the great lion tribe in awe, and for a long time thereafter, the extraordinary spectacle of that day remained a topic of conversation among the people. Yin Liang and Shuyun became recognized as a model couple, the first pair on the orc continent to receive the beast god's blessing. Not only the orcs of the great lion tribe, but Yin Liang himself was astonished. He even inquired of the system whether it was its doing. After all, while others were unaware, he knew full well that there was no such entity as the beast god in this world. Yet, the system denied it. Yin Liang found this perplexing, though he did not dwell on it long, for after the partner ceremony came their wedding night. Clearly, prior to this, the chieftain had discreetly imparted some knowledge to Shiyun, resulting in Yin Liang, who had intended to take the lead, being firmly restrained. Nevertheless, he found joy in the situation, and as the night passed, their bond deepened, and in Shurha's words, when they gazed into each other's eyes, sparks seemed to fly. Following the beast god's ritual, winter fully descended. The days abruptly shortened, and heavy snow fell from dusk till dawn, seemingly without pause. The great lion tribe fell into a profound silence. Walking along the path, the only sound was the crunch of snow beneath their feet, with each cave sealed tightly by thick layers of leaves. Shurha seldom visited them anymore, granting Yin Liang and Shiyun a splendid world of their own, albeit at the expense of Daya, who was often confined to the kitchen during this time. After spending over 10 days cooped up in the cave, Yin Liang and Shiyun finally donned thick fur garments and donned fur hats. Stepping outside, this time, they were headed to the priest's cave to discuss how to deal with Xianling. Previously, when Shiyun had been gravely injured and with the tribe busy gathering food and preparing for the Beast God Festival, they had no choice but to confine Xianling in an abandoned cave. However, the chieftain could not allow Xianling to starve, so they provided her with meager rations each day, albeit not the best of fare. Yet, sustaining her throughout the winter was utterly impossible. Given how Xianling had so grievously harmed Yin Liang and Shiyun, Shifeng even contemplated dismembering her. Prior to this, the priest had visited Shizhao, recounting Xuanling's misdeeds, and upon hearing this, Shizhao not only refused to plead for her, but distanced himself entirely from her. The priest scoffed at this, acknowledging that since they had been unaware of Xuanling's actions, he would not blame them. However, Shizhao had become dependent on the illusion god grass, and now that it was gone, he had descended further into madness, serving as a form of retribution against them. The priest first led Yin Liang and Shiyun to the abandoned cave for a brief glimpse of Xianling. The once radiant priest now appeared frail, lacking even the strength to stand, his appearance disheveled, resembling a more wretched figure than a lonely elder. Upon hearing the commotion, wolf orcs rushed out, bound by vines. Unable to reach Yin Liang, and could only kneel in close proximity, pleading for mercy. "Spare us, my lord. We were merely sent by the high priest to escort Xianling. Who could have foreseen that she would drug us and commit such heinous acts? We cannot escape our complicity, but we implore you to consider that we too are victims." Chapter 65. Winter gives way to spring. Yin Liang observed them quietly, saying nothing. The eyes of the wolf orcs dimmed. Yet they could not deny that their past misdeeds warranted severe punishment. Even if Yin Liang were to kill them outright, it would not be unjust. Though not voluntary, their complicity in the wrongdoing was undeniable. Moreover, with the passage of over 10 days, the marks of their claws still lingered on Yin Liang's neck, a testament to their actions. "Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity, which is fortunate for you. After the new year, the tribe will require laborers, and the dirtiest and most arduous tasks will fall to you. Should there be any further disturbances, I will show no mercy." Yin Liang was not being merciful. After verification by the system, it was confirmed that their claims were indeed true. They were originally the guards of the Priest Alliance, dispatched to escort Xianling. Once they arrived, they were expected to return to report back. However, having fallen out with the high priest, their demeanor towards Xianling was anything but respectful, often treating her with disdain. Unable to endure such treatment, Xianling, in a fit of rage, had mixed the illusion god grass into their food. Since then, the four of them have become the most loyal servants of Xianling. Consequently, they proclaimed themselves victims, and indeed, they were. However, the most crucial aspect was that Yin Liang needed to retain witnesses to guard against any pretext the Priest Alliance might use to instigate trouble. The wolf beastmen, who initially believed themselves doomed to silence, were suddenly met with a turn of fortune, and they expressed their gratitude with fervent bows and thanks for Xianling. Her fate was far less favorable. During this time, she had been confined with the wolf beastmen. Although bound by vines, they were unable to harm her. Yet, Observing her frail state, barely clinging to life, it was evident she had managed to procure scant sustenance. According to the chief and the priest directive, they could not kill Xianling. Instead, they cast her into the forest, leaving her to fend for herself. It is worth noting that the outside world was now a frigid wasteland, and Xianling, already on the brink of death, would not last long. After dealing with Xianling, the abandoned cave was entrusted to a few wolf beastmen, along with some dried meat and grain, ensuring they would not starve. This winter, as Liang had initially predicted, was particularly harsh, with heavy snow blanketing the entire mountain, compelling the beastmen to remain indoors, confined to their caves. While beastmen did not hibernate, most chose to sleep, conveniently reproducing during their slumber, as resting consumed significantly less energy and stamina. This year, every household cellar was brimming with provisions, allowing them to feel exceptionally secure even while sleeping, no longer needing to brave the snow in search of food. The sole purpose for venturing out of their caves was to gather firewood. The tribe was eerily quiet, yet Liang and Shiyun's cave was anything but tranquil. Liang relished lounging in bed during winter. But without the luxury of the internet, he could not afford to remain idle for an entire day. Thus, he seized the opportunity to teach Shiyun painting and literacy that in the kitchen. The fire crackled merrily. While Day dozed at Liang's feet, and the small beast grass nest had been relocated inside. With Day present, the small beasts were remarkably well-behaved, attending to their meals and needs outside in designated areas. Alleviating any concerns about mess for their food, Liang had buried some sweet potato sprouts in the cellar. The fresh sweet potato leaves combined with barley husks made for a delightful meal. Shiyun sat on a small stool, holding a twig, meticulously tracing letters in the dirt. His hand was steady, penetrating the earth with each stroke. Though it was his first attempt at writing, his lines were impressively straight and even, far surpassing that of the average elementary school student. However, his pace was slow, and after a considerable time, a somewhat hurried character for Lion finally took shape. Shiyun anxiously raised his head, seeing Liang's gaze fixed on his writing, and took a deep breath to ask, "Is this acceptable?" Liang nodded and praised him to Shiyun's earlobes, flushed with warmth as he eagerly began to inscribe another character. Liang did not rush him, observing Shiyun's earnest grasp of the twig as he wrote with utmost seriousness. He felt inspired and sought out a twig of his own, sketching a simple illustration at his feet. Though he had never formally studied art, his experience with desserts and decorative fruits had inevitably involved practicing basic drawing and carving techniques. Over the past 6 months, he had collaborated with Uncle Monkey on numerous simple design sketches, and rather than becoming rusty, his skills had notably improved. With just a few strokes, a charming little lion, yawning adorably, sprang to life on the ground. This me?" Shiyun's voice rang out. Liang smiled and nodded. "Had it not been for your untimely injury, I would surely have remarked on how utterly adorable you are." Shiyun's face flushed. "Don't you think I looked foolish, so small?" Liang raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering for a moment on a certain area. "As long as other parts are not small, it's fine." Having spent considerable time with Liang, Shiyun was no longer the naive individual he once was. He swiftly grasped the implication behind Liang's words and, feeling somewhat awkward, shifted the topic. "Do you truly find that form adorable?" Liang regretfully smacked his lips, realizing the child had grown too mature to tease. "If you genuinely liked it, I could revert to that form when we're alone," Shiyun whispered. Liang froze. He had assumed Shiyun greatly disliked his beast form, which was why he had refrained from mentioning it during this period, but he was taken aback by Shiyun's unexpected offer. Alas, it was too late. Currently, Shiyun's body had not fully recovered, and by next spring, he would be completely healed. What chance would there be to transform back into a small lion? Liang's heart ached, while Shiyun, perplexed, was about to inquire further when a voice from outside interrupted them. "Big brother, Liang, we come to play. Open the door." "I'm freezing." Shiyun had no choice but to set aside the matter and stood up to open the door for Shura. Unsurprisingly, Shura followed closely behind. Shura stomped his feet as he settled by the fire, snow piling atop his fur hat, threatening to melt away as Shura quickly removed it, shaking the accumulated snow outside and then hanging the hat by the fire to dry. The series of actions was executed with remarkable proficiency, suggesting they had done this often. Yin Liang poured each of them a cup of hot water. He had suspended a small stone pot over the fire, and the water within was perpetually boiling, ready for consumption. Shurha rubbed his hands together, and once the chill began to dissipate, he initiated the conversation on such a cold day. "What brings you here?" Yin Liang inquired curiously after sitting down. Knowing well how far they had traveled from the main gathering place, Shurha nudged Shuriwei. I accompanied him. Yin Liang shot a surprised glance at Shuriwei, who nodded and handed over a bundled item wrapped in fur. Upon receiving it, Yin Liang discovered it to be two pristine white scarves, their soft fur exquisitely warm to the touch. Shuriwei cleared his throat and explained, "These were meant to be given during your partner's ceremony. But due to a flurry of events at that time, I couldn't prepare them in time. Later, I thought that since they were delayed, I might as well make them even better. So I sought the help of an elder skilled in crafting garments to create these two scarves. I hope you both like them." Yin Liang couldn't discern any hidden intentions, but Shuriyun, after feeling the material, remarked, "Is this made from fur beast pelts?" Shuriwei nodded. Noticing the change in Shuriyun's expression, Yin Liang inquired, "What exactly is a fur beast?" After Shuriyun explained, his gaze turned somewhat complex. "You are quite thoughtful. Fur beasts are not easy to catch." Shuriyun scratched his head. "I was just lucky." Shurha scoffed, "Luck indeed, running into the priest alliance while climbing a mountain." Yin Liang suddenly recalled the day Shuriwei had ventured alone to the mountain. Realizing it was to hunt for fur beast, he fastened the scarf around his neck and smiled. "We gratefully accept your thoughtful gift. When you hold your partner's ceremony, we shall present you with an equally generous gift." Shuriwei and Shurha did not linger long, for as darkness fell, the path became treacherous and cold, making travel increasingly difficult. This winter passed with remarkable tranquility. However, for the beastmen within the tribe, such peace and serenity were precious commodities. The winter on the beastmen continent arrived unexpectedly, yet it departed with the slow gait of an elderly individual. After approximately 4 months, the snow finally ceased, and the ice in the streams began to melt gradually. The thick grass curtain at the cave entrance was drawn aside, and the beastmen emerged from their shelters. Basking in the long mist sunlight, Day, accompanied by his little beast brigade, waddled to the cave entrance to peck at the freshly sprouted green shoots. Yin Liang and Shuriyun, clad in thick fur garments, donned the scarves gifted by Shuriwei and ascended the mountain path. Their first destination was their own plot of land. While the fields in the tribe lay fallow, Yin Liang's was quite different. Uncertain of how bitterly cold the winter would be for the beastmen, he hesitated to allow them to plant anything. However, this small patch of land could serve as a trial. The snow on the mountain path had melted, but the thick ice embedded in the soil remained, making it difficult to traverse. Upon reaching the field, both men were drenched in sweat. Yet, at this moment, they dared not shed their clothing. After resting for a while, Yin Liang moved aside a small patch of dry grass covering the ground, revealing new sprouts that had already emerged barely an inch in height. Yin Liang called Shuriyun over with delight. "It appears that winter is not entirely devoid of possibilities for planting. It is often said that a bountiful year is heralded by abundant snowfall, meaning the more snow that falls, the better the wheat planted that year will thrive." And what Yin Liang had sown in this land was indeed wheat. Although barley had been cultivated, he was not content. Barley lacked the delicate flavor of wheat, and for making noodles and similar dishes, wheat flour was far superior. Shuriyun was equally pleased. This plot not only yielded wheat, but the other crops had not withstood the cold, with even the seeds being frozen. Finally able to venture outdoors, Yin Liang eagerly retrieved all the herbs from the cellar, dried them, and categorized them on the new shelves crafted by Uncle Monkey. Among them, he prioritized the herbs for preventing colds, preparing them in portions according to the system's prescriptions. During seasonal transitions, colds were most easily contracted. Previously, those in the tribe had to endure the harshness of illness without remedy. Now that there is medicine available, it stands to reason that it would be utilized. Chapter 66. Yin Liang's predictions proved to be accurate. In the ensuing days, numerous individuals came to him seeking medication. It seems the priest had informed these people. Although the medicine was pre-prepared, each visitor had to be meticulously instructed on the precautions for brewing the medicine, which made for a rather exhausting day. If he did not articulate the instructions clearly, many would likely resort to chewing the medicine, which would not only be detrimental to their stomachs, but also render the medicinal properties ineffective. When Shurha arrived to join the fray, he observed several women, each carrying a bundle wrapped in banana leaves, reciting incantations. 3 bowls of water simmered down to 1. Drink thrice a day, and avoid exposure to the wind. Shurha patted Shuriyue's shoulder, inquiring with curiosity. What are they saying? Shuriyue glanced at his hands and replied, It seems to be a new medicine developed by Liang. Then let us go take a look. Shuriyun moved a stone table to the entrance of the cave, where Liang sat, simultaneously advising the individuals before him while handing out a package of medicine. Observing quietly for a while, Shurha refrained from interrupting until the last person departed, at which point he approached and asked, Is this the new medicine? As he spoke, Shurha picked up a package of medicine and brought it to his nose for a sniff, apart from the scent of banana leaves. He could detect nothing else. You have come at the right time. Each of you may take a package home, that if you experience nasal congestion or coughing, simply drink a bowl. Liang instructed. Shurha's eyes brightened as he eagerly pulled Shuriyue toward the pile of nearly identical packages. Selecting the 2 largest, Shuriyun observed his actions, hesitating to speak, his eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude. Once everyone had been sent away, Liang, utterly fatigued, collapsed on his bed with a sigh. Many people heard I had medicine and came even when they weren't ill. It has truly worn me out. Shuriyun gently kneaded his shoulder, saying, You noticed it, yet still distributed it? Liang grinned mischievously. If they wish to drink bitter medicine, let them have their fill. Moreover, given his current lack of proficiency, he could not prescribe targeted remedies. He could only concoct some tonics to enhance vitality and prevent colds, which would still be beneficial even for those not afflicted, albeit with a less palatable taste. As he anticipated, it was not long before the influx of visitors ceased. Upon encountering familiar faces on the road, Liang could clearly see their expressions stiffen. Whether beastmen or modern humans, they all harbor a deep aversion to bitterness. Nevertheless, with Liang's medicine, the great lion tribe found itself nearly devoid of illness, each member brimming with vitality. Even the frail, elderly, and children were spared from affliction. Following this event, Liang's reputation within the tribe soared to new heights. Naturally, those who subsequently sought out Liang for medicine were genuinely unwell, and no one returned merely for the sake of curiosity. As the snow of spring melted, the fervor of spring plowing commenced. Similar to the previous year, the tribe's beastmen were still divided into hunting and farming teams. However, Liang had made some improvements based on prior experiences. While fixed personnel indeed facilitated management, a conversation with Shurfeng made him realize that this was not a time of peace. The beast tide could arrive at any moment, and every individual in the tribe should maintain their hunting skills. Otherwise, if they found themselves in a dire situation, where could they find ready fields and seeds to utilize? Thus, apart from the elderly, women, and young cubs who remained in the farming team, the beastmen would alternate between hunting in the mountains. This new regulation garnered widespread support. Unbeknownst to Liang, this decision he made at that moment would save countless lives in the Great Lion tribe. Master, as Liang stood by the creek, observing the labor taking place across the field, someone suddenly called out to him. Without needing to turn around, Liang already knew who it was. 4 wolf beastmen approached, each carrying 2 wooden buckets. Upon seeing him, they deliberately placed the buckets at a distance before daring to approach Liang. The fermented excrement emitted a truly distinctive odor. Liang turned his head and nodded in acknowledgement. After all, these robust beastmen, having endured the cravings induced by illusionary godgrass for several months, bore few visible signs of their struggle, save for the slight darkening beneath their eyes, indicative of restless sleep. As he watched them wade through the creek one by one, Liang turned and headed towards the fish pond. This sizable fish pond was the primary source of fresh meat for Liang during the winter. Thus he paid it special attention. Upon his arrival, he did not see Shurju, but found Huma sitting by the pond, the babbling creek flowing into it. "Little uncle," Huma exclaimed joyfully, waving at him. Initially, Huma had referred to Liang as uncle. But after Liang overheard it once and blushed profusely, Shurju commanded him to change it to little uncle. Liang quite liked the clever and endearing Huma, and he walked over to pat his head. Asking, "Where is your mother?" Huma obediently replied, "She went to Granny Monkey's to fetch fish food." Liang nodded in understanding. The granny monkey whom I mentioned was a very elderly woman who lived alone, struggling without a partner or children. Liang had taught her how to make fish food, allowing the tribe to exchange grain with her, thus providing her with a valuable skill. Just as he finished speaking, Shizhu arrived, carrying a large bag of fish food. Hushio's leg had nearly healed, but he was not yet able to hunt, so he worked in the farming team. Shizhu, accustomed to managing the fish pond, carried the hefty bag with relative ease, hardly breaking a sweat. Huma, feeling sympathetic towards his mother, rushed over to support one corner of the bag. Although his assistance was minimal, his intent was commendable, and Shizhu appreciated it. "You've worked hard," Liang said. Shizhu waved her hand dismissively. "This task is quite effortless, not taxing at all. But what of my elder brother? It has been several days since I last saw him. What has he been up to?" Liang paused for a moment, then suddenly recalled something, breaking into a wide smile. Shiyun, who had been missed by Shizhu, was currently seated on a stool. Beside him lay a bamboo slip filled with last year's records, meticulously marked, although referred to as a record book. It was essentially a bamboo strip. Lacking the ability to produce paper, Liang had surreptitiously transported bamboo slips that had been used in history. Initially, when Liang recorded the measurements, he used a method of drawing characters. Later, he entrusted this task to the priest, who imitated him using the same technique. However, the priest's characters were even more haphazard and chaotic, as if they were siblings quarreling. Neither would touch the other. Fortunately, the characters were all filled in, requiring only counting. After a winter of instruction, Liang had taught Shiyun dozens of characters, as well as addition and subtraction within 100. Shiyun held a small bone knife. First writing a person's name at the top of the bamboo strip, then counting how many measurements they had accumulated. By the time Liang returned, Shiyun had completed the counting for 3 individuals. Feeling a bit embarrassed as he admitted, "I am too slow. Let me see," Liang said, taking the bamboo strip into his hands. After a glance, he recognized that Shiyun's writing had improved significantly. It was neat and powerful, quite aesthetically pleasing. "Is there any mistake?" Shiyun asked, looking up with trepidation. Liang regarded him fondly, planting a kiss on his cheek. "You did wonderfully. It is all correct. Really." Shiyun instantly brightened, embracing Liang and showering him with affectionate kisses. Liang nestled into the crook of Shiyun's shoulder, savoring the sweet affection from his beloved. As for the fact that the 3 numbers were erroneous, let that remain a secret buried in his heart. Shiyun was elated, though the consequence was that Liang found himself unable to rise from bed. "I will prepare a meal. You should rest," Shiyun said, planting a kiss on Liang's face, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Liang shot him a sidelong glance, huffing to acknowledge his response. Shiyun chuckled softly, tucking him in before stepping outside. Lying on the bed, Liang contemplated expressionlessly that at least his partner could cook, sparing him the need to drag his weary body to the kitchen. Learning is a gradual process, not something that can be achieved in a single leap. Once Shiyun finished tallying the records, Liang would announce the conclusion of this phase of learning. Shiyun let out a sigh of relief. While it was no trouble for him to venture out and dig up a few patches of land, remaining seated on a stool all day was genuinely exhausting. Liang suddenly found himself understanding the sentiments of his former teachers when faced with a group of mischievous students. He chuckled, "We shall continue with the next phase after the Beast God Festival." Shiyun's expression stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. After all, the Beast God Festival was still some time away. "All right," he responded obediently. Unlike students of later ages who resided in ivory towers, for Shiyun, learning could only serve as a supplementary enhancement, not the entirety of life. Just as Shiyun's health was nearing restoration, it was time for him to learn hunting. Liang led Shiyun to an open area in the back of the wild mountains. Shiyun set down the basket, looked around, and asked curiously, "What are we gathering today?" Liang shook his head and sat on a rock. "Today, we are here to witness your transformation, Shiyun." He forced a somewhat stiff smile. "Do you truly wish to see the little lion?" That day, his statement had been made in a moment of impulse. Unfortunately, Liang had not brought it up again for quite some time. He assumed Liang had forgotten. "Yes, I wish to see it now," Liang replied, watching him with keen interest. Shiyun's expression fell, and given his personality, he wouldn't utter any petulant remarks, so he could only whine slightly. Yin Liang, I do not like my beast form. Could we possibly skip that? Had it been in the past, Yin Liang would have certainly felt heartbroken and would never have taken the initiative to voice his feelings. However, the circumstances have changed. Shi Yun has now recovered. Yin Liang could have directly informed Shi Yun, yet he chose to tease him instead, seeking a measure of revenge for the incident that left him battered and he harbors a long memory. I want to relent. I want to see this. If you refuse to show me, does that mean you no longer love me? Yin Liang pouted, intentionally stating. Shi Yun looked at Yin Liang with disbelief, utterly unable to fathom that such words could escape his lips. Nevertheless, if he truly wished to see it, Shi Yun inhaled deeply. Very well then. The thought of transforming into his beast form surged within him, and he felt a wave of warmth rise from his lower abdomen, an unfamiliar sensation. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, his body had already reacted. With a sudden pop, his beast-hide skirt burst open, revealing a sleek, golden lion before Yin Liang's eyes. Chapter 67. The golden lion stood as if turned to stone, staring blankly, resembling a statue. Yin Liang found it amusing and stood up to pat the fluffy head of the lion. What's wrong? Have you turned silly? Shi Yun gazed at Yin Liang in a daze, then lowered his head to glance at himself. Struggling to swallow, in this primal form, he was unable to speak, and when he opened his mouth, all that emerged were hissing roars. Yin Liang chuckled as he groomed the lioness fur. No one will ever accuse you of being a failed evolution again. But you shall always remain my little lion. Shi Yun tilted his head, nuzzling against Yin Liang's palm. In this moment, he could not articulate his feelings, so he expressed his gratitude and affection through this gesture, knowing that his transformation was surely a result of Yin Liang's influence. Good boy. Shi Yun glanced at Yin Liang, then suddenly turned and dashed away, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed through the mountains. After a while, feeling that he had yet to adequately express his exuberance, he galloped through the forest with wild abandon. The cold wind rushed past his ears, and with each stride, he grew more exhilarated, calling out, startling a flock of birds hidden among the branches. The once towering bushes now appeared diminutive. With a mere leap, he could clear them. Though he kept Yin Liang in mind, he did not venture too far and soon returned, pinning Yin Liang to the ground. Beneath him lay freshly sprouted grass, and Yin Liang felt no discomfort, merely gazing up at the massive lion head looming above him, an inexplicable sense of danger washing over him. Shi Yun. Yin Liang's words lodged in his throat as Shi Yun unexpectedly extended his tongue and began to lick his face. What a shameful situation. Fortunately, Shi Yun was not as uncouth as one might imagine. He merely gave Yin Liang's face and neck a thorough lick. The lion's tongue, adorned with barbs, was uncomfortable even with Shi Yun's restrained force. The wet, sticky sensation, coupled with the breeze, was rather invigorating. Yin Liang pushed the lion off him. Get up. I need to wash my face. Yet Shi Yun was unyielding, pressing a paw down on Yin Liang while lying beside him, positioning Yin Liang atop his belly. With his face nestled in the soft, fluffy fur, Yin Liang was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to snuggle with a cat. Not only did he think this, but he also indulged in it. Shi Yun was cleaner than an ordinary cat, devoid of any foul odor, carrying a faint scent of grass, likely from his earlier frolic. Yin Liang buried his face in Shi Yun's belly, inhaling deeply, nearly succumbing to bliss, completely unaware of Shi Yun's sudden stiffness. We should build a larger bed. In winter, you can sleep in beast form while I lie on your belly. It will surely be warm, Yin Liang mused delightfully. Suddenly, Yin Liang felt a shift in texture. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was lying atop Shi Yun, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. Had the transformation reverted so swiftly? But before he could voice his thoughts, Shi Yun embraced him, flipping their positions. Yin Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my! Shi Yun's beast-hide skirt burst earlier, and now he is completely bare, not to mention aroused. What is happening? Please calm down. We are outside, Yin Liang stammered awkwardly. Who told you to provoke me on purpose? Shi Yun buried his head in Yin Liang's neck, kissing him gently. Will you dare to tease me again? Yin Liang shook his head in despair. Who knew teasing a lion could lead to this? Suddenly trapped in a small dark room, the breeding sprite exclaimed, What on earth happened? Someone tell me. Ultimately, Yin Liang was cradled by Shi Yun as they descended the mountain. Upon returning to the cave, Yin Liang buried himself under the covers, turning his back to Shi Yun. Shi Yun, undeterred, kissed the back of his head before stepping outside. In his youth, he often fantasized about having his partner sleep on his mountain in beast form, lavishing them with affectionate licks to imbue them with his scent. Regrettably, none of those dreams could be realized. The beast goddess Grace had brought Yin Liang to his side and healed his ailments. And thus he was determined to make up for every lost opportunity. He set out to find a large stone to create a stone bed. Beastmen prefer to appear in their beast forms. So those who had carved out their own caves typically possessed a massive stone bed. However, such stones were not easily found, and transporting them alone was a Herculean task. Usually, friends or brothers would assist in turns. Shi Yun had few friends, but he did have 3 younger siblings, so he approached the clan leader for help. The farming activities had gradually fallen into a routine, and the priestess no longer needed to toil in the fields all day. As lunchtime approached, she was busy preparing the meal in the cave. When Shi Yun entered, the priestess scarcely recognized him. After a winter apart, he appeared transformed, revealing glimpses of the boy he once was. The priestess couldn't help but smile, proud of her handsome son. Yet, when Shi Yun explained his purpose, she was utterly perplexed. Why do you and Yin Liang need such a large stone bed? In winter, it's better to have a blanket to stay warm. Shi Yun regarded his mother, who had labored tirelessly for the clan and her children. She was still in her prime, yet the passage of time had etched its marks upon her face. His heart ached, knowing that each wrinkle on her face was a testament to her struggles, particularly the most prominent ones born from worry for him. Mother, I'm well now. Shi Yun managed to smile, though his voice was somewhat hoarse. The priestess froze, taking a moment to grasp his words. The bamboo tube in her hand fell with a thud, barley spilling across the floor. But at that moment, no one cared. What did you say? What do you mean by well? She asked, her voice trembling with cautious hope, fearing she had misheard. Seeing her like this stirred Shi Yun's heart, and he solemnly declared, I can transform into my beast form now. I can accompany father to hunt on the mountain. Before he finished speaking, tears streamed down the priestess's face uncontrollably. She swayed, gripping the wall for support, unable to suppress her loud sobs any longer. Shi Yun approached and enveloped her in his arms, offering no words of comfort, for he understood the depth of her sorrow. She wept for the years lost, for the beast god's delayed recognition of her son, for her inability to protect him from loneliness in the outside world. All the bitterness and suffering coalesced into tears, rising from her heart and ultimately merging with the earth. The priestess cried for an extended period, drained of the strength to stand. Shi Yun carried her into the cave and busied himself in the kitchen. Shi Yun was adept at preparing meals, and before the clan leader and Shi returned, he had completed 3 dishes and a soup. He also intended to bring a meal to Yin Liang, so he quickly ate his portion before taking Yin Liang's share back. Upon returning to the cave, he found Yin Liang still in bed, which brought him relief. He had prepared barley porridge, thoroughly cooked until each grain burst open, making it even more delectable, and the stir-fried dishes were light and flavorful. He placed the dishes beside the small stove to keep warm before heading inside to rouse Yin Liang. The chill lingered in the air, and by the time he brought over the food, it had grown cold. Shi Yun sat at the bedside, gently feeling Yin Liang's forehead to ensure he wasn't too feverish before softly calling, Yin Liang, it's time to eat. Since becoming partners, particularly in this cold weather, he felt a sense of responsibility. However, he could not fault Yin Liang for being unaware, as it was uncommon for 2 beastmen to share a dwelling, and no one would pry into the affairs of others. Yet this time, he could hardly contain himself, recalling the earlier scene on the mountain, causing his face to heat up slightly. Yin Liang sat up slowly. Where have you been? I want to share the good news with my mother, and hope my father could help me find a large stone for a bed. Shi Yun quickly redirected his thoughts. Yin Liang nodded, smiling. Your mother must be overjoyed. Overjoyed is an understatement. She cried until she was exhausted, and I prepared lunch myself, Shi Yun replied. Yin Liang could picture the scene, feeling both happiness and a twinge of sadness. If anyone should feel most relieved, it would be the priestess and the clan leader, knowing Shi Yun had finally found healing. Yin Liang, thank you, Shi Yun said earnestly. Yin Liang smiled, gently brushing his fingers over Shiyun's amber eyes. You re-welcome. Shiyun inhaled deeply. Realizing that it was indeed Yin Liang's doing, he embraced Yin Liang tightly, his heart ablaze with warmth. And no matter what transpired, he would never allow Yin Liang to leave his side. Just then, an unwelcome gurgle erupted from Yin Liang's stomach, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Shiyun stifled a chuckle, helping Yin Liang wrap his clothes properly before leading him to dinner. Before they could finish their meal, hurried footsteps echoed outside, revealing the hurried approach of Shi Feng and Shira. Shira's eyes were slightly red, as if he had just emerged from tears. Shi Feng glanced at Shiyun, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a word for a long while. Upon returning home, he had found the priestess lying on the bed, and upon questioning, was met with a shocking revelation. It took Shi Feng a considerable time to regain his composure in the cave. Ultimately, he had not even eaten, dragging Shirha along in a rush. Despite having a plethora of words to express, the sight of Shiyun left him momentarily speechless. Elder brother, Shirha, unable to contain his emotions unlike Shi Feng, was on the verge of tears once more. Shiyun did not mock him. He simply reached out to ruffle Shira's hair, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the years of support. Shirha covered his mouth, shaking his head while sobbing. Shi Feng observed the two, his eyes also glistening with moisture. He lifted his gaze to the sky, then lowered his head to say, "Let us go to the mountain together, and let me witness the true Shir beast man." Chapter 68. The restoration of Shiyun's beast form was undoubtedly a momentous event for the chieftain's family. That very night, the priestess summoned several married children back home and set a grand table for Shi Feng's relatives. As the priestess was not originally from the Great Lion tribe, she had no maternal family. However, Shi Feng, as the chieftain, had numerous relatives intricately tied to him. The priestess was genuinely elated this time, even inviting those with whom she was not particularly close. The kitchen became overcrowded, prompting the establishment of an enormous stone pot at the entrance of the cave. She even brought out her cherished chili peppers, preparing a hot pot for everyone, not only those invited. But even nearby residents and other beastmen were bewildered by the priestess's grand display. When Shiyun and Yin Liang chose a date, they had not summoned such a crowd. Outside, more and more people gathered around the table, engaging in conversation. The relationships during this era were significantly different from those in later times. Even the most distant relatives here shared a stronger bond than some close kin in the future. Not to mention, they were a chieftain and a priestess, seated inside. Yin Liang and Shiyun observed the bustling scene outside. Shiyun remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Has mother perhaps gone a bit overboard?" Yin Liang replied with a smile. After suppressing her emotions for over a decade, it is high time she releases her pent-up feelings. Otherwise, it would be even more uncomfortable to keep them bottled up. Recalling the year he had failed to transform, when the priestess had nearly isolated herself, tirelessly studying the medical text she had brought back from the Priest Alliance, Shiyun felt his eyes moisten slightly and nodded. The priestess deserved to do whatever she wished now. "Hot pot is here." With Shira's voice, Shiriwe brought a massive stone pot to the table. With so many people, the process of cooking and serving was too slow. Thus, the priestess had prepared a large pot in advance, allowing for more to be cooked afterward. The guests' senses were overwhelmed by the bold and spicy aroma, causing them to swallow involuntarily. Yet, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks, mindful that the priestess had something to say. When the priestess finally arrived at the table, she chided, "Why aren't you eating? If the broth cools, it will lose its flavor." Everyone exchanged glances until the priestess seized a bamboo tube from a nearby individual, serving him a generous bowl of meat and vegetables, prompting the rest to finally dig in. Initially, they may have been polite, but after a few bites, they were completely captivated by the hot pot, losing all desire to converse. It was not merely the priestess's culinary skills that enchanted them, but rather the rich seasonings provided by Yin Liang. For beastmen who were accustomed to a monotonous, salty diet, this hot pot was an unparalleled delicacy, far surpassing anything they had previously tasted. As their palates were thoroughly satisfied, their spirits lifted. Shiyun and Yin Liang did not join the main table, but instead set up a small pot with Shirha and Shiriware in the cave, relishing the flavors even more. Beastmen generally consume 2 to 3 times the quantity of an average person, yet the ingredients prepared by the priestess were more than sufficient, leaving everyone leaning against the walls, clutching their bellies in satisfaction. After Shizhu collected the dishes, the priestess began the main topic of the day. Having thoroughly feasted, the attendees listened intently. However, once the priestess revealed the news, they couldn't help but question their ears. What is she saying? Shiyun has regained his beast form. How is this possible? They turned to see the disbelief mirrored on the faces of those beside them. Realizing they had not misheard, the priestess could not possibly joke about such matters. An excitement began to ripple through the crowd. Priestess, is it truly so? Has that rascal Shiyun really recovered? Shifeng's uncle was the first to inquire. Others leaned in, their expressions serious and attentive. The priestess smiled and nodded. That is indeed wonderful news. For so many years that rascal Shiyun has suffered. We have all witnessed it. Someone sighed in relief. Indeed, this is a monumental miracle on the Beastmen continent. I have never heard of any other tribe experiencing such an extraordinary event. If Shiyun can find a method, he could become renowned throughout the entire Beastmen continent. Rumors circulated about a wild wolf tribe in the north that had once flourished but fell into decline as many Beastmen could not transform, prompting even the priestess to leave. Now, if they heard this news, they would undoubtedly come seeking him. I have heard of that tribe, but it's quite far. It may not be so easy to in the cave. Shiyun suddenly tightened his grip on Yin Liang's hand, for he understood that the one truly possessing this ability was Yin Liang, the one who would be sought after and revered. Yin Liang remained unaware of his thoughts, assuming he was simply uncomfortable with the multitude of people discussing him, and instinctively scratched his palm. The discussions outside continued, with the priestess and chieftain joining in, clearly enjoying themselves immensely. In truth, Shiyun had prepared himself for the public scrutiny that would come with his transformation. Yet the shared hot pot seemed to win over many hearts, sparing him from considerable trouble as the guests departed from the priestess's home. They zealously spread the news by nightfall. The tidings of Shiyun's restoration to beast form had rippled through the community like a stone cast into a lake, creating waves of excitement. The next day, Shiyun arrived at the designated gathering place for the hunting team at the appointed time. Today, the leader was Shitao, and although he had not yet arrived, dozens of young adults had already assembled. Upon seeing Shiyun, they collectively inhaled sharply, clearly aware of the previous night's events, and Shiyun's presence only confirmed the rumors. Shiyun maintained his stoic expression, finding a spot to stand still among the crowd. Although he was not particularly young, it was his first hunting expedition, and his impassive demeanor left others hesitant to approach, resulting in them clustering together and whispering amongst themselves. Shiyun remained standing apart, not engaging, until Shiriwei arrived. She approached him directly and whispered, "The team members are all good, but they are a bit shy since it's their first meeting. They will warm up after some time. Today, we will walk together." Shiyun looked up at her and nodded. Soon after, Shitao arrived. He spotted Shiyun in the crowd, but did not approach him. Instead, he stood at the front, counted the members, took out a bamboo stick, and inscribed a few marks on it with a stone knife before issuing orders. "Gather your gear, and let's set off." Shitao walked at the rear of the group, observing Shiyun walking alongside Shiriwei. Frowning slightly, he was immensely pleased to learn that Shiyun had regained his beast form. However, after hearing some perplexing comments, he had not taken him seriously until now. When he realized he had been unconsciously affected, Shiyun was the eldest son of both the chieftain and the priestess, with Yin Liang as his partner. Now that he had awakened his beast form, it seemed there was another contender for the next chieftain. Shitao tightened his grip on the bone knife in his hand, his gaze darkening. As if to prove something, Shitao displayed exceptional ferocity today, swiftly dispatching several small beasts upon arrival. The orcs gathered in jubilant celebration, yet he felt a twinge of madness creeping in. The captain, he had never been one to seek the limelight. Rather, he consistently deferred opportunities to others, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling about them. Shiyun, ever attuned to the emotions of those around him, sensed something amiss in Shitao when he caught his furtive glances for the third time. Shiyun bit down on the cap of his bamboo tube, taking a sip of water, lost in contemplation. Shitao transformed back in a human form, dejectedly seating himself on the ground. It appeared that, like the others, he harbored dark thoughts within. The unspoken tension between the two did not disturb the rest of the group. When Ho Lu returned, announcing the sighting of a large beast ahead, Shurta abandoned all else and hurriedly led the others to follow stealthily. Ho Lu served as the scout of the hunting party. In his beast form, he lacked offensive capabilities but could navigate swiftly and nimbly through the dense forest. Upon hearing of the large beast, the orcs present were filled with eager anticipation. After a long winter, many households had exhausted their meat supplies and were yearning for a substantial catch to enhance their meals. Not long into their pursuit, the rustling of branches reached their ears. Shurtua halted, placing a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The group crept closer and, at last, concealed by a tree, beheld the formidable creature. It was a large herbivore, standing about 2 men high. Though it posed no threat to humans, its teeth were exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly severing tree trunks the thickness of an arm. Any provocation could lead to dire consequences. Shurtua gestured for the orcs to gather around, crouching together as they awaited his commands. His strategy was straightforward. A group would transform into their beast forms to draw the creature's attention, while the others would stealthily approach from all sides to strike. A purely physical confrontation, it was fraught with peril. Shuriyun had different thoughts, but being not the leader, he refrained from voicing them and dutifully accepted his assigned role. His task was to run ahead and divert the creature's focus. It was his first hunt, and he had yet to master the art of biting, making this arrangement seem fair enough. Shurtua clapped his hands gently, garnering everyone's attention, and nodded. Shuriyun, along with a few others, dashed forward. The leisurely grazing giant grew increasingly agitated by their disturbance, thrashing its tail in frustration and failing to rid itself of the pesky flies. Enraged, it let out a mighty roar, its mouth agape, releasing an overwhelming scent of grass. The group exchanged glances before swiftly retreating, with the beast pursuing closely behind. Shurtua signaled upward, and the remaining orcs scattered, charging at the creature from various directions. After a brief sprint, Shuriyun halted alongside the others, who gradually reverted to their human forms. They must be engaged in combat with Shurtua and the others. Someone remarked, "Should we assist?" Another queried. "Do not go. Our presence may hinder rather than help," Shuriyun replied. And as they moved on, someone called back to him. Noticing he lingered behind, Shuriyun pressed his lips together and, after a moment, followed suit. Chapter 69. The situation with Shurtua was indeed dire. Despite their efforts, they had only succeeded in disorienting the beast and inflicting numerous wounds, but the goal of slaying it remained distant. The pain the creature experienced incited its fury, causing it to recklessly charge in all directions. Even with the orcs' nimble minds, evasion proved challenging, and injuries were inevitable. Shurtua's front claws clung desperately to the ground as he roared and charged once more, only to be flung aside by the beast's tail, crashing violently into a tree. As Shurtua struggled to rise, the beast drew nearer, prompting the others to desperately divert its attention, seizing the chance to catch his breath. Shurtua shakily propped himself up, observing the now frenzied creature, its body dripping with blood. The best course of action was to exhaust its energy, yet the orcs present were nearing their limits. Making success seem improbable, it appeared that subduing the beast today was unlikely. Shurtua, never one to recklessly display bravado, resolved to find a way to retreat with his comrades at that moment. Shuriyun and his companions, who had distanced themselves, returned. Shurtua paused, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated their return, but their lack of strength posed a significant risk. Without waiting for a signal, the few who had attracted the beast's attention began to sprint in another direction, stopping intermittently to lead it away. The beast gradually shifted its focus, and Shurtua, his heart soared as he, despite his injuries, followed closely behind. As the captain of the hunting party, he would not abandon his comrades. Even in the final moments, upon reaching a somewhat open area, Shuriyun glanced back at the other orcs. Their gazes met, and they all raised their forelimbs, leaping into action. Had the beast not been consumed by its frenzy, it might have noticed the thick layer of leaves blanketing the ground before them. But in its madness, it was singularly focused on bringing down the few in front of it. The sound of impact resonated sharply through the tranquil forest, startling birds into flight. With a series of progressively diminishing howls, the creature, ensnared in a pit, gradually fell silent. Shi Yun approached the edge of the trap, peering down to see the beast impaled on sharply pointed bamboo stakes. Blood streaming forth and staining the entirety of the pit crimson. The other orcs, witnessing this scene, collectively gasped in astonishment. Despite years of hunting, their limited prowess meant this was their first time slaying such a colossal beast. And they were filled with exhilaration. Shi Ta, injured and unable to move swiftly, hastened his pace upon hearing the creature's cries, only to find Shi Yun standing expressionless on the ground in that instant. His breath instinctively slowed. He had to concede that this newcomer to the hunting party was indeed superior to him. Shi Ta, transforming back in a human form, Shi Ta, covered in various wounds, was immediately aided by his companions. Shi Yun joined them, handing him a bamboo tube. This is well water from home. Take a sip. The villagers generally regarded Liang's well water as sacred, and Shi Ta accepted it without hesitation. Taking a hearty swig, perhaps it was a psychological effect, but he felt his injuries lessening in intensity. You did wonderfully, Shi Yun. Excellent work, Shi Ta said sincerely. Shi Yun touched his nose about to reply, when the orcs who had accompanied him eagerly interjected. We owe it all to Shi Yun. We were ready to leave, but it was he who suggested we dig a deep pit and sharpen the bamboo stakes. Otherwise, we would have faced a dire consequence today. Recalling the beast's bloodshot eyes, Shi Ta nodded in agreement. Yet, Shi Yun shook his head. It was all Liang's idea. I cannot take credit. It was Liang. Only he could devise such a clever plan. Someone remarked, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. Shi Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Ta's injuries were severe, and they needed to find others to assist with the transport of the beast. They said little more, leaving Shi Yun and another orc to guard the site while the rest carried Shi Ta and the other injured orcs down the mountain. The mountain where the great lion tribe hunted was also the source of a small stream. So their descent inevitably led them through a vast expanse of farmland. The chieftain was working in the fields, while the priestess sat by the stream. Upon seeing the bloodied group, her spirit nearly fled in terror. The families of the orcs laboring in the fields dropped their tools and rushed over, anxious to ascertain the situation. The priestess, aware that today was Shi Yun's first hunting expedition, was alarmed to learn of the danger he had faced and began searching for him. After scanning the area several times without success, she frantically asked Shi Yu, "Where is Shi Yun?" Shi Yu, whose injuries were not severe, quickly replied, "Do not worry. Shi Yun is safe. He confronted a great beast. And Shi Yu and Xiongbai are keeping watch. We came down first to seek help." With that, the priestess relaxed her tightly clenched hands, patting the chieftain to urge him to gather people to ascend the mountain. The chieftain promptly agreed, summoning a dozen strong orcs to head up the trail. The priestess was not idle either. She needed to tend to the injured orcs. Fortunately, although their injuries appeared grave, most were merely scrapes sustained while evading the beast. And with a few days of rest, they would recover. The most serious case was Shi Ta, having taken a solid blow from the beast's tail, as the priestess pressed on Shi Ta's chest. He erupted in a fit of coughing, blood-streaked saliva spilling forth. Shi Ta's parents trembled as they held their son. "How is he?" The priestess sighed. "He has sustained internal injuries. We must carry him back to rest while I fetch Liang." Everyone knew that Liang possessed a wealth of medicinal supplies and exceptional healing skills, yet Shi Ta's parents could not contain their grief. Unlike the priestess, they had only one son, and the thought of losing him was unbearable. The priestess, feeling their sorrow, gently patted the woman's shoulder. "Do not linger. Trust that Liang will have a solution." The couple nodded repeatedly. Sure, he supported Shi Yu, feeling a profound sense of dread fill his heart. He could hardly fathom how he would cope if something were to happen to Shi Yu. It was in that moment he realized, unbeknownst to him, Shi Yu had come to hold such an important place in his heart. "Do not fear. Everything will be all right." Liang Yu observed Shi, whose expression was fraught with anxiety, and instinctively offered words of comfort. He turned his gaze towards him, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Despite suffering such grave injuries, he was still concerned about Liang Yu's minor distress. How could anyone be so foolish? The priest examined each of the orcs before allowing them to return home. and she too needed to hasten her search for Yin Liang. Sure, he declared. Mother, I shall take Lion Yu back to care for him. The priest had no objections, but concerned about his clumsiness. She arranged for Lion Ju to accompany them. Yin Liang was still in the cellar, studying the newly acquired herbs. Upon hearing the priestess' voice, he brushed off the remnants of herbal debris and emerged. After listening to the priest explain the situation, Yin Liang hurriedly inquired, "Is Lion Yun unharmed?" When the priest shook her head, he felt a weight lift from his heart and began contemplating Lion Tuo's injuries. During this period, Yin Liang had diligently engaged with medical texts. Although he had no teacher and lacked practical experience, he had memorized numerous prescriptions for a case like Lion Tuo's, which evidently involved internal injuries. The most suitable remedy in his recollection was the revitalizing elixir, known for invigorating blood circulation, dispelling stagnation, and alleviating swelling and pain. However, a crucial ingredient, earthworm, was absent from his collection, but he could only substitute it with chili sand. Fortunately, he had amassed various herbs, including dried bloodwort, safflower, myrrh, and catechu. Yin Liang promptly set off to gather the necessary herbs in the cellar. After all, he was not skilled in pulse diagnosis. Even if he were to examine the patient, he would not discern anything significant. Once he had prepared the medicine, he ground it into a fine powder in a small stone mortar he had reserved, dividing it into two portions, one for internal consumption and the other for external application. The priest observed throughout, noting that Yin Liang's remedies were unfamiliar to her, and his methods quite peculiar, yet she refrained from voicing her myriad questions, knowing that Lion Tuo awaited the medicine that could save his life. Now was not the time for idle chatter. With the medicine ready, Yin Liang accompanied the priest to Lion Tuo's home. He did not forget to bring a jug of well water, bemused by the villagers' belief that this water could cure all ailments. Yin Liang felt somewhat helpless, especially after hearing that many had indeed recovered after drinking from the well, which left him at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the power of positive mental suggestion was paramount for patients. So he decided to feign belief in the well water's efficacy. Lion Tuo had no siblings, but many uncles and aunts by the time Yin Liang arrived. The small cave was filled with people, with Lion Tuo's parents quietly weeping as they wiped the blood from his face. Following the priest's instructions not to move Lion Tuo carelessly, they had refrained from changing his clothes. The priest and Yin Liang have arrived, someone exclaimed, immediately parting the crowd to clear a path for them. Yin Liang took a deep breath, stepping forward to place the two sachets of medicine on the table, then handed the bamboo tube containing the well water to a woman. Instructing her to boil it, she accepted it promptly. Yin Liang then addressed Lion Tuo's father, Lion Li, saying, "Please take him outside. The patient requires fresh air." Lion Li quickly complied. Before long, the cave was left with only Yin Liang and the priest. The air becoming significantly more invigorating, he recalled the knowledge he had acquired over time and examined Lion Tuo's mouth, observing his tongue and eyes, discovering some insights. However, he lamented that his understanding was still too rudimentary. While he could correlate symptoms with known ailments, deducing a diagnosis solely based on symptoms was beyond his current capabilities. With a sigh, Yin Liang unintentionally startled Lion Tuo's father, who trembled and asked, "Is Lion Ta all right?" Realizing his sigh was ill-timed, Yin Liang recalled a humorous anecdote he had encountered online. "Do not worry, I have gathered the medicine. Lion Tuo has sustained internal injuries, but his constitution is robust. With sufficient rest, he shall recover." Lion Li exhaled in relief, his face lighting up with joy. Chapter 70. Exiting Lion Tuo's cave, Yin Liang spotted Lion Yun, standing quietly not far away. It was still before noon. And though they had only parted for half a day, Yin Liang felt as though they had been separated for an eternity. The impact of Lion Tuo's injury had sharpened his awareness of the harshness and peril of this era. Yin Liang rushed forward and threw himself into Lion Yun's embrace, whispering, "I'm so relieved you're safe. You frightened me." Lion Yun hugged him back, murmuring, "Thanks to your teachings on setting traps." Previously, Lion Yun had managed to craft simple traps, but they had only been effective for catching small birds or the diminutive beasts found around the home. The techniques for constructing large traps and employing bamboo poles were all lessons imparted by Yin Liang. Not enough, Yin Liang mused, contemplating the illusory divine grass previously utilized by Xianling, pondering additional cunning methods for hunting. While orcs were undeniably fierce, the mountain beasts were equally ferocious, and the high mortality rate associated with hunting was a primary reason the tribe's population remained low. Yet, Liang was merely an ordinary person. Whether in hunting or other endeavors, he had only read about them in books, making improvement exceedingly challenging. Days turned into weeks, and Lion Tuo responded remarkably well to the medicine. After several visits, Liang noted his steadily improving condition and revised the prescription, adding herbs to bolster vitality and strength. The spring sowing season was brief, and within a month, the fields of the Great Lion tribe had undergone a complete transformation. The burden on the farming team substantially lightened, and their ranks were reduced, while the hunting party saw a significant increase in numbers. Lion Yun shared the various trap-making techniques he had learned from Liang with others, leading to a remarkable boost in hunting efficiency. As the tribe's meat supply increased, reactions were mixed. While some rejoiced, others felt discontent. With every household hoarding grain, meat was no longer treated as a staple. As the weather warmed, preserving meat required substantial amounts of salt. The tribe's salt reserves were running dangerously low, prompting the chieftain to announce a call for a salt exchange party. Nestled between mountains and rivers, the Great Lion tribe relied on the sea for salt, necessitating annual exchanges with other tribes. Not only the Great Lion tribe, but also other tribes on the Orc continent faced similar circumstances, resulting in the summer salt market held in the heart of the continent at the Great Python tribe. Though dubbed a salt market, it offered far more than just salt. Each tribe brought their locally abundant foods and other goods for barter. However, with several months still before the market opened, the tribe's salt might not last that long. The chieftain mused, furrowing his brow. Sure, he interjected, why not seek out the coastal tribes directly? The chieftain shook his head. While exchanging salt with the coastal tribes is indeed appealing, the journey is perilously long. Our tribe has never ventured there. A round trip would take at least 2 months, and should we get lost or encounter other tribes, it would be exceedingly dangerous. The priest sighed. Indeed, when I traveled from the Priest Alliance, I was accompanied by several orcs for protection, and we nearly lost our lives. These matters had yet to be shared with the younger generation. And upon hearing this, sure, he immediately became intrigued, persistently beseeching her. Unable to refuse, the priest gazed into the fire, slowly recounting her experiences from years past. It turned out that the Orc continent was not entirely harmonious. In addition to the righteous Priest Alliance, there existed the formidable Beast King Alliance. The leader of the Beast King Alliance was a powerful orc who proclaimed himself the Beast King, second only to the Beast God, leading a band of orcs who knew only wickedness, spending their days not hunting but wielding their bone knives against other orcs. They not only plundered food from other tribes, but also forcibly captured orcs to labor for them as slaves. Exclamations of shock escaped Sure he and the others, while Liang felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite their unscrupulous methods, the existence of kings and slaves was reminiscent of the nascent forms of a slave state. The priest paused before continuing. Members of the Beast King Alliance lurk among various tribes, waiting to ambush solitary orcs, except during the salt market, when they tend to restrain themselves. The rest of the time is fraught with danger. No wonder Xianling was abandoned by the high priest. They likely feared encounters with the Beast King Alliance during the journey. After hearing this, sure, he clearly lost his interest, stating, then it is better to exchange salt with nearby tribes. The chieftain concurred, but the Great Lion tribe was the largest among them, and other smaller tribes, even if they had salt, likely possessed little in stock, potentially leading to a wasted trip. Everyone considered this scenario, and the atmosphere turned somewhat somber. Since salt had appeared on the Orc continent, it had nearly assumed the function of currency. Salt was of paramount importance, while one could endure without meat for an extended period. Going without salt was far more challenging. Liang glanced at Lion Yun and proposed, let us directly go to the coastal tribe. I shall accompany you. The crowd gasped in disbelief, and the priest immediately opposed. No, you cannot go. Even if we travel to the coast, you are not to accompany us. Liang understood her concerns. However, he felt compelled to take this opportunity to explore various locales on the Orc continent and, more importantly, to witness the legendary Beast King Alliance. Seeing the resolute determination in his eyes, Lion Yun grasped his hand anxiously. Liang offered him a reassuring glance before addressing the priest. The Great Lion tribe has many people who cannot go without salt. Should we indeed encounter members of the Beast King Alliance, I possess means to ensure my safe return. He was, of course, referring to the system's external aid, while the priestess was reminded of another matter. Initially, when Xianling led the wolf beastmen to grievously wound Liang and Shiyun, by the time they arrived, both Xianling and the wolf beastmen had fallen to the ground at that moment. The situation was dire, leaving no room for contemplation. It was only now that she realized the beast god must have secretly aided them, allowing Liang and Shiyun to escape death. After this ordeal, Shiyun even fortuitously regained his beast form, which could also be seen as the beast god's blessing. With this thought, the priestess began to waver. Seizing the moment, Liang added, "I will take those 4 wolf beastmen with me, that if we truly find ourselves in a perilous situation, I will certainly prioritize my own safety. Of course." Liang was not the type to wait for others to sacrifice themselves for his sake. He said this merely to reassure the priestess. Indeed, the priestess's expression softened considerably at this, and she glanced at Shiyun, who appeared unperturbed, before gritting her teeth and declaring, "Very well, we shall select the strongest warriors from the tribe to accompany you on their way back." The two exchanged not a single word. Ever since they had laid their feelings bare, it had been a long time since Shiyun had treated Liang with such indifference. Liang, feeling somewhat helpless, followed behind, acutely aware of Shiyun's anger. Upon reaching the cave, Liang grasped Shiyun's arm, pressing him against the wall, and playfully inquired, "Are you angry?" Shiyun turned his face away, pressing his lips together in silence. Liang raised an eyebrow, his hands becoming increasingly restless. Before long, Shiyun relinquished his armor. Seizing Liang's hand and pressing down his fiery temper as he exclaimed, "Stop it! I merely asked if you were angry. I'm not causing a scene," Liang replied innocently, locking eyes with him. Eventually, Shiyun relented, responding softly in the affirmative. Liang nestled into Shiyun's embrace, wrapping his arms around his waist. "Are you reluctant to part with me, or are you simply worried about my safety?" Shiyun offered no reply, tightening his embrace before eventually murmuring, "I want to go with you." "No," Liang responded almost without hesitation. Shiyun remained silent, fixing his gaze upon him. Liang lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. "You know the beast god will secretly assist me, but I cannot guarantee your safety. That I can protect myself, that I can also protect you," was what Shiyun refrained from saying. Liang lifted his head, intending to continue persuading Shiyun, but upon seeing the determination and concern in his eyes, the words caught in his throat. Empathizing with Shiyun's plight, if it were Shiyun who was to leave alone for an extended period in a perilous situation, he too would find it impossible to remain idle. "Liang, I worry about you. I fear something may happen to you, and I dread that you may never return," Shiyun confided, burying his head against Liang's neck as if whispering. Liang was taken aback. Was Shiyun truly so insecure? "All right," he said, gently stroking Shiyun's head. "We shall go together, but you must promise me to prioritize your safety in times of danger. I have other means to protect myself." Shiyun frowned, pursing his lips, yet ultimately conceded to Liang's insistence. "Now that we have settled this matter, it is time for rest," Shiyun declared, lifting Liang effortlessly and heading toward the stone bed. Liang obediently clung to his shoulder, entwined in a tender kiss. "What?" the priestess exclaimed. "Is Shiyun also joining the salt exchange team?" Shurha interjected. "Big brother has recovered, and according to Shuriwe, his performance in the hunting team is no less impressive than the others. What is stopping him from going?" The priestess shot him a glare. When an adult is speaking, a child should refrain from interrupting. Shurha raised his hand, turning his head to silence himself. Before the priestess could speak further, the clan leader asked earnestly, "Have you all made your decision?" Shurya nodded. "I understand this journey will cause you concern, but I am old enough now, and having missed too many opportunities over the years, I do not wish to miss this one." Upon seeing Shryun's resolute demeanor, the priestess opened her mouth but did not voice her thoughts. The clan leader furrowed his brow, and after a moment, said, "Very well. If you wish to go, then go. Just promise me one thing. Return safely." Shryun looked at him and nodded earnestly, while Liang also grasped Shryun's hand, assuring him, "Rest assured, The priestess covered her face and eventually nodded in agreement. Once Shi Yun and Yin Liang departed, the clan leader slumped onto a stool. Sighing heavily, the priestess shot him a glance. Didn't you agree rather readily before? Now you are worried? Over the years, Shi Yun had lived a meandering existence, and each time I caught a glimpse of him secretly watching Shi Tu and others ascend a mountain, I silently vowed that even if Shi Yun remained this way for life, one day, when I shed the responsibilities of clan leader, I would take him to see the world. Now that he had the chance to venture forth on his own, how could I not support him? The priestess looked at him, and in that shared gaze, they suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 71. 5 days were more than enough for the clan leader to gather over 20 young adults to join the salt exchange team. Initially, there were even more applicants, for those in the salt exchange team could receive a greater share of salt. However, upon hearing that this journey would take them farther, even directly to the coastal tribe, many began to withdraw. Not only was the distance considerable, but the dangers they might encounter along the way were numerous. On the eve of their departure, the clan leader summoned all members of the salt exchange team to the cave. Yin Liang observed that they were all clearly young beastmen, and he understood that only those unburdened and bold would dare to participate in such a perilous endeavor. The clan leader dutifully reminded them of certain precautions to take during the salt exchange, and everyone listened attentively. Following this, he arranged for Yin Liang to say a few words at the front. Yin Liang, lacking experience, reflected on the head chef's words during his previous travels, encouraging them in a roundabout way. Although Yin Liang did not possess a beast form, his reputation within the tribe was excellent, and combined with his medical skills, it undoubtedly instilled greater confidence in those accompanying him, since they needed to rise early for their journey the next day. He concluded the meeting and urged everyone to return to rest. Yin Liang and Shi Yun bid farewell to the priestess and returned home hand in hand. Their belongings were already packed. A beast skin blanket served as a bundle, a large bag of medicinal herbs, a hefty bag of spare beast skin clothing, and a small package of dried meat and fruits. In prehistoric times, there were no hotels or inns readily available, so they had to be prepared for the elements. Thus, Yin Liang sought out an elder in the tribe known for their craftsmanship and had fashioned a simple tent from beast skin. When the time came, they could set up a wooden frame, drape the beast skin over it, and create a shelter from wind and rain. As for food, Yin Liang's daily sign-ins continued, so wherever they went, they would receive their rewards, leaving them untroubled by hunger. Once everything was in order, Shi Yun placed their luggage on the stone table within the cave, surveyed the surroundings, and sighed deeply. "What's wrong?" Shi Yun inquired, noticing his companion's demeanor. "After living here for so long, I feel a bit reluctant to leave for such an extended period," Yin Liang confessed. Shi Yun smirked. "It's not like we want to return." Indeed, Yin Liang felt considerably lighter in spirit. In an era where travel relied on walking and communication was often loud and boisterous, he found himself becoming rather sentimental. "Shi Yun, Yin Liang, are you there?" Yin Liang looked at Shi Yun and remarked, "That seems to be Shi Tu." Shi Yun nodded, and they both exited the cave, discovering Shi Tu seated on a small stool outside. "Shi Tu, what brings you here? Is your chest still hurting?" Yin Liang, with the heart of an experienced healer, inquired with concern. Shi Tu touched his chest and smiled. "It feels much better, as long as I don't exert myself. It doesn't hurt. By the time you return, I should be completely healed." "That's good to hear," Yin Liang replied. Shi Tu then added, "It's a pity. If it weren't for this injury, I could have joined you." "No worries. Your health is the most important thing. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Yin Liang reassured him. Having survived this ordeal, Shi Tu nodded in agreement, then produced a wrapped object from a beast skin and handed it to Yin Liang. Yin Liang took it, puzzled, and discovered it contained a complete beast tooth, 2 fingers wide and a palm and a half in length. "What is this?" "The fang of a jagged-toothed beast. I exerted some effort to obtain it. It is said to be quite valuable, and since you are heading out, I thought you might be able to trade it for something," Shi Tu explained. Yin Liang perceived that Shi Tu was not merely asking them to trade it, but was truly gifting it to him. Shi Yun frowned. "The fang of a jagged-toothed beast is hard to come by. You should keep it for yourself." Shi Tu waved his hand and slowly stood up. "Yin Liang saved my life once. This is nothing in comparison. Since I have delivered the item, I shall not intrude further. I wish you both a smooth journey and a swift return." Yin Liang also rose, expressing his gratitude. They watched as Shi gradually walked away before returning to the cave. Upon entering, Yin Liang immediately sensed Shi mood was less than favorable. He feigned ignorance. Examining the beast tooth closely, I've heard that jagged-toothed beasts are notoriously difficult to hunt. Shi is indeed courageous that he glanced at Shi, who remained silent. Before long, Shi shifted closer, asking, "Do you truly like it that much?" Yin Liang stifled a laugh internally, but maintained a straight face, intentionally replying, "Who wouldn't like something of such value?" Shi expression darkened further, his brows knitting together in a conflicted manner. "What are you thinking?" Shi asked earnestly. "Let's go to the mountain and hunt jagged-toothed beasts." Yin Liang's face fell. Was this fellow truly so dense? Did he not realize it was a jest? "Then I shall go exchange salt tomorrow, and you can hunt on the mountain," Yin Liang retorted, feeling petulant. Shi shook his head. "We'll talk about it when you return." Yin Liang was both amused and exasperated by the seriousness displayed on Shi's face. It was evident that he was not joking in the slightest. If it weren't for the pressing matters to attend to the following day, he would have been inclined to believe that Shi would soon grasp the gravity of the situation. Yin Liang urged Shi to sit down and spoke to him earnestly. After their conversation, Shi lowered his gaze, confessing, "I cannot allow my partner to use someone else's belongings." Yin Liang was taken aback, a gentle sweetness blooming within him, mingled with a sense of helplessness. "I am not one to hoard others' possessions. If you are unhappy in the future, just express it openly. If you ever entertain the notion of venturing alone into the mountains to confront the serrated beasts, I shall have no choice but to reprimand you." Shi eyes sparkled with mirth as he squeezed Yin Liang's hand, asking, "Should we return this beast's tooth?" Yin Liang, relishing Shi's affection, inquired further. Shi paused for a moment, contemplating before shaking his head. "It's not necessary. You saved Shirzwa. This is rightfully yours. Moreover, Shirzwa is already set to be engaged and harbors no improper intentions towards you." Yin Liang stifled his incredulity and shifted his attention to another matter. "Shirzwa is to be engaged. The intended cannot possibly be Shirchio," he mused, setting aside the fact that Shirchio was currently in a state of madness. Their families had distanced themselves from one another after the betrothal was rescinded, reducing their relationship to that of strangers. The intended was a solitary girl, rumored to have lost her parents during the beast tide. During Shirzwa's recent convalescence, it was this girl who had tended to him, and through their time together, affection had blossomed between them. Yin Liang nodded. "By your account, it seems Shirzwa is indeed fortunate." The two, sharing a bond akin to that with Shirzwa, soon set aside the topic and quickly attended to their evening routines before retiring to bed. Before dawn broke the next day, the area was already abuzz with activity as the salt exchange team prepared for their journey, laden with burdens and accompanied by anxious parents and relatives. The ground was strewn with several bulging bags, securely sealed, containing cured meats and grains for the salt trade. Upon their arrival, Yin Liang and Shi witnessed the members of the salt exchange team swiftly bidding farewell to their families. Forming a line as required, with the group assembled, Shi stepped forward to report to Yin Liang. After exchanging a glance with the clan leader and receiving a nod of affirmation, Yin Liang commanded, "Let us depart." In an instant, the youths transformed into their beast forms, the majority taking on that of lions, securing their cargo upon their backs. Yin Liang, however, shouldered his own pack and climbed onto Shi's back, leading the way. Shi surged forward, followed closely by a dozen beastmen, soon vanishing from sight. The speed of their beast forms outpaced that of their human shapes, and their collective presence served to intimidate any wild beasts they encountered along the way. After traveling for a while, Yin Liang sensed something amiss and gently tapped Shi's neck, signaling him to halt. The other beastmen followed suit, their backs pressed together in alertness. Shi reverted to his human form, picked up a stone, and hurled it in the direction indicated by Yin Liang's finger. A startled cry erupted from a youth in the distance. Shi's expression shifted dramatically, and he darted toward that direction. Returning shortly with Shirha in tow, realizing they were now not far from the Great Lion tribe, Yin Liang deduced that the noise behind them signified the presence of tribespeople, though he had not anticipated it would be Shirha. Before Shi could speak, Shi approached with a darkened expression and addressed Yin Liang. I will escort Shurha back, leaving a marker along the way that I shall catch up shortly. Shurha immediately protested, clinging to a tree. No, I refuse to go back. Yin Liang raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shuyun, who appeared remarkably unfazed, his countenance devoid of surprise, as if he had foreseen this outcome, that it was only logical. Shuyun had been training for some time, and had he not restrained Shurha, the latter would not have been able to venture out so freely. Shuriwe, exasperated, admonished, "Stop this nonsense. We are on serious business." Shurha retorted defiantly, "I was part of the last salt exchange team. Why can't I go this time? Even if you take me back, I will sneak out again if I get lost or encounter trouble." Shuriwe, suppressing his anger, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Shurha's pitiful tone. He cast a pleading glance at Yin Liang. Yin Liang queried, "Have you considered how worried the priest and clan leader will be about your sudden departure?" Shurha quickly replied, "I informed Huan. I will speak with my mother tonight." Huan was the youngest son of Huqiu. Yin Liang sighed, glancing at Shuriwe. "Very well, take him along, but you shall be responsible for him." Shurha's face lit up with joy, and without regard for Shuriwe's displeasure, he sidled up to him, whispering excitedly. Having traveled for most of the morning and finding a shaded area, Yin Liang decided to have everyone sit down for a moment, quenching their thirst before resuming their journey. The others readily complied, shifting back into their human forms and resting on the ground. Yin Liang opened a bamboo tube and shared a few sips with Shuyun, noticing that Shuyun's gaze was fixed on Shurha. Yin Liang inquired, "Are you worried about Shurha?" "I still lack strength," Shuyun replied. Yin Liang felt a surge of affection and squeezed Shuyun's hand gently. It is beneficial for him to explore a bit. The tribe indulges him too much. He ought to witness the harsh realities of the world. Meanwhile, Shurha busied himself attending to Shuriwe, and Yin Liang smiled. Perhaps this journey will yield unexpected rewards for them. After a brief respite, Yin Liang announced that they would continue their expedition. As they traversed through the forest, the great lion tribe gradually receded into the distance. A group of beastmen raced forward in the daylight, the terrain beneath their feet growing increasingly unfamiliar, the path ahead fraught with both peril and allure. In the following days, they encountered little danger, and the weather remained favorable. Yin Liang pressed onward, minimizing rest and sleep to almost continuously advance by the sixth day. However, the sky began to darken ominously. Observing the dense, ominous clouds gathering on the horizon, it was evident that a torrential downpour was imminent. Yin Liang issued a command for the group to quicken their pace, unsure if thunder or lightning would accompany the storm. He opted to distance themselves from the dense forest and ultimately found a flat clearing at the forest's edge to settle down. Fortuitously, mere moments after erecting their tent, the pitter-patter of rain began to echo above them. During their days camping outdoors, the others had grown accustomed to the advantages of Yin Liang and Shuyun's tent, and thus pooled their resources to fashion a larger shelter from the beast skins they had accumulated over the past few days. Several beastmen gathered beneath the rudimentary canopy, exhaling in relief as they watched the rain fall outside. Point one remarked, "In the past, we had to make do under trees during salt exchanges in this kind of weather. We could only huddle closely together. Yin Liang truly has a knack for planning. Indeed, this is quite comfortable." As the captain of the salt exchange team, Yin Liang felt it his duty to oversee the situation. He first inspected the cargo, running his hand over it to ensure it remained dry. After all, they intended to trade these items for salt, and thus needed to protect them meticulously. Yin Liang nodded. "We must not allow ourselves to get soaked either. Quickly, let's stoke the fire to ward off the chill and prepare a meal that we shall resume our journey once the rain abates." "Understood." The group responded promptly, gathering dry twigs they had collected along the way to ignite a fire. Yin Liang nodded in satisfaction before making his way to the small tent shared with Xin. In recent days, they had been preparing their meals separately, not out of any desire for exclusivity, but simply because the stone pots everyone carried were too small, accommodating only two at most. Yin Liang was quite content with this arrangement, but he had not skimped on fresh ingredients or seasonings. Interestingly, the day after leaving the tribe, Yin Liang's system underwent an upgrade. The breeding sprite explained that this was due to his access to a new map. Yin Liang mused, "This sounds reminiscent of playing a survival game." After harvesting all the food within the tribe, Yin Liang had cleared all his debts, but unfortunately, he no longer had farmland available for planting. However, once he returned to the tribe and sold a new batch of seeds, his points would significantly increase. With this thought, a smile crept upon Yin Liang's lips. Yin Liang, should we share this pumpkin with others? Shi Yun inquired, cradling a golden, glistening pumpkin in both hands. This was the reward for today's sign-in. After the system upgrade, the rewards had transformed into various food items, unlike any previous rewards. According to the system, this was Food 2.0, and the corresponding acquisition points were considerably higher. Noticing the several bulging bags in the corner, Yin Liang's smile widened. When they departed from the tribe, they had brought only a small pack, yet in just a few days, they had amassed such a bounty of food, validating his decision. Let each of us have one. To be steamed in the pot, we can eat them directly or mash them to mix with rice, Yin Liang suggested. Through Yin Liang's influence, the beastmen had learned various cooking techniques, no longer simply skewering everything on sticks to roast. Shi Yun agreed, utilizing a makeshift fishing net bag to gather a dozen pumpkins before stepping outside. These small pumpkins were of excellent quality, soft, flavorful, and with a moderate sweetness, quickly distinguishing themselves among the food. Becoming the beastmen's favorite choice. Recognizing the arduousness of their journey, Yin Liang distributed the remaining small pumpkins among the group. Naturally, he kept the pumpkin seeds for roasting or to be saved for planting. What could have been a grueling journey, characterized by hunger and hardship, turned into a surprisingly pleasant experience under Yin Liang's stewardship, surpassing even their meals back at the tribe. Half a month has passed, and not a single person among the dozen or so has fallen ill, nor has anyone lost weight. Yin Liang's prestige within the salt exchange team has been steadily on the rise. That afternoon, while the sun still lingered in the sky, Yin Liang instructed everyone to pause and rest. A group of individuals was busy felling trees and pounding them into the earth, while Yin Liang took a few steps forward alone. After rounding a bend, he found himself in a canyon flanked by mountains, strewn with stones of various sizes, appearing not to have fallen by chance, but rather placed there with intent. That Yin Liang's decision to rest outside the canyon was not arbitrary. Within the salt exchange team was a formidable beastman named Hu Xiao, the sole survivor among the beastmen who accompanied the high priest years ago, given that he was the only one from the tribe who had traversed a significant portion of the beastman continent. He had been brought along for this salt exchange. According to him, the Beast King Alliance was not only powerful, but also exceptionally skilled in the arts of deception and intrigue. During their previous visit to the Great Lion tribe, they had been ambushed by the Beast King tribe in this very location. Caught unprepared, they had suffered severe losses. Upon returning to their encampment, they found that 2 tents had already been erected. Shi Yun approached from a distance, grasping one of Yin Liang's hands and inquiring, "Are you worried?" Yin Liang nodded. Decades have passed, and the Beast King tribe will only grow stronger. We must exercise greater caution in the future. He wished to witness the Beast King Alliance, but was reluctant to bring everyone along. The situation could spiral out of control, and if the Beast King Alliance proved to be sufficiently formidable, the consequences would be dire. Hu Xiao approached, asking, "Has the Lord already scouted the area?" He recounted how, during their passage through the canyon years ago, they had been ambushed by the Beast King tribe, surrounded before they could react. To ensure the high priest's safe passage, 3 of his companions had been captured, their fates unknown. Yin Liang's curiosity was piqued. Were they merely lying in wait? Did they not hurl stones down from the mountains? Hu Xiao shook his head almost instantly. "I remember clearly. If it were as you say, I fear even I would not have escaped unscathed." Yin Liang shared what he had observed regarding the fallen stones in the canyon, and both men felt a chill run through them. The Beast King Alliance had become even more formidable. It seemed prudent to deliberate further on the matter of crossing the canyon. After Hu Xiao departed, he warned a few others among the beastmen. Though he did not speak explicitly, the beastmen sensed the ominous atmosphere and grew increasingly vigilant. The 4 wolf beastmen exchanged glances, seemingly resolute in their decision, and nodded. The atmosphere within the group grew tense, yet Yin Liang did not neglect to provide for himself and Shi Yun. With ample time still remaining in the day, Yin Liang prepared several dishes: potato slices with meat, garlic pork ribs, stir-fried chrysanthemum greens, and a bird egg soup. Cooking on the road was often hurried, and it had been a while since Yin Liang and Shi Yun had prepared a proper meal together. Although the fare was simple, It was nonetheless satisfying when paired with barley rice, and the two enjoyed a hearty meal. As they finished their meal, Yun went to wash the dishes by the waterhole and returned to find the wolf beastmen lingering outside the tent. Furrowing his brow, he approached them and asked, "What brings you here?" The sudden appearance startled the group, but they quickly regained their composure. The leader, Liang, glanced at the others behind him and, gritting his teeth, said, "We have come to request to lead the charge tomorrow." Yun regarded them silently for a moment, his expression neutral, before responding, "Come inside. You may speak with Liang." Liang, though somewhat anxious, looked steadfastly at Liang, awaiting his consent. Their motives were not born of selfless bravery, but rather a desire to repay Liang for saving them. During their time laboring diligently within the Great Lion tribe, they had garnered the tribe's approval, and many were unaware of the misdeeds committed by Ling, harboring no animosity towards them. The group was resolute in their intention to establish roots within the Great Lion tribe. Yet the lingering aftereffects of the illusory spirit grass haunted them. Not only did they struggle to find a partner for a stable life, but when their ailments flared, they often found it difficult to maintain even the most basic of existences. Aware of Liang's exceptional medical skills, they hoped that even if he could not fully cure them, he might alleviate their suffering, prompting them to seize this opportunity for a better life. After a moment's contemplation, Liang discerned their intentions. He indeed lacked any miraculous cure, but he did possess several remedies that could help manage their withdrawal symptoms. Reflecting on their performance within the tribe, he nodded, "Very well, I will assist you after tomorrow." Liang's face lit up with joy, and after expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Liang, they retreated. In the past, only one person was needed to stand guard at night, with two taking turns, but this evening, many spontaneously decided to keep watch throughout the night without Liang's prompting. That night was fraught with tension, both for those on watch and those trying to sleep, and it was only with the break of dawn that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After a night filled with apprehension, Liang, understanding their exhaustion, permitted them to rest in the morning, planning to convene after lunch. In the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, yet it was still late spring, so the heat was not oppressive. Rather, it was pleasantly warm, allowing them to shed a few layers as they continued their journey. The tents were dismantled, and everyone swiftly packed their belongings to resume travel. Liang remained on Yun's back, closely following four sturdy black wolves, each seemingly imbued with remarkable strength, carrying heavy loads without faltering in their stride. Behind them were the lion and tiger beastmen. Upon reaching the entrance of the canyon, Liang made an effort to relax his facial muscles, though his grip on Yun's fur betrayed his inner turmoil. The group moved slowly forward, and as they reached the center of the canyon, a thunderous sound erupted from the mountains on either side. Liang immediately leaped off Yun's back and sprinted high behind a large boulder near the mountain's base, his senses heightened, eyes fixed intently on Yun and the others. Stones the size of full-grown beastmen began to tumble down from both sides, and the four black wolves dropped their burdens, not fleeing but racing towards the mountains. The beastmen, including Yun, followed closely behind. Stones continued to roll past them, and Liang clenched and relaxed his fists, forcing himself to focus on his surroundings to ensure his safety. He could offer no assistance, and could only strive to avoid being a hindrance, lest he distract Yun and the others. As the roars of the colossal beasts echoed from the mountains, the sound of rolling stones gradually diminished. Liang dared not act recklessly, waiting until he was certain the commotion had ceased before cautiously emerging from his refuge behind the boulder. The canyon was now awash with dust, and the stones on the ground were even more densely scattered than before. There was no time to examine the situation in detail. Liang hurriedly crossed the canyon to return to their encampment. According to their agreement, once Yun and the others dealt with the mountain's adversaries, they would regroup there. The animal skins and timber originally designated for tents had been concealed in the underbrush, with their supplies hidden beneath. Concerned for Yun's safety, Liang paced anxiously in place. Fortunately, it was not long before dozens of beastmen arrived together. Once they transformed back into their humanoid forms, they bore various injuries. Yet their spirits were high, exhilarated rather than fearful after the recent battle. Among them, the wolf beastmen bore the most severe injuries, with several suffering abrasions and fractures on their fingers and toes, likely incurred while evading the tumbling stones. Liang provided them with medicine and urged them to rest well, promising they would depart the following day. The two tents were quickly reassembled, and once back in his own space, Liang pushed Shiyun down, removing his clothing to examine his body closely. Finding that Shiyun was indeed unscathed, as he had claimed, Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him, with the tension easing. Liang suddenly became aware of the precariousness of their position. He brushed his nose, preparing to rise gently. He found himself tightly ensnared by Shiyun's iron grip, drawing him even closer. The disparity in their physical strength was already pronounced. And now that Shiyun had regained his beast form, Liang felt almost powerless before him. Involuntarily, he recalled certain nights when Shiyun had playfully contorted him into various positions, and a blush crept across his face. Noticing the nostalgic glimmer in Liang's eyes, Shiyun's breath quickened, and he pressed Liang's head down to kiss him. They only parted when they were nearly breathless, reluctant to let go. Liang, exhausted, lay against Shiyun's chest, murmuring, "This place is different from the tribe. The tents are too close together and lack soundproofing." Shiyun's amber eyes flickered with disappointment as he struggled to suppress certain physical reactions. Liang, in moments of passion, would often hum softly, a sound Shiyun relished, yet he was reluctant to allow others to hear it. The thought of enduring for over a month was disconcerting. Glancing at Shiyun, Liang felt warmth in his heart, recognizing that Shiyun was concerned for him. However, he too felt a pang of sympathy for Shiyun's restraint, as he had his own desires. After a brief contemplation, Liang tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we could find a more secluded spot to bathe later." Shiyun's grip on Liang's waist momentarily faltered, but upon grasping the implications, he quickly agreed, a hint of eagerness in his tone. After their light banter, Liang resumed discussing the events of the day on the mountain with Shiyun.